Chapter 1675, where Ryu realized that he had vaguely understood this before, but it was only after Elena laid it out that it snapped into place. So it seemed the talent tier structure of the martial gods was far more complicated than he realized. You had to not just consider the raw potential of the bloodline, but also what the structures around them were. It reminded him just how important techniques were to the strength of a cultivator. It wasn't just cultivation methods that were important, but battle methods as well. I need to put more effort into creating my own Dao charm techniques. I have my Dao vessel now, I just need applications for it. That should be far easier. And what about the other woman you brought in? The unconscious one, Elena asked. Ryu briefly explained his history with Hope. Elena frowned, a look of sympathy lighting in her eyes. She never cared about how many women Ryu had, there was a point where she encouraged him to take on more. In fact, after their recent bout of bed sharing, she wanted it even more. How was she going to handle this rampaging bull? When she heard that Hope would likely be rearing Ryu's child in the future, she was even more protective of her. But more importantly than that, the palm attack that Ryu mentioned. Wasn't that the same one that had targeted her? You're right, Ryu nodded. There's some odd undercurrents going on here that we should be cognizant of. I don't think it's a coincidence that Janus knew of such a palm technique, especially not when I didn't find anything of the sort hidden on his person or in his home. You checked? Ryu nodded. It's either he was even more cautious and hid it elsewhere, or someone gave him such a method to practice. The couple chatted for a long while before Elena was finally ready to go. Then, she went off to prepare herself. She giggled like a little girl, talking about how she didn't get to dress up at all these days. It was something she loved to do, but who was she trying to impress in this clan? But now she was going out with her husband, how could she not want to look her best? The two stepped out of Ryu's inner world and Elena scurried off. Hours later, she came back in a flowing violet dress, giving Ryu a little spin. What do you think? Her smile was bright, the small tips of her toes gracing the ground as she spun. A fragrance danced in the air, her pink diamond hand fluttering. Ryu was in a bit of a daze for a moment. He had seen many beautiful women in his life, but there was a burgeoning feeling in his chest now that was unlike those other moments. It wasn't just that she was beautiful, it was that he loved her, and she was his wife, and that she had gone out of her way to look good for him. Those feelings stacked atop of one another until, at that moment, he could truly say she was the most gorgeous creature he had ever seen, and he would mean every word of it. Elena didn't need to hear Ryu's words, and even without their souls being connected, she could see it in his eyes. She smiled so brightly that tears threatened to fall from her eyes. No, hubby, don't make me cry, you're going to ruin my face. Elena rushed up, grabbing Ryu's arm and pulling him out of the house before she could make her any more sentimental. Ryu was still in a bit of daze, but he let his wife carry him. By now, Elena had already gone from the higher transcendent realm to the peak transcendent realm. She was just a step away from the omniscient sky god realm, so pulling Ryu along wasn't very difficult at all. Soon, Ryu settled down and smiled. He chuckled. Do you even know where we're going? Elena blinked, scurrying to a stop. Indeed, she hadn't asked Ryu, she was just excited to go out with him. Let's go to your technique pavilion. I forgot to ask, how do you trade for things in this place? Ah, right, I almost forgot, Elena's eyes brightened. I was participating in the Dreg tournament, I think I technically won. I should have enough to trade for any technique at the true grade. Well, 3, 1 body, 1 mental, 1 chi. Okay, that works, it should be enough. I just need a reference for you, I'll make the technique for you afterward. Okay, Elena did an about face and pulled Ryu in the complete other direction, causing him to laugh again. She had been going the wrong way after all. It took them quite a while to make it to the technique pavilion. Rather than being a tower, it was a hole built deep into the ground, and what was shocking about this hollowed-out hole was that it was 100 kilometers wide and thousands of kilometers deep. There were countless levels within them, the outer ring of the massive hole lines with curved bookshelves and pillars. There seemed to be an odd force of chi in the air around it, one that allowed those entering to fly within. However, Ryu didn't think it was that simple. As expected, just in the few seconds he was here, he saw one person fall to their deaths after trying to descend too far. Interesting. Falling from a height of even thousands of kilometers shouldn't harm even a fragmented sky god, so how'd that man die? I've finally found you. A roar came from Ryu's back that made him frown. He turned to find a man with raging red hair looking at him like some sort of enraged lion. "Who the hell are you?" Ryu thought to himself, looking at the man as though he was an idiot. Seeing that look in Ryu's eyes, Elena covered her lips to obscure her giggle. Chapter 1676. A Martial God's Greatest Humiliation. Ryu looked at the man, seemingly trying to recall him, when he realized that with his memory, if he didn't recognize someone, it simply meant that he had never seen them before. What an idiot! Ryu looked at the man who seemingly had a head of flaming hair, unable to understand him. For a moment, Ryu even thought that he was mistaking him for someone else, until he realized that that was ridiculous too. Lyrian was even more infuriated when he saw Ryu's weird expression, but instead of snapping again and allowing Ryu a chance to humiliate him, he looked toward the side. "Elder Vermo, this man is an outsider. May I have the right to deal with him?" The so-called Elder Vermo was an older man that Ryu had noticed a long while ago. This open ground, inverted technique pavilion of sorts was quite forgiving. Disciples seemed to travel in and out of it with great ease, and that was because everything was automated. The only reason the old omniscient sky god was there at all was as a failsafe and a reminder to keep in line with certain rules. At the moment, the old man was reclining lazily beneath the shade of a leaf that was at least 2 meters from tip to tip. He couldn't even be bothered to keep his eyes open, and if not for Lyrian calling out to him, he wouldn't have even noticed what was going on. He opened a single eye and frowned before waving a hand. "Stay away from the pavilion. Fights within the perimeter are not acceptable." Although the formations that protected everything would likewise keep the books safe, it was still best to not allow such a precedent. If the pavilion was burned down due to a battle, who would take up the responsibility for such a thing? The martial gods, compared to other powers, were extremely lax. They allowed outsiders like Ryu or the beast mimicry sect inheritance disciple to walk in and out of their territory freely. They didn't force marriages on their youth and allowed them to freely form relationships whether that was inside or outside the clan. And obviously, they allowed fighting and even promoted it pretty much anywhere. No one had even come to bother Ryu about Janus' death. However, lax rules didn't mean that they had no rules. They were in the constant pursuit of knowledge, and one of the few places where the rules were quite strict about fighting were around the technique pavilions like this one. "I understand, Elder. However, this man is not a martial god and seems to have the intention of partaking in our techniques. He is taking advantage of our hospitality. It is beneath your status to deal with a man like this. However, if you could use your power to expel him, I will personally deal with him once we are outside the range of non-combat." Elder Vermo turned his one open eye to Ryu. "Is this true?" Ryu stood there, not saying anything. What sort of clown show was this? With the protections on this place, even if he did go down, was it relevant? Why was this old man asking such a stupid question? He had always hated explaining himself to others, and that was only doubly so in situations like this one where Alina's aura suddenly flared up and the full weight of a peak transcendent sky god fell on Lyrian. Before the man could even react, he was smashed down to his knees, the bones within shattering to pieces. Lyrian screamed out in horror and pain, his eyes turning bloodshot and his inner organs practically collapsing. Not everyone was like Ryu. It still stood true that the gap between sky god realms were entirely insurmountable, let alone a gap between a lower perfect sky god and a peak transcendent sky god. Lyrian had been so focused on Ryu that he hadn't considered anything else. Plus, even for martial god women who tended to be a bit looser with their preferences and sexual urges, pairing up with a sky god many realms below you was something that basically never happened. If you were a martial god woman, looking to get your rocks off, why would you choose someone who couldn't keep up with your stamina or urges? Even if Ryu looked good, that wasn't enough. Lyrian never expected that Ryu would have such an expert by his side, but when he struggled to look up and get a good look at Elena, he was even more surprised. The Elena everyone knew did like to wear dresses, but they were almost always dirtied and battered in some way as though she was in a constant warring state. He didn't even recognize her. Wait, the Elena he knew was also a true sky god. When had she become a transcendent? Elder Vermo opened his other eye and sat up a bit, a dangerous look flashing in his gaze. This technically didn't break the rules of the pavilion, but it was truly skirting that line. "First of all, according to the statutes of the martial gods, my husband is allowed to partake in our teachings. He is only limited in certain aspects that don't include whether or not he can walk into the pavilion. Second, what is the greatest humiliation of a martial god? Elena let the question hang in the air. Lyrian grit his teeth, but he couldn't answer immediately. The humiliation was too much and he was trying his best to suppress his fury before he could. Unfortunately, Elena wasn't nearly so patient. Bang! The pressure doubled and Lyrian's face was driven into the ground, a small crater forming around him. I asked a question. What is the greatest humiliation of a martial god? Lyrian clenched his jaws so tightly that his teeth cracked, but even so, he pushed out the words. Quote. To be weak. Do you know why that mantra is passed along? It's not only a reminder to keep pressing forward and improving, but it's also a reminder that there's a hierarchy of strength you need to abide by. What did you think you were doing by targeting my husband? Even if I killed you right here and now, no one would blink an eye. Elena left these words and then pulled Ryu along. When her pressure dissipated, Lyrian lay sprawled out on the ground, realizing the only reason he was alive was because of the rules of the clan. The martial gods were a true survival of the fittest. Because of the way their bloodlines worked, you might not even be born into your own parents' branches or branch, forced to forge out on your own in an unfamiliar land. Family ties were often sparse except in special or unique instances, and it was often an every man for themselves sort of culture. In this sort of world, for Lyrian to offend a sky god on the verge of entering the omniscient realm was nothing short of courting death. All his thoughts of testing Ryu and making him answer for his master's arrogance flew out the window. Elder Vermo's eyes narrowed, but in the end, he sat back into his recliner, closing his eyes and allowing his irritation to drift into the wind. Ryu gave Elena a glance. Even now, she seemed to still be a bit irritated, but Ryu could tell that it wasn't just because of Lyrian. Those words, it was likely that someone else had spoken them to her. Maybe multiple people. In fact, it was almost certainly multiple people. Maybe the only reason she was alive was because her father was one of these unique situations. For Elena, who just wanted to live a carefree life, there was nothing worse to her than realizing she was entirely unable to do so without actual strength. And today, these matters just seemed to confirm that all the more. She just wanted a nice day out with her husband, and she couldn't even have that without having to flex her muscles. On the other hand, she was irritated because she felt that she had to step in the way she did to make sure the situation didn't get worse. She knew her husband like the back of her hand. She already knew that the moment Elder Vermo started questioning him, he could very well snap at any moment. And that thought only made things worse, because even when she got to press Lyrian into the ground, it was in exchange for hopefully avoiding Elder Vermo doing the same to them. She still wasn't strong enough. She had improved so much and it still somehow wasn't enough. Would it ever be enough? Just as she was about to jump into the enormous hole in the ground, stepping onto the marble, rune-etched ring around it, Ryu pulled back on her grip. Elena looked back a bit confused, but she saw that Ryu's eyes were actually red as though he might either snap or shed real tears. Hubby, she spoke in a panic, wanting to understand what was wrong. It was his fault. He had left her for too long, and now his cheery, carefree wife had turned into a woman constantly looking over her shoulder, constantly trying to weigh the pros and cons of a situation, constantly trying to make sure she stayed out of trouble so that she didn't offend the wrong people. Ryu looked back toward Lyrian who was stuck in a pit. Just die. The skies rumbled and an arc of lightning descended like the roar of a dragon. Before anyone could react, Lyrian was burnt to ash, unable to even utter a final cry. A hushed silence fell as Elder Vermo's eyes opened once more. Chapter 1677. Fury. Ryu turned to Elena, his gaze practically tearing a pair of holes through her own. He didn't even seem to notice Elder Vermo's change at all. Instead, his entire focus was on his wife. Elena felt like she wanted to look away. The intensity of his gaze was too much and it weighed on her heart so heavily that she found it difficult to breathe. But as much as she wanted to, she couldn't pry her eyes away, almost as though there was some invisible hold on her very psyche. Ryu was absolutely furious right now. He wanted to say something, but even with his speed of thought, even with his usual intelligence, he couldn't find the right combination of words. The longer he spent silent, the more furious he seemed to become until a towering aura tore into the skies. Elder Vermo slowly rose from his seat, a gloominess in his eyes. It had been a very long time since anyone dared to disrespect him in this way. He couldn't even remember the last. He had been able to sit on his recliner, in perfect peace for thousands of years at the very least. Just his presence alone was enough for others to stay in line. But to think that this would happen even after he had spoken. There were, on the surface, two categories of sky gods, the first being those that could keep up with the pace of the genius stream, and the latter of which could not. However, in practice, there were many more layers than this. There were those that sped by the genius stream with such pace that they could only be in a category of their own, and there were those that just barely missed out on keeping up with the genius stream. Even deeper than this, though, there were those that made it all the way through the genius stream but failed to ever become Tao Lords, and then there were those that might have missed out the genius stream, but with their diligence managed to become Tao Lords anyway. And then there were those like Elder Vermo, a middling cultivator by every metric, but a man who had managed to take slow and diligent steps to his current realm. Every one of his steps was firm, his foundation was wide and vast, and compared to even geniuses of the genius stream who made it all the way to the omniscient sky god realm within the allotted time frame, he stacked up favorably simply by virtue of the sheer length of time he had spent in his current realm. There were plenty of geniuses of the genius stream that came to this pavilion, but did any of them disrespect him? No, none of them did, and yet, this outsider without even martial god aura dared to do so. He took a step and the air rumbled. He could see Ryu's back, and even now, the young man wasn't paying him any mind, looking at his wife as though she was the only one in the world. And that only infuriated him more. It had been a while since he soaked his hands in blood. It seemed that others had forgotten how the blood-soaked palm sky god had gotten his name. Bang! Just as Elder Vermo was about to move, Ryu did so first. A furious roar caused the skies to swirl with a menacing vortex of dark, rumbling clouds. Blue lightning fell like the rain and both heavens and earth's gate appeared high in the skies along with a birthed phenomena that seemed to dwarf the dome of heaven itself. Ryu, Elena called out, her eyes widening. But Ryu had already appeared before the old man, his horns raising up proudly upon his forehead and white scales adorning his body like milky, shimmering pearls. Elder Vermo struck out with a palm on instinct, his heart shuddering as he suddenly felt a great amount of danger. However, at that moment, his body seemed to slow to a crawl. Time passed in ages, and a second became 2, and then 4, and then 8. Dragon's claw descended, streaks of lightning and an eruption of flames following Ryu's 5 claws. At that moment, the vortex of black cumulonimbus clouds split into 6 and a harrowing legend filled everyone's mind, a tale of a dragon's descent. The claw ripped into Elder Vermo's chest and he was sent flying backward, spurts of blood flying from his mouth. It truly felt as though an entire world had descended upon him, and he felt like his omniscient control had been shredded to pieces. He barely registered the fact that Ryu had somehow stacked Earth and Heaven Gate, using the former to raise his Chi realm cultivation to the true realm, and then the latter to raise everything up by yet another realm, allowing him to exude the aura of the perfect realm. Who the fuck are you? Ryu growled, the skies rumbling with the tone of his voice. Who the fuck are you to make my wife feel fear? The bass of Ryu's voice caused his throat to tremble, the scales layering it separating slightly to reveal lines of molten skin beneath as a furious heat rose up from his chest. Dragon's breath. Ryu's chest suddenly shook with a boom, sparks of lightning descending from the skies and connecting with his horns as though they were lightning rods themselves. A ball of fire, a sparking bundle of blue lightning. The two expanded suddenly and then shot out in a torrent, fusing into one as though forced to do so beneath Ryu's mighty will. A pillar of black-red surrounded by a swirling mass of stark blue tore through what felt like the bounds of reality. In fact, time around it seemed to speed up as though Ryu was working with an entirely different set of laws. It appeared before the flailing Elder Vermo with such speed that the latter barely had time to brace himself and block with his arms in a surge of chi. To Elder Vermo, it felt like the world was ending. It wasn't just the relentless attack on his body, but also his mind. His eyes went red and blood began to seep out from his pores, dyeing his skin and hair an eerie crimson. After taking the brunt of Ryu's attack, he flickered and his body lost its shape and form. Blood's spiritual body, he snaked through the cracks in reality, closing the distance on Ryu with a fury building up in his gut. However, Ryu was even faster. His body suddenly became a streak of violet, a bolt that was somehow both a piercing lightning and flickering flame at the same time. He clashed with Elder Vermo, their amorphous bodies rebounding against one another once, then twice, then hundreds of times in what seemed like the blink of an eye. The stormy skies above continued to shake and quake until a silvery star appeared high within it. In that moment, the world seemed to be forcefully stabilized, the rumbling might of a founding Tao filling up the space, reaching into the bounds of time and the fabric of reality, before chaining them down. The projection of a world seemed to overlay with their own, and in that moment, Elder Vermo, who thought he was finally getting a foothold in the battle once more, found himself meeting a fist with the weight of a heaven from up above. The moment he saw it, he felt that he had lost all right to resist, even his bloody form seemingly being drained of all color in an instant. Boom! The world collapsed as the Elder was driven into the ground. It didn't even seem like he flew at all. His descent was so fast that in one moment, he was clashing with Ryu's half-lightning fire form, and in the next he was in a crater down below, every bone in his body broken. Ryu stood high in the skies, 1/8 trigram diagram spinning above him and another spinning in the opposite direction below him. The once rumbling, now stabilized skies split beneath the rays of his hand, and in that moment, it felt like all the lightning in the ninth heaven suddenly converged onto his palm, a solid bolt of blue forming a javelin in his hand beneath his lightning god talent. It condensed so densely that it no longer even looked as though lightning had formed it at all. Instead, it looked like an enormous blue steel needle, one that even his large hands could only just barely wrap all the way around. Ryu raised the javelin up high, his eyes blazing with a slit fury as his torso flexed. Wisps of flames and lightning danced across his white scales, and as though it wasn't enough, the blue steel suddenly shuddered, an array of sharp-angled, icy blue ice phoenix heavenly patterns appearing around it. Bang! The javelin was finally pulled back far enough and Ryu's torso uncorked like a thick, steel spring. It shot out of his hand like a cannon, the world exploding and collapsing around its descent. An icy aura froze over the cracks in space, and at that moment, it looked as though the world had become a thin film of shattered blue ice. Boom! The javelin pierced through Elder Vermo's chest, exploding in what must have been a rain of blood, but was unfortunately not witnessed due to the fact everything seemed to become nothing more than ash in an instant of time. A pillar of lightning and ice shot into the skies, piercing the veil of heaven. It was a sight that could be seen for tens of thousands of miles, and it would be accompanied by an unimaginable tale. One that told of a false sky god slaughtering an omniscient one. Chapter 1678. Easy. Ryu stood in the skies, his fury still not abating, and yet coming out in a controlled stream. The silence was palpable and the trembling waves of chi in the surroundings seemed to suppress everything. It felt like with a thought, Ryu could kill everyone in the surroundings should he have wanted to. Ryu landed in front of Elena, his gaze still intense. "Do you know why I killed him?" Ryu finally asked. Elena's eyes watered, her lips rolling over them. How could she not know? But just how much trouble would doing so bring? Elder Vermo wasn't guilty of much more than a minor slight, if it could be called that at all. He let Elena's impudence slide even though it skirted the rules, and the worst thing he did was question Ryu based on the young man's accusations, at least from an outsider's perspective. From Ryu's perspective, the worst thing he did was make his wife tiptoe around him. In this world, no one was worth that, not a single soul. Anyone who makes you feel that way, no matter who it is, I will kill. No matter their strength, no matter their status, no matter what the outcome of doing so might be. Elder Vermo was a stand-in, a representation of the heartache and trouble that Elena had faced in the martial god clan on her own. And now, she was no longer alone. Ryu took Elena's hand and leapt into the enormous technique pit, descending with a great amount of speed as though he wasn't worried about suddenly falling to his death like the others had before him. Elena wanted to say that they should run, that they escape, going down to the 8th heaven, or maybe even returning to Sacrum entirely, but when she looked at Ryu's side profile, she knew that he wouldn't do it. Wouldn't doing so just prove her fears correct? For this reason alone, he would never retreat. He would continue forward as though nothing at all had happened. Elena looked around, feeling countless gazes on them. There were some omniscient sky gods among them, but they were by far in the minority. In fact, there were only 2, and the both of them were exceptionally old. It was rare for such people to come to the technique pavilions to begin with. As for the rest, Elena was the strongest of them all, her peak transcendent sky god realm enough to place her near the very top of the younger generation that frequented these pavilions the most. By the time one got to their older years, there was no point in learning new techniques or methods. Most, much like Elder Vermo, had already given up on cultivation and just wanted to enjoy the rest of their years. It was rare for the old to come here in the first place, and even then it was usually to exchange something for their juniors, though this was technically against the rules. However, none of this was what Elena was thinking of when she looked at these people. She could feel their awe, their reverence, their fear. The martial gods liked to deem themselves as a race separate from humans even though they very much were. Their pride was marrow deep and their lust for battle was insatiable. And yet, beneath her husband's aura, they all kept their distance, unwilling to get close. They had all seen him kill a veteran of the omniscient realm in what felt like just a few moves. Even after his abilities and phenomena disappeared one after another, they still seemed to linger in their hearts, imprinting themselves into their very souls. Elena looked toward Ryu again, and at that moment, her worries seemed to be whisked away. Her heart became lighter and her Tao heart actually began to shine with its own resplendency. It was at that moment they made it to the bottom row of techniques, the most valuable core texts the martial gods had beneath the Lord grade. Elena blinked in surprise and then smiled. The martial gods worked on the merit of strength and potential, and this technique pavilion reflected that. One would think that the more valuable the technique, the more expensive it would be, but this wasn't strictly true in the martial god clan. Here, the price of a technique was calculated based on several factors, the most important of which was your realm to technique grade ratio. A peak omniscient grade technique would be at full price if you were also a peak omniscient sky god, but it would fall to half price if you were only in the higher realm, and it could fall by another half if you were in the middle realm. The gaps between the realms in the sky gods was so enormous that such leaps were well worth it. If you were an entire major realm below, though, the technique would cost exactly one contribution point. So, because Ryu had brought Elena to these peak omniscient grade techniques, she could practically trade for as many as she wanted because she was only in the peak transcendent realm. Of course, it wasn't just as easy as it seemed to just come here, and that was made clear by the scent of blood and corpses before. Looking down, one could see wailing souls and a built-up resentment that had accumulated over the ages. In this large technique pavilion, there was a special formation that allowed those beneath the Tao God realm to fly. The problem was that the deeper you went, the harder it was to stay in the air. If you got greedy and went beyond your limits, you would suddenly find yourself accelerating toward the bottom with a gravity millions, even billions of times past what you were capable of handling acting on you. As such, the least valuable techniques were all the way at the top, while the most valuable were all the way at the bottom. But Ryu had not only come here, he had taken her with him and he had made it look easy. Chapter 1679. The fourth. Of course it was easy. Ryu could fly in the real skies, let alone in this formation. Taking his wife along with him was only a matter of course. What he was more surprised about was the sheer number of techniques. Elena had enough to exchange for more than 10,000 of them with the current discounts, and yet that still wouldn't put a dent worth a tenth of this collection. Ryu couldn't even fathom what it meant to have more than 100,000 omniscient grade techniques at your fingertips. Just what kind of concept was that? To this point, Ryu hadn't cultivated very many techniques. His greatest reliances were self-created techniques. He had once been practicing a sovereign-grade mental realm cultivation method, but he swapped it out for his own so that he could create his internal matrix. His chi realm was also based on his own cultivation method. Though he used the refinement sutra for both, that was more of a skeleton as the sutra was reliant on his own comprehension and methods. Of course, that wasn't to say that he had no techniques of this caliber. The taboo techniques were god grade, it was just that their faith restricted him to a level that was probably weaker than omniscient. Though, that was no longer a problem for Ryu now. He could finally unleash the full strength of those methods now, it was just a question of if he wanted to or not. He quite liked the idea of creating and using his own techniques, and it had suited him well all this time. But that didn't mean that he couldn't use references and such to help himself out. This should be because of the talent oracle profession Elena mentioned. Ryu thought to himself. He hated the martial gods, but he had to admit that their culture was the most conducive to producing powerful warriors and cultivators. They were extremely open, so their bloodlines mixed with countless races, clans, and sects, bolstering their foundations of talent. The way their bloodlines manifested made it hard for any one close family to dominate everything, so nepotism was far weaker here than it was in any of the other 9 powers. And their relentless pursuit of knowledge and talent gave even dregs the chance to rise up, and likely created all of these techniques. When so much of your population was obsessed with dissecting and understanding the synergy between different talents, how could you not have so many techniques? Ryu wouldn't even be surprised if they had just as many lord and sovereign grade techniques as well. The foundation of a power on this level was truly extraordinary. He shook his head, focusing. He assumed that there wasn't much time and he had to be quick. His eyes flashed and he scanned through all the technique introductions one by one. What he needed was a proper reference to build the foundation of Alina's next steps of cultivation. Her bloodline was a perfect mutation, the trouble was that it was the opposite of the path the divine and holy wing branches had taken. I should also be able to do the same for Ismine and Eska as well. Elena said that the Heavenly Dew branch has high-tier potential, but their inheritance is only as deep as low-tier. It would normally take them several more generations just to make it up to middle tier, let alone high tier. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell if these techniques will have what I need from the descriptions alone, but we have some leeway. Trade for these. Ryu pointed out 2 techniques to start. Elena nodded and placed a hand on their casings, easily trading for both. Ryu already had a bit of an idea of what he wanted to do, and it was actually related to his master's bloodmancy legacy. Elena had a problem where her bloodline could only seem to amplify external targets. This was obviously a failsafe of the 2 bloodlines that it mutated from. Obviously, the Divine Wing and Holy Wing bloodlines suppressed the chi around them. If there was no failsafe to stop it from acting on oneself, then every time one used it, it would be like dropping a boulder on your toes. Bloodmancy alone wouldn't fix this for several reasons. For one, bloodmancy didn't change your bloodline or how it worked. It had just allowed Ryu to pull them more under his control and allow them to exhibit more of their strength. Obviously, then, this wouldn't change Alina's situation. But that was only if he was thinking inside the box. The gist of what he wanted was a method of tricking Alina's body into thinking part of her, the whole of her was a separate entity. He could then help her use bloodmancy as a link to control this new, external, part of her. The trick was what route to take for this. The first option he thought of was splitting her soul, but he dismissed that for 2 reasons. First, without a perfect blackbody soul like his own, doing such a thing was extremely dangerous, not to mention painful. And the second issue was that it would be a convoluted path, though he felt that it had some potential. The second and more intriguing option was actually using Ismine and Eska as a reference. The 2 shared one body, but they were clearly separate existences. Using their taboo technique as a foundation would be interesting. But Ryu didn't want to force that onto his wife, especially if he had a different option. Being tied to the taboo powers was its own world of trouble, not to mention the fact that without Ryu's abilities, the techniques were greatly weakened. Of course, Ismine and Eska mitigated that because of their unique approach to the technique, but Elena wouldn't be able to do the same. But then Ryu thought of another option, one that had the potential to form the foundation of an unprecedented branch of the martial gods. Likely becoming the 4th branch of the hegemonic tier. Chapter 1680. True Tao Pedestal Realm. Ryu's thought problem was actually quite complex, and it was related to what he knew about the martial god bloodlines. As Elena had told him, unlike others where the bloodline would just be one of the 6 pillars, for the martial gods, the bloodline decided almost everything about their talents, save their Tao. Although their spiritual foundation was also said to not quite fall into this category, from what Ryu could gather from Alina's explanation, it wasn't so cut and dry. It could be said, then, that 4.5 of Alina's talents were decided by her bloodline. In this way, the martial gods were a lot closer to beasts than they were to humans. It almost made sense that they wanted to carve out a new race for themselves rather than sticking it out with their heritage. However, what Ryu found more interesting than all of this was how one bloodline accomplished this. It didn't seem to make sense, unless you were aware of the existence of the corporeal souls. Obviously, the mechanism through which the coopting of talent worked was through this system, and it was because of this connection that during the process of gestation, a martial god newborn was practically able to reformulate their own bodies based on their bloodlines. As for their spiritual foundations, it was likely that because they were located in the abyssal plane, during the gestation period, they were only able to influence it to a limited extent. But what did all of this have in common? Once again, this was something that most wouldn't be able to grasp, but to Ryu, the answer was all too obvious. All of this happened in the stage of development, no, the only stage of development where embryonic chi was available. Only during the birth of a cultivation would the heavens bestow embryonic chi, and it was only during this stage that Alina's bloodline could accomplish what it had. Was it a coincidence? Ryu didn't think so. However, that didn't mean that Ryu's plan was to start messing around with Alina's body and try to mutate her body again. For one, it wasn't possible. While it was true that this stage relied heavily on embryonic chi, it also relied on the unique state of the body as well. During gestation, a fetus would be highly receptive to change, and any of the smallest changes could influence them, whether that was external or internal pressure. What Ryu was more interested in was the fact that the Alina's bloodline, or rather martial god bloodlines in general, should have a hidden mechanism within them that allowed them to trigger change and fuel themselves with embryonic chi. As a result of that, much of Alina's sudden rise in cultivation wasn't just due to the fact she had a lot of accumulated experience, but also because the rush of embryonic chi that Ryu had given her had allowed her spiritual foundation to complete its full conversion and become subservient to her bloodline as well. Obviously, while the body wasn't receptive to changes as much, the spiritual foundation was a completely different matter. Its entire reason for existing was to adapt to a cultivator's path of cultivation. When Ryu began connecting these dots and understanding these changes, he grasped something all too obvious. Could Alina's spiritual foundation be counted as separate from herself? Because Alina's bloodline hadn't managed to convert Alina's spiritual foundation earlier on, the fail-safes put in place to stop her bloodline talents from working on her didn't work perfectly on her spiritual foundation. And that was when it clicked for Ryu, and funny enough, the idea came from something that he had seen in Sacrum. Because it was a smaller world, in Sacrum, people spent a great deal of time in the mortal and immortal realms, and most would never even touch the god realms. Due to that, there was a lot of effort put into excavating the full potential of these smaller worlds. In Sacrum, for example, Ryu had seen all sorts of different immortal rings and immortal ring types, but in the true martial world, he had hardly seen any. And that made him recall something related to the Dao pedestal realm. For normal cultivators, the Dao pedestal realm was just about expanding the size of your spiritual foundation and preparing it to be able to take your cosmic seeds in the next realms. However, in one technique, there was a man who Ryu read about who created a method that took the word pedestal more literally, or ridiculously depending on your perspective. In translation, the word pedestal in Dao pedestal realm meant to refer to the word foundation. It was something that other things were built upon, and thus it was the perfect word for this realm considering the purpose of its existence. But in this man's interpretation, he instead wanted to build a separate foundation to help prop up the spiritual foundation, rather than the other way around. It was a foolish thing to do in not only Ryu's opinion, but objectively as well. That was because the realm was called the Dao pedestal realm, not the spiritual pedestal realm. By definition, you were supposed to be creating a pedestal for your Daos, not your spiritual foundation. Unsurprisingly, because of his foolish interpretation of language, the man never managed to break into the world sea realm. But what was interesting was that he did break into the cosmic seed realm. The fact he managed to complete the Dao pedestal realm at all was shocking. It was just that he could never find a way to translate that success for the world sea realm because he had already ruined his foundation, ironically. So what had this man done? Well, in his words, he built a pedestal to the heavens. In Ryu's, he built a staircase to nothing. Essentially, he created visualizations of his spiritual foundation, projecting them in his dantian and forming 9 in total that rose into the skies. He called this the true Dao pedestal realm. Chapter 1681. Just in time. All things considered, the man was not only innovative, but he was quite powerful, albeit a fool. Though he had never broken into the world sea realm, it was said that he had been capable of fighting experts of that caliber before the day of his death. These visualized spiritual foundations were exactly what Ryu wanted to home in on, because if he was correct, he believed that Alina's method of doing so would far supersede what the man of the past was capable of. In order to form a visualization of his spiritual foundation, the man essentially corrupted his chi realm path. Because, at the time, mental realm cultivation was banned, he didn't see a problem with what he did, flooding his dantian with large amounts of spiritual chi and diluting his normal chi. Using a unique method, he fused the two chi and corrupted his path from then forth. The reason he couldn't break into the world sea realm was because all of his cosmic seeds were amalgamations of chi and spiritual chi. As such, they were in large part illusory. How could you shatter a very real spiritual foundation with illusory cosmic seeds? You would need soul quintessence to do that, but without mental realm cultivation, what chance did he have of forming that? However, Ryu's plans for Elena were different because they would rely on her bloodline. If Ryu was correct, Elena's bloodline should work on her spiritual foundation in part, but not entirely. About half of the process had been completed while she was in her mother's womb. Now, thanks to his embryonic chi, the process had been completed, but her spiritual foundation was still only partly protected from the effects of her bloodline. This was where everything came together. The first step was to use the natural ability of martial god bloodlines to communicate and co-opt the corporeal souls to establish a more solid connection with her spiritual foundation, or in other words, her Tao heart. Then, by using her amplification abilities, he would create a special circulation method that would use her amplification talent to form projections of her spiritual foundation. Once these projections were formed, Elena would be able to use transcendent control to manifest them into the real world. Like this, Elena would be, in a sense, making a puppet of her own spiritual foundation and using them almost like one would use immortal rings, but on an entirely different level. Because of the fact Elena's spiritual foundation would also have her amplification abilities, the moment they appeared outside her body she would hardly have to do a thing to sustain them. A nigh-infinite feedback loop would be formed between Elena and her spiritual foundations, one that she could keep up for as long as her focus chi was still in good condition. This was just the simplest face of what Ryu had for Elena, because the implications of being able to project visualizations of her own spiritual foundation were huge. A step further than that was layering her Tao and amplifying its strength with quantity rather than quality. A step further than that was projecting her spiritual foundation in part, maybe assigning one to each cosmic seed she had formed and thus allowing them to exhibit different abilities related to specific techniques she wanted to use. A step further than even that was raising the amplification so far that her true spiritual foundation might even break through the void to appear on the real plane. And even these were still just surface level in Ryu's opinion. If this worked, why wouldn't she be able to do the same with her soul and create a loop of soul quintessence as well? The problem was, obviously, that the Divine Wing and Holy Wing bloodlines only work chi and not spiritual chi or soul quintessence. But with Ryu's circulation method, if Elena projected her soul first, she didn't have to worry about the corruption of her chi and mental realm paths. That essentially meant that she would be able to fuse two paths without a single worry and create an entirely new realm in mage arts if that was what she so desired. The more Ryu thought outside the box, the more flood of ideas he came up with, but he was ultimately forced to restrict himself. Elena was not him, she didn't like cultivating to begin with, and her path was different from his own. However, she was also extremely talented nonetheless. It was just that she hadn't really wanted to work at it until Ryu came along and gave her a reason. Ryu thought that it was best if he kept things simple, and in that case, he deviated from the path of soul amplification. The mage arts relied heavily on studying runes and he knew that Elena wouldn't want to do that even if she would if it meant growing more powerful. Instead, he turned to body amplification. The chi realm had the spiritual foundation and the mental realm had the soul. So, what part of the body realm could be co-opted and amplified to give her a simpler, more manageable boost? The obvious choice was the heart, but Ryu rejected this outright. That was because if she just amplified her heart, then it would be like using a berserk skill. They were double-edged swords and she would harm herself. That would happen with everything, though, Ryu thought, so long as it's an amplification of the body realm, if her flesh can't handle it, it'll cause harm. Ryu nodded to himself and was about to scrap the idea and just make it a chi realm method when he felt another flash of inspiration. Wasn't blood essence hidden in the 7 corporeal souls as well? Not only was it hidden within it, but weren't the martial god bloodlines capable of co-opting the 7 corporeal spirits to force change as well? What if he added to the circulation pattern, roping in Elena's bloodline? Using a bloodline capable of amplifying to amplify itself. That sounds like circular logic. It would never work unless there was an external source of power. Ryu racked his brain, thinking of special pills and treasures he could forge for his wife before he practically slapped his forehead. He had almost forgotten because she never displayed them, but in all of this he had forgotten something so important. Elena's wings, that's what they were there for to begin with. They were ingrained with runes that could take from the environment to boost the owner. He didn't need to think of a solution, Elena's body already had one. Perfect. It seemed that Ryu had been thinking about this matter for a long while, but after using 4 techniques as a reference, Ryu had already created the path for Elena to follow, he just needed to fuse them. He pulled out an empty jade he had prepared previously and began to furiously inscribe his thoughts. An origin flame flickered upon his forehead, dancing with golden hues before he pulled back, exhaling a breath. Just in time, Ryu exhaled. He took Elena's hand and placed the jade within, wrapping it with her fingers as the sky suddenly shook. It seemed trouble was finally here. Chapter 1682. Instead Ryu looked into the skies calmly, his expression tranquil. When he looked back toward Elena, he surprisingly found that her expression wasn't the same as what he expected. He thought he would see panic, trepidation, maybe even hints of fear, but there was none of that. Instead, she looked back at him with a fiery gaze as though she was ready to fight to the death. Ryu smiled and caressed her cheek. She had taken his words the wrong way, but it was his fault. If he truly had the strength to flip the skies upside down with a palm, she wouldn't have to show such a fierce expression. She would be completely relaxed, entirely at ease, unmoved by any shaking or quaking in the environment. In the end, it was all his fault. The reason he had gone through so much trouble to create a new path for Elena wasn't because he needed her to be strong for the sake of being strong. It was in one part because he knew that he wasn't invincible just yet, and another more important part because he wanted her to live a long life. What was the point of reaching the pinnacle if his wives died from nothing more than old age? What kind of man of strength and conviction would he be if he allowed this to happen? It was inevitable, though, that Elena would take it the wrong way, but in that case, he would just have to show her. He didn't need her to fight. All she had to do was stand by his side. The enforcement arm of the martial gods was rarely activated, and even when it was rarely this arm in specific that took action. There were any number of enforcement's guards, accumulating the talent of several branches. But it was without much surprise that the absolute strongest of them was the divine chain branch. It was a branch known for their restrictive abilities, and their bloodline manifestation was quite literally a chain. This was probably the least surprising fact of the entire martial god's existence. Due to this, though, the martial enforcers were separated into several tiers of existence, and not all of them were created equal. The strata were extremely complex and even included the wardens, one of whom Ryu had already met. But this time, not only had Warden Mordecai come, there were two youths with him as well, both with shimmering golden chains wrapped around their bodies, acting as adorned accessories to their robes. But these golden chains were unlike the silvery blue chains of the divine chain branch. There was no doubt that these youths were of the holy chain branch, and they weren't normal members by any stretch of the imagination. Kervag and Jerkaa, the two were young men, brimming with the strength of their youth. Not only were they both only just over 30 years old, both of them exuded the aura of a lower omniscient sky god, making it clear and obvious that not only had they completed the genius stream, but they had done so with just over 5 years to spare. These two were exceptionally famous across the ninth heavens, their names carrying great weight wherever they went. Normally, even for the death of an elder Vermo, these two wouldn't be activated. While it made sense for Warden Mordecai to come, their statuses were actually clearly a tier or two above. If it wasn't because they were specifically requested to do so, they would have never done so, and they were greatly dissatisfied that not just one, but two of them were sent on top of that. The moment they appeared, it was clear how shocking this matter was. In the past several minutes, the population of people around the Technique Pavilion could be said to have increased by more than 100-fold. Amongst sky gods, news spread fast, and it was obvious that there would be a show to watch afterward. But what no one could have possibly expected was that these two would show up. Seeing the surprise on their faces, Kervag and Jerkaa were even more unsatisfied. The people here were all smart. How could they not know what it meant that both of them were sent? Did it mean that the higher-ups thought that the both of them needed to act to deal with this one man? Mordecai watched the auras of the two fluctuate, and he shook his head inwardly. He had met Ryu once before, and he knew how his Tao worked, somewhat. The more agitated these two were, the worse the situation would be. Unfortunately, as talented as he was, he couldn't compare to these two, and their arrogance was so great that explaining this would only make them turn against him. If there was internal strife, the situation would only be made worse. Of course, Mordecai chose to remain silent, not just out of fear of this, but also in consideration of the fact he didn't believe that Ryu would be able to deal with this situation. Not all omniscient sky gods were created equal, not by a long shot. In that case, why offend them for what was an unnecessary advantage? Get the hell out here! Kervag roared, his impatience reaching a tipping point. Beneath his fury, seemingly even without his consent, the skies became filled with golden chains, crisscrossing and aligning as though the fine cracks in an expensive glass. The voice reached down below, and Ryu directly ignored it. As though he hadn't heard it at all, he continued to smile at his wife. "Do you know what the smartest thing to do would be?" Ryu asked with a smile. Elena blinked, not understanding his meaning. "If I stayed down here, they would be forced to come. Then, not only would they be foolishly careful despite the fact they have no hope in forcefully breaking these restrictions, but while they're fighting against the formation pulling them down, their strength would plummet. In this environment, I would win in a handful of seconds. Ryu's smile brightened. But do you know what I'm going to do instead? Chapter 1683. Rob Elena was still processing what Ryu had just said when he had already taken her hand and appeared high in the skies with her by his side. He teleported out of the restrictive, twisting gravity as though it hadn't existed at all, a bright smile on his face. The angrier he was, the more irrational his wife would think he was being. And if she thought he was being irrational, then how could she trust in his judgment? If there was no trust in his judgment, when would she ever be able to be at ease? The Ryu Elena knew was a loose cannon. It could be said that the only reason he had lived for so long in the first place was because his family was the most powerful in Sacrum. Who would dare to touch him? Least of all Primus' great-grandson. The Ryu of now was still a loose cannon. The difference was that his power was his own. Well, his own and that of his masters. What could he say? It was nice to have a backer. He had known long ago that the martial gods would definitely follow his master's warning. It wasn't just about how powerful she was, or how powerful her husband was. Though, they were both surely the best of the best. He knew well that there were tiers amongst martial gods with certainty. But no, the real reason he trusted in this warning so much, and the reason his master trusted in the fact this warning would work so well were two reasons. The first was the pride the martial god society was built upon. But more importantly that something so flimsy was the fact that, for a long while now, Ryu had felt that the martial gods were hiding their strength for some purpose. These were things that he had started to piece together after he met Hope and more so after he learned about the taboo powers. They were restricting themselves for some reason, and that was the real truth behind Ryu's confidence. They wouldn't offend his master right now because they couldn't afford to. Fading and Radiant Star were both the last hopes of their world along with Hope. Their strength was akin to the pinnacle of what a world that stood toe-to-toe with the true martial world would be, and there were two of them. No matter how powerful the martial gods were, they didn't have an endless swarm of Tao gods, and even if by some shocking truth they did, they wouldn't dare to reveal now of all times. So when Fading Star had warned them not to send anyone above the omniscient sky god realm, she knew that they would listen. Standing there in the skies, Ryu looked down on the trio of omniscient sky gods. Each one stood on flying treasures, one's far more agile than what Ryu had seen Mordecai use previously. It seemed that they had come prepared with the knowledge that his ability to fly was beyond their own. However, looking at them, Ryu couldn't help but sneer. If they were so worried about his flying advantage, they should have sent a holy wing at the very least. As for this display, he wasn't moved in the slightest. Mordecai had been about to say some words when the world's color changed. The true martial world is truly filled with nothing but fools, Ryu spoke evenly, the world quaking as though it rested in the palm of his hands. To rank my eyes seventh. Ryu's laughter filled the skies, booming with a cadence that caused the clouds to rumble. There was no doubt about it. If even killing an omniscient sky god with false sky god cultivation wasn't enough to increase the rank of his heavenly pupils, it could only be said that the others were at least close to this level of effectiveness. Well, there was another explanation, and that was that these people were smart enough to know that he hadn't relied on his eyes alone to accomplish this feat. But did it matter? He would sit upon the pinnacle of the world, in all aspects. His heavenly pupils should never be second to anyone. Rob the world of its color. Boom. Restricting chi. He could do that too. At that moment, the entire world became a painting of black, white and gray. Those stuck within its grasp couldn't even sense their own chi, let alone those in their surroundings. Their strength plummeted, and when they looked high in the skies, they could see the only man and woman, seemingly in the world, who had any color to them at all. Ryu retracted a fist and suddenly punched out. The expression of the three changed as they realized that it wasn't just that Ryu had stolen all the chi in the surroundings, but he had also somehow concentrated it all onto himself. They had miscalculated. According to their understanding of Heaven and Earth Gate, it could be, at the very least, months before Ryu could use it again. They had already believed that they were sending more than enough at him. The last time Ryu had fought was months ago, so they thought it made sense that he had been able to use Earth Gate once more, but they had forgotten something. Who said that Heaven and Earth Gate were the only powerful abilities of his eyes? Was it because his eyes supposedly had such a long cooldown that they thought it could be ranked 7th? Naive fools. Lines of fate. Ryu's aura flourished and white scales appeared across his body. High in the skies, his birthed phenomena took shape, a silvery white star hovering to its back. With his wife's hand in his own, he took a step and then punched out again just as the three managed to resolve his first. Every time he unleashed an attack, a streak of color would return to the world, and every time he took a step, the three would take another back. Chapter 1684. Proving a point. Ryu's steps were so firm it looked as though he was walking on the ground, his punches so casual it looked more like he was loosening his rotator cuff than walking down a trio of omniscient sky gods. Without chi, it was impossible to use omniscient control. And without omniscient control, it was impossible to exhibit the full array of strength an omniscient sky god should have. It was practically like they had been neutered, restricted to less than half their former strength in an instant. They couldn't understand it at all. If Ryu had such a powerful ability, why did he wait to use it now? Why use the more famous Earth and Heaven Gate first, and only spring this on them last? What they had no idea was that Ryu's goal in this battle and his goal in the last were entirely different. When he first used Heaven Gate in his battle with Janus and the Beast Mimicry Sect Inheritor Discipline, he had yet to have such large changes to his cultivation. Rob the world of its color wasn't nearly as powerful as it was now, and though it could work, it could also be countered by a powerful enough Dao or technique. When he fought Elder Vermo, he only had one goal: crush him as quickly and with as much prejudice as possible. He didn't care about anything else, and quite frankly, he wasn't as familiar with his current abilities as he was now. He had been spending time with his wife, so he hadn't wasted any of it consolidating his foundation or truly understanding his gains. But after a brief battle with Vermo, he began to understand some of the synergies of his abilities, one of which made rob the world of its color from one of the more normal abilities of his eyes to one of the absolute most powerful in an instant. But the shocking part was that it wasn't just rob the world of its color. In fact, just by virtue of most of their capabilities, most of his heavenly pupils' talents got a huge boost. When he projected his inner world into the outside world, it was as though he had become a quasi-Dao god in the flesh. Although his strength wasn't anywhere near that of a real Dao god, for middling talents of the omniscient sky god realm like these, they were nothing more than ants before him. If they wanted a chance of pressing him, they would have to bring out a real genius, a man or woman whose birth had been preceded by the trumpets and horns of the heavens. Anything less and this would be the ultimate result. Bang! Ryu punched out again, and the world was surprisingly still. It looked as though he had formed a quasi-level of god control, one where he was not only capable of exhibiting power more than enough to destroy the world, and yet having the will to force the world to remain intact even as he did so. It was an ability that the Dragon Emperor and his father-in-law had exhibited several times, and yet it was now a plaything in Ryu's palms, dancing to his tune. And almost as though on cue, the air began to whistle, a delicate melody gained a baseline from the rhythm of Ryu's steady steps. The world sang and Ryu's strength continued to skyrocket. The symphony and flutey winds pulled on the hearts of those in the surroundings. And then, space itself began long, fibrous strings beneath Ryu's control. They were plucked and the symphony gained another layer. The tune was the most beautiful thing they had ever heard in their lives, and the world even outside the range of Ryu's rob the world of its color began to react, expanding the domain. From over 100 kilometers, it began over 1,000, and from over 1,000, it became tens of thousands. People hurriedly retreated to get out of its range, and those that were too slow found themselves losing control in the air, their flying treasures losing their functionality as though the laws that kept them afloat were no longer working as intended, and more importantly than that, the chi that kept them thrumming along had been stripped away, becoming part of Ryu's chorus of punches. Until now, Mordecai, Kervag and Jerkawa hadn't been hurt. Their chi might have been stripped from them, and much of their abilities might have been restricted, but they were still experts of an exceptional quality. Whether it was their bodily strength, or their other means and techniques, they were all excellent. At most, Ryu was embarrassing them a bit. Once he ran out of karmic chi, it would be their turn to counterattack. But then Ryu's strength began to increase. For every step of increase in Ryu's radius, his strength increased exponentially. By then, his fists became as heavy as mountains and as final as meteors falling from the skies. Jerkawa was the first to cough up a mouthful of blood, the bones in his arms creaking and threatening to crack as his inner organs shook. Kervag was the next. The world spun around him and his thoughts seemed to blur and pour into one another, a disparaging amount of self-doubt and fear filling him. Even if he knew this had to be part of Ryu's Tao, it was impossible to ignore because it was the reality before him. He was truly nothing more than a plaything before this man. Then came Mordecai. He was the sturdiest of the bunch, his road to his current position being paved by endless hardship. And yet, even he felt his mental defenses crack. There was something truly despairing about a man stripping the world of its color, of its ambience, and then forming a new order of his own, one that was completely under his control and not beholden to a single person. He was a god and they were the ants of his land. Chapter 1685. A God's Brush. Elena watched this scene, her heart trembling. She had no idea when Ryu had become this powerful. None of this made any sense. From everything she knew, it was impossible even to cross a single barrier of cultivation for most. Geniuses might be able to do so within a realm, but crossing a realm, that was a pipe dream for even them. A lower transcendent could fight a middle, maybe even a higher or peak if they were truly the cream of the crop. But a peak transcendent should never in a million years hope to battle a lower omniscient. But she had heard tales of geniuses that defied common sense and logic, of little babies born into the sky god realm from their first breath, of reality-breaking monsters who didn't take realms seriously at all. However, she had never seen such things with her own eyes, nor had she thought them to be real. But wasn't this what was right before her eyes right now? How could she not believe it? No, even further than that, wasn't it only natural that her husband was among them? This was the stage he had always deserved to be on, the stage he had constantly yearned for. And yet, it was also this very stage that he had stepped onto for her sake. Maybe he had wanted to hide it for longer, maybe he had wanted to keep his truest trump cards under wraps so that his many enemies couldn't find a weakness to grab onto. But he had thrown it all to the side for her. For her, he revealed his heavenly pupils. For her, he revealed his chaotic silk meridians. For her, he revealed his founding Tao, his ungratable bloodlines, his world-shaking dominance. All to show her this scene before her very eyes. The omniscient sky gods she had feared so much. What were they worth before her? Before them, Ryu clenched his fists and the skies rumbled. The thunderous clouds formed a new baseline for the melody, thrumming to a steady cadence and shook the world. And then a gorgeous sight was painted before their eyes. The world was entirely formed of black and white aside from a celestial couple in the skies, the blue lightning that flashed within the black clouds, and the silver star high above them all. It was a picturesque scene, one that should have only been possible to see in one's dreams. Come, Ryu's deep voice rumbled, the streaks of blue striking down and landing in his palm. An enormous blue steel paintbrush was formed, one that looked more like a spear in size than what it truly was. It spun in Ryu's palm as though he was ready to paint the heavens themselves. He lacked Tao techniques despite having a Tao vessel. So, he might as well create one right here and now. He had robbed the world of its color, and now he would return it. A god's brush, earth. Ryu's wrist flickered, the brush gliding through the skies and dancing down. It was an elegant stroke that seemed to paint an ancient character for earth through the skies. It was a stroke filled with the vicissitudes of creation. It didn't just represent earth, it represented the foundation of all that was, the root of life, the bedrock of the heavens. When it fell to the ground, the three omniscient sky gods felt as though the weight of the world was crushing them. The air became as heavy as a mountain and their bodies were crushed beneath its might. No, you can't die so early, Ryu said blandly. Boom, the character fell onto the ground and in that moment, across Ryu's robbed the world of its color, the earth seemed to return to normal. The grassy lands, the tall trees, the spiritual herbs, it was all back. The three omniscient sky gods lay there, their bodies broken and their eyes dimmed. It looked as though they were already dead, but forcefully spared by the power of a god. And yet Ryu flicked his wrist again. A god's brush, heaven. The brush painted a stroke through the skies that shook the hearts of those witnessing it. It was a character that seemed to encompass the skies, looming overhead like the umbrella of everything there was. Then it descended. The world shook beneath the might of the technique, quivering and quaking that even the sky gods couldn't maintain their footing after their flying treasures had become useless. The first had already been enough to crush them to pieces, and yet Ryu still drew the second as though he wasn't here for battle, he wasn't even here for dominance. He was here to prove a point. Boom, the skies exploded with color and the three omniscient sky gods, just the same, exploded with a crimson rain of blood. Their bodies barely remained intact, the only thing remaining being their eyes filled with fear as though this was precisely what Ryu wanted Elena to see. Ryu held out his paintbrush, the skies brimming with color and the earth overflowing with it. However, everything in between felt lifeless. The chorus of music had reached its fever pitch, every stroke of color adding several more layers. At that moment, Ryu's paintbrush suddenly exploded with golden red flames. Rebirth flames danced across the skies and those that saw it forgot to breathe. Emperor Phoenix patterns took shape and the call of a phoenix rang out. In this world, no one has the right to make my wife feel fear. One day, whether heaven, earth, or what lies in between, I will control it all. A god's brush, rebirth. The world seemed to resist the stroke of Ryu's brush. Whereas every previous line had been a seemingly simple movement, this time, his forearms bulged with veins that popped in their own rain of blood. However, he didn't seem to notice the character for rebirth taking shape and forming in the skies. Boom, boom, boom. A heavenly tribulation began to form in the skies, but Ryu's mouth opened in laughter, swallowing its bolts with a puff of his chest. Then, rebirth descended and the world seemed to implode. Chapter 1686. Complacent, the world fell into silence. Mordecai, Kervag, and Jerkah felt as though they were first heaven natives stepping onto the ninth heaven for the first time. Their inner organs were devastated, and their bones were crushed. The world watched in horror as they first lost a layer of skin, then another, until they were left with nothing more than muscle fibers, and then even they began to lose their own layers. They were stripped down to their very souls, losing their eyes, their flesh, and soon even layers of their bones began to be peeled away piece by piece, step by step. It was the worst and most horrible pain they could have imagined. And yet, with a flick of Ryu's wrist, it vanished. When their senses came back, they lay in a crater, soaked in their own piss and sweat. They shook, the fear being seared into their very minds. Do you know why I didn't kill them? Ryu smiled, looking at Elena. Elena's mouth opened and closed, not sure what to say. Anyone else would feel that the reason Ryu didn't kill them was because he didn't want to shed all cordiality with the martial gods, but if that was what he was worried about, why didn't he spare Elder Vermo? Ryu chuckled. If I wanted, whether it be in body or soul, they would have been wiped out to the last degree possible. The reason I didn't go so far was because only they experienced that feeling just now, only they would be able to describe it, and while I can patiently explain something to my wife, I have no desire to do so for those unrelated to me. Elena blushed and rolled her eyes. This wasn't the situation for him to be flirting with her. When had her hubby become so bad in this regard? Even so, she found it both cute and amusing. Remembering how much effort Ryu put into trying to make her happy again when she had been upset with him, her heart softened considerably. For a long while, it had felt like their relationship was one-sided, but it could be said that ever since she snuck into his room that night, the dynamic had changed. He had become fiercely protective of her, he was always considerate of her feelings, and even if it meant him suffering in some small way, he was always willing to put her first. When he was weak and couldn't cultivate, it was much harder to pick up on that tendency, but now that he had the strength to overturn the skies, it was impossibly clear to her. Even when she was unruly, even when she was being unreasonable, he was willing to be patient with her, even when he could be bothered to give even the strongest existences of the real world the same courtesy. When they manage to pull themselves out of that rubble, their lives will never be the same. Others will ask them what happened here today, and they will feel too much fear to explain. They will be pressed, and the answer will eventually fly from their mouths, and the ultimate result will be that my name will ring through the 9 heavens. Even now, they send trash like this after me. They think themselves to be above me, that their movement is unnecessary. But very soon, they won't be able to be so complacent. Ryu swept his wife's waist into his arm and took a step, laughing as he strolled toward the distance without a care in the world. He gave a casual glance back at a particular location, his gaze locking with that of a Tao lord who thought they had hidden themselves well. A sneer quirked his lip as continued into the distance, his destination very clearly the outside of martial god territory. If they wanted to come, they were free to come. Were they under the impression that he feared them? Where are we going? Elena finally asked. The smile on her face had yet to fade away, but this time her curiosity got the best of her and she couldn't quite help it. The martial god clan is boring, Ryu said with a chuckle. The couple had spent the last several days strolling through the wilderness. It was a place that should have been filled with danger, but because of Ryu's eyes and his abilities, even if they met a lord beast, avoiding them ahead of time and steering clear wasn't difficult at all. Elena laughed. Hubby, what are you talking about? I got the feeling that they wouldn't send anyone of interest, and staying there would only stifle my growth. So I thought that we should go to the nether plane, but first I wanted to take a look at something. Unless you wanted to stay with the martial gods, I can send you back. Elena blinked and then was lost in her thoughts for a moment. I think I should go back, she eventually said. But first, tell me why you feel that way. And also, why the nether plane? The martial gods are hiding themselves. For what purpose, I do not know. At first, I thought it was just the upper management that felt that way, but after today, I'm fairly certain that they're hiding the best of their younger generation as well, and I have no idea why. If this wasn't the case, they wouldn't have sent that trash after me. Elena laughed. Hubby, Kervag and Jerkaw aren't trash. They're better than most of the hegemony tier of this generation, although they only have high-tier bloodlines. Ryu shook his head. That might be so, but they aren't true geniuses. For one, their Dao hearts are weak. Second, their Daos are only at the lower ancient level. Elena scoffed, feeling offended. Are you insulting me? Her Dao was also at the lower ancient level. Ryu smiled and gave his wife a peck on the cheek before running away. Hey, you get back here. Chapter 1687. Damn it, the two laughed, strolling through the wilderness as though it was their backyard. They partook in the scenery of nature, seeing the ninth heaven in a way most didn't get the chance to. In truth, having a lower ancient level Dao while in the omniscient realm was actually very good. It had to be remembered that the higher one went in realm, the more susceptible one's Dao was to falling. Maybe a large part of the reason Ryu's founding Dao hadn't caused as many waves as it should have was precisely because he was still at the false sky god realm. However, in Ryu's eyes, it was too poor. With the changes to his internal matrix, what everyone saw as a false grade Dao was actually upwards of a perfect to transcendent grade Dao depending on the situation. If he used his Dao vessel, he could pretty firmly root it at a quasi-transcendent grade level. That meant that he had the equivalent of a founding Dao at the transcendent realm. And this wasn't something that could be ignored by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, it was enough to crush most without him having to even lift a finger. As for the fact Elena only had a lower ancient Dao, he didn't think too much about it. He felt that he could help her raise it with ease, but there was no need to for now because he was confident that she could do so herself. Elena's path had been obscured because of the odd mutation in her bloodline. But now that he had given her a clear path, he was confident that she could do it herself. Ryu didn't actually think that there was a difference between her doing it herself and him helping her. Because of the methods he used, the comprehension was the same and there would be no drawbacks. The reason he didn't was because he was guarding Elena's feelings as well. He could feel the changes in her and he could feel that she really wanted to carve out a lane for herself so that she could stand by his side. He didn't want her to feel this way, he wanted her to put her complete trust in him. Even if she did nothing for the rest of her life, he would protect her. He was her husband, that was his duty. But he also acknowledged that it was because he wasn't yet strong enough to block the skies with a palm that she was feeling this way. There was no way to force someone to feel a way they didn't grasp naturally, and he had no intention of using his Dao to force her. In that case, he could only use time and his actions. Plus, he was confident in Elena's talent. She was only so slow purely because she was lazy. Now that she had a reason not to be, he would allow her to rush forward at her own pace until he gave her the capital to be lazy again. Ryu's lips met Elena's. It was a soft kiss, but one that was both innocent and filled with passion. Elena pulled back with a gentle smile on her face. Don't go dying chasing women on the nether plane. Ryu laughed. Of course, he had already told Elena about Mei. Though she didn't care, that obviously started and stopped at the very point Ryu's life was still intact. If he lost his breath chasing other women, well, even a monk had their own tipping point and Elena certainly had her own. Ryu saw Elena off. With her current changes, he wasn't worried about her life in the martial gods, save for one thing. With a step, he vanished. When he appeared again, he was standing in a courtyard more elaborate than any he had been in before. He quickly found what he was looking for and then unleashed a stomp that shook the very foundations of the home. It shook in quakes with such ferocity that cracks spread through the sturdy foundation. Ryu chuckled. What are you trying to hide with such a thick marble slab as your floor? To say that it was overkill was an understatement. From what he could tell, this marble slab was supposedly just a floor, was at least 500 meters thick. No home needed a foundation that thick unless there was something nefarious going on. Even Ryu's stomp had barely cracked it, and even that was only after he activated several abilities on top of targeting a weak point. His Qilin bloodline had an earth affinity that he had never used, but there were several bloodline talents within that were helpful in this situation. Seems it isn't enough. Who, the voice of Janus, mother rang in Ryu's ears, but he turned a deaf ear to it as the woman sped over. He raised his foot again. Rob the world of its color. A god's brush. Earth. Boom. The marble slab faltered along the earlier cracks. Ryu didn't even wait to see the result as he vanished into thin air. Before I go to the nether plane, let's see what other tidbits I can unearth from the ninth heaven first. Selhira's mother mentioned the 9 powers, but it's curious. She didn't mention the Ruin Master Guild. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Janus, mother appeared in her courtyard, her expression turning frighteningly ugly. It was already too late. The aura hidden beneath her foundation was already leaking up, and it was impossible that others hadn't sensed it. No, the main problem wasn't that many had sensed it, but rather that those she wanted to hide it from in specific had long since been alerted to what was happening here. The weak that she didn't care about wouldn't even know what they were sensing, but those Tao gods. Damn it, where had Janus gotten the Yin Reaper palm from? Well, that was all too obvious at this point. She rubbed her temples, feeling some exasperation. But what was interesting was that other than some stress, she didn't really look like a woman who had just been exposed for hiding the inheritance of a taboo power. Chapter 1688. Enforcement Arms. Sashi stood there, her expression ugly. She wasn't sure who had done this. She had swept her spiritual sense over, but she hadn't been able to find or sense anything. Whoever it was certainly had the ability to hide it from her. She forced herself to calm down. Then, without any other choice, she contacted her husband. Salvador, there's been a problem. There was no response from the communication device, at least not immediately. Sashi had no choice but to wait patiently, something that she had gotten used to. She suppressed the annoyance in her heart, clenching her jaw. Salvador had reacted the same way to his own son's death. Well, this wasn't exactly true. He planned to do something perfunctory, but when he learned that it was Alina's husband that had done, he chose to let it go, saying that he had no plans on interfering in the matters of the younger generation. Sashi knew that this was, in part, Salvador's way of balancing out the situation. He had 15 wives and dozens of children. If they started fighting amongst one another, there was little he could do about it. If it was a random individual who had targeted his son, he could justify doing something. But since this was almost certainly in retaliation for something that Janus had done to Elena, he let it slide. Plus, martial god culture was different. Janus didn't even share Salvador's divine wing bloodline. Instead, he had the Holy King bloodline. This made their relationship much weaker. Maybe if Janus had the same lineage like some of his fellow brothers and sisters, Salvador might have cared enough to at least reprimand Elena a bit. But as things went, he didn't even bother to contact Elena at all, as though he just didn't give a damn. Many of Salvador's wives hadn't even been virgins when he married them. Sometimes, he had even chosen them on a whim because he was feeling particularly kinky that day. Sashi, in specific, had just been randomly taken by him on a day he happened to be enamored with women with particularly large breasts. Honestly, there was almost no difference between his wives and his concubines. If there was a difference he would draw, it would be his mood on the first day he bedded them, and also whether they still had their primordial yins or not. Anything other than that was meaningless. Aside from 3 of them. What is it? A lazy voice came from the other side. Sashi controlled the urge to roll her eyes when she heard the moans of a woman on the other side. The most annoying part about being Salvador's wife was though he didn't care about their virgin status, none of them were allowed to seek out other men. She might be lucky to get a single visit every few decades, and every other time she was just in limbo with her fingers. The foundation's been compromised, Sashi said. There was another pause on the line, but Sashi could hear the shuffling. It was clear that Salvador didn't like what he had heard, and it was actually enough for him to stop. You'll have to take the brunt, he finally said. I'm aware. Salvador chuckled. My wife, you sound upset. You didn't even come and see your own son's corpse, Sashi said coldly. There was a line Sashi knew that she had to toe. She couldn't be too willful and couldn't push Salvador too far. However, in a situation like this one where she was essentially helping him out, she could push a little harder than normal. Ultimately, it wasn't like there were no benefits to being his wife. All things considered, 15 women actually wasn't that many compared to the usual promiscuity of the martial gods. And at times like this, she could pout to get more out of him. Yes, you're right. But you know how I feel about such things. The dead cannot come back. What is the difference between seeing him or not? And what about me, am I not alive? Salvador chuckled. You're right, I will come and see you tomorrow, how about it? Sashi felt a quiver between her legs, but she forcefully pushed down the eagerness. You have to give me another son. I spend so much time alone, and raising Janice was the only thing that gave me joy. Okay, whatever my lovely wife wants. Only when she heard this did Sashi nod in satisfaction. This could be said to be more than killing 2 birds with a single stone, it was more like 4 or 5. For one, they were all sky gods here, having children wasn't easy. This request basically forced Salvador to visit her often for the next several decades at the very least. She would get attention she wouldn't have received since the first few decades they were married. Second, it was hard to have status in Salvador's harem without also having an exceptionally talented child. Of Salvador's 3 favorite wives, 2 of them both had 2 children each that had soared beyond the heavens. As for the third, that being Alina's mother, well, she was a special case because she turned out to be one of those geniuses herself, and she had also birthed a daughter whose mutated bloodline had gained quite some attention as well. Sashi was obviously a great talent as well. She had managed to complete the genius stream to reach the omniscient realm, albeit barely. But she couldn't compare to Alina's mother, and neither could her son compare to those 4. This was another chance she would have at drawing lots. Maybe this time, she would win the lottery. But first, she would have to take some licks first. Boom. The skies shook. Sashi put the communication device away and took a breath. The first thing she heard were the rattling chains. The cold shiver that went up her spine was so visceral that her legs almost went weak. She clenched her fists and forced herself to look up. At that moment, a trio of Dao Lords appeared, a long line of rattling chains behind them, silvery blue chains. Sashi didn't resist, putting out her wrists. One of the Dao Lord indifferently flicked a finger and a pair of shackles clamped down onto her. She felt that she had fallen into an abyss, her Dao heart trembling violently. She took deep breaths, closing her eyes to calm herself. Without another word, she was dragged away. One of the Dao Lords remained, waving a hand and forming a dome of chains that sealed off the aura of the home. Ryu watched this scene from a long distance away before turning and vanishing into the distance. He didn't think that this would end Sashi's life. He had a deep understanding of the martial gods after a few months in their territory, and it had allowed him to grasp the fact that what they cared most about were results. Them capturing Sashi like that was definitely for nothing more than show. Maybe if she had no background, they would indeed take action to kill her, but because of who her husband was, she would be fine. Even if she didn't take action, it was because they didn't want to. Obviously, there were almost certainly people who knew that Ryu had been the one to expose Sashi, but what difference did it make? It wasn't as though he had planted it himself. No, the real reason Ryu had done this was to deal with a garden snake for Elena. Now, she would be free to grow until he returned. As for him, his destination was elsewhere. He wanted to return to the Dragon Clan and potentially find out about any hidden guilds there might be, but first, he thought that it was maybe about time Little Silk became a Lord Beast. The once little butterfly didn't need much more of a push anymore. She just needed a little push and then she would enter her little cocoon again. Ryu smiled and shook his head. Having a butterfly for a beast companion was truly inconvenient. But now, he could speed up the process on his own by warping time around her in his inner world. But the catch was that he needed to surround her with all the energy she would need. I've never used primordial chaotic ice chi before, could be interesting. Ryu grinned. Chapter 1689. If you desire. Elena stood in her courtyard, her gaze firm. Her pink diamond hair danced in the wind, sparkling like gems, and yet only seemed to be on par with the glow on her skin. The afterglow Ryu had left her with threatened to put a smile on her face, but the level of seriousness she felt to the depths of her soul was on another level. She was visualizing a path to the future, one that would allow her to shine as a woman capable of standing by his side. He had only appeared for a few months, and yet in that time she had soared from the true sky god realm to the transcendent realm. And somehow, as a false sky god, he had slaughtered not just one omniscient sky god, but had also had the chance to slaughter 3 others and just, seemingly on a whim, decided to spare them. She knew why he had despite his words. Sure, his new inner world required him to accumulate a large amount of faith so that he could begin displaying some of its truest strength, but the real reason was a deterrence. There was a reason he had targeted Sashi but not those three. Logically speaking, they were more dangerous than Sashi and should also have just as deep a grudge. So why hadn't he? The reason was clear. He had broken their spirits, and he was 100% certain of it. Let alone targeting his wife, they wouldn't even be able to raise their heads in front of her. Elena looked up. At some unknown time, a woman had appeared. She was truly as gorgeous as a painting, her pink diamond hair the only other of Elena's kind that she had ever seen. Although there were other holy wings with their hair color, the diamond-like glint, one that made their hair look three-dimensional rather than a single flat color, was something only this pair of mother and daughter had. Aurelia slowly descended from the skies, landing before her daughter without the slightest change in expression. If before she looked like a painting because of her beauty, now she looked like one because she was the picture of stillness, unmoved by the changes in the world and exuding an aura that could cause the skies to tremble. Elena had no idea what level her mother had reached. Her information network in the martial gods was so limited that she hadn't even heard about the appearance of Ryu's master. That was why she had been so surprised when he suddenly appeared before her. If she had heard about it earlier, maybe she would have been anticipating his return to her side. However, this was less a product of her being in the dark, though. Sometimes Elena wondered if anyone knew much about her mother. Even though her father, Salvador, seemed to have the upper hand in their relationship, at least in terms of status. Elena had always gotten the feeling that her mother was the one truly controlling things. It was a feeling based on more intuition than fact, and it was also objectively true that Aurelia didn't have any backers in the martial gods, so how could she possibly have a deeper foundation than a once-in-a-generation genius like Salvador? But it was a feeling she had nonetheless. Aurelia looked into Elena's eyes for a long while. Usually, by now, her daughter would have looked away. But now she could sense that Elena not only hadn't, she didn't have any intention of doing so because she was actively making the choice not to. Without saying as much, Aurelia adjusted some things. She had always felt that it was a pity for her daughter to have spent so much of her life in a small world, but that wasn't because of the small world itself, but rather because she never took advantage of it. Salvador had lived trillions of years, but how was that possible? He had only just entered the Tao Lord realm, shouldn't he long since be dead? The reason for this was obvious. Ryu himself had already seen so many of the benefits that came from training in smaller worlds, not for himself, but rather for those around him. He had spent too short a time as a cultivator in Sacrum to benefit as much as others. But he had seen it on Elena, he had also seen it from Ismine and Eska, not to mention his parents as well. They had all entered the true martial world for a relatively short time, but each one of them, after a small lull period as they adjusted their foundation, skyrocketed upward. Elena, herself, the moment she found a method of adjusting her foundation to its optimal state, she had gone up by leaps and bounds in her sleep alone. Why was it that Ryu hadn't seen any of the truest geniuses? It was, in one part, because the martial gods were hiding something, sure, but another large part of the reason was because the truest geniuses weren't even here. They were coming up on 90 years remaining to the title Steel's appearance. Those geniuses were all either on small words soaking in the last few benefits they could, or they were already in seclusion, fixing their ruined foundations. The difference was that while Ryu's his wives and his parents had struggled to reforge their foundations, these youths had the backing of an enormous behemoth like the martial gods. It would take at most a handful of years for them to return to their peak. And by that point, they would be monsters. Aurelia had always felt that any daughter of hers should have a great deal of potential, but Elena never cared to use it. Even now that her foundation had been fixed by mysterious means, even she was curious about how much better would Elena have been had she taken her training in Sacrum seriously. The objective truth was that geniuses who weathered the storm of smaller worlds and rose up to the true martial world were on an entirely different level. It could be said that there was a good reason Ryu's feats, while impressive, didn't break the bounds of reason, especially when his heavenly pupils were factored into the equation. Heavenly pupils never aligned with proper logic, their very existence necessitated the ability to kill several levels above your own. Due to this, people didn't register a false sky god killing an omniscient sky god. What they saw was a perfect sky god killing an omniscient sky god, which was a far more acceptable reality, and one that was only natural due to his heavenly pupils. This shouldn't be misunderstood. Ryu was, without a doubt, a sky-sundering genius in the eyes of all now. The difference was whether they felt he had transcended above all others just yet. And the public was still withholding their opinion on that front. The peak of the transcendent realm. Aurelia spoke softly, her voice as gentle as a passing breeze. She looked her daughter up and down and nodded. In the past, you haven't been worthy of my help. As I've told you many times, you're lazy and don't have the heart of a cultivator. I'm not sure what's changed, but I do find it unfortunate that it took the murderer of your grandmother to make such a difference in you. Elena didn't reply. It wasn't the first time her mother had called Ryu that, but so long as she didn't make a personal move against him, she couldn't be bothered to care. So what if he killed her grandmother? She was already prepared for the future where he would kill her father as well, and maybe even Aurelia herself. She had no love lost for her family. She had grown tired of their methods long ago, and it could be said that she was probably the furthest from being a martial god that you could be. You may use my wealth now. Use it, or don't, the choice is yours. That, of course, includes the training facilities, and you can also enter the Holy Wing clan. The techniques might not be of use to you, but you can use them as reference. If anyone dares to stop you from accumulating the usual quota for an official Holy Wing disciple, feel free to let me know. If you can break into the omniscient sky god realm within 3 years, I will give you a divine wing quota instead and you can enter the hegemonic clan. Is that all? Elena spoke for the first time, mostly speaking to shoo her mother away. Aurelia looked at Elena, but she didn't seem to mind the tone. It was hard to tell if she'd ever really care. Even if Elena was screaming at her, it might not even make the slightest difference. She hadn't even shown any emotion after Mistress Holy Wing's death. No, I came here to tell you that I am pregnant. Soon, I will be going into a time-warped zone so that I might give birth as quickly as possible. It will be difficult for your younger brother to make an impact when the title steel appears with just about 100 years of cultivation alone, but I believe that all of my children have tremendous potential. Aurelia turned to leave. You may come to the birth if you desire. I will send you a message when it is time. It will likely be a day or two from now. Elena watched as her mother left, saying nothing even after she disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 1690. Natural Enlightenment. Ryu made a leisurely path through the forest. From what he understood about Ninth Heaven's layout, there wasn't necessarily a single region to go in order to run into beasts of ice. All 9 regions, each controlled by their own powers, had both regions of extreme hot and extreme cold. Separating the regions, there were what they called the 9 flood dragons, a winding path of 9 rivers that split the regions and connected around the outside of the 9th heaven in the very same vast ocean that Ryu had once been stuck beneath. Some of the most powerful ice god beasts were located near the bottom of that ocean. One had to remember the layers of the ocean were separated into tiers. The first few tiers were simply dividing tiers of pressure. However, when the pressure increased to an extreme, the ocean became a slab of ice. It was above this slab of thick ice, and honestly also the few tiers above that the strongest creatures of ice were located. While this would be the best place to get ice-type beasts, for one, Ryu couldn't survive that kind of pressure right now, and second, beasts that could live in such an environment were on an entirely different level. Even their newborns had bodies so tough that even Tao Lords would have a hard time cutting them. This was just the innate superiority of a creature born in a terrible environment. Of course, if there were any creatures born in the Infinity Mist, they would be beyond imagining. Ryu wouldn't be surprised even if a Tao god would have a difficult time killing a newborn born in such an environment. Though, that was just in raw strength. A Tao god would have a million other methods to deal with such an existence, as would a Tao lord against a creature born above the slab of ice. This was all to say that Ryu couldn't go there. It would be even more impossible considering Little Silk wasn't a creature adept at swimming. After 2 battles, Ryu had a deeper understanding of his current strength, but he still felt that he had more to learn. His strongest state was when he activated his Tao vessel and projected his inner world. His inner world was akin to a phenomena, but what it was exactly was more complex than that. First, it fell into a category of natural enlightenment. It was already well known that a natural enlightenment was on a completely different level than a mortal endowment, however the projection of his inner world was no normal natural enlightenment. It had to be known that Ryu had already formed a natural enlightenment before, and that was his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. However, because his natural enlightenment was too weak, his breakthrough into the sky god realm had been weaker than it should have been. And what was ironic was that now, his self-created natural enlightenment had reached that level all on its own. That was right, his inner world projection was already at the natural breath realm, the highest realm of natural enlightenment there was. Listen, feel, immerse, control, heart, soul, and finally, natural breath. That's an interesting idea. Ryu's thoughts suddenly veered away. If I use my inner world as a medium and project Shrine Mountain, what would change? Ryu slotted this idea away and didn't pursue it for now. It sounded good, but executing it was a different matter entirely. That was because a natural enlightenment gained its strength from a natural phenomena. If he changed the fundamental aspects of the Shrine Mountain, there was no telling if it would even be able to retain its same strength. In fact, it would almost certainly lose much of its potential. According to Ryu's comprehension, Shrine Mountain would be stripped of its greatest potential, but overall, his inner world projection would actually strengthen. However, if his Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment was even stronger than it was now, then wouldn't the assimilation of the two in the future be even more powerful? If I put more effort into comprehending natural enlightenments instead of letting them naturally come to me as I have in the past, it might be another method of strengthening my inner world. Right now, the only method Ryu had was accumulating a lot of faith. That was what his world was missing the most right now, and if he wanted to form the 10th heaven within himself, he still had an impossibly long path ahead of him. This was the unfortunate truth, because Ryu wasn't just competing with one or two people, he was competing with trillions upon trillions of years of rising and falling geniuses. Plus, it had to be considered that the true martial world wasn't just the real plane, it was an amalgamation of all them. Meaning, the faith of the nether plane and the ethereal plane also played a huge role, not to mention what might or might not occur in the abyssal and chaos planes as well. But, if he was relying on his comprehension instead, would that change? It was one thing to try and accumulate as much faith as a huge, impossible to fathom number of people. But if he was relying on comprehension instead, would that change? I'll have to see. I'll return to Sacrum after I'm done with everything here and see if I can't improve my Shrine Mountain natural enlightenment. Then we'll see if it's worth it or not. Although he said this, Ryu had a feeling that there was a good chance that he was correct. In fact, there might be other things in that vein that he could work on. For example, if he found more natural treasures, would that work? Or maybe he could slowly begin to use the ones he already had to raise his strength to another level entirely. He would definitely have to shelve that latter idea though, and even the first was dangerous. The only reason he had been able to take in those powerful natural treasures to begin with was because his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation could suppress them. His inner world wasn't on that level yet, and even now, he could only make extremely limited use of his infinity mist and the rest, and that was only if he went all out with his world's projection, barely using God control to wield them. But that doesn't mean I can't use them. Can't I try observing them and creating new natural enlightenments from them? Not only would that help me control them better, but in the case that natural enlightenments could directly improve my inner world phenomena, the results would be something to look forward to. Chapter 1691. All out. We're here. Ryu looked up, a frigid landscape around him. Go, Little Silk, your breakthrough will be dependent on yourself. QIII. Little Silk shot off into the distance, leaving Ryu behind. Ryu watched her go, crossing his arms and waiting. His relationship with Little Silk was different from his relationship with his other beast companions. That's because he found Little Silk while she was already millions of years old, while he found the others as infants. Due to this, there had always been a bit of a barrier between himself and Little Silk, especially since the latter had tried to kill him the first time they came across one another. However, Ryu's father's words about his wives got him thinking about relationships in general. It was amusing that he was hesitant to contract other beasts because they might betray him, but still kept Little Silk mostly at arm's length. Of course, there were other reasons that he did trust Little Silk. It was mostly because he extended the trust he had for his mother toward her. It had to be remembered that Little Silk was given to him by his mother after undergoing an evolution that likely relied on the ice shrine. Because of that, Ryu had never really been wary of the beast. And none of this was helped by the fact that Little Silk was likely somewhat wary of him as well. By now, Little Silk should have gained some language ability, but she had never tried to actively communicate with Ryu, at least not with anything more than vague emotions. Ryu didn't believe that this was entirely out of a lack of trust. Little Silk had spent millions of years as an 11th order beast. Talking wasn't her natural baseline. I'll have to help her out a bit, Ryu thought. He looked up and then took a seat in the thick snow, allowing it to wash over him. Soon, it was as though Ryu had never been there in the first place, the snow falling so heavily that he was entirely covered up in just a few hours. It was hard to tell just how thick the snow had grown over the years. He took a breath and exhaled, entering a state of deep meditation. He thought about all the things he needed to do, but slowly, those thoughts faded away as well. Ryu had only been in the territory of the martial gods for a short time, and it had even seemed as though he had acted with impunity, but he saw things differently. First, the power he used to be, rampant, wasn't his own. He wasn't used to relying on others to protect his life, and even when he destroyed all those he fought with, it left him feeling uncomfortable. His relationship with his master couldn't be considered to be a great one, and honestly speaking, although he was much weaker, he preferred his first master to the greatest extent. His relationship with Fading Star felt like it was built on the back of too many benefits, and there was hardly the love between a mother and son like it should have been. Of course, the main point was that he understood that if Fading Star one day found out that he had the Phoenix Sky God's spiritual foundation within him, her reaction would be quite predictable. Ryu was almost certain that she would try to kill him. This aside, he had truly felt the power of the martial gods. In a way, their inaction was more fierce of a slap to his face than their inaction. He had killed a genius of theirs, then crippled the path of cultivation for 3 omniscient sky gods. And yet they hadn't even blinked. The reality of it was that they likely hadn't even had to grit their teeth, their Tao Lords probably didn't even react to what was happening. And why was that? It was because they had so many that they could afford to be so casual. They cared little about the path of cultivation of a few omniscient sky gods because they were worthless. Even if they had been Tao Lords, would they have cared? Ryu remembered when he first stepped foot into their territory, that obese city lord, he had been a Tao Lord, and yet he was regulated to the outskirts of the outskirts, a region that could just barely be considered martial god territory at all. This was the reality he was in. To them, his feats were probably more the tantrum of a child than it was any actual, tangible threat. Even Alina's mother and father hadn't done anything, and he had killed the latter's son and the former's mother. In cultivation, how you came to understand something or how you came to feel about something was far more important than what you understood or what you felt. The first layer of reaction Ryu should have had was a domineering indifference. Wasn't it natural? He deserved to feel pride because he had crushed so many martial gods beneath his feet. The second layer was despair. This came after he shed the first layer and realized just how insignificant he was in the grand scheme. But what was Ryu's real reaction? It was the third layer. Once again, he felt a domineering indifference. But what separated the two? The first layer was the same as the third. So why did they feel different? It was because he was aware of the existence of the second layer. He just didn't give a damn. Trillions of sky gods, he didn't care. Countless Tao Lords and above, he didn't care. Millions of god techniques, with more seemingly created every day, he didn't care. One way or another, he would grind the martial gods beneath the soles of his feet. Ryu's heart reached a deep state of peace, his Tao heart shimmering as though a polished gem. Then, he began to cultivate, pulling large amounts of chaos chi from the chaos plane. He no longer had to hide his talent. In that case, he would go all out. Chapter 1692, Broad Ryu's breathing became slow. From once every few seconds, his breathing slowed to the point where he only took a breath every few hours, and even then he seemed to be slowing down even further. He had begun this state without a clear goal. He allowed his mind to wander, his thoughts unfocused. In those moments, he didn't feel like it was necessary to focus on any one thing. Cultivation itself felt so amorphous, wiggling about and slipping through his fingers like smoke. It was hard to look at it as anything different. For a long while, he had thought that everything had their set of rules, that everything followed a natural progression, that everything should naturally flow from one state to the next. But his recent breakthroughs had proven that this was incorrect. In a certain sense, he was already a Tao god, and in another, he was still leagues away. How could both things be true? Even his soul no longer followed the normal path of progression, having been harmed and crippled in ways that would leave anyone else useless, and yet he sat here, just as fine and unhurried as he had always been. It was something that didn't make sense, and it also made him worry just how valuable the realms of cultivation were. Did they matter at all? Or were they arbitrarily set restrictions? He had seen many worlds on his journey to xianxia, So many, and so quickly at that it was impossible for him to have a full range of details about them all. But could all of them use the same cultivation method? He wasn't sure. Detecting a person's cultivation wasn't an exact science, it always took a bit of skill and experience. There was even a long while when Ryu was in the true martial world that even he found it difficult to read the cultivation of those far above his own. In this case, it was obviously more of the same. Even if they were using a different cultivation system, would he know at a glance? Likely not. It would be more likely for him to assume that they were using some sort of unique cultivation method rather than assuming them to be on a completely different cultivation path. The taboo powers, especially that of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect, was a perfect example of this. They were using the normal body realm cultivation path as a skeleton, but functionally speaking, none of their path was the same at all. But no one even realized Ryu was using it. Taking another step back, what about the mortals who took science to levels that Ryu had never even thought possible? Could that be classified as its own unique cultivation method? Some of the strongest of them couldn't even be classified as human or demon anymore. They were something else, something that combined machine and man, and sometimes something that combined man and reality itself. Who was to say that that wasn't a path of cultivation as well? Who could dare to make such a bold proclamation? When you could wield stars and harness their powers, when you had enough strength at the push of a button to destroy a real cultivator, could you, too, not stand among them? Then what anchors this cultivation system? What makes it worth following over another? Ryu's mind pointed toward just a single path: control. From fragmented control all the way up to God control, those were the real markers of cultivation and they were what formed the linchpin of their cultivation path. But was it the only path? Ryu's thoughts were aimless. Honestly, he wasn't looking for anything in specific, nor was he seeking a great breakthrough. As he circulated his chaos chi, pulling it from the chaos plane and steadily improving his cultivation, he let his thoughts wander. He had realized a long time ago that while his cultivation might be able to keep up with those around him, his patience was lacking. Could he sit in secluded cultivation for thousands of years? Millions. He felt antsy just sitting around for one. The problem wasn't focus. If it was a matter of secluded thought, how many years had Ryu spent in the Tatsuya clan library doing nothing but scanning over countless old records? He could do it. The problem was whether he wanted to, if it was worthwhile or not, if it was an actually good use of his time. All of his greatest progress was made out in the world, running into situations and adapting to them, or using them as a reference to shine light on something he otherwise didn't understand. If he was purely stuck in secluded cultivation all the time, his progress would have been much slower. But now the situation was different. He felt that so much had changed in such a short time that he had yet to truly grasp all the changes in him. So today, he just stayed here, letting his mind wander as his cultivation soared step by step. The aura of chaos around him thickened, permeating into the atmosphere. It was an aura that beasts feared maybe even more than the dragon claw around his neck. Cultivation is so broad, he thought, his mind in a deep state of peace. Even a painter could become a Tao god. Ryu's aura suddenly began to wildly fluctuate. From false sky god he reached true, the perfect. Then he suddenly leapt to sovereign and then back down to fragmented. Chapter 1693, Just One. Ryu didn't seem to notice this at all, his heart in a state of perpetual calm. The chaotic silk meridians were well known for their shocking abilities. Though most didn't know exactly how to unleash their full potential, many were aware of what that highest potential was. Ryu, though, had never had the luxury of using it. This was because he had been forced to hide it all this time. Unable to circulate or project the chi, he was forced into a passive state where he could only cultivate like a normal person. But why was it that his cultivation was so fast and sacrum? Why was it that while it took others millions of years to progress as far as he had, it took him a handful of years? The reason for this was his access to the chaos plane. He didn't have to pull in chi from the surroundings because he had access to a plane of chi within himself. Even so, back on sacrum, his chaotic silk meridians had only been partly awakened. As such, he still relied heavily on outside chi. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, the mortal realms, the immortal realms and the cosmic realms almost all relied on changes to the internal structure of the meridians. The pulse opening realm, the chi refinement realm, the spiritual severing the divine vessel realm, the immortal ring realm, all of these realms necessitated large changes to the meridians themselves, and many of them took place before Ryu could even gain access to the Chaos Plane in the first place. Because of this, it was impossible to use both his access to the Chaos Plane at the same time as cultivating these realms. How could he open a pulse or a vessel if he had opened up the gates to the Chaos Plane? He would just end up wasting all the energy and his pulses and vessels would become endless abysses. That was just one example, but the others had similar, though more complex explanations. The second reason was the most obvious, and that was that his chaotic silk meridians had yet to fully awaken. He had to fail the spiritual severing realm first before he could even realize there was something magical about his meridians, and even afterward, he had to tiptoe around cultivation for fear that his next step could knock him off the path to keeping its true abilities. Now, however, things were different. Not only was he no longer worried about losing the abilities of his meridians, he was no longer in those foundation-laying realms. He was a sky god. To progress as a sky god, you only needed two things: to progress your Tao in an obscene amount of energy. Just by virtue of having the chaotic silk meridians, the latter requirement had long since been a box checked off of Ryu's list. He just didn't dare to use it because it would mean exposing himself. In truth, he could have been utilizing this method ever since he stepped into the Tao pedestal realm, but his hands had been tied. As the chaos aura around him thickened, the reason for this was as clear as day. Ryu's body had become a gate to the Chaos Plane. On the one hand, he was communicating with the Chaos Plane in order to siphon Chaos Chi of a level that he could control into himself, but on the other, he needed the order of the real plane to anchor his cultivation in reality. He flooded the Chaos Chi into his spiritual foundations, evolving the God Chi in both toward the next level and nourishing his godhood. Seeing the sheer amount Ryu was taking in, it suddenly also became obvious why it took him so long to break into the false sky god realm. His breakthrough had lasted days, and it was precisely because he wasn't using this method. Due to the bridge he needed to form between order and chaos to cultivate in this way, the world around him had practically become an incarnation of the chaos plane layered onto the real plane. And as a consequence of Ryu no longer giving a damn, his cultivation reacted as though it had been strapped to a rocket. In just a single week, he reached the middle false sky god realm. In another, he reached the higher. In yet another, he reached the peak. His cultivation seemed willing to spill into the ranks of true sky god, but without the progression of his Tao, he couldn't take that step. Or so it seemed. As Ryu's thoughts wandered, he realized that he could ignore the cultivation system of this world entirely and step into his own, anchoring himself completely in his inner world's laws. If he did that, he could break past these limits and the need for his Tao to act as the impetus for a breakthrough. But the drawbacks would also be immediate. If his cultivation was no longer anchored in this world, then his potential would also be limited as well. So what if his chi said he should be a Tao god if his strength didn't? Until his world was comparable to a 10th heaven, he couldn't abandon this world just yet. Nor did he need to. His origin flame allowed him to perfectly recall the feeling of a Tao of a higher level. Technically speaking, with a few months of meditation, he should be able to grasp it and shoot through. Of course, what was limiting him here was the very same concept that had limited Yana. He had already comprehended it once, so because of the origin flame, doing it again was a taller mountain to climb. In fact, every time he used heaven or earth gate on his Tao, this would happen. However, this was actually exactly what Ryu wanted to happen. He had thought of two methods to improve his inner world, but there was an even more obvious method. The true martial world had a limit on how many Taos it could sustain. Why was that? It was the answer to this question that made Ryu realize something even more profound. Was there an artificial cap on the strength of a Tao? In that case, what if he created a world and used up its limit himself? Not with many Taos, but with just one. Chapter 1694. Command. Ryu opened his eyes with an exhale, his mind at peace. He felt like he understood a lot more about himself. It was about time he returned. With a movement from his spatial soul nature, he appeared atop deep layers of snow, unobstructed by their dense chi. Interesting. Although he was unaffected by it, he was surprised. This was because he sensed that this falling snow had dense chi. Obviously, at some point between the clouds and the ground, or even in the clouds themselves, a strong amount of chi was imbued. It seemed that on the 9th heaven, even the casual fall of snow wasn't normal. He reached down and scooped some of the snow up, his gaze flickering. His eyes were sharp enough to see the individual snowflakes even when it was in a clump like this. Because of that, He could see that his aura of chaos had influenced them greatly, changing them from perfectly symmetrical crystals to an irregular-shaped, almost jumbled mess. Is this where the unbalanced art sect learned their methods from? It was fascinating that such a thing would happen, but it also didn't make much sense. Chaos doesn't mean that something is unbalanced. In fact, chaos itself is a maintainer of balance. If anything, it is order that causes an imbalance. The natural state of the world is to tend toward chaos, and order is an opposing tide, fighting against it. It doesn't make sense for my child of chaos constitution to cause such a thing. There's something else at play. Ryu suddenly looked up and he sensed little Silk making her way toward him. The little girl had several holes in her wings and she seemed to be leaking a crystalline greenish-blue blood every time she flapped her wings. However, Ryu could see that her aura was on the verge of entering the Lord Realm. With just a few more pushes, and another bout of seclusion, she would certainly enter that realm. Only then would her rapid improvement likely slow. The step between Omniscient and Lord seemed only to be a single realm, but the truth of the matter was that it might as well have been 10. The gap was enormous. The fact little Silk was entering it so fast was a testament to not only her accumulation on Sacrum, but also the might of embryonic chi in helping her to rebuild her foundations. Good, Ryu smiled. He had been a bit worried, but especially for beasts, there were certain things that they could only do alone. In that case, I'll help you evolve one more time. Little Silk descended with a weak cooing sound, the delicate, loose strands of slow around them being sent flying as she descended. A swirl of spatial chi wrapped around her and pulled her into Ryu's inner world. By the time Ryu projected himself inside as well, he found that little Silk was already rapidly wrapping herself in silk strands. She's evolving again, Eska asked, more surprised than anything else. She had only been by Ryu's side for a short time, but it seemed that little Silk underwent another evolution every day. Ryu chuckled, knowing that Eska didn't actually need his answer. She could see it for herself. After some thought, he flicked a finger and another drop of embryonic chi landed in her body. You should take one every day, it'll help you greatly. Ryu pointed to the rivers of milky white flowing through his world. By this point, the earth was so rich that it could accommodate god-grade herbs, and even that might be underselling it. Ryu was having a deep thought about exactly how he wanted to set up his world. It was his own personal garden, and it of course had to live up to such expectations. He was an origin-grade herbologist, after all. Eska nodded. Even seeing the large amounts of embryonic chi, she was truthfully still hesitant to use it. Something so precious, should it truly be used so casually? She wanted to ask, but she hesitated, and by then, Ryu's aura had already shifted and changed. Ryu's palms slammed together and a dark chill began to come out of his. Ice aura with a dark blue hue began to manifest and even Eska couldn't help but shiver. Primordial chaotic ice chi, her heartbeat quickened. She had forgotten that Ryu had the chaotic silk meridians, but she couldn't be blamed for this. Ryu had been forced to hide it for so long, it was too easy to forget just what kind of monster was hidden within him. Chaos chi was only the tip of the iceberg. Having the chaotic silk meridians also meant that Ryu would be able to use any chi realm technique with the highest order of primordial chaos chi. If he ran into an ice technique, a fire technique, a lightning technique, it simply didn't matter. Simply by virtue of having primordial chaos chi, he could exhibit its fullest strength and then some with a thought. And right this moment, he was using it to raise Little Silk to another level. A stream of embryonic chi began to weave around Little Silk as the primordial chaotic ice chi did the same. A chill bore into Little Silk's body, infusing into her bloodline and drawing new runes on her Dao bones. Ryu had already decided that once Little Silk was entering the God-Beast realm, he would help her integrate with Infinity Mist as well. By then, her silk would be light and inconsequential in the eyes of others, until they landed with the weight of the world. But before then, he would actually have to gain control of it himself. By then, he would be able to raise all of his beasts to an inconceivable realm. Boom! Ryu's hair fluttered wildly, his aura sharpening. At the moment, he truly felt like a god, like he could shape life with a raise and flip of his palm. The skies were his to command. Chapter 1695. Dangerous Selhira sat in meditation, but she found it difficult to focus her mind properly. Although she was thankful to her husband, it also felt like everything she had been working toward had been taken over by another person and she didn't quite feel the same sort of achievement and thankfulness toward success that she would have otherwise. It felt like at one moment, she was spinning her wheels, hardly able to progress at all, and yet in the next, Ryu had swooped down on a white steed and elevated her out of the darkness. With just a few droplets of his milk, in more ways than one, she had achieved an enlightenment that she had been chasing after for decades. It was hard to reconcile exactly how she was feeling, honestly. On the one hand, this was what she always wanted, but on the other, was it truly meant to be so easy? In just the few months Ryu had been gone, she managed to break through from the fragmented Sky God realm to the false Sky God realm, and now she was already on the verge of entering the true Sky God realm. If she had been a pure dragon, or more accurately, following the true dragon path, she would have already broken through. But because she was following a mixture of both paths, she had to comprehend a Tao first and infuse it into her Tao bones. Real dragons only needed combat and sleep to progress. In fact, that was true for all talented beasts, but it was just especially so for fire dragons because they rooted their strength in their rage. Of course, this was only true if you were born with exceptional talent like xianxia. If you were a middling beast, it would be almost impossible to ever break free of those shackles. Xianxia's heart suddenly trembled as she sensed a familiar aura. She rushed outside and found Ryu descending from the skies with a happy smile on her face. Her drooping wings regained their spring and she flapped once. She moved so fast that Ryu's eyes were the only part of him that could keep up before she crashed into him like a speeding boulder. Oof! Ryu coughed, the air being knocked out of him. Xianxia's body was really on an entirely different level. After he had helped the Nine-Pillar Flame sect and Unbalanced Art sect's inheritances to break free of their faith shackles at least within his own body, he had yet to find the resources he would need to reform his foundation. So, his body was only marginally stronger than it had been before his inner world's breakthrough. And, since he obviously wasn't in a battle state, Xianxia bulldozing him was almost a guarantee. Compared to the geniuses he had fought in martial god territory, she was on another level. Ryu chuckled and patted her head. The current location was a bedrock crackling with magma. It looked like it might erupt with a geyser of lava at any time. In fact, Ryu had seen such a scene several times on his way here. This sort of environment, if it was a fragmented sky god of the seventh heaven, they'd probably be burnt to ash before even reaching this location. "I missed you," Xianxia said with a smile. Ryu smiled, embracing her. For a moment, they just stood there. "Are you okay?" Ryu suddenly asked, feeling that there was something off about Xianxia's mood. She was cheery, but almost too much so, as though she was trying to hide something else. "It's nothing," Xianxia said, "I was just a bit sad before that you were away for so long." Ryu looked at her but chose not to press for the moment. He wasn't the best at wooing women, but if it was just a matter of reading a person's heart and intentions, that had never been difficult for him. He could tell that Xianxia had only just given him a half-truth just now. "Let's go see your mother, I have a question to ask her." "Okay." Xianxia perked up. In this time, she had been quite happy, honestly. It was why she didn't want to complain about something so meaningless. Because of her situation, it had been a long time since she had last seen her mother. But because of the Dragon Emperor's actions, she had gotten an excuse to remain by her mother's side for a long while. Veridia was a high-ranking member of the dragon race. Although the beasts had a looser structure than most human-led coalitions, they still had their own duties and responsibilities. She was a very busy dragon, much like her father. But now, she got the excuse to sit around and speak with her mother all the time. How could she not be happy? Soon, the couple had landed near a region. It looked almost like a mountain, covered in soot-cooled magma. But in reality, it was Veridia. It seemed that the dragon couldn't be bothered to move when the geysers around her erupted, so the ash and molten rock had fallen right onto her. She even seemed to be in a deep sleep. "If she's sleeping, we shouldn't disturb her," Ryu said. "It's fine. Mother's body might go into hibernation, but her mind still talks to me from time to time." "Oh, I think husband's chi is partly responsible. Mother feels like she might be able to break through soon, her body just needs time." Ryu nodded, but inwardly he was wondering how it worked. Beasts shouldn't have souls, at least not in the normal sense. It should be much more difficult to draw a line that separated their body and minds. "You're here," Veridia's voice echoed. It was just as gentle and soothing as her daughter's, and it was hard to imagine that such a woman could have such a fiery temper. "Mother-in-law, I had a question to ask you. You mentioned the 9 powers the first time we spoke, but are there no guilds on the 9th heaven?" A rumble echoed and Veridia didn't answer immediately. That's a dangerous question, she finally said softly. Chapter 1696. Yuan Ryu's eyes narrowed. What did she mean by that? He had been purposely vague and didn't mention the Ruin Master Guild, only asking about guilds in general. But if he took a step back, what he was talking about was obvious. Just because Veridia was a beast, didn't mean that she was foolish. The intelligence of beasts with potential on the same level as dragons rivaled and even surpassed that of many humans from birth. Even in the case of beasts that started off less intelligent, so long as they continued to raise their cultivation, they would catch up in intelligence sooner or later. As a beast that was certainly beyond the Lord Realm, to many Veridia would be smarter than Ryu by default just due to her cultivation. Whether that was true or not still had to be geared out, but this was the reality of the world nonetheless. Veridia knew that Ryu wasn't a fool. He had just been to the martial gods, so he should see that they had their own secondary profession structures. Aside from their talent oracles, they certainly had their own formation masters and alchemists. The powerful clans wouldn't want to share their secrets between themselves, so would there be a use for secondary profession guilds like alchemy guilds and things of the like? So unless Ryu was much slower than she thought, there was no way he was asking about normal alchemy guilds. Such powers would have gotten swallowed up long ago. Of course, there were some middling powers that couldn't be placed on the same height as the 9 powers, but Ryu had specifically mentioned the 9 powers themselves, so obviously he was asking about organizations that would be on the same level. If it was just this alone, it would be hard to draw any conclusions about who Ryu was actually talking about, but how could she not know that Ryu was from a small world? Selhira hadn't told her mother much about Ryu so as not to affect his privacy, but when their conversation reached Selhira's spherical matrix, Selhira mentioned that she gifted it to Ryu because he was a far better Ruin Master than herself. Originally, Ruin Mastering was something that Selhira had picked up to help her find inheritances that might aid her in breaking through. Of course, the Crystal Dragons also had a decent affinity for Ruin Mastering as well, so she was better than most in those aspects. But she realized after watching Ryu that she couldn't stack up at all, so she abandoned the path. Of course, what she didn't know was that Ryu's standard of Ruin Mastering and the common average were two entirely different things. The common Ruin Master would be crushed by Ryu several times over, and that was before his eyes had unsealed themselves. Right now, the current Ryu was on an entirely different level. Even Ryu didn't know that his display back then just made Selhira think she didn't have the talent necessary for it all. Ultimately, Veridia drew her own conclusions, and she wasn't far from the truth. Even so, Ryu smiled. What do you mean? He asked the question as though he couldn't glean her meaning at all. Veridia chuckled. Boy, you are still far too young to play such games with me. But if you would like to hear about guilds, I can tell you about one. It is called the Ninth Alliance. It exists for one purpose and one purpose only, and that's as a simple method of banding together the powers of the real plane should any one of the other planes try to encroach onto our land. Ryu's gaze flickered. He knew that his mother-in-law was giving him a hard time on purpose, but this was an interesting tidbit of information nonetheless. Because he spent most of his time on the real plane, it was easy to forget that there was more to this world than just the 9 powers. There were the powers of the true ethereal and true nether planes to consider as well. The fact they needed an alliance to deal with them made it quite clear that those powers were not a single bit weaker, regardless of aspect. Okay, you win. Tell me about the Ruin Master Guild. The skies rumbled. Veridia's body shook as though she was about to awaken, but in the end she settled down. Boy, you should really watch your tongue more. I didn't expect to hear such a thing from a fire dragon. Selhira covered her lips with a hand. Indeed, her mother wasn't one to control her temper very well, even if it wasn't smart. Veridia snorted. You want to join them? I would rather destroy them. Selhira jumped and an eerie silence fell. This time, it took quite a while for Veridia to speak again. It seemed that she was truly taking her time, realizing that her son-in-law was more of a maniac than she was. No, maybe that was only natural since fire dragon blood did run through his veins. She didn't know what happened, but somehow Ryu had come back with a bloodline that felt both far stronger and far weaker than the last time she had seen it. In some ways it made her feel suppressed, and in other ways it made her want to snort in disdain. Even after observing for a long while, she didn't understand what it was. Ryu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the reaction. In fact, Veridia's caution, in general, was odd. She had spoken about the 9 powers without much hesitation, but why had she purposely left out the Ruin Master Guild? He had a feeling that if he had said the same words about destroying the martial gods, she wouldn't have reacted so fiercely. Just now, I had to take personal action to make sure your words didn't leak. Do you understand why? Ryu's gaze flickered. There was only one real explanation for such a thing. The Ruin Master Guild had to be larger than the 9 powers, larger than the true martial world and all its planes. Chapter 1697. Respect. The Ruin Master Guild of this world is just a single branch. Of course, it is a branch of great power, so do not assume I am saying that it is weak in relation to its true power. But what I am saying is the sheer depth of their existence is beyond your current understanding. As you probably know by now, the title steel vanishes after every appearance and no one knows where it goes. This is technically true, but in the strictest of senses, not so much. While it is true that I could not tell you exactly where the title steel goes, this does not mean that I do not have the faintest inkling. The implied meanings were as clear as day to Ryu. Obviously, the title steel traveled through all those vast worlds he had seen, maybe even taking a stop in them all one by one. But was Veridia mentioning this only to imply that the Ruin Master Guild had branches across all these worlds, or? Although I have no way of knowing for certain, many speculate that not only does the title steel have strong ties with the Ruin Master Guild, but it is also they who set the course it follows. It might even be the case that the title steel is not only guided by them and controlled by them, but was also created by them. The implications of each one of these things was far more harrowing than the last. To set the course for such an important treasure was shocking enough. To say that it was controlled implied an almost omnipotence over the treasure that was even more gripping, but to say that it was created by them. Ryu had never seen the title steel before, as was the case with most people. Due to this, it was impossible to say for certain, but such a treasure had to be beyond the normal god grade. It was capable of doing something even normal Tao gods could not do, and it was entering realms of existence that reminded him of the Phoenix Sky God's gaze. Tao God might be the highest realm there was, but the striations between those who shared this title made it clear that this was only optically speaking. The gap between some Tao gods might even be as large as the gap between a mortal and a Tao god. These were all Ryu's speculations, but he had seen the Dragon Emperor with his own 2 eyes, he had felt his majesty. And yet this mighty Dragon Emperor, in his opinion, was nothing more than an ant compared to the Phoenix Sky God. Is it related to Tao? This thought made Ryu's gaze shine as bright as twin torches. He had just thought of what it would mean to help his Tao break through the shackles of the peak founding Tao level. Could it be he had already stumbled into the difference between these Tao gods? Was he already staring down that endless chasm? This was the peak he was looking for. The true peak. Ryu had met many experts in his life, all of whom could have killed him with just a wave of their finger, but none were able to make him crack with their aura alone. The World Sea Realm experts of Sacrum couldn't do it when he had been a mere mortal unable to cultivate. He had met the gazes of the true sky gods of Sacrum without feeling the slightest tremor, even admiring the body of one of them without a care. They watched the Dragon Emperor of the 9th Heaven unleash his belly full of rage on both his father-in-law and mother-in-law, and yet he was able to take it all in with a cool gaze, marking this mighty emperor for death with just a fleeting thought. Not a single one of them could shake his Tao heart, and yet a single glance from the Phoenix Sky God, it no longer filled him with despair. He had long since forgotten it. He forgot that childish excitement he had felt when his father handed him his first spear, that naivete in his glowing silver eyes when he looked up at the man he respected most in the world and swore that he would reach the pinnacle of the world. Since then, everything had been so boring, so bland, just another step that he could casually take with some time. The Phoenix Sky God, however, that was a peak even he couldn't say with any certainty that he could reach. For the first time, he had respect for someone as deep as his father, but rather than being built on love and childish adoration, it was built on their strength and the unfathomable gap between them. In the past, he had just hated the Phoenix Sky God, feeling that they were just another unworthy existence who only suppressed him based on their age advantage. But now, he didn't feel hatred, he didn't even feel unwillingness. He just felt excitement. His blood boiled and his gaze flickered back and forth between slits and not. Selhira squeezed her legs shut, pulling at Ryu's sleeve in an attempt to get him to calm down. She really couldn't take it, or else she might pounce on him right in front of her mother. His aura right now was too domineering. His Tao heart shone with such a bright light that even looking at it might shatter one's own. Learning about the Ruin Master Guild seemed to outline more of the mountain he had to climb, and that made the image of the phoenix sky god in his mind brighter. If he couldn't crush them beneath his feet, what right did he have to face off against that existence for the truest peak of the world? Ryu didn't seem to register Selhira's pleas, his fists clenching. He wanted battle, and who better to stoke his flames than demons? "We're going to the nether plane," Ryu suddenly said, more like a roar than a statement. He wanted battle, and who better to stoke his flames than demons? Chapter 1698. Money. Veridia watched her daughter and Ryu disappear, not quite understanding what she had just sensed. That young man was more arrogant than any dragon she had ever seen, and even for them they had their limits. But what was he doing casually talking about taking her daughter to the nether plane? Veridia wanted to say no, but in the end, she didn't interfere. She could feel the changes in her daughter in the last few days, and just the sight of it alone was enough to make her unhappy. Since the boy had put her daughter into such a state, it was his job as a husband to get her out of it. She still hadn't collected the debt on the fact Ryu actually dared to have more than one wife, but that would just have to be something for the future. The mountainous dragon snorted. She thought about helping them enter the nether plane directly, but she decided to let Ryu struggle a bit. Not long after Ryu had taken Selhira away again, he realized that he was indeed in a bit of a dilemma. The first time he went to the nether plane he relied on the dream Asura's formation, which was no longer there. When he returned he relied on the energy that came from the trial to open a path. When he thought about going to the ethereal plane it was a simple matter because he had triggered the changes that allowed the real and ethereal planes to overlap in the first place. Well, it was still a bit difficult to enter the ethereal plane now because all the nexus points were almost certainly controlled and protected by experts. But even so, sneaking in with his current abilities wouldn't be impossible. He was certainly no match for a Tao Lord, let alone an existence above that, but he could fool their eyes a bit now, which was a far cry from his abilities before. The only option, then, was to create a formation not much unlike the dream Asura's, but it would have to be on a much higher level. There was no point in him going to the lower planes, he was going to see Mei, after all. That meant he had to go to the ninth without a doubt. It had to be remembered that the dream Asura's nether plane was connected to the fifth plane of the true nether plane, so the requirements for rising up were much lower. If he wanted to replicate their feat on the ninth heaven, it would be much more difficult. "You know, we could just ask Mom," Selhira said with a smile as Ryu pulled her along. Ryu grinned. "She'll say no. How about we return to the eighth heaven and have the old man help out? He's too scared to go against anything Mother says. What he doesn't know won't hurt him." Ryu's grin widened as Selhira let out a bell-like laughter. For Ryu, shifting through the heavens with his current prowess wasn't too difficult, at least on the lower heavens. He would need some preparation to do the same on the highest heavens, but he could easily make do. It was much simpler than preparing to go to the ninth plane of the true nether plane, that is. He just needed some funds first, and that would have to rely on his abilities. If that was the case, then alchemy or blacksmithing would be his best bet. Either that, or, maybe, Ryu thought to himself, the ninth heaven was a treasure trove. There were all kinds of treasures everywhere. If Ailsa was still on his side, his wealth would probably be countless times what it was now, but in truth, the current Ryu was actually quite poor. All the god crystals he had on him were from the Frost clan, a sixth heaven clan. They were still worth something on the ninth heaven, but now as much as one might hope for. Ryu had gotten used to not needing to worry about money, but unfortunately there were two things working against him. After some time in the martial god clan, he had come to understand something. The people here didn't separate god crystals into fragmented up to true god. They divided them into three tiers from lower god crystals to middle to higher. On top of that, they were heavily reliant on purity to decide their quality. All the omniscient god crystals that Ryu had now would barely meet the requirement of lower god crystals, and that was only if he put in some effort into purifying them. However, if he did so, his already pitiful wealth would plummet to about 10% of what it was currently. However, Ryu wasn't in a rush to deal with this. He was going to the nether plane, after all, and their god crystals were different, fueled with nether god chi rather than god chi. Any effort he put into building wealth here would quickly become useless. Ailsa, Ryu thought for a moment, the name of his wife replaying in his mind again and again until it clicked. He recalled Ailsa's karmic formation. It was actually the inspiration for his 8 trigram diagrams, something that had become a huge part of his combat prowess now. If he wanted to use it, it wouldn't be impossible. There would certainly be the materials he needed lying around somewhere. Do dragons have their own unique territories? Where do the spatial dragons reside, for example? Ryu asked. Xianxia blinked. I can take you there. Spatial dragons were quite a rare breed. They were small in number but great in strength. This was mostly true for the dragons that were not part of the main four elements, that being water, fire, earth and wind. It could even be said that part of the crystal dragon's weakness was the fact their birth rates were so low even in comparison to other god beasts. It actually didn't take very long at all to step into their territory. Chapter 1699. Dragon, this territory is mine. The rough roar of Dragon's tongue echoed through the skies as a pair faced off. They were both gorgeous creatures, their scales reflecting a silvery color akin to polished metal. But one of them was far more resplendent than the other. While one looked dusted in coal, the other looked as though they hadn't fought a day in their lives. Even female dragons were fond of their aesthetic. Veridia herself looked like a polished ruby gliding through the skies in the shape of a dragon. She was a truly magnificent beast to lay one's eyes on, and usually this was how humans or other races could distinguish between a female or male dragon with a glance. Most males would be as beaten and ragged as the Dragon Emperor, while most females would be as well polished and groomed as Veridia. However, in this situation, both dragons were very clearly men. Their figures weren't nearly so slender as Veridia's. Their forelimbs entrenched themselves into the ground like ancient trees, exuding a majesty that warped reality itself. Dragons in the vicinity looked on with interested expressions. Fights happened every day, but one of this caliber was still quite rare. The shimmering dragon, Lucard, was a newbie, relatively speaking. He had only been around a few hundred years, but in that time he had shot up like a comet, beginning to rival the strongest geniuses of their dragon clan. If the martial god clan was fond of the rising up of unknown geniuses, it could be said that the dragon clan was even more fond. Elders never stepped into the matters of juniors, and even those who were juniors rarely deigned to take out any rage on those weaker than them so long as they didn't try to impugn on their interests. This was the reality of the dragon clan, and it allowed one to slowly temper themselves through combat again and again. Today, the both of them were omniscient god beasts who were facing off against one another. One was Lucard and the other was Rumil, the latter obviously being the one that looked as though his scales had been dusted with coal. Your territory, Lucard sneered, his proud neck standing and his scales shimmering so brightly that he looked like a second sun. It's mine now. Rumil was so enraged he roared, a spatial storm spiraling out in all directions in a vortex of concentrated might. It looked as though he would only be content if this breath ripped Lucard to shreds. And yet, the spatial storm bounced off of Lucard's scales as though the pitiful arrows loosed by mortals. They rebounded and shattered like glass. Rumil's pupils constricted. You awakened the spatial coat talent. What a stupid name, Lucard's sneer deepened. I call it the universe's guard. The dragons were powerful, but their naming sense was awful. Dragon claw, dragon's tongue, dragon's breath, there was no variety, and every time they tried to step off of this normal path of nomenclature, they would end up with something as stupid as spatial coat. That name is just as stupid. The voice came from nowhere and caught many dragons off guard. That was because while this person was certainly speaking dragon's tongue, they didn't have the aura of a dragon at all. When they looked over, they were even more shocked to find that it was a human, just sitting on a mountain peak. By his side there was another human, no, a dragon. They couldn't even tell. She clearly had the tyrannical aura of a dragon, but she was in the form of a human. She had the wings, but lacked the size, and her scales were only on her cheeks right beneath her eyes. Who were these people? It wasn't like they had never seen humans before, but this was a surprise to them nonetheless. Lucard was shocked. How could he not recognize Ryu? The last time he had seen him was at the Armament Guild. Back then, his uncle had taken him to unleash some carnage. The ancient beasts had planned to reclaim Sacrum for themselves, but after learning of Ryu's existence, the dragons, at least, chose to drop the matter. Ryu was the last person he expected to see here. Rumil was already in a foul mood, but when he saw a human, even though that human had just insulted his rival, he was still enraged. He roared and a spiraling spatial storm shot out from his mouth, appearing before Lionel and Xianxia in an instant. Ryu frowned. He placed a hand on Xianxia's lap and the duo didn't move an inch. The mountain peak they were sitting on suddenly had a crescent moon shape carved out of the top of it, almost as though someone had just taken a large bite. A spatial attack was what Ryu feared the least in this world. Scram! Ryu's roar sounded no different from a dragon's, white scales forming across his body as a torrential bloodline suppression rushed through the air. Rumil felt as though his body had been hit by a truck. His bloodline rolled in reverse, a mouthful of blood flying from his mouth as he stumbled back. Every step he took left a heavy quake, the land shaking and rocking with his movement. The expressions of the dragons changed before their gazes quickly became malevolent. All they felt was a dragon bloodline coming from this human. Who dared to blaspheme the blood of a dragon? Ryu ignored their gazes and looked toward Lucard as he slowly landed on the smooth cut that ran through the mountain. How about it, Lucard? You threw a tantrum last time, but is it going to be the same again? How about you become my mount? Lucard blinked, mostly out of surprise before a sneer spread across his maw. Still as arrogant as ever. It seems our last battle didn't teach you a good enough lesson. This time I'll definitely crush you. Roar. The surrounding dragons roared as though they were about to devour Ryu and Selhira. Stop, Lucard said indifferently. Lucard, what is the meaning of this? You want to protect this human. Human, he is a dragon, Lucard sneered. Are you muddle-headed? Rumil's temper was slowly rolling out of control. His great-grandfather is Primus. Why don't you go tell him that his descendant isn't a dragon and go see how that works out for you? Silence fell. Chapter 1700. Everything. The slit eyes of the dragons constricted, their gazes landing on Ryu one after another. There wasn't a single one of them who hadn't heard of Primus before. But what they didn't expect was that his descendants would appear here. However, their gazes weren't that of respect or admiration. Lineages in Dragonkin meant almost nothing. If you tried to use your father or mother to get a leg up, you'd quickly find yourself being ridiculed. Instead, their gazes were filled with battle intent as though they wanted to swallow Ryu whole. They wanted to battle. Ryu chuckled. First of all, I'm human. Second of all, I don't have such a great-grandfather. Third, I'm only in the false sky god realm. It can't be that you mighty dragons all want to take advantage of your cultivation levels, right? Ryu blinked almost innocently, leaving Lucard speechless. Was this really the same Ryu he knew? He had always had a sharp tongue, but shamelessness wasn't part of his repertoire. Oh no, Lucard mumbled to himself. If this man learned shamelessness, none of them were safe. In the silence, Lucard's mumble was clearly heard by everyone. Plus, it wasn't like Dragon's tongue was good for whispering in the first place. It was hard to whisper when every tone resonated like an ancient bell. Ryu smiled. Don't be like, Lucard. Tell you what, if you lower your cultivation level to the false god beast realm, I'll happily give you a spar. What, are you scared? Lucard's silvery eyes suddenly turned scarlet. Watch your mouth. Ho ho. Ryu's gaze narrowed. Bang. The two suddenly disappeared at the same time, one dragon towering at over 50 meters, and a human that was barely a fraction of his size. And yet, Ryu's fist met Lucard's claw without the slightest hesitation. A wild fluctuation of space rippled out in all directions. Lucard's expression changed. He thought that Ryu was a fool for trying to touch him when he had just heard that he had awakened his universe's guard. If the Tribulation Seed was the strongest talent of the Lightning Qilin, the universe's guard was most definitely the strongest talent of the spatial dragons, and it was one that hadn't been awakened in countless generations. It could be said that this was part of the reason the spatial dragons had fallen so far. Universe's guard, or, rather spatial code, was a talent that granted a spatial dragon the ability to truly be one with space. This wasn't as simple as entering the void, it truly made one no different from the spatial laws themselves. It was a concept most had a difficult time wrapping their heads around, let alone awakening. It was a talent that could both be the greatest offense and the greatest defense, a reality that was decided by no one other than the talent wielder themselves. At the highest levels, each one of Lucard's scales would carry within it a world. If he wanted to, he could weigh as much as thousands of stars or become as immovable as thousands of black holes. And, unlike Ryu who needed to use his soul stamina to tap into his spacetime soul nature, Lucard didn't need to do such a thing at all. In fact, it all happened so naturally that it was as easy as breathing. Once again, he was space and space was him. When a world appeared, it didn't need to consciously control the space around itself at all. Just by virtue of its existence, space would be warped around it. Stronger worlds had stronger spatial laws, and weaker ones had weaker spatial laws. This was the reality of the world, and it was something that the spatial dragons were well aware of, which was why they were so shocked when Lucard exposed the fact he had awakened such a talent. He had originally come here to claim Rumil's territory, a territory that was ranked in the top 100 of the junior generation's territories. They had been shocked about this matter because Lucard had only recently broken into the omniscient god-beast realm. He shouldn't have been a match for Rumil at all, who many said was already only a few centuries away from becoming a lord beast. It had to be known that environment was highly important to dragons. Even Veridia had found a nice region of heavy volcanic activity to take her long rest. It was the same for spatial dragons. Originally, Ryu hadn't come here to see Lucard. He had no idea that he was here, and it was nothing more than a coincidence. The real reason he had come was because this region had a high density of volatile spatial chi, and as a result there were many natural treasures here that could likely help him break into the 9th nether plane with greater ease. In fact, there might even be a region here that made it easier to step into the other planes as well. That wouldn't be too much of a surprise for a region with such high spatial fluctuations. But after he met Lucard, he had a better idea. Why waste his time looking for such resources and potentially offending elder dragons who could kill him with a look? Any of the resources or regions that could allow him to step into the nether plane from here would almost certainly be under the control of Lord Beasts or stronger. However, Lucard was his gateway. Because he had awakened spatial cloak, it should be far easier for Lucard to travel between planes. In fact, even if he hadn't, his black hole pupils were likely to have such abilities as well. Ryu had learned a lot about the cultivation world in recent years, so he knew how ridiculous it was for a beast to awaken heavenly pupils. Lucard was a cheat code in the flesh, and Ryu happened to like his character very much. He had given up on taking him as a mount once. He certainly wouldn't do it again. Ryu laughed, his voice echoing through the skies. As expected, Lucard restricted his strength to the false sky god realm. He wasn't surprised in the slightest. Lucard quickly hid his surprised expression. "You're too arrogant." Lucard's gaze flickered, a swirling black hole appearing for an instant before he suppressed it. Ryu grinned. "Hiding your strength still? You don't need to. With your master here, who can touch you?" A malevolent aura spread from Lucard as his wings spread wide. A single flap sent a storm of wind and spatial scythes spiraling through the surroundings. Everyone, regardless of if it was Rumil or the others, were forced into a retreat. "If you keep testing my bottom line, I'm not afraid to kill you regardless of our former relationship." Ryu's grin didn't fade. He stood in the skies, his own wings suddenly spreading from his back. Somehow, he was both far smaller than Lucard and yet just as large in all of their eyes. "Follow me and you'll become the next Dragon Emperor." The skies clapped and thunder rolled. The pupils of the surrounding dragons constricted. Ryu spoke these words without hesitation, causing all of their hearts to stop beating. In the Dragon Clan, there was no abdication. A Dragon Emperor position only passed down from one to another through combat, and without a doubt, one would always die. Even if the losing party was spared, they would never have the face to continue living. Ryu saying these words was as good as telling everyone he planned to help Lucard kill the current Dragon Emperor. Pyrothos the undefeated. Lucard's expression flickered before his laughter boomed as well. It was far louder, his voice even more grating, and unlike Ryu, who had to rely on the thunder high above, it seemed that Lucard had become the thunder himself. "I will become the next Dragon Emperor myself. Since when did I need the help of others to achieve my goals? Congratulations, you've sufficiently enraged me." Lucard no longer held back. While his cultivation remained at the omniscient god-beast realm, his heavenly pupils flourished. Two enormous black holes appeared behind his wings, an even larger one taking shape behind his head. His scales shimmered so brightly that the Tao bones beneath became to echo with the hymns of the heavens. Ryu raised a fist to the skies, a streaking bolt of lightning descending in a flash. He was enveloped in the light, and when he appeared once again, he was enveloped in a silvery blue armor, from his horns to his feet and wings. The skies rolled and rumbled with rage. The heavens had immediately detected Ryu's blasphemy and struck down with an even more violent momentum. If there were any Tao gods observing, they would have seen that what Ryu was wearing was no normal armor. It was armor that was a perfect replica of the heavenly knights that descended on Sacrum. The aura they exuded was on an entirely different level. Ryu smashed his twin pair of gauntlets together, the rain of lightning above only adding to his valiance as a twin pair of 8 trigram diagrams appeared, one above and the other below him. His birthed phenomena rose into the skies and his silver star manifested itself. At that moment, his momentum thoroughly suppressed Lucard's. "Bring everything you have. It's been a very long time since I've had a good battle, and my fists are itching." Every word Ryu spoke seemed to either enrage the heavens or were perfectly in line with their heavenly Tao. His chilled of order and chilled of chaos constitution struck an eerie balance and solidified the space. In that moment, he looked entirely untouchable. Bang! The two vanished at once. Chapter 1701. Read it. Mold it. 1701. Read it. Mold it. Almost instantly, Ryu could feel the strength of a rank 4 heavenly pupils. No, right now, they should be the rank 3. Space bent and twisted so fiercely that the battlefield was immediately split into two. It no longer felt like a battle between two existences, but rather two worlds. One was dark and brooding, forming swirls of reality that one couldn't look at straight without harming their eyes. The other was dark as well, but in a different sort of way. The clouds rumbled and lightning sparked. There were only 2 points of light at all, one being a young man wreathed in shimmering white scales, and the other being a bright silver star that shone down as the only luminescence in the world. At this point, even Lucard's beautiful silver scales had become dark. His wings spread wide, black holes forming in each and every one of his scales. By their third clash, Ryu was sent flying. He crashed into a mountain range that quickly crumbled beneath the sudden impact. Selhira covered her mouth, her temper almost getting the best of her for a moment, but she held back. She could feel her husband's thoughts, his excitement. Boom! Ryu shot into the skies once more, looking toward Lucard with a blazing fire in his eyes. His clothing looked ragged, but his body seemed to be perfectly fine. He ripped his robes to the side, revealing a dense pack of scales that followed the outline of his chiseled silhouette dancing beneath a shimmering armor blue steel. He wasn't the only one that could synergize his abilities. It could be said that a spatial dragon born with black hole pupils was broken, truly broken in the worst of ways. Now, not only were each one of Lucard's scales practically a spatial world of their own, but they also contained the violent devouring aspects of his heavenly pupils. Right now, he looked like a legendary black dragon, blotting out the skies with his wings. His maw opened wide, a roar that could collapse worlds echoing from him as a vortex of black shards of broken space rushed out from him and toward Ryu. Ryu took a step forward, his founding Tao rising high into the skies. Heaven's Gate. He stepped through Heaven's Gate and his cultivation soared to the true sky god realm. He punched out, sparks of lightning ripping the torrent of space apart. He retracted his fist and raised his other hand. A claw glistened within his gauntlet, the furious barrage of heavenly tribulation lightning falling with greater and greater fervor. Dragon's Claw. Lucard flapped his wings, a pair of black holes rolling forward and blocking before him. Sparks flew and the heavenly laws trembled. For a moment, it almost looked as though 3 rotating blades had clashed in the skies. Just a single spark raised down a forest, the cacophonous booms forcing the dragons below to retreat again and again. Ryu suddenly took a step as he activated Absolute Domain. Absolute Domain. Between his spacetime soul nature and this undeniable movement technique, even his control of space began to faintly catch up to Lucard's. He appeared on the other side of the dragon's twisted black hole. He had spent 10 years in such a space. Why would he fear it? A fist rammed into Lucard's chest like booming thunder, sending him flying out even further than Ryu had. The spatial dragon's enormous body rolled through the ground, unleashing a devastation that shook the heart. His body seemed to already be faintly approaching the weight of a world. Every time he collided with something, they disintegrated as though the greatest touch of destruction had spared them from living. Spatial world. Lucard roared. Storm. Ryu's voice echoed. A wave of deja vu hit them both, but it didn't slow them down in the slightest. Ryu harnessed the tribulation lightning that had been accumulating above him. Spears, glaives, halberds, swords, sabers, weapons of all shapes and sizes, radiating with dense godhoods took shape. Somehow, each and every one radiated the aura of an absolute master, and when Ryu took a step forward and punched out, they moved with him. A world of reflective glass formed around Lucard. Ryu remembered this world well, but the difference was that this time, the mirrors that formed looked to be shaped from black ice. Up became down and left became right, and honestly speaking, this was just the simplest way to describe it. If someone without spatial affinity took a step into this world, it would rather seem like direction had no meaning at all, like reality had crumbled entirely. A clash of the void and lightning erupted. Sparks flew and spatial fragments rained down. The absolute carnage of black and radiant blue was akin to a painting of the gods, one small human and an enormous black dragon seemingly taking hold of an era in their palms and claws. They flickered and vanished continuously, only appearing for brief instances of time to erupt with strength that collapsed the void itself. Even a transcendent sky god hiding in space to watch this battle would have been forced to escape continuously. Void Claw, Lucard, suddenly swiped down in an arc that it seemed Ryu would be able to step out of. But the moment Ryu took a single step back, ready to explode forward in the next instant, he found a terrible pressure pressing down on him from above. Bang! Ryu crossed his arms above his head before being driven down to the ground below. He landed so heavily on his feet that the earth fragmented into pieces, large cubical boxes of rock and soul flying up and out. Lucard followed up with a tail whip that crackled almost like black lightning. However, Ryu could tell with a glance that it only looked like that because everywhere it passed, space fragmented like glass. A wild grin spread across Ryu's face. Boom! The immortal Sakura appeared high above Ryu's head and his blue steel armor gained a sheen of crystalline ice. If before the blue color was somewhat muted and restrained, right now it was so bright that it was hard even to look at him. Ice Phoenix heavenly patterns coated his body from head to toe as the call of the ancient bird filled the skies. Ice flames erupted across his body as his hand clamped down on Lucard's tail. The cold was so fierce that the shattered space was forced to solidify once again, almost healing. Ryu had realized that his close combat abilities were lacking. He was surprised to find that while he was exceptionally good at using them to target and counter humanoids, against a beast as large as Lucard, he almost preferred to have a weapon in his hand. However, he had already taken a step onto this path and he didn't believe that it was the wrong one. Using his body as a weapon was maybe the greatest breakthrough he had had in his entire life. In that case, what he was missing wasn't yet another method he had to learn, but rather he needed something that either supplemented or bolstered what he already had. The rain of weapons from earlier, a storm of attacks he had created on a whim, filled him with a bout of inspiration. He had never lost his god aura, he had just incorporated it all into his body. But who said weapons had to be in his hands to be used? Ryu roared and lifted himself out of the hole Lucard had pressed him into. With a wave of his hand, the dragon's tail was sent flying and he shot out of the earth. In that moment, he looked like a blue phoenix soaring into the skies. Blue lightning crackled within his blue flames, the world fragmenting like glass as the cold continued to spread. Chi, since you insist on being so stubborn, it seems I'll have to show you what the true number 1 heavenly pupils can do. Lucard caught himself in the air, rising up higher. He bared his teeth, a row of perfect, white and sharp, glistening pearls contrasting his deep black hue. Number 1, you're stuck in the past. Ryu's grin widened. No, I'm just secure in the future. Suddenly, Ryu's eyes widened and his pupils constricted. A sharp light radiated from his gaze as his towering horns sparked with lightning and ice. Lines of fate. The world turned to bundles of black, white and gray threads in his eyes. Everyone spoke about how powerful Heaven's Gate was, some even felt that rob the world of its color might be the most underrated of his eye's ability, some chose intuition, others felt that Death Acupoint had to be the strongest of them all. What was it like to be able to decide a person's life and death with a single poke? But in Ryu's opinion, the strongest abilities of his eyes were the most fundamental and also the one that was the first to awaken. When lines of fate descended onto the world, everything was in his grasp. Why was he so secure in his future? Because he could read it. Because he could mold it in his very own hands. Chapter 1702. Rebirth. Ryu raised his hands to the skies, his aura growing greater and greater. The stronger he grew, the more violently space cracked and shook. This was the first time Ryu was facing someone with a control over space that was comparable to his own. When his heavenly pupils were taken into account, Lucard was on a level all his own. In the younger generation, it was likely that there was no one that was his match, and he would only get stronger as time went on, especially since until Ryu, it was unlikely that Lucard had undone all 999 seals in his black hole pupils. However, Ryu didn't just have a space affinity, he had a spacetime affinity. And not only was his spacetime affinity exceptional, but when it came to his other elements, he was likewise on a level all to himself. The scenery could only be described as a work of God. Ryu stood, arms open wide beneath his immortal Sakura. High above that was his silver star, and above that was his birthed phenomena that seemed to have encompassed the world in its palms. Ryu's body was wrapped in blue steel armor and gorgeous blue flames. With every dancing flicker, the world froze over more and more as blossom petals fell from the skies. Then, bang, the world erupted. Reality exploded like a ball of glass, endless darkness spreading out in all directions and erasing their laws. Then, a world layered on top of it, one with a stream of milky whiteness and spiritual herbs that painted an array of colors. And then all those gorgeous colors vanished, robbed the world of its color. Ryu realized that just defeating Lucard wasn't enough. He had to crush him. In that case, he would truly go all out. The dragons continuously retreated, their hearts beating out of their chests. Just how sturdy was the space in the ninth heaven? Just what was happening here? Without Lord control, one shouldn't be able to shake it so severely, and without God control it was impossible to project a world like Ryu was doing. Was this really a fight between omniscient realm experts? No, this wasn't true. Lucard had suppressed himself to the false Sky God realm while Ryu had only entered the true Sky God realm due to his pupils. How was any of that possible? Ryu's raised hands pressed together. His birthed phenomena made the same movement as lines of fate reflected in his eyes. As a show of respect, Lucard, I will crush you with absolute strength. A hum came from Ryu's lips. The world around him rattled and the spirit herbs swayed in a silent wind. He and his birthed phenomena suddenly moved at once, their palms grabbing out and compressing the world. Lucard's expression changed and he hurriedly flapped his wings, his black holes pushing out against him. However, nothing he did could stop it. Heavenly patterns were suddenly drawn in the skies. No, onto the very time and space itself. In that moment, Ryu fused the bounds of his world with the heavenly characters of the Phoenix race and forced it into the form of a cage. Lucard found himself frozen in space and time. Every time he tried to rip his way out forcefully, flickering ice-blue heavenly phoenix patterns would appear. It looked almost like a glitch in reality, as though they were playing with the laws of the world itself. A god's brush, Ryu spoke lightly, Earth, boom. Lucard's body was suddenly pressed into the ground. A heart-rending roar came from his maw, a violent whirlwind of blackened void rushing out in a torrent. But it didn't change a single thing. Heavenly tribulations fell and Ryu's stance changed once again. It looked like he wasn't even sure what shape this technique of his should take. The first time he used his lightning god talent to draw with a brush of judgment. The second time he used it he raised a palm, seemingly drawing with his hand alone. But this time, his thoughts changed once again and he began to form hand seals. Hand seals weren't uncommon in the cultivation world, but they weren't ubiquitous either. Usually, they were used in techniques that required a great amount of mental focus. The changes to the hands would direct the chi while the mind could focus on other things. It was essentially akin to a visualization technique, in a quasi sort of way. But Ryu was indeed just testing out various things. A self-created technique should be refined again and again. What he didn't expect was that the moment his birthed phenomena began to form hand seals, the world would fall into silence. Every time the birthed phenomena moved, the chi in the surrounding hundreds of kilometers would all respond. Ryu suddenly began to feel a great amount of pressure. The heavens seemed to be trying to force his hands apart, trying to stop him from forming the next seals. His arms exploded and his gauntlets shattered. Blood rained down from the skies but Ryu's gaze remained indifferent as he forced his fingers together again. Heaven, boom. Lucard's black hole shattered and scattered, his scales erupting and fissuring as the skin beneath whined and groaned. Even after the first attack, Lucard hadn't been harmed. The only reason he was suppressed was because he was restricting his cultivation realm, but this time, he was truly injured. Inwardly, he was absolutely shocked. How was this possible? Do you give in? Ryu's voice echoed and seemed to fuse with the corners of the world. Blood flowed from his arms and the cracks in his armor. Despite the cold, his blood seemed to run so hot that even the ice flames couldn't freeze them over. The crimson droplets fell from the skies. Every time they clapped against the ground, deep craters would be left behind, only for them to quickly freeze over into ponds of ice. Lucard looked up when he heard Ryu's question, a fiendish grin spreading across his lips. Ryu nodded, not needing to say anything else. Without a word, he forced his hands to separate. Rebirth. Chapter 1703. Fire dogs. The moment Ryu's palms touched, his hands exploded apart and the flesh of his arms practically burned to ash, leaving nothing but a few strands of skin and muscles. His bones shone through with an ancient hue. They looked so bright, almost like crystals etched with silver and royal blue hues. Just staring at them for too long could entrap a person, shattering their Tao heart before they even understood exactly what would happen. And then Lucard's body seemed to explode. He stubbornly lay there, glaring up at Ryu as the black of his scales seemed to be peeled off. His scales fell like the rain from his body, and his blood flowed like rivers. Ryu coughed up a mouthful of blood, his demeanor indifferent. At that moment, it looked as though nothing in the world could stop him, not even the heavens themselves. He didn't expect that hand seals would have such good synergy with his birth phenomena, but when he thought about it, it made perfect sense. The basic ability of birthed phenomena was to essentially be akin to an immortal ring. It was just that this immortal ring was truly on a completely different level. This was because his birthed phenomena wasn't just an additional boost to his chi, but a qualitative boost to all aspects, even comprehension, though not in the normal sense. Rather than improving comprehension, Ryu's birth phenomena made everything he did comprehend feel to be worth more. However, much like with all other phenomena, it took focus chi to manifest Ryu birthed phenomena. Sustaining one was a constant mental drain. He didn't know why he hadn't thought of it before, but hand seals couldn't have been a more perfect combination. It took all the load off his mind and he could focus on channeling all the abilities of his birthed phenomena into his strength. The question was, why couldn't he replicate that with his fist techniques and such? It was difficult. Hand seals were akin to a language themselves, they could only mean one thing. But a fist or a kick, or a finger or a claw, could have an infinite number of variations, all dependent on the skill of the user and even the skill of the opponent as well. After all, when Ryu was fighting, he wasn't battling in a vacuum, he would have to react to whatever his opponent would do. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible. But what if I anchor down my moves to my inner world? It's my world, so who's to say that a punch isn't a hand seal? Ryu's eyes began to glow. With this sort of change, his combat strength would increase 100 times over easily. The problem was that his body couldn't take it. Just forming 3 hand seals had caused him to lose his arms. What would a continuous barrage of punches do? He would be a skeleton before he finished a single round of battle. That said, shoo, bang, a single wisp of embryonic chi shuttled through his body and his flesh practically exploded back to life. Under everyone's eyes, he was back to 100% in the blink of an eye, as though nothing had ever happened. At this point, Ryu's stamina was truly frightening. On the one hand, his perfect blackbody soul made his soul so much larger than those at the same level that he practically had an infinite amount of soul quintessence to tap into. On the other hand, his chi realm was connected to an entire plane he no longer had to hide, so it made his chi likewise practically infinite. And on yet another, with his embryonic chi, his body was just a single droplet away from being back to full tilt. As though all of that wasn't enough, he had even learned the circulation pathway hidden within his body, one that could replenish even his focus chi. It could be said that in terms of stamina, Ryu probably had no equal. Even if one didn't restrict it to those at his cultivation level alone. It would take a true monster to even begin to put a dent into his stamina. Tiring him out was simply not an option. Ryu dismissed his armor and ice flames, revealing a broken and beaten set of robes and a body that was chiseled to perfection. Every breath he took seemed to truly be one with the world. Do you give in now? Ryu looked down with a smile. Lucard laid in a pile of his own mangled flesh. It could only be said that he was truly arrogant to the bones. Even in this situation, he hadn't unleashed an aura that was beyond his false sky god realm. Lucard coughed. It could also be said that if he was truly in the false sky god realm, he would have already died. Although he had suppressed his realm, his body's strength was still there, at least defensively. Of course, he could mobilize his vital chi to improve them by thousands of times over, but that would have been cheating. Fuck you, Lucard groaned. Where's your wife, by the way? Ryu asked as though they were having a casual conversation. I remember the last time we met you had a father-in-law. My wife is a crystal dragon. Lucard said after a snort of annoyance, the pain racking his body. Ah, sounds like more reason to follow me. The faster you become the Dragon Emperor, the faster these stupid rules can be overturned. I really don't get it. Fire dragons are supposed to be mighty and arrogant, but because they were scared they chose to banish their best aides. As far as I'm concerned, the so-called ruling class of dragons isn't a ruling class at all. They might as well call themselves the fire dogs. Ryu spoke entirely without restraint, his every word making them wince again and again. Everything that rolled off this man's tongue could cause a clap of thunder to echo in the skies, and yet here he was roar. Cracks suddenly appeared in Ryu's projected world as a furious bellow echoed from the distance. Oh, looks like I enraged one of the dogs. Chapter 1704. Fireball Ryu laughed and waved a hand. Selhira suddenly teleported over, her waist appearing in his arms. She was a bit disoriented, but she didn't resist. In a flash, they appeared on Lucard's back, which actually looked a lot more like a mountain of flesh and blood. "Get off of me," Lucard grumbled. At the moment, Lucard was a bit annoyed, but he didn't feel hatred either. Restricting cultivation for beasts was much more difficult than it was for humans. That was because while humans had 3 different streams of cultivation, beasts only had a single one. Having them restrict their cultivation was akin to forcing them to tie their limbs to their wings. However, he didn't make excuses. A loss was a loss, but he had also never agreed to become Ryu's mount if he did lose. At the same time, he didn't hate Ryu either and he considered them to be friends. So on the one hand, he was annoyed that Ryu had suddenly stepped onto his back. But on the other, he didn't feel the visceral hatred he would have had it been anyone else. At the same time, his Dao heart was still quite firm. He felt that if he found a more systematic way of sealing his cultivation and had a real battle with Ryu at the false sky god realm, he would be able to have a good battle, and he was about 55% confident that he could win. Boom, boom, boom. The air continued to explode in the distance as the roaring fire dragon got closer and closer. With every flap of its wings, it crossed thousands of kilometers. Even though it was still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, the temperature was already beginning to tick upward, and it was only getting worse by the second. "Come on now, Lucard. Get it in gear. We have places to go. Namely, the true nether plane. Leave me alone." Lucard spoke lazily as he lifted his mangled mess of a head to start licking his wounds. The spike of pain annoyed him more and his back shook, trying to throw Ryu off. Ryu smiled and didn't budge. He looked off into the distance and his smile widened. The infuriated fire dragon was getting closer and closer. Despite the distance, Ryu could see it clearly. And it was no doubt a lord beast. At that moment, it suddenly opened its maw, a fireball that seemed to blot out the sun appearing. If the temperature was skyrocketing before, it was on an entirely different level now. From a ball of rolling flames, the fireball practically became a perfectly smooth molten ball of magma. Runes danced across its surface. It was, without a doubt, the most intricate and powerful flame attack that Ryu had ever seen. "You see that?" Ryu pointed. "If you don't get a move on, we're both gonna die. What would your wife think?" Lucard looked up with a snarl. He should have known. Ryu did this on purpose. Ryu already knew that convincing him would be impossible. The only way was to piss off someone they couldn't afford to offend and be forced to flee. Now, with Ryu on his back, he was being targeted as well. But it also didn't help that he had admitted that he wanted to be the Dragon Emperor earlier. That probably put him in the same boat as Ryu. Now he was dirtied and didn't have time to wash himself clean. Bang! The world reacted like an iron ball exploded inside a cannon. It ballooned before it was forcefully stabilized, the fireball shooting across tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Time's ticking, Ryu laughed, unmoved by the coming attack. At this point, the temperature was so high that even Lucard's blood began to boil. He didn't have the same resistance to fire that Ryu had, and he obviously wasn't granted the same protections as Ryu's wife, so he could only scald and burn beneath the might. "I hate you," Lucard muttered, struggling to stand. "That'll fade," Ryu said with a smile. "I don't have the strength to do this right now." "Yes, you do, I'll help you out. Just focus and we'll be good to go. Trust me, would I put both of our lives at risk?" "You already have." Ryu laughed uproariously. "A little Lord Beast ant has never been able to threaten my life. My sights are set higher than this." Lucard snorted, just as arrogant as ever. The spatial dragon's body shuddered as he forced his vital chi to circulate. Because he had suppressed his cultivation, he was in a far worse off position than a human who would have done the same thing. If Ryu fought a human genius of the omniscient sky god realm who suppressed their cultivation, they wouldn't have been nearly so injured because all their realms weren't linked. Their bodies would have still been at the level of the omniscient sky god realm. But Lucard was far worse off. "You got it, I believe in you," Ryu chuckled as the molten fireball continued to approach. "Shut up, stop talking." The attack kept getting closer and closer, and by now Lucard had turned into a black dragon once more, but this time purely because his blood was burning to ash. Roar! Lucard released a bellow and large amounts of spatial chi flourished. Only fractions of a second remained, the ball of fire prepared to take all their lives. By this point, the other dragons had long since scattered, but the ones that were worse off had turned into balls of fire on their own, falling into piles of bone ash. Lucard's expression changed as his chi faltered. Was he really going to die like this? Ryu's gaze sharpened as he flicked a droplet of embryonic chi down. Lucard's faltering chi skyrocketed and they all suddenly vanished. Boom! The fireball landed and devastation expanded across thousands of kilometers, burning it all to ash. Chapter 1705. Suffer Boom. The Lord Beast Fire Dragon landed, its expression furious. Scars littered its body, and it looked quite a lot like a smaller version of Pyrothos. Originally, he hadn't planned on acting at all. Attacking a puny omniscient dragon was beneath him, and the human was even less interesting. His attention had first been caught after the first time the Dragon Emperor was mentioned for no other reason than the fact he was part of Pyrothos lineage. While Pyrothos would sense the name the most, his descendants could do so as well. This was an ability all beasts of a certain strength level had, and it was allowed due to their great attunement with the heavens. Pyrothos, obviously, wouldn't pay attention to such a thing. If he had to come out every time someone mentioned the Dragon Emperor, or even killing him, even he would have to waste all his days away. But that didn't mean that his descendants would let it go. After Ryu called this fire dogs, he had crossed a bottom line that overrode the fire dragon's pride. While pride was a huge marker for dragons, rage was an even greater marker for fire dragons. The latter could easily override the former in the right situation. And this was most definitely the right situation. He was just more pissed off that they had actually managed to escape. Even a god beast wouldn't be able to cross the line between planes so easily, at least not without time and preparation. This purely went to show how powerful Lucard Universe's guard was. If it wasn't for the fact Ryu's spatial affinity was also top-notch, even hurting Lucard would have been a pipe dream. The Lord Beast snarled and then turned to leave. But just as he was going to, an aura of desolation crashed down on him from above, nearly flattening him into a meat paste. It seems the fire dragons think they can treat my words as air, The voice echoed through Dragon Clan territory. Take this as a lesson. The next time someone above the omniscient realm targets my disciple, it won't be just one who dies. Bang! The Lord Beast exploded, shards of precious flesh and blood flying in all directions. It could be said that in the whole world, dragon meat was the greatest of delicacies, rivaled only by other divine beasts of similar caliber. And yet, it spilled about as though it was entirely worthless. Boom! Pyrothos suddenly appeared, stepping out the portal of swirling flames. It seemed that his flame attainments had reached such a high level that he could use it as any element he felt like. Even space wasn't a problem at all. He looked down at his splattered descendant, seemingly not caring much. But when he looked up, sparks of rage flew in his eyes. No, it wasn't rage, it was battle lust. He didn't give a damn about all this, all he wanted was a good fight. Unfortunately, he only felt a gaze on him for a moment before fading stars aura vanished into thin air, leaving him blue-balled. Pyrothos looked down at the battlefield and then left without a word. Ryu, Lucard, and Xianxia appeared in a dreary swamp. Almost immediately, Ryu's pupils constricted and he slapped Lucard's back to get him to move. Lucard wanted to give Ryu the side eye, but sensing the danger as well he immediately flapped his wings and vanished into the void. Boom! The enormous maw of a blackened electric eel snapped close around where they had just been. The trio appeared again high above the swamp, their gazes serious. That creature was a Lord Beast without a doubt. It made sense. They had just randomly teleported into the ninth plane, it was only natural that there would be a great amount of danger almost immediately. You did this on purpose, Lucard grumbled again. He was shocked to find that his body was actually perfectly fine. Had Ryu healed him earlier, he wouldn't have come. But now he couldn't go back, or else that Lord Beast bastard would hunt him down. He was pretty much stuck here until he gained the strength to fight that fire dog off. Lucard shook his head. He had subconsciously called him a fire dog. Ryu was already influencing him. He snarled, "All right, big guy, that way." Ryu pointed toward his vague sense of Mei's direction. In the true martial world, he had to enter the martial god territory first, but for some reason, he could sense Mei immediately here. We can go our own separate ways now, I can take care of myself. As for you, well, that's on you, Lucard snorted, rolling in the air to shake Ryu off. But to his chagrin, Ryu and Xianxia stayed perfectly still. Don't you want a way to get out of here? Come on now, Ryu pointed again. Lucard grumbled again and eventually decided that Ryu was right. He did want a way out of here. Even if he was going to train on the 9th plane, it couldn't be here. None of this place had anything he needed. In fact, he would be better off going to the ethereal plane, but because he had entered the true nether plane, he would need to return to the real plane first before he could do that. The real plane was the linchpin that held all the planes together. It was only through it that Lucard could access all the planes. Obviously, Ryu had thought of this as well, the bastard. Grumbling, Lucard shot into the distance. This time, though, the deterrence of Selhira's necklace was worthless and the journey was far more perilous than it had been in the past. Due to this, it would be a long while before the trio got even close to Mei's location. A man with fiery red hair and scars across his eyes looked up. "What is it?" one of his companions asked. "I dunno, I just smelled the shamelessness in the region increasing." "Huh, let's go find the nearest betting house. Someone's going to flip the true nether plane upside down again. I need to at least make some money if I'm going to suffer." Chapter 1706. Fascinating. Ryu sat on Lucard's back and seemed to forget the world. The spatial dragon's grumbling went in through one ear and out through the other. As far as Ryu was concerned, he was already hitched to this wagon and there was no getting out now. Inwardly, Ryu couldn't help but chuckle. That was because he knew that Lucard was exceptionally curious about how he had healed him instantly like that, but he was also far too prideful to ask. As much as he was grumbling about Ryu's tricks and schemes, if he was really so pissed off, he would have left on his own a long time ago. Ryu was just giving him convenient excuses to stay so that he would be able to save some face. Ryu did want Lucard as a mount, but he also realized that it was nigh impossible to get the latter to agree to something like that. And honestly, he had only used such a term to goad Lucard into action. He was much more curious about other things. Lucard was a fascinating case. Heavenly pupils were distinctly human things. From Ryu's understanding, they were essentially techniques created by long-forgotten experts that carried forward due to the sheer amount of faith they had formed. How had Primus given Xianxia the flame heavenly pupils? Wasn't it by creating it? It could be said that Primus was truly an impressive man. It was hard to say exactly where his bottom line lay. But that aside, it seemed that Lucard was a natural example of something Primus had to form artificially. Or was he? Ryu couldn't help but remember that Rusal, the Wind Dragon and Lucard father-in-law, originally only let him go because of his lineage. Then there was Lucard who knew of his relation to Primus even without them exchanging a word about it. This should mean that Primus had quite some interaction with the dragons of Sacrum. So, who was to say that Xianxia was his only experiment? Of course, these were all just speculations on Ryu's part. He actually wasn't sure, but even so, while he hated Primus, he couldn't help but think the man was intriguing. Did he really need to sever karma with Ryu and his father? Or was there another reason? It seemed that he couldn't take anything this man did at face value. Unfortunately, he knew too little about the Lord Realms and above to make a judgment. While his master did leave some information about that to him, it had taken him so long just to deconstruct the realms up to omniscient, he didn't want to waste time on the details that were beyond him for now. What he did have, though, was a vague understanding of Lord, Sovereign, and God control, and that was enough for his purposes. Whether or not Primus was planning something didn't matter much to Ryu at all. One day or another, he would crush Primus beneath his feet just like everyone else. What he wanted was to grow stronger as quickly as possible, first to save Hope's soul, and then to find his wives. He didn't know what kind of strength it would take to cross those worlds. His master had said that even Tao gods couldn't travel between them so casually. The biggest problem on his mind now was most definitely Hope. Just being strong enough to kill Old Juan wouldn't be enough, he needed a method to retrieve her soul and not allow it to be used against him. Even after all this time, he still didn't have a good method. And honestly, aside from his ego, this was a large part of the reason why he didn't have his father take action. When dealing with someone as cunning as Old Juan, strength alone wasn't enough. Unfortunately this time, Ryu had gotten outmaneuvered both in scheme and in strength. While he had always been cautious about Old Juan, clearly it wasn't enough. Maybe the dream wraiths will have something. The thought flickered in his mind. Maybe this time, finding Mei wouldn't just help their relationship, but help Hope as well. At this point, it was only a matter of time before she conceived his child. It might take centuries, but it was already set in motion. Her body was missing its primordial yin and her soul was damaged, but the rest of her bodily functions were working just fine. Ryu wouldn't allow any child he brought into this world to be motherless, and just by virtue of carrying his child, he considered Hope to be his woman. And anyone who touched that bottom line deserved something far worse than just death. Ryu settled down his heart and began to focus on cultivation. He let Lucard handle all the trouble regardless of how much he grumbled, and every time the spatial dragon ended up too injured, Ryu would give him another embryonic chi drop. Like this, the two formed a tacit understanding, while Lucard was continuously in shock and awe. Logically, no healing should be so effective time and time again. Much like pills, without a significant buffer, most healing agents lost effectiveness the more times you used it. But this didn't seem to be the case for the mysterious milky liquid. What was more shocking was that every time he was heavily injured and Ryu helped him out, he would actually end up growing more powerful. Embryonic chi was even more effective on beasts than it was on humans. Ryu had only given Veridia a single drop, but she was on the verge of a huge breakthrough now. By this point, he had already given Lucard more than 10 drops, and his improvements seemed to be coming in leaps and bounds. It took Lucard almost 1,000 years to relay his foundation. Then, in not even 10 years, he went from the Tao pedestal realm to the omniscient sky god realm. It was said that after entering this realm, your cultivation should slow to a crawl. So why was he still speeding forward? Chapter 1707, Dismember. Horizon. At some point, Lucard stopped grumbling entirely. He didn't know where Ryu had gotten his hands on such good stuff, but at least he was showing some real sincerity. At the very least, Ryu didn't seem to be stingy with its use. Whenever he really was at his limit, he would use another. What was the most shocking to Lucard was that he could feel his bloodline returning to its origin. Every drop came with it a deepening of his talent that was astonishing. He already felt that he was on another level talent-wise, but now he was truly becoming a monster. Deep into the journey, Lucard began to wonder about his eyes. Much like Ryu had speculated, he had yet to unseal all 999 seals. In fact, he was still shy of 99, the second watershed. He had spent most of his time rebuilding his foundation, and for many heavenly pupil wielders, reaching 99 unlocked seals was already their limit. He thought he was doing well already. In truth, many were only slowly coming to the shocking realization that Ryu might have unlocked all 999 of his seals. Although there was some variability, the abilities of the heavenly pupils could only be unlocked step by step. It was very rare to unlock Heaven's Gate before the 999th seal was undone, as it could be considered to be among the most broken abilities of heavenly pupils in general. For Lucard, his current strongest heavenly pupil ability allowed him the manifestation of black holes. These black holes could truly unleash carnage onto the world, shredding chi and refining it into one's own strength. It could be considered to be a much higher class of ability compared to the visualization divine chaotic annihilation. However, this black hole ability was akin to lines of fate for Ryu. It was the most basic ability of Lucard black hole pupils, and they didn't even synergize with him very well. That was because he was a dragon, not a human. He couldn't use chi in the normal sense, so the ability lost all of its offensive characteristics. So, while this was a huge ability in the hands of a human, for Lucard, it wasn't. This wasn't the worst part either, unfortunately. Aside from black hole, Lucard had only unlocked one other ability for his heavenly pupils, and that was Mirror World. If it could be said that Ryu was exceptional at awakening his heavenly pupil abilities early, Lucard was the exact opposite. Before even undoing a single seal, Ryu already had access to third perspective and lines of fate. Lucard had undone almost 99 and still only had 2. He was quite pitiful in this regard, but who asked him to be a beast? Thinking to this point, Lucard was actually eager to try, and to his shock, the instant he directed Ryu's next droplet to his eyes, there was a booming change. First, he almost instantly swept through 99 seals, but before he could even register what ability he unlocked, he felt a slight change. No way, embryonic chi helped your body tend toward perfection. If there was an opening to take, it would dive right in. It seemed to detect the weakness of Lucard's eyes instantly and loosened the restrictions on black hole. At that moment, although he couldn't use the chi, he felt that he could redirect it. The first method was by turning it into karmic chi to fuel his eyes more, and the second method was redirecting it into his out-pupil abilities like Mirror World that took up a large amount of energy. This was enough to shock Lucard, but then he realized he had awakened more abilities and was almost giddy with joy. Every time he undid a seal, he would wait patiently in hopes that a new ability would come to him, only for there to be nothing there. But this time, he had actually awakened two in one go. Dismember. It was an application of black hole that could be considered to be one of the strongest and more fear-inducing abilities of the black hole heavenly pupils. Rather than just manifesting black hole as a form of shield or protection, Lucard could manifest them within an enemy, shredding them apart. It was almost like planting a bomb in the void, and if one's senses weren't sharp enough, they would die even before they knew what happened to them. Horizon. The event horizon of a black hole was the region where nothing could escape. When this ability was activated, Lucard could form a force of suction that even those several levels above his own could not withstand. Right now, this ability would work even on a Dao Lord. If one ignored the fact it would work on a Dao Lord, this would seem like a lackluster ability, until one understood a few things. First, the target was entirely up to Lucard choosing. He could even rip the soul out of a target's body if that was what he wanted to do. He could separate out one's blood essence by force, or rip their bone structures out of their bodies. Even intangible existences without substance could suffer this fate, such as Daos or comprehensions. Second, while it was much more difficult to use this ability in these ways, what wasn't more difficult was to use clever applications. Lucard didn't have to set the target to be forcefully attracted to himself. He could send them flying into a store, or he could cast Horizon twice on the body and head off a victim and pull them apart in opposite directions. The limit was only decided by how sinister the user was, and how powerful the target was. When Lucard realized this, he understood that Horizon couldn't be limited by just its description alone. By its logic, he could practically use it as an all-encompassing, almost telekinesis-like ability. Lucard roared into the skies, tens of black holes forming around him in a shuddering excitement that shredded the nether chi in the surroundings apart. Ryu chuckled beneath his breath, not opening his eyes. He'd like to see if Lucard would still not be obedient in the future. Chapter 1708. Loose Collection. Ryu's eyes slowly opened. He could sense that they were getting closer. Though Mei was still quite a distance away, at the very least, he felt that there was civilization closing in. It was odd. These days, he felt more sensitive about certain things. There was no reason he should be so certain. After all, he knew far too little about the true nether plane to begin with. The dreary atmosphere, the thick nether chi, and the demons were pretty much all he was aware of. And yet, just from the shift in fate in the air, he could tell that they were closing in on a more civilized society. The wilderness had bundles of fate that were more irregular and chaotic, while humanoid civilizations were more organized and almost airtight, as though there was less room for change. There was no doubt that the change in sensitivity came with Ryu's heavenly pupils as well. The two were inextricably linked. However, it was also related to his inner world. In fact, the latter was likely the bigger piece of the pie. During Ryu's battle with Lucard, he activated lines of fate while his inner world was projected, and the synergistic effects were entirely beyond his expectations. But he realized after taking a step back that he should have known. His inner world allowed him complete control over fate, faith and karma over a designated area. Of course, there were restrictions and such, but none that were worth considering when it was layered with lines of fate. It had to be remembered that lines of fate wasn't an immediate cheat. There was a reason it was one of the first abilities awakened by Ryu's heavenly pupils. It allowed Ryu to read the future, and even copy techniques and see through their weaknesses, but the problem was that it relied on lines of fate to do so. This meant that unless Ryu had a strong tie of fate to the person he was fighting, he had to fight them for a long and extended period of time before the true strength of lines of fate could manifest. Someone like Lucard was actually in a middle ground. They were both geniuses from Sacrum and both had dragon lineage in their blood, so honestly speaking, compared to most people Ryu fought, he was on the easier to read side. If Ryu used lines of fate on the people of the Fading and Radiant Star sects, it would be super effective because he was their throne. He would be able to read them in an instant and predict their movements probably even seconds into the future without faltering. What Ryu realized when he layered lines of fate with his inner world, though, was that his world was showing faint signs of suppressing those weaknesses. In fact, he could already see a path to the future where if his inner world grew strong enough to become a 10th heaven or anything adjacent, his lines of fate would be just as effective against any and everyone. "Let's touch down now," Ryu suddenly said. "We'll have to approach this city on foot. I'm not sure whose territory we're in right now and I'm not exactly unknown in this place." Lucard resisted the urge to roll his eyes. He was a dignified dragon, destined to be the next dragon emperor. He couldn't just slip and fall for each and every piece of bait Lionel dangled before him. It was beneath his dignity. But of course Ryu had already made enemies. How did he have enemies on the 9th plane of the true nether plane? Lucard didn't even know if he should ask. Ryu chuckled. Don't worry, so long as we aren't in fire giant territory, we should be okay, probably. Selhira and Lucard gave Ryu a look. He could only shrug his shoulders in defeat. It's not my fault this time. Primus slaughtered a fire giant in front of too many people. I really am innocent. Lucard suddenly felt an even greater headache coming on. This was probably even worse than Ryu doing something. While he had never met Primus personally, Lucard knew the man most certainly had the arrogance of a dragon. If he took action, it should have been a great expert of the Dao sovereign realm at the very worst. Not everyone was like the martial gods or the dragons. In fact, the majority of clans would never take such a thing lying down. They would hunt such a person down to the ends of the earth to protect their prestige. Still, since this was only tangentially related to Ryu, at the very least there wouldn't be Dao gods descending from the skies. If they had to worry about that, they'd already be dead. Ryu's karma alone would have handicapped them just by virtue of stepping foot onto the 9th plane. Selhira, do you know anything about how they treat dragons on the true nether plane? Ryu asked, changing the subject. This bastard, Lucard thought to himself. Shouldn't he have asked that before they came all this way? Lucard was from Sacrum much like Ryu and spent most of his time training the dragon clan. There was more than enough to spend a lifetime on in the territory of one of the 9 powers. While Ryu himself was also from Sacrum. Between the three of them, Selhira certainly had the most knowledge on this topic. The true nether plane is more of a loose collection of sand. It's more like the dragon clan, but everywhere. Although it has its powers, the rest is mostly a chaotic mess. It will raise eyebrows, but only from curiosity. In fact, most of the cities are built to accommodate large demons, so it won't be a problem. Ryu nodded as they approached a city in the distance. They had been traveling for a long while and they should at least get some rest. If there was a chance for teleportation as well, that would be great. Chapter 1709. Dream Asura. The closer they got to the city, the less talkative Ryu was. His eyes kept flashing like lightning as he turned his head from side to side, seemingly observing his surroundings. But in reality, Selhira could sense a deep battle intent coming from him. It was as though he was hoping someone would pick a fight, and if they didn't, he would just pick one himself for next to no reason. She smiled and didn't say much. In truth, this might have been a problem on the real plane, but here it was fine, so long as they didn't poke the wrong hornet's nest. The true nether plane was practically a free-for-all. One would think that there would be more structure on the 9th plane, but there was actually less of it. In fact, the most organized of the planes was probably somewhere between the 5th and 8th planes. Every form of structure collapsed up here. While they were walking toward a city, now, it was more like an unorganized mess of buildings surrounded by a wall. There was no city planning involved whatsoever. Some buildings were built from skeletons, some from obsidian-like rocks, others from what looked like quick-dried magma. Demons of all sorts walked around. There were some necromantic beasts, some amorphous blobs of darkness, there was even what looked like a large, dark green-skinned troll. The last was particularly eye-catching for no other reason than the fact he only wore a simple skirt that couldn't quite hide his dangling green penis. Every time he took a step, it would sway, and a foul stench would waft into the region. The scenery was more than chaotic. It was practically a circus bazaar. There was no toll to enter the city, and there weren't even any guards. They walked right into the open gates, and as Selhira had said, other than a few glances, there was nothing else. If anything, to those that weren't from the 9 Demon King clans, a dragon was in existence that they shouldn't offend, especially since the stench of blood coming from Lucard was particularly dense at the moment. Ryu settled down his beating heart. Before they found a place to settle down, he had to first find a method of making money to earn a spot to live first. Let's go here, Ryu pointed out a particularly rowdy location. Every time his senses swept over it, he would be hit with a wave of blood and sweat. Soon, they entered an underground betting arena and Ryu felt the blood he had just managed to settle down churning again. You guys wait here, Ryu said, shooting off before they could say anything. The 2 dragons could only shake their heads. They were beasts and still weren't this eager for battle. It almost felt like Ryu was looking for an excuse to do exactly this. What was that? A dragon, you say? They've entered the arena. Are they participating? A young woman with skin as pale as a tombstone looked up. No, young miss. The human is, though. The young woman looked disappointed when she heard this. If a dragon was participating, they could make a lot of money. But then again, without the time needed to advertise, it really would be a waste. Wait, the young woman suddenly sat up, her breasts almost spilling out of her black dress. You said they were in a group together? Yes, the voice replied. He seemed to be in a particularly bloodlusted state. Good, good, this is a chance. Give him some easy opponents to start, inflate his head a bit. I will communicate with some channels. After the third battle, prolong the fourth and kill him in vicious fashion. We'll see if we can goad the dragon into participating on his behalf to make up for his dead friend. By then, we should be able to circulate the word a bit. Our city's been on a downswing recently, we need something to liven it up. As you wish, young miss. The voice vanished and the young woman leaned back. The trouble began a few years back when a so-called Dream Asura race returned. They were apparently the descendants of the Dream Wraiths, so no one really dared to touch them. Well, that and the fact their young mistress was the disciple of that woman. The ninth plane is mostly a loose collection of sand, as Selhira said, but there were still undercurrents of structure, and that was disrupted when a large number of people suddenly appeared and occupied a large territory for themselves. A lot of cities ended up swallowed by the Dream Asuras, their structures and customers commandeered. Because the Dream Asuras had brought over the structure of the sixth heaven, many preferred to travel the extra distance and pay the extra bit for their services due to the added safety. For cities like this young woman's families, which still did things the normal demon way, sticking to their traditions, it was hard to keep up. This festered quite a bit of dissatisfaction, as one might expect. If the Dream Asuras were powerful, that would be one thing. But they were relying on a proxy relationship to prop themselves up. The young woman would like to see nothing more than for them to collapse beneath their own weight. Ryu didn't know of the orders that the woman had given, or else he wouldn't have been so completely disappointed. When he stepped into the arena for the first time, feeling the sand moistened with blood beneath his feet, he felt excitement. Only, for his first opponent to collapse like clay. He was so disappointed that he would have directly walked out if it wasn't for the fact he reminded himself that he was actually doing this for the money and not the thrill. A second opponent came in, and they fell just the same. Ryu looked to the side and saw that his total ticked up and shook his head. His battle lust faded and he just wanted to get this over with already. The third came and fell just the same. Finally came the fourth. Chapter 17:10. Lower Nether God Crystals. A man strolled into the bloodied sand of an arena, if you could even call him a man. He didn't have a head. Or, rather, he didn't have a head on his neck. Instead, he held it beneath the crook of his arm, his other hand holding onto a long black blade that dragged along the ground and exuded a corrosive aura. The man's face was actually quite handsome, although his overall appearance was weakened by his obviously glaring fault. GGG, he laughed oddly, and when his red lips parted, a row of sharp teeth that shattered what remaining illusions a woman might have had appeared. This man was a ghoul, and from Ryu's estimates, he was actually quite powerful, for a false sky god. Ryu didn't want to be too eye-catching just yet. The matters of the fifth plane had certainly not blown over just yet, and his face had been projected across the true nether plane. Right now, he was even wearing a mask. Of course, it was a simple mask that only hid his face, not his aura or even his cultivation. Using one that was too invasive would actually have the opposite effect. Even so, it would be hard for people to connect him to that image. There were probably many that assumed him to be some sort of Tao god. Only the upper echelon who had been there back then would know, along with those they had no choice but to report to. In truth, Ryu had been under a pseudo-umbrella of protection as well due to the fact he was Mei's wife. It could be said that the Dream Wraith's name had protected him from being hunted down even back to the true martial world. Well, that and the fact encroaching on the territory of another was a huge taboo too. Crossing from one plane to the other was fine, but a systematic mission to target a genius of another plane was a huge no-go. The combination of the two had been a thin shield for Ryu. Now that he was here, though, the situation might be different. Which was why he had to be cautious. Even so, that was only in some facets. In fact, their assumptions that he was a genius of the human race was only beneficial to him. As such, he used his eyes without hesitation. Is this a plot? Ryu chuckled. On the outside, the ghoul seemed to be a peak false sky god just like him, but in practice he was clearly a lower true sky god. Ryu wasn't surprised. Betting houses like this would be foolish to not tip the balances in their favor. There was too much money to be made and one rising start could ruin everything. Ryu had only earned one lower nether god crystal after his first bout. According to the rules, each subsequent victory increased the payout by a factor of 10. From 1 to 10 to 100, and so on. Once one got to 1,000, it would increase by increments of 1,000, but winning 4 consecutive battles was almost impossible. Most would lose their first or second bout, while the majority who won their third bout would fall in the fourth. This was why most who reached this point would take their payout and leave. 100 lower nether crystals, as most called it because there was no point in attaching the god title, was already a decent enough sum. 1 lower nether crystal could already buy you a good meal. 10 was enough to buy a decent weapon, and 100 was the monthly salary of many true sky gods. It could be said that this was why most would quit while they were ahead, especially since most who would come here did so out of desperation. However, in the eyes of everyone else, Ryu had won the other battles so easily that it would be foolish of him to not try for the fourth. In fact, it would be cowardly. Ryu saw through the scheme of the betting house immediately. They wanted him to be complacent and then suddenly die. But why? If they did this every time someone came, no one would come. Or, everyone would directly give up after the third bout and they would make nothing. No one would pay to come watch these sort of boring battles as well, so they'd lose on both fronts. So there had to be a reason they were targeting him in specific. Ryu thought of many possibilities, but he wasn't actually sure which one it was. His lip curled into a smile. If he hated to be tested so much, one could imagine how he felt about being toyed with. In that case, he would make them bleed. But slowly, the headless ghoul shot forward, swinging his long black blade in a wide arc. He's restricting his strength to the false sky god realm. Interesting. Do they want to make the fight seem close first and then kill me? I don't believe that they'd send a true sky god to die just like that. The strongest existences of this city should be in the Lord realm, and they didn't seem to be connected to some higher power. This establishment would be far weaker than the best power in this city as well. It was unlikely that they would treat the life of a true sky god so casually, especially since they were a loyal warrior of the betting house. Ryu stepped out of the way of the blade, allowing it to just barely pass by his throat. The corrosive aura latched onto his protective chi, trying to eat at it. Interesting, Ryu thought. He didn't dismiss the chi just yet. In the world of cultivation, it wasn't just your cultivation that mattered, but the grade of chi you cultivated as well. The chi this man used was decent, but he wouldn't be able to use it to break into the perfect sky god realm as it was only a true level chi, also known as a true chi. Ryu could use his chaos chi to shatter it 1,000,000 times over. Their exchange quickly grew chaotic. Chapter 17:11. A pleasure. Ryu danced and weaved, countering from time to time and quickly finding that his stances were becoming more refined. Because he was suppressing his strength as well, he had to use more skill to counter than not. Compared to the true sky god ghoul, he was suppressing his power with far more ferocity. The cheers of the crowd grew raucous as they had finally gotten a good bout. To the side, Lucard snorted. What is he playing at? Selhira's gaze flickered. Lucard was a dragon, so he was naturally disdainful of such things, but she, who had seen both sides of the coin now, felt a bit differently. Ryu was holding back now in order to make more later. A pleasure, a voice came from their side. A familiar young miss greeted them, bowing politely. Lucard looked at her with indifference, but the young woman with pale skin and ruby-red lips didn't seem to mind in the slightest. She didn't expect to be able to charm a dragon with her looks. In truth, the feminine form of humans was universally attractive to all races. However, while Lucard was a dragon, she was just the manager of a small city and her father was barely an omniscient sky god. Her bloodline and lineage wasn't nearly strong enough to be a top-class beauty, and she paled in comparison to Selhira by several strokes of heaven's brush. Seeing that they didn't respond, Elise straightened herself out and maintained her smile. She looked toward the arena and the fight below, looking as though she had the intention to spectate along with them. Lucard and Selhira frowned, but before they could say anything, Elise spoke. I won't bother the two of you for too long. It was just that I've always wanted to see a majestic dragon for too long and couldn't help myself, though I know it's unprofessional. I'll apologize with another bow. Elise bowed once more. If you two need anything else, feel free to tell me. It would also be an enormous honor if a dragon would fight in our arena, but I know that I am overestimating myself, so I won't ask for me," Elise chuckled. She waved a hand and several dishes were served in the blink of an eye before they all vanished. "I will take my leave now." Lucard watched her leave without saying a single word. Then, he looked up, finding that there were more and more people streaming into the battle arena, almost all of whom looked right at him in shock and awe. He snorted again. He was a majestic divine beast, not some show attraction. He almost had the intention to burn the whole city down. He had half a mind to just burn the whole city down. So what if there was a Tao Lord? Right now, he was actually itching to do battle with one. He wanted to see just how much his heavenly pupils had increased his combat prowess. Obviously, if they defeated the city lord, then all this wealth would be theirs and none of this would be necessary. But he hadn't brought this up to Ryu, it made them sound too much like they were a single team. He didn't want this guy to get any funny ideas. Ryu smiled. Over time, he lowered his strength more and more and he found that his eyes suddenly began to do the heavy lifting. He had forgotten that his greatest strength was his comprehension. By this point in the fight, he understood the ghoul's attack patterns like the back of his hand. Even if the handsome ghoul were to suddenly ramp up their strength, it wouldn't make even the slightest difference. Ryu seemed to be able to predict his movements even without lines of fate. He moved fluidly, almost as though the ghoul wasn't there at all. It didn't even look like he was dodging anymore. Instead, it looked like he was always countering, his movements so perfectly timed that even while he was always moving forward, the ghoul's attack always just barely managed to miss him. Ryu shot a punch out, his body shifting forward as the ghoul's sword missed his neck once again. Suddenly, he began to not only predict the ghoul's moves, and consistently counter, but he also began to alter his movements through his attacks, forcing him into certain patterns. By some point, the strength Ryu was using was so weak that it could barely be considered at the sky god level, and for a while, no one seemed to notice that he was using his chi as a mask while relying entirely on his body. Bang, bang, bang. The ghoul was beginning to get frustrated as he suddenly threw his head at Ryu's face, his teeth baring and chomping down. The mask of a false sky god slipped just the tiniest bit, but not enough for anyone other than Ryu and Lucard to notice. The ghoul followed up with a piercing blade that seemed aimed right for the back of his own head, obscuring Ryu's vision. At the same time, his corrosive chi erupted with such fervor that if Ryu used his spiritual sense at this time, the ghoul felt that it should erode away. Finally showing your true colors. The ghoul must have been very confident in his head if it put it in the line of fire like this. There was no doubt some secret related to this. Ryu just didn't care. Bang! Everything came to a stop as the ghoul's head suddenly exploded into countless pieces. His sword attack came to a stop midday, the life of the ghoul blinking into non-existence in a breath of time. The splash of blood rained down from the arena. It was hard to see, but those that were sharp realized that it wrote out the word death. Just what level of skill and control did it take to explode someone's head in such a way? Chapter 1713. First 1713. First Ryu stood tall and straight, a smirk on his lips. Though, this was lost to the crowd. To them, all they could see was a pair of cold, silver eyes. Sometimes, when the light reflected across them, they would appear to be blue, only adding to the frigid air. Everyone was stunned for a moment before the crowd erupted. How long had it been since someone managed to clear the fourth battle? Even those that some thought had the strength almost never took the risk to do so, while those with the strength usually came under the power of the betting house arena. In the end, it could be said that every time someone crossed the fourth battle, it became harder to pass in the future, not easier. The ghoul that Ryu just defeated was most definitely one of these experts that had once passed the fourth battle, and yet he was crushed, seemingly with ease. Even if they weren't experts, how could they not see the fact that Ryu had had an easy time? Then, he suddenly exploded with power that crushed his opponent like he never took him seriously to begin with. Continue, Ryu spoke. The crowd fell into silence once more before they erupted with even greater fervor. This was exactly what they wanted. What was the point of passing the fourth if you didn't continue? Elise was watching from an inner room. When Ryu suddenly defeated the ghoul, she sat up in her seat, her gaze flickering with surprise. Soon, her brows furrowed. This situation was a bit tricky. On the one hand, even if the dragon didn't go, just the fact someone had reached this stage was exciting nonetheless. The trouble was that those experts she had called over to watch the spectacle, people that had paid exorbitant prices, wouldn't care to see a human fight no matter how spectacular they were. In their opinions, they could do the same, so who gave a damn? Now, seeing a dragon fight, that was a novelty they couldn't look away from. On the other hand, though, if Ryu was able to suddenly explode with such power, it was more likely than not that he had also noticed the trick she had just played. A genius that could cross a major realm to do battle was rare even on the 9th plane. There was no way he would miss something like that. She should have known. With a dragon's pride, how could they travel with someone normal? Even if they were going to bring a servant along, wouldn't it be a beauty like xianxia and not a man? It wasn't that she hadn't thought of this, it was more so that she didn't think it would matter. Even those geniuses wouldn't have an easy time dealing with someone above them. It couldn't be said that Ryu was a genius, but rather, a monster. Unfortunately, it was too late to back away now. Send out a true sky god. Don't let them mask themselves. Miss. Her butler sounded unsure. Take advantage of their arrogance. This also gives us plausible deniability. If we tried to hide it again, it would easily backfire. But if we openly send out a stronger enemy, then it will seem like instead of trying to kill him, we were really just giving him an opponent that was on his level. The butler nodded in understanding. Everyone knew that an expert who suppressed their cultivation was almost always stronger than another expert who was naturally at that cultivation level. He couldn't help but be impressed by his young Miss flexibility. It was no wonder her father trusted her to manage so many of their important resources. It wasn't long before another enemy came before Ryu, but to everyone's shock, it was a lower true sky god. When they looked at Ryu, they could clearly see that he was in the peak false sky god realm. Was it really alright to do this? This shock was quickly overwhelmed by excitement. How rare was it to see such a thing? It could be said that this killed two birds with one stone. Even the uppity young masters and mistresses in the crowd certainly couldn't snub their noses at such a thing. In fact, much to Elise's expectations, they all sat up. It wasn't to the point that they were chomping at the bit, but it was enough to show that they were truly interested. Ryu himself grinned beneath his plain white mask. He had to admit that the person behind the scenes was decent at scheming. He looked toward his opponent, a scaled man with a split, slithering tongue. There was a heavy ball and chain around both of his legs and his slit eyes carried sinister intentions. Come die, little boy. The scaled man spoke and suddenly burst into action. The heavy iron balls behind him dragged a line through the sand before he suddenly kicked out. Oh, Ryu blinked. He had never seen a person use such weapons before. At the same time, it was deceptively difficult to deal with. If he tried to block the much lighter chains, the iron ball would quickly wrap around him, sealing off his movements. But if he tried to block the iron balls themselves, well, at least a normal person would likely break every bone in their body. Ryu could obviously destroy all of this with absolute strength, but where would be the fun in that? He ducked beneath the first lashing chain, wanting to see how the scaled man would follow up. Soon, his question was answered. The man's legs began akin to a whirlwind, a wild barrage of furiously spinning kicks. The battlefield became obscured by the shadows of balls and chains. But what was most fascinating to Ryu was that they began to pulse with chi, forming a sort of entrapment array. Fascinating. Ryu jumped up and then quickly ducked. However, the chains were spinning far too fast for him to rely on gravity to descend to the ground and dodge again. By the time he did so, at least in the eyes of the crowd, he would be minced to pieces. This was when Ryu suddenly spun parallel to the ground, his palms striking out at the same time. The scaled man saw this and sneered. The moment Ryu touched the chains, he was finished. They would wrap around him so tightly that he'd be ripped apart. The first iron ball would spiral around his legs and shatter his femur, the second would spiral up his torso and shatter his head into a rain of blood and gore. He had seen it happen so many times that he almost would have relaxed had his battle instincts not been so excellent. That was when something shocking occurred. Ryu lightly patted at the air with his palms as though he was fluffing two pillows at once. A small shockwave hit the chains, and instead of wrapping around him like they should, it looked as though they had snapped like whips. A sinusoidal wave trembled its way through the chains, sending one high into the air and the other low, while leaving Ryu unscathed. The expression of the scaled man changed, but it was already too late. The momentum of the iron ball going upward was too much. His legs were split apart into a vertical split, his groin crying out in pain. He flexed in an attempt to bring them back together while lifting the leg anchored to the ground back up. However, That was when Ryu's palms struck out again, hitting the chains with a light strike. Bang! The sight was so horrific that many looked away. The scaled man's legs were ripped apart, the momentum of the iron balls so great that his body was torn in two from the groin up. Blood and guts fell as Ryu landed lightly on the ground. He nodded to himself. He had never thought that he could make so much progress battling weaklings. He actually had so much room to improve his control. The last battle made it clear, but this was like a stamp of approval. In fact, he suddenly wanted them to send out more quirky abilities. He didn't even care about the nether crystals anymore. He just wanted to see how many he could defeat while using the least amount of power. Just then, the crowd erupted, their raucous cheers threatening to bring the house down. Many rushed down and grabbed hold of the chain net keeping them out of the battlefield, shaking it with all their might as though they had all been bloodlusted. Continue, Ryu called out. As the cheers became even louder, a young man and woman in the crowd slowly opened their eyes, their gazes landing on Ryu in unison. One was obscenely large. Despite being humanoid in structure, his skin was a fiery red, horns rose from his head, and he stood at over 10 meters tall. He was a fire giant. The other had skin that was quite literally white. It would have looked ghastly and inhumane had her face not been the picture of absolute perfection. Above her head, a crown of ice hovered like a halo, reflecting sky blues and delicate lavender colors. She was an ice queen. These two demon king races wouldn't normally be caught dead in such a small city. However, they had been making their way toward an event and ended up hearing word that there was a real dragon here. How could they not come to see how they stacked up to this divine creature? What they didn't expect was that a human would surprise them first. Chapter 17:14. Wager the Ice Queen, Luna. She wasn't just an astounding beauty, but she was known as a great talent as well. Although she wasn't as good as those heart of a hero characters, she wasn't far behind them either. If there were 3 tiers of geniuses, that being geniuses, heroes, and then monsters, she would be firmly within the genius tier. It could be said that the 16-year-old of the beast mimicry sect that Ryu fought in the martial god clan was firmly in the hero category. However, he had undergone a great change after his exchange with Ryu. It was hard to say if the next time they met, he would still be a hero or, if he would graduate to the ranks of monsters. The fire giant, Farouche. He was much like Luna, a great talent shy of the hero tier of geniuses. It was hard to say that these were rankings that everyone used, and it was simply a casual tier system that Ryu himself had created after some exchanges. He had deduced that the martial gods and the true martial world most definitely had far more to offer, and as such he added a monster tier above the hero tier. But whether he was correct or not, only time would tell. What was certain was that no matter what tier these geniuses fell into, in their opinions, they were always far better. The fact that the 16-year-old youth could potentially raise himself to the monster tier after a single battle went to show that there was a thin piece of paper between every level. If you were determined enough, it wasn't all that difficult to poke a hole through it and transcend your limits. This was all to say that at this level, what separated geniuses wasn't their baseline of talent. Rather, it was their luck, their comprehension, and their hearts. In terms of the gifts they were all given at birth, it could be said that other than a few at the very top echelon of the monster tier, it was hard to differentiate them at all. This painted the picture well of the kind of character that Farouche and Luna were. And now, their attentions were all pulled toward Ryu, who stood there confidently and without a care in the world. The arena ground rumbled, loose sand jumping up for a moment before plopping down. The quake was quite substantial, or else even this wouldn't be possible. With how much blood had been poured into the arena, the sand was no longer so easy to move. There was a dense moistness that reminded you of its presence with every step. The stench was enough to make even the bravest of warriors vomit, and the clumps of once brown sand had long turned a grotesque rusted color. Her skin was purple and her hair was a mask of flickering blue flames. Standing at over 5 meters tall, she leaned a heavy axe over her shoulder, one with a pole arm that surpassed even herself in height. Her lower body was covered by nothing more than a beast-skin cloth, but every time she walked and the wind blew a bit too fiercely, it became obvious that there was nothing underneath. In fact, in place of her pubes was another fiery bed of blue flames. This flaming giant of a woman obviously didn't care about this, because along with her lack of underwear, her chest was covered by nothing at all, bluish nipples standing out in contrast to her violet skin. The raucous cheers of the crowd reached another level. It was clear that she was a crowd favorite, and it wasn't too surprising at all. Despite her size, and her chiseled set of abs and arms, she was quite a beauty. Although she wasn't to the level of a world-ending type of woman, her facial features were delicate and pleasing to the eye. There was no doubt that even if she was 5 meters tall, there were quite a few in the crowd willing to climb that tree. Ryu himself chuckled at the sight. He was never shy about admiring beautiful women, but he preferred his women to be his own. That said, it didn't seem that this giant woman was doing this for the sex appeal. She truly seemed to not care. Judging by the look in her eye, she was here for battle and nothing else. Clearly, she had been raised in a vastly different culture to Ryu's own. What was more interesting to Ryu, though, was that he sensed a familiar aura coming from her. Fire giant, she should have a small strand of their bloodline. Interesting. Ryu's gaze flickered before he shook his head. In recent days, he was making great progress toward consolidating his path. His eyes, his Tao, and now even his talents were slowly becoming one. It would be hard to convince him to switch gears now. He was slowly starting to see the benefit of fusing his talents toward one singular goal. Just now, he had thought of how interesting it would be to take this giant woman as a corpse puppet. It had been a very long time since he refined a puppet, and it was somewhat of a lost art to him, though one he felt that he could have great success with. Attacking a fire giant and turning them into a puppet would only enrage them further. But, if he took a puppet without a strong fire giant bloodline, and then turned them into a powerful fire giant after the fact. He shook his head again, the wind pressure of the giant flaming woman's axe swinging down toward his head. Ryu's brows jumped. It had nothing to do with the strength of the attack, though it was quite strong. The main issue was the skill. He could sense that flame had erupted in the void, making him feel as though he had been suppressed in the void. Fascinating. A true sky god shouldn't be able to play around with the void so easily, unless... Ryu's eyes flashed. This should be related to nether chi. He had never really thought about what sort of speciality nether chi might have because he had never used it. Ethereal chi and nether chi were probably two sides of the same coin, but thinking about it like this was probably wrong considering real chi was right in the middle of the two. Unfortunately, Ryu didn't have access to any of this. He had control over the chaos plane, which was separate from the real plane and its branching ethereal and nether planes. No, it can't just be nether chi, though it likely is in part. This woman is a genius. Why is she here? Ryu's gaze flickered as the axe continued to descend. His brain roared into action, but to his surprise, he couldn't find a quick solution. For the first time, rather than using skill, he was forced into a situation where he could only use brute force. He punched out with a great amount of speed, meeting the momentum of the axe head-on as though he wasn't worried about his arm being sliced off at all. There was a shocked gasp that went through the crowd before the clash resounded. Bang! To the surprise of the spectators, the sand around them formed a wild vortex as they were both forced a single step back. But everyone knew that that meant that in this exchange, Ryu had actually won. The giant woman had the leverage of attacking from above, and yet they were evenly matched. This could only mean that Ryu was actually stronger than her. At that moment, the void shattered with dancing, illusory flames that flickered like candles. The giant flaming woman looked surprised, the first flicker of emotion appearing in her eyes. She thought that she would crush Ryu in a single blow and call it a day. She didn't think that this would happen. What was even more shocking to her, though, was the fact that Ryu looked even more surprised than she was. He looked down at his fist as though he couldn't understand how it was so weak. When he looked up, he chuckled. "Hey, lady, I don't know your story, but how about a wager?" The giant flaming woman's eyes narrowed. She had heard many such things before, men challenging her for the chance to spend a night with her. She was entirely uninterested in such things, and even if she was, it wouldn't be with a man less than half as tall as her. How would she feel like a woman, exactly? It's not what you're thinking. I'm not interested in women who expose themselves like this. It's something else. As for the matter of size, he had idle control. If he really wanted this woman he could easily make himself her size. But like he said, he wasn't interested. The giant woman didn't seem offended by Ryu's words. Once again, she simply didn't care. What kind of wager? Her voice was impossibly delicate for her size. Although it was definitely on the deeper side for a woman, it had a mellow sweetness to it nonetheless. It's simple, Ryu grinned. I lose, I'll become your slave. You lose, you become mine. How about it? The dangerous glint in Ryu's eyes seemed to tremble the void, the world roaring in response. It looked as though he was ready to face off against the world. Chapter 17:15. Lu's Ryu looked into the flaming giant woman's eyes, the glint within his own applying a pressure to her that she had never faced before. For a moment, it felt like Ryu was the giant and she was the normal human. Every fiber of her being screamed out, no. There was no way she could defeat this man. And yet, this was ironically the very reason she took a step forward and attacked without a word. If she took a step back now, then her Dao heart would be cracked at the very least. In the worst-case scenario, her path of cultivation would cease to be right here and now. Ryu knew this intimately. He had already begun to feel out this woman's character the moment she appeared. He knew what kind of heart of a warrior that she had, and he knew that she had no ability to resist these sorts of stakes. If she refused, then her Dao heart would collapse and he would win anyway. And if she accepted like he thought she would, well, the result was obvious. Bang, 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 fist and axe danced, the clashes causing concentric circles of blown-apart sand, flesh and blood to shoot toward the outer regions of the cage. Ryu's fist seemed to have a force field protecting them. The giant woman acted to split everything apart with every move she took, and yet she couldn't make it past those barriers at all. When she approached Ryu, it was like he was surrounded not only by another space, but another time as well, as though he was a world and a decade away, standing before her and yet not at the same time. She tried to use her void flames once again, but they couldn't be lit within Ryu's vicinity, and it was at that moment that an illusory flame of Ryu's own suddenly danced into being across his body and robes. Despite its appearance, the temperature didn't seem to rise. Instead, it calmed as though stabilizing beneath its might. When this flame appeared, the giant flaming woman felt that even her own flames were spiraling out of control. Let alone allowing the void to catch on fire, she couldn't even manifest them anymore. In the past, Ryu's rebirth flames could only make him immune to all flames at and below his level. But now, even suppression was possible. Before him, who had the right to use flames? Before an Emperor Phoenix, even a world's embers could only smolder. She felt like she was being suffocated from all sides. In terms of strength, Ryu was crushing her. In terms of skill, he was outmaneuvering her. In terms of talent, he was grinding her beneath his feet. She could see that he wasn't just trying to defeat her, he could have done that long ago. He was showing her that no matter the aspect, no matter the path she took, she could only be inferior to him. Every time they clashed, she would take exactly one step back. He didn't use any more or any less strength, almost like he was coddling a child that he didn't want to harm. Every strike was like another resonant howl through her soul and Dao heart, her mind and body crying out in pain and horror with every stroke, and yet she didn't shed a single drop of blood, not because Ryu couldn't, but rather because he didn't want to. She was about to be his new plaything, why would he damage his own things? At least that was what the giant woman thought, and it fueled her fury to a new level. Her flaming blue hair erupted and a second axe appeared in her hand. She roared as though she had lost her mind, unleashing a flurry of attacks that resonated through the room. Bang, 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 Ryu blocked with the fluid motion of a flowing river. The first was taken by his palm, the next by his elbow, the last by the pinch of his fingers. He held the axe in his palm and pressed down, tilting the giant woman off balance just as she attempted to swing once more with her second axe. He found that predicting the movements of those that used conventional weapons was easier than anything else. The more he fought the giant woman, the more he realized that this must be due to his god aura fusing with his close combat mastery. Of the 9 core weapons, there wasn't a single one he didn't understand as intimately as the back of his hand. And that was this woman's downfall. Thrown off balance, the second axe descended too quickly, landing an inch by Ryu's foot. He didn't even flinch as he reached down and grabbed this blade as well. Suddenly, both battle axes were under his control, and no matter how hard the giant woman tried, she couldn't pull them back up. Her head was as large as a third of Ryu's body. Because her axes were under Ryu's control and she was forced to bend forward, their faces weren't even a meter apart. Looking into those silver eyes, the fury of the giant woman felt like it was truly about to boil over. How dare he look at her like this? As though she wasn't worth much of anything at all. She roared right into Ryu's face, blowing his white hair back to the point it looked as though it was dancing in hurricane-force winds. And yet, Ryu didn't even flinch. "You lose," he said calmly. The giant woman continued to struggle to pull her axes back, but it was entirely useless. The arena was in a state of complete silence. Everyone thought that they would see a great battle, especially after what happened during the first go-around. They never expected that Ryu was hiding this much of his strength. In fact, if he wasn't so adamant on leaving the giant woman with no room to maneuver, they would have never known. Chapter 17:16. Different forms. The giant flaming woman's body shook and trembled. This time, it wasn't because she was trying to take her axes back. She realized at that moment that there was no point. The strength gap between the two of them was so enormous that there simply was no chance at all. If Ryu was simply cultivation realms above her own, then she would be able to accept it. In that case, this was just the way of the nether plane. She had been different forms of a slave before, this arena was just one form of it. Selling her life and death to make others money and allow her to improve, that was the kind of line she had been walking for a long time. However, she had always thought herself to be no weaker than those top geniuses, she just lacked a chance and an opportunity. But Ryu crushed all of that. She fell to her knees, her head lowering and her raging blue flames died down, almost looking like hair right after it was soaked through. "Good," Ryu said plainly. Then, without much fanfare, his eyes flashed and a portal appeared around the flaming giant woman, taking her into the world of his heavenly pupils. The moment this happened, everyone in the arena stood to their feet, their hearts beating out of their chests. Heavenly pupils, they were both shocked and accepting of the reality at the same time. It was no wonder. There wasn't a single existence that wielded heavenly pupils that wasn't an absolute monster. Even those ranked outside the top 10 were no exception. There were only a few dozen heavenly pupils passed down through the generations, and each one was a monstrous existence of its own. For those people, climbing cultivation realms to do battle wasn't a surprise, it was a requirement. When Elise got the news, she frowned. She should have known, she knew that she should have known. Like she had said before, how the hell could a dragon travel with a normal male companion? They had to be a monster worthy of their companionship. She took a breath. This is fine as well, though. Even if the dragon doesn't fight, wouldn't this be a huge opportunity nonetheless? Who wouldn't want to see the might of heavenly pupils? She bit her lip for a bit, thinking of what to do. Then, she looked up. Send out a peak true sky god. The butler's eyes widened, but this time he didn't refute. What surprised them, though, was that none of it mattered. Every time they sent out another expert, Ryu would take his time, dragging out the fight and seemingly using the opponent to sharpen himself. Then, when he was done with them, he would directly kill them. By the time he made it to 10 consecutive victories, the remuneration jumped from 10,000 nether crystals to 20,000. The 10,000 increment jumps became a mainstay until one reached 20 consecutive victories, whereupon it would jump up by 100,000 nether crystal increments. The reality was that these rules were set in place mostly as an unattainable dream, to stoke the flames of the crowd a bit and get them excited. In truth, the betting arena had never thought that they'd have to use these incentive models at all. It could be said that Elise was sharp. By the time Ryu started clearing the 10,000 increment challenges, his opponents were already perfect sky gods. And yet, the result was much the same. Soon, he made it to 20 consecutive victories. By this point, Elise was truly feeling the weight of it all. Although Ryu had made 100,000 lower nether crystals by this point, what was that to the life of a true sky god? Let alone a perfect sky god. Just raising someone to the fragmented sky god realm would likely take a few dozen nether crystals depending on their talent. Beyond that, the changes were astronomical. It wouldn't take less than 10,000 to raise a false sky god, and it would certainly take more than 100,000 to raise a true sky god. Of course, this money was spent over time, so it didn't feel as exaggerated. But when it was laid out like this, it truly wasn't worth it at all. The trouble was that Ryu had already killed 10 perfect sky gods and he showed no sign of stopping. This was enough to cost the betting arena upward of 10 to 20 million nether crystals. In fact, for experts at that level, they would already begin counting their spending habits with middle nether crystals, making it worse. In the end, she had no choice but to stop it here. There was a reason she had let it get as bad as 10 deaths of that caliber. If she didn't let Ryu vent some of his frustration and allowed it to fester, they could suffer an even more severe blow. Essentially, she let Ryu kill those 10 perfect sky gods so that he wouldn't continue to seek trouble with them when she cut off the well of funds. She didn't even say anything about Ryu taking the giant woman even though she was one of their prized fighters. She could only hope that this would help them recoup the loss in the future. She walked out with an embarrassed smile on her face. Young master is truly a king amongst men, Elise spoke, and her beauty caught the attention of many as she stood high above on a platform. I'm sorry to say that perfect sky gods are no match for the young hero, and our transcendent sky gods are usually booked well in advance. As compensation, I can directly give the young master 10 million lower nether crystals. I hope this is enough. Ryu looked up at her and smiled. This girl was smart. Since she had said as much, there really was no need. All right, I accept, he nodded. Boom. At that moment, a fire giant landed in the arena. When others looked up, they found an enormous hole in the chain protecting everyone. Farouj grinned wildly. Your eyes. I want them. Chapter 17:17. Death Guard. Ryu looked toward the fire giant indifferently. The rush of heat blew his hair back, but whereas another false sky god would find their protective chi shattered and their skin scorched to ash, Ryu didn't even need to use his chi to stand unbothered. The protections of his rebirth flames extended to the heat of flames as well. This peak-perfect realm demon king was entirely unable to move him with flames alone. Suddenly, Ryu smiled. You have 3 seconds to piss off, or else I'll bury your severed hand in this sand. Ryu pointed downward. The old Ryu would never even give him such an option. The problem he was facing now was that he was already an enemy of the fire giants. Right now, he managed to avoid that level of scrutiny, but if he became their enemy again, it was likely that his original identity would be exposed before he could even make it to Mei's side. Of course, he had long since marked this fire giant for death. Whether he left right now or not, in the future, he'd have his head on a pike. The difference was that it wasn't ideal to kill him now. He had gotten away with killing freely in the martial god realm, but there were several variables to consider in a place like this one. First off, the only reason why he didn't have to deal with the nonsense of life-saving treasures in the martial god clan was that they all felt like they were at home. Why would they have life-saving measures prepared when they were walking around their own clan? And for those that had some in stock just in case, by the time they realized they needed to use them, it would have already been far too late. In this situation, though, this fire giant had long left his clan. He was in a fight-or-flight state constantly, and he was battle-hardened. Ryu expected him to have several such measures, and that made the calculation for his strength far more annoying. Of course, there was a chance that the fire giants were much like the martial gods in that their culture allowed their geniuses to run free and die without support. However, Ryu wouldn't bet on it. From an outsider's perspective, a demon was unruly, and they shouldn't care about their offspring. But the reality was that it was precisely because they didn't care about anything that they would act as they pleased. The martial gods looked like a loose handful of sand, but they were driven by a very particular culture. It was the demons that were the true loose pile of sand. Some of them might truly not care if you killed their offspring, but there were just as many that would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Now, if Ryu was still as selfish about his habits as he usually was, he wouldn't give a damn. Let them come. The problem was that if he was thrust into such a life and death situation immediately, then his odds of seeing Mei would plummet. Not only that, but even if he managed to make it to her, would the dream wraiths protect him just because he was her husband? Even as a man alone, such a thing would be hard to swallow, let alone if you took it from the dream wraith's perspective. It could be said, then, that Ryu was giving this fire giant a little longer to live purely for the sake of his wife. However, if he pushed him, Farouj laughed uproariously, his aura towering and still rising as though a volcano about to erupt. Suddenly, he was frozen in place. The space around him was locked down, and even his laughter was caught in his throat. It felt like there was a tiny force pulling at the entire surface area of his body all at once. It was like trillions of tiny hooks had lodged themselves in his skin as fishermen reeled their lines back. To an outsider's perspective, it looked like nothing at all had happened. Transcendence might be able to claim a faint inkling of what was happening. Other than that, only those with great spatial soul natures could sense exactly what was happening. Oh, Ryu quirked an eyebrow and then smiled. He knew that not only had Lucard intervened, but he had used an exceptionally high-level application of Horizon. Lucard was exhibiting Horizon thousands of times over on small sections of Farouj's skin. All those forces were perfectly balanced such that the fire giant was completely frozen in place. Ryu knew that Lucard didn't have to go so far to stop the likes of Farouj. Just one use of Horizon was a huge drain considering he had only unlocked just over 99 seals, let alone thousands, even though it required much less power to work on someone 2 cultivation realms beneath him. Clearly, Lucard was just messing around, trying to understand the limits of his talents, and he felt that this was a convenient target. Farouja's body was instantly matted in cold sweat. He didn't know who had done this to him, but he had a pretty good idea. Boom! Suddenly, the roof of the battle arena was blown off, and the entire city was plunged into a hellscape. The temperature skyrocketed, but at the same instant, an otherworldly beauty appeared as well, plunging the other half of the city into a field of ice. Ryu chuckled, realizing what was happening. Farouj had a death guard following him, much like Yana had followed him in the past. But so did the Ice Queen, young Miss Luna. When Farouja's death guard appeared, Luna's death guard felt that something was amiss and took action to protect her charge just in case. If she was a step late, a death guard's rampage could kill her young genius before they even got a chance to regret it. Chapter 17:18. Talent. Ryu smiled and didn't seem to feel the fact that both death guards were Lord Demons. It seemed that his hesitance earlier was worth it. He hadn't sensed the death guards earlier, but that was because he wasn't looking for them. It had been a long while since he thought of death guards. Now that he thought even further, Valerius, the 16-year-old youth he had battled in martial god territory, almost certainly had a death guard as well. It was just that Ryu hadn't threatened the young man's life during the course of the battle, so he hadn't appeared. And, on top of that, it was likely that Valerius' death guard was even more powerful than these 2 Lord Demons, because Valerius himself was in existence with far more potential than these 2. At least on the surface. It was much harder for Ryu to gauge the age of a non-human creature. For all he knew, Farouj and Luna were both 16 years old as well, or maybe even younger. Even if they were that young, though, their auras were less substantial to him than the beast mimicry sect's young genius, so he placed them on a lower tier. But it was precisely because they were all so young that they were worth nurturing in the first place. Ryu had already realized that except for the very top echelon, the gap of talent between geniuses didn't exist in anything but temperament. If they were so young, they still had a great deal of time to mature and build that temperament. That meant that any genius born with a bare minimum level of talent had the right to be nurtured until they proved themselves to be carps stuck in a tide or carps capable of leaping the dragon's gate. Temperament. Ryu's eyes fell into a bit of a daze for a moment. There were 6 pillars of cultivation. The meridians, the bone structure, the bloodline, the soul, the spiritual foundation, and the Tao. None of these included temperament. The spiritual foundation was somewhat related, being the Tao heart. But why did those with strong Tao heart glow from their chests? It made sense for Ryu because he had a realm heart that stored his Tao heart, but for everyone else, weren't there Tao hearts in their dantians? Why did their chests light up like that 16-year-old brat's had? Ryu felt he was missing something, and yet despite only finding a piece of the puzzle, he still felt his Tao tremble. He had never truly considered the importance of temperament in the past. But whether it was his dividing order or dividing chaos aspects, they were actually both missing such a big piece of the puzzle. And when he finally incorporated them, boom, a violent aura swirled about, and Farouj would have been blown off his feet if not for Lucard's intervention. Before either death guard could even feel what was happening, Ryu took a seat in the middle of the sand drenched in blood, his hair and robes fluttering wildly as the aura of the true sky god realm began to billow off of him in waves. For thousands of kilometers, nether chi soared toward Ryu, but he cut it off. He couldn't use nether chi, and as far as he knew, he couldn't create it. This was still something worth exploring to see if he was correct or not, but the time to do so wasn't at such a crucial moment. Chaos chi erupted from his body, and the world rumbled. The dense concentration of chaotic aura rose like a pillar. At that moment, the chaos chi communicated with the nether chi and then cooperated with order. It had taken Ryu several weeks to complete his breakthrough into the false sky god realm before. Logically, it should have taken another obscene length of time this go around as well. But the difference was that before he had only relied on the chi in his immediate vicinity, but now he was relying on an entire plane. It was akin to a flashbang. With a boom, both of his spiritual foundations climbed to a towering realm, and his inner matrix mutated and grew once more. In that moment, it was as though his Tao had become a quasi-omniscient Tao, exuded an aura that was somehow both at and not at that level at the same time. This was the beauty of having his internal matrix, and at this point, it was likely his greatest breakthrough to date. At that moment, droplets of embryonic chi began to fuse with his body, taking advantage of the metamorphic state to perfect himself even further. Of all the people he had used embryonic qi on, his own self was likely the most resistant to it all. Since the formation of his inner world, things had changed, but hadn't changed at the same time. At the very least, he could instantly heal himself on a whim now, but he instead faced a different problem. If before embryonic qi didn't work on him because he didn't follow the path of the heavens, now it didn't work well on him because he didn't follow a path at all. When he gave embryonic qi to a beast, the heavens knew exactly how to perfect their path and bring them toward perfection. When he used embryonic qi in the past, the heavens could see the path, but it wasn't compatible with it, so there wasn't much it could do. Now, however, when he used embryonic qi, it floundered, not quite understanding what to do. The reason it could heal him instantly was that it understood his current state perfectly, so it could bring him back to his pinnacle condition. However, because he was now creating a path of his own, it didn't know what the future looked like, so helping him to improve was difficult. The exception was when he had a breakthrough. When he broke through, he paved new ground and took a large leap forward. His Tao and his eyes both became stronger, so his ability to deduce and comprehend where to go from here also increased. Like this, when Ryu broke through now, it wasn't just a change in realm. It was also a change in talent. Chapter 17:19. Rush Ryu's aura seemed to be all-encompassing. It almost felt violent, like he was ripping something out of the control of the heavens rather than trying to resonate with it like everyone else did. And yet, the heavens didn't seem to be enraged. In fact, they almost seemed to be helping Ryu, forming an odd balance that teetered from side to side, not in an unstable fashion, but rather a gentle swaying, instead more akin to a breeze than an erratic gust. The aura of chaos shocked most, but what they felt underlying it was on an entirely different level entirely. Founding Tao. The moment Ryu's Tao broke through, the world roared. An 8-trigram diagram appeared high in the skies and beneath his seated form. They encompassed the 2 death guards without a care in the world, and for a moment it seemed like the entire world was focused on Ryu alone. If anyone had any questions about what realm Ryu might be in after his performance, all of those questions went up entirely in smoke now. It was only to fake a cultivation realm, but faking a breakthrough was impossible. During the process, your real aura would leak out. While it wasn't an exact science to see through a person's cultivation realm, a breakthrough couldn't be denied. The resonance with the heavens all had very specific cues, especially in the god realms where control was such a large aspect of strength. Slowly, Ryu's breakthrough began to calm down. There was a reason he hadn't hesitated to break through right here. He knew if it came to it, Lucard would most certainly take action. Plus, Lucard had Farouja's life and death in the palm of his claws. The Death Guards wouldn't act rashly as a result. The Fire Giant Lord wouldn't act for the sake of his young master, and he would also act to stop the Ice Queen Lord as well in case her actions led to his death. It was the perfect killing of 2 birds with a single fire giant idiot. Ryu's eyes slowly opened and a sharp light echoed out from it. A roar seemed to echo from his heart, one that made the blood of those around him freeze over, before it slowly faded as well. Ryu took a breath and exhaled, looking toward Farouj, who was still locked into place a distance from him. Farouj was in too sorry a state to pay attention to anything else. He could feel that his life was hanging by a thread. If Lucard pulled any harder, his skin would be peeled from his body in pieces. He couldn't even imagine the kind of excruciating pain that would come with. Ryu's lip curled as his ears finally tuned in the discussion around him. Or rather, the fury. Release him now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The Fire Giant Lord roared. In his fury, the void shook and sparks of flames danced into being around the world. Lucard sneered, unmoved by it all. You can let him go, Ryu called out. A snort came from Lucard and he purposely ignored Ryu. If he did so now, wouldn't it look as though he was following Ryu's orders? Now, he suddenly wanted to kill Farouj just because he could. Ryu chuckled and shook his head. Lucard was free to kill him. Not only would that save Ryu the trouble of doing it later, but it would also focus the ire of the fire giants on the spatial dragon. It would have nothing to do with Ryu, then he could go see his wife. Eventually, years later, when he finally ran into a beaten and ragged Lucard again, he'd think back to this moment and laugh. Seemingly seeing through Ryu's thoughts, Lucard was even more peeved. With a sudden blast, Farouj was sent flying into the net. The Lord Fire Giant frowned. However, because he could tell that Farouj was still fine, he chose not to say anything. We waved a hand and a ball of flames wrapped around Farouj and carried him up and away. Soon, both had simply disappeared. Ryu was a bit surprised about this. Why did the Death Guard give up so easily? He thought for a moment that maybe it was related to Farouj's Dao heart. After all, a Death Guard's job in this context wasn't just to protect their charge's life, but also their path of cultivation. If the Fire Giant Lord just went around killing everyone that offended Farouj, then it would defeat the purpose. Before Farouj could even grow into his full potential, he would become useless. As Ryu had just comprehended, temperament was of huge importance to a cultivator. If it wasn't tempered, they would always be an ordinary genius and might never cross into lordship. Ryu honestly couldn't help but wonder if that was why the final 3 realms of cultivation were named as such. Who needed more temperament than a lord, a sovereign, a god? However, Ryu felt that this was probably only part of the explanation. Even if he didn't kill them, there should at least be some biting words, maybe even a small lesson. But the fire giant looked like was, in a rush. Ryu's gaze flickered as it landed on Luna, the Ice Queen. She was still unmoved and wasn't in a rush at all. That made him confused, unless... Oh, Ryu nodded. The rush shouldn't be about the fact the fire giant had to get to a place right this moment. Instead, it should be the case that the injuries were the main problem. The fire giant only had a short time to heal Farouj's injuries before they met some sort of deadline. I wonder what it is. It isn't normal for a fire giant and Ice Queen to appear in this location so casually. There wasn't nearly enough time for this betting arena to call them over. They had to have already been close by. Luna suddenly smiled sweetly at Ryu. Chapter 1720. Visit. It was very rare for an Ice Queen to smile, if you could even call it that. Ryu could tell at a glance that this Luna wasn't used to doing such a thing. Her smile felt sweet to herself, but was greatly forced, and it even looked like she was trying to push something out of the wrong hole. However, Ryu found it a bit adorable only because of how funny it was. She blushed with a hint of shame, seemingly realizing that there was a problem with her smile. She cleared her throat and went back to her usual demeanor, the frost around her intensifying as those that were nearby were forced to scurry away. The hint of rouge on her cheeks on a canvas of otherwise stark white was almost too obvious. One would have thought that they had cut her open and let blood drip. Luna's death guard had been paying attention to her charge this entire time, and she was quite speechless. Ice Queens were gender-specific for a reason. They couldn't even have children like other species and races could. They were all women, and each one of them was born from a kernel of extreme yin. There was no other way. She didn't even have the lady bit to copulate even if she wanted to. Well, there was something down there, it was just that she didn't have a uterus or ovaries. To make matters worse, the touch of a man for an Ice Queen was a huge taboo. They were strong centers of yin. The introduction of yang could truly ruin their cultivation. It could be said that they were the women who suffered the absolute most from lying with a man. In some instances in history, they would even lose their lives after doing so. A flash of killing intent rippled in the Death Guard's blue irises for just a moment before vanishing. However, with Ryu's sensitivity, he could still pick it up. In the end, he sneered. With a step, Ryu vanished through the void and appeared by Luna's side, seemingly not caring about the frigid cold. Luna was shocked by the sudden change and slid away. "Hello," Ryu said with a smile, "I had a question, if you don't mind answering." Flirting with women wasn't Ryu's strong suit, so he just got straight to the point. He was really curious about something. Oh, her voice was just as cold as her appearance. She had actually tried to add a hint of warmth to it, but no matter how hard she tried, it came out much the same way. Why were they in so much of a rush? Ryu asked, pointing toward where the Lord Fire Giant had disappeared. Luna blinked, not understanding for a moment until it clicked. "Oh, there is a gathering. He is very injured and won't be able to participate like this. There isn't much time to heal him." She spoke in short, succinct sentences. "A gathering of, and for?" Ryu asked again. "The title steel will appear soon. It is very important. This gathering is the first step in choosing those that will be nurtured." Nurtured? Huh. Ryu's gaze flickered in thought. He didn't know exactly what it meant to nurture, but what he did know was that the true nether plane likely worked differently than what he was used to. The monstrous tier geniuses of the martial gods were either in small worlds right now or locked up in seclusion, but for the demon kings of the nether plane, what did it mean for them to go to smaller worlds? Was it just as helpful? Ryu didn't feel like that was true now that he thought about it. He had been to Sacrum's nether plane. It was the exact same as the true martial plane, just weaker. Comparatively speaking, Sacrum's laws were entirely different from the true martial worlds. They even created their own odd sky god realms as well, allowing one to skip over fragmented and false sky gods to become true sky gods directly. Regardless of the small world in question, they all had their own unique quirks that could be learned from, whereas for the nether planes, they were just copy and pasted with some truths removed. If a demon king genius of the true martial world went to one of those worlds, not only would they learn nothing, but they would also regress in all likelihood. Maybe this was the same for the ethereal plane as well, though Ryu had never gone to check. As such, these geniuses needed another method to gear up for this coming moment. They couldn't afford to miss out on it and they had to perform to their utmost. Of course, this was all just speculation on Ryu's part. There could, very well, be other reasons. But he would have to find out for himself. Will the dream wraiths be there? Ryu asked his final question. Luna nodded slowly. Yes. Ryu smiled at her after asking a few more questions. Thank you for your help. Luna's lips parted and then trembled, but she wasn't sure how to respond. By the time she had the courage to look up again, Ryu was already gone. Ryu stood with Lucard and Selhira. It seems there's going to be some fun to be had, Ryu said with a grin. Selhira smiled and shook her head. Ryu's idea of fun was destroying everything in sight, wasn't it? The air was decidedly more frigid now, and it almost certainly had to do with the unhappiness of the Death Guard that was still standing on a flying treasure high in the skies. Lucard snorted. Miss, I'll take my nether crystals now, Ryu called out. A servant quickly ran up to Ryu and suddenly he was a nouveau riche again. Well, at least by true sky god standards. The fact that such a small city could take out this much money pretty much guaranteed the opposite. But that was fine. It should be enough to teleport where they needed to go. Let's visit a certain little business owner, Ryu said, taking Selhira's hand and vanishing. Chapter 1721. Choice. Elise didn't expect Ryu to suddenly appear before her like this. It could even be said that she hoped that this would end with the money she handed out. She had been more than generous enough, and even went a step beyond what she thought was necessary just to make sure that she could make up for her mistake. Unfortunately, in the cultivation realm, such things weren't often taken as a sign to sow for peace. Most often, they were taken as a sign of weakness instead, and she seemed to think that this very same thing was happening here. Ryu took a step and Selhira sat by his side. The furniture creaked beneath her weight, causing Elise's brows to tremble. Selhira seemed to be the most inconspicuous of them all after Ryu's display. Other than her beauty, which was veiled to begin with, it was hard to see anything odd about her other than her height. But even then, her 6 feet 3 inches to 6 feet 4 inches height wasn't all that shocking in the grand scheme of things, especially when there were female fire giants walking around. But her weight, the furniture here was not forged from normal materials. It was not normal for it to creak the way it just had. Selhira looked a bit embarrassed by the change. Since she was in human form, she didn't really take into consideration her weight at all. And Ryu, especially when they were in each other's arms, never really made her feel like she was heavy at all. Of course, she knew that most of that was his pride as a man. He had no intention of struggling beneath his own wife's weight, but in this setting, it made her feel a bit self-conscious. Ryu chuckled and pulled her into his arms. He didn't seem bothered by her large wings, and her weight on his lap didn't seem to move him at all. She might as well have been as light as a feather. This sight only made Elise tremble more. One would think that the furniture would creak even more now, but it was so stable and unmoved that Elise actually felt fear. What level of control over one's body and strength did this take? It could be said that the applications of Ryu's close combat body weren't just in being capable of incorporating the strengths of many weapons into a single lethal weapon. Elise composed herself and tried to remain calm. Might I ask what the young master has come for today? She asked with a forced smile. I've heard that there's a gathering happening soon. I want to know what you know about it. Elise was startled. I would have asked the Ice Queen, but I think it's best they know as little about my intentions as possible. Elise hesitated. Young master wants to participate. Potentially. That would depend. Is it possible? Theoretically, it is. This is also a method of recruiting for the Demon Kings. Although they like to keep their main bloodlines pure, from time to time they will experiment by incorporating half-blood or mixed-race geniuses into their branch bloodlines. Humans are rare in the true nether plane, but it's not like they don't exist. Honestly, you would probably still need a sponsor. The demon kings and especially their geniuses are extremely arrogant. If you don't have a certain level of standing, they will attack you just for the sake of attacking you. By then, even if your strength stacks up to them favorably, you will end up suffering anyway. Ryu nodded. He understood this principle well. For powerful clans or sects, after a certain point raw strength wasn't the most important thing, deterrence and face were even more important once you had passed a certain threshold. Essentially, at a certain level, it was more important that people didn't dare to attack you versus how well you could respond should someone attack you. It could be said that this was a huge reason why faith was such a big deal as well. Take the Tatsuya clan, for example. They were known as the most powerful clan on the Shrine Plane, but this wasn't just because of their raw power. Technically speaking, Primus wasn't even one of them anymore, so they weren't even considered an 11th Order clan, not really. Not without a sky god. It could be said then that the whole reason they managed to stand tall for so long was because no one dared to attack them, until the martial gods came along and shattered that image. This was probably a similar situation to what was going on the ninth heaven. There were many other smaller and less significant powers on the ninth heaven. If they all ganged up together, it wasn't impossible that a region could take down one of the 9 powers just by virtue of their numbers. But would they ever do that? Of course not. Gathering up morale and support for such a thing would be as difficult as climbing to the heavens themselves. This was the weight of deterrence. Deterrence, temperament. Ryu felt like he had comprehended something again, but he shook his head and forced himself to focus. Honestly, this was a similar state to what Ryu had been in the first time he awakened his Tao. He seemed to progress it by leaps and bounds every day and he made huge changes to himself as a result. However, Ryu had begun to wonder. Were all breakthroughs in comprehension created equal? Could his obscene comprehension abilities actually be a net negative instead of a positive? He wasn't actually sure. It seemed foolish, but when you took a step back his thoughts made sense. Was it really the case that he just happened to stumble into the perfect scenario in words time and time again? Or was he like a child picking berries in a forest while straying further and further from the paved path? Should he be more cautious with what he chose to use to break through? Chapter 17:22. Heard Ryu thought of deterrence, and it seemed to perfectly coincide with temperament. The latter was the overarching umbrella, while the former was one of the many tidbits stored within. Ryu actually felt that for a moment, it was quite a valuable comprehension. In fact, he could probably make a Tao technique similar to a god's brush if he pursued that path further. But was it the right path to take? Dividing order and dividing chaos. It was meant to look at the world from a macro level. Using temperament as a means to break through made sense because it was a piece of the puzzle that he hadn't yet considered. But deterrence was beneath that same umbrella. If he honed in on the details too much, he might miss the forest for the trees and steer his Tao down the wrong path. Others might end up bottlenecking their Taos and being forced to weaken them to progress because their comprehension was too low. But for Ryu, it seemed that his problem was that his comprehension was too high. He was too good at connecting dots and making seemingly innocuous statements and making broad-reaching sentiments about it all. If he followed his whims too much, he could end up running into a brick wall eventually. Interesting, Ryu thought. Elise didn't want to interrupt. Ryu seemed lost in his thoughts and from time to time, the air around him would shift oddly. Maybe I could put up guardrails in my inner matrix, but to what end? Do I even know or understand what I want my Tao to be at the end of the day? Did he know? He felt that he had a vague idea. If he was recreating an inner world, didn't this world need its laws? In that case, should his Tao become the law that encompassed this land, forging it into what commanded the seas and sealed the skies? That was the obvious path. But what did it mean to be the law of a world? His thoughts drifted toward the shrines and that of Shrine Mountain. After a long while, Ryu shook his head and looked up, meeting Elise's eyes. And you aren't participating? Elise smiled bitterly. How can I? My talent isn't so great. I would just be going to die. She had no background. But you're informed, Ryu said. Elise's heart skipped a beat. Let's cut the formalities, Ryu said slowly. The Fire Giant and Ice Queen weren't here by coincidence, you somehow managed to get them here. That also means that you knew of where they were even though they had no intention of setting foot into this city. A cold sweat began to gather on Elise's brows, but she forced herself to remain calm. Gathering information about the movement of such existences was a huge taboo. Let alone herself, even her father couldn't take on the responsibility for such a thing. It was likely that no one could. I need to know the whereabouts of a specific person. I have no need to expose your secrets, I just want this. Elise pressed a hand to her beating chest. I'm not sure that I can help you. Mei Tatsuya, will she be participating? Ryu continued without a care. Those words were what Elise had to say, she still needed plausible deniability. Elise's eyes opened wide once again. Mei Tatsuya, that was a name that had been spread for many reasons. First, because Tao gods almost never took disciples, unless one counted the carryovers they had from their sovereign or lord days. Second, because demons mostly did not even have last names, but Mei had always referred to her as a Tatsuya instead of by the Dream Asura or Dream Wraith clans. And third, because she was simply too much of a rising star. In just a few years, she went from the World Sea realm to the perfect Sky God realm. It was a breakneck pace that was far too exaggerated, but shouldn't a genius picked up by a Tao god be at least this good? I really do not know, Elise said. Mei was too outstanding. There was a good chance that just by virtue of this, she didn't need to participate at all and could just directly get the benefits. If it could be said that Elise had no backing whatsoever, then Mei had all the backing in the world just by virtue of who her master was. There was a 50-50 chance of whether she would participate or not. Ryu nodded. With his Tao, it was easy to see that she was telling the truth. In that case, you should have an easy method of going to the gathering, correct? Elise took a breath and finally relaxed. It seemed that Ryu truly did not want to start up issues with her. Yes, I do. Good. Let me use it. Just speak out when it is prepared. A swirling portal appeared around Ryu and Selhira, who was still in his lap. Just as he was about to disappear, he heard Elise's voice. Young master, if it's not too much to ask, who is young mistress Mei Tatsuya to you? Ryu laughed. She's my wife. Elise's eyes opened wide, her heart practically beating out of her chest. She stood in silence for a long while after Ryu disappeared, at least in part. There still seemed to be a kernel of Ryu here, as though he was both present and not at the same time. She realized that this was an opportunity she had to grasp. Ryu gently placed Selhira down, and they both looked at a familiar giant flaming woman. The violet-skinned woman was standing by the rivers of embryonic chi, hesitating time and time again as though she both wanted to jump in and not at the same time. She was startled by their sudden appearance and looked toward them both at the same time. She bowed her head. What do you command? She spoke slowly, not used to these sorts of things. At the same time, Ryu could tell she clearly wanted to ask him why she wanted her but felt it was too rude given her status. Ryu smiled. Have you heard of summoning necromancers? Chapter 1723. Haraka the flaming giant woman viscerally shook to these words. Fear flickered in her eyes and she looked at Ryu like she was looking at a monster. There were hardly any summoning necromancers left. Even the arcane mancer sect didn't dare to house them. In fact, the only openly summoning necromancers in the whole of the true martial world was in the Devouring Heaven sect. But that was an anomaly, and no one was even sure if this was true anymore considering how long it had been since this occurred. The only people with the skill to be summoning necromancers were on the 8th and 9th heavens, but that likewise meant that the demons they would rely upon would have to come from the 8th and 9th planes. How could the demon kings allow that? It would trigger an all-out war. Or at the very least, the perpetrator would be cut down without prejudice. However, there was no one here to defend her. If Ryu was bringing it up, it meant that he didn't even care to think of releasing her. He was blatantly threatening her, and he didn't care how she felt about it. This was a huge blow to her gut and she realized that in service of keeping her Tao heart intact by battling it out with Ryu, she had lost many other ways. Ryu chuckled. You don't need to be so reserved. In fact, this could help you out as well. Right now, you're far too weak to be a summon of mine. You would only hinder me, not help me. So what do you think that means? The giant woman trembled, but she didn't say anything. This sounded nice, but didn't that just mean that she would be relentlessly experimented on? What would happen if Ryu went too far and she ended up dead? Who would seek justice for her? The answer was obviously no one. Go have a sip, Ryu pointed toward the river. The woman hesitated. She had wanted to do exactly that ever since she was brought in here, but now that Ryu had asked her to, she suddenly didn't want to anymore. But did her thoughts and opinions even matter in this situation? She took a breath and bent down, scooping up a handful and swallowing it down. Ryu watched this with a smile. In truth, she had wasted much of it. Embryonic chi wasn't like pills that lost effectiveness the more you had, or rather, it didn't work through the same mechanism. When pills lost efficacy, it was because their medicinal properties didn't work anymore. When embryonic chi lost efficacy, it was because the target wasn't ready to take on its blessings. Embryonic chi worked by sensing what the heavens had in store for you and helping bring your body further along that path. However, more embryonic chi could only marginally help that process be sped along. Ultimately, you could still only take one step at a time. You had to take one step first before you could take a second. That was why Ryu only really ever gave out one drop at a time. When he was dual cultivating with his wives, he would use more, but that was for two purposes. First, he was squandering it for the sake of making his wives feel good. There was no doubt that most would moan when they first came into contact with embryonic chi, and the reason for that was because it had the capability of making one feel as though they were floating on a cloud. Ryu was just spoiling his women. The second reason was because they were improving faster during intercourse with him and could afford to take on more. To make a long story short, when embryonic chi entered the body, it only focused on one task at a time. It was usually best to wait until that task was finished and for more of the path forward to become clear before having another drop. This was obvious if you thought about it too. Most people had had their droplet of embryonic chi while they were in their most malleable state, that of gestation. Fully grown people weren't nearly so malleable, so the results were more stiff. It just didn't matter because Ryu had a nigh endless supply. The giant woman's body trembled as she subconsciously released a moan as well. She couldn't stop herself in time, and before she understood what was happening, a large amount of impurities began to pool out of her. However, as these impurities leaked to the ground, they seemed to vanish, almost like no one could blaspheme Ryu's inner world. The woman's cultivation trembled and she suddenly entered the middle true sky god realm without a hint of cultivation herself. Ryu clicked his tongue in slight annoyance and had no choice but to open his inner world up to the nether plane, allowing nether chi to roll in. If he didn't do so, she would fail her breakthrough and ruin her future. The woman's cultivation quickly stabilized. Not everyone was like Ryu had needed weeks on end to complete a breakthrough, or else there would never be peace in the cultivation world. When her eyes opened, she looked toward Ryu in shock. Just what had she just drunk? If Ryu had a small droplet of it, that would be fine. But rivers, why was it all so exaggerated? It didn't make any sense whatsoever. "What's your name?" Ryu asked. Hiraka. Ryu smiled. "Nice to meet you, Hiraka. I'm not going to experiment on you, that would be a waste of my time. Your only job is to have a droplet a day or every couple days, whenever you feel that you'll make the strongest breakthrough. As for the rest, I still haven't figured it out because I haven't studied how to make a summoning contract in this world yet. But I will soon." Ryu smiled, and Hiraka was even more confused. What was the catch? Chapter 1724. Hell on Earth. Ryu didn't explain, he just looked at Elowen with the same gaze. But there was indeed a catch, it was just that it wasn't nearly as bad as anything Elowen was thinking of. While Ryu was riding on Lucard's back to make it to this place, he realized something: there was actually great value in watching the evolution process of others. The problem with this was that Lucard was already near the pinnacle of the food chain. Even without Ryu's interference, there was truly a good chance that he could one day become the Dragon Emperor. It certainly wasn't a pipe dream by any stretch of the imagination, though it was somewhat unlikely. There was a reason that the Fire Dragon clan had ruled for so long, and there were plenty of dragons that were at least on par with Lucard. So while not impossible, it was still unlikely. Due to this, watching the embryonic chi slowly work on Lucard wasn't nearly the comprehension boost that Ryu thought it would be. But what if he observed a far lesser talent over a much longer period of time? Of course, observing trash would be equally a waste of time. No matter how much embryonic chi you had, if your base talent were all not even perfect grade, you could never reach the pinnacle. However, Hiraka was perfect for several reasons. First, she was a variant of the fire giants. She had unique mutations that would be extremely interesting to observe. Second, she was already talented. Although she wasn't quite at the level of the genius tier, and certainly no match for the hero or monster tiers, she wasn't far off. And this meant she had a lot of potential for growth. Then what did Ryu really gain out of observing? It helped him to solidify his own path. Observing how the heavens tended to move others through and toward perfection would give him a window into heaven's secrets themselves. How could he turn such an opportunity down? As for the other catch, it wasn't a catch at all since Hiraka was already aware. If she one day grew powerful enough, he would use her as a summoning. It was that simple, really. As for how the true nether plane would react, did it matter? Firstly, Hiraka was a demon king, she was a lost descendant of the fire giants, sure. But the fact she was battling in the arena meant that she wasn't taken seriously by them at all. And secondly, since when did he do things based on how others would react? Alright, do you want to stay here or come with me? Ryu asked Selhira. I'll come with you, Selhira said. She didn't actually get to partake in the embryonic chi much, and she even seemed a bit put off by this. Ryu's gaze flickered when he noticed Selhira avoiding the embryonic chi, but for now, he chose to observe some more. He was sure that she had her own reasons. Since she wanted to come, they could go together. After a while, Elise had prepared and was ready to take them away. Funny enough, Ryu had done all of this to earn money to use a teleportation platform to Mei, only to not need to use the money he earned at all. But that much was fine. He preferred to use the nether crystals to study nether chi itself. Ryu had already seen some of the oddities of nether chi after his breakthrough, and he saw even more after he allowed it to enter his inner world. It was curious. Ethereal chi was able to help those with real chi see through the problems and flaws in their foundations, ultimately aiding them in breaking through. But what about nether chi? Could it do the same? Ryu didn't think so. Ethereal chi was like the mirror image of real chi, but nether chi wasn't the mirror image, it was the opposite. Studying it wouldn't help you along, it would instead hinder you. The former helped you see your path from a new perspective, but the latter completely erased your path. What was especially curious too, Ryu, was that nether chi was somehow still different from chaos chi at the same time. If he were to pinpoint what the difference was, it was the fact chaos chi had no structure, it sought to destroy. Nether chi was seemingly like that on the surface, but there was a kernel hidden deep within it that allowed a chance at rebirth. Chaos chi was the antithesis of order, which encompassed all of ethereal, real and nether chi. Nether chi was the antithesis of real chi only because it took an entirely different path. Real chi tended to build up, to create. Nether chi destroyed and raised so that sprouts might grow in its place. This was a very philosophical description of the two chis, and didn't really touch on anything tangible. But this was the vague feeling that Ryu got from it. As Ryu was lost in thought, the teleportation array had already activated, enveloping himself, Elise, her butler, Selhira and Lucard. When their vision cleared, the environment could only be described as hell on earth. Though, wasn't that exactly what the nether plane was? The ground was barren and grayed. Rocky land stretched out for as far as the eyes could see. Dark purple clouds rumbled and arcs of black lightning struck mountain tops. Lining the sides of the road, there were various shrubberies and vegetation, if you could even call them that. Most lacked budding flowers and greeneries, and even worse than that, they were blackening with pitch-black flames as though this world didn't allow life to exist at all. And if it did, it certainly wouldn't be comfortable. The nether chi in the air was so dense that it was suffocating. It felt like one was choking on smog every time they inhaled, and it quickly began to corrode Ryu's chi, causing his eyes to narrow. Chapter 1725. Scram. Ryu looked up. The feeling of the world around him was truly suffocating, but he felt that his body was slowly adjusting. He remembered that the first time he stepped into the nether plane back in Sacrum, the nether chi acted much like this. Back then he had been much weaker, so the effects were far more exaggerated. There was a great suppression that most faced in this world, especially when they didn't use nether chi themselves. Their arrival caught some attention immediately. It was impossible for this not to be the case. Lucard wasn't the type of existence that could be hidden, especially when he didn't want to be hidden in the first place. He stood tall and proud, his shimmering silver scales being practically the only light in the dreary atmosphere. There wasn't a single demon present that didn't look over with lightning-like gazes, their shock plainly measurable on their faces. Even if it wasn't for Lucard, the group was too conspicuous. Other than Elise and her butler, none of the others exuded any demonic aura. One seemed to be human, another seemed to be both human and not, and the last was a dragon. This sort of group composition didn't even make much logical sense. The demon kings aren't present yet, Ryu thought to himself. The teleportation platform that Elise used was actually quite a distance away from the actual gathering. It was just that such a distance didn't mean much to existences of this level, and even if it was an ant, they would at least give it a cursory glance in this sort of situation. The stakes were much too high. What they didn't expect was what they saw instead. "Let's go," Ryu said calmly. He held Selhira's hand and walked forward, his strides long. He pierced through the veil of nether chi with a calm cadence. An aura of chaos flickered around him. Arcs of dark gold lightning flashed, and the nether chi was fried to ash. He exuded a powerful aura from the very beginning. Elise was a very smart individual, and the words she spoke earlier were actually quite correct. Being too low-key would have the opposite effect. Plus, he was here to see his wife. Considering how popular she had gotten, he had no doubt that he would be forced to kill some ignorant fools very soon. It was best he draw a line right here and now. Although there were no actual demon kings present, at a single glance Ryu could tell that most present were at least descendants of them. This seemed to be the minimum requirement for even daring to show up. The group picked a mountain peak and staked out their land. Ryu's initial impulse was to pick one of the 9 main mountain peaks, but he was no longer the Ryu of the past. At the very least, he knew when to show some propriety when he should. Even so, many were shocked by the mountain peak he chose regardless. In the current situation, there were several mountains surrounding what looked like a valley from some angles and a pit to hell in others. It had to be remembered that the true nether plane was actually the inverse of the true martial world. You didn't go upwards to reach the 9th plane, you went downward. And whatever was below seemed to be even further down than even the 9th plane. In the foremost positions, there were 9 vacant mountains. These mountains were struck by the black lightning descending from the skies the most often. Between these mountains and a small amount further back, there were much shorter mountains. The mountain that Ryu had picked was among a second tier of existence, and it was among a group of mountains just shorter than the 9 main peaks. It also happened to be the last one available. "When do you become such a coward?" Lucard snorted. Ryu yawned. If he was alone, he would stand where he should. But his father was right, he had been too selfish these days, especially in regard to his wives. If he chose one of the main mountains, he would get into a conflict with demon kings he couldn't even match up to right now, and then what would happen to the odds of his seeing his May again? Still, while he was willing to compromise, he wasn't willing to compromise much. At that moment, another teleportation formation lit up, but this time it was from a platform much closer to the core mountains. Suddenly, the lightning sparking in the skies grew more agitated, as though it wouldn't be satisfied until the entire sky was cracked and fissured. When the images of the approaching demons cleared, Ryu could sense a small air of trepidation coming from the surroundings. Ryu almost lazily looked over, and at that moment, a smile curled his lips. Interesting. The figures could only be said to be wreathed in black lightning. Somehow, they both seemed tangible and not at the same time. It was a sight that was hard to parse apart, until you understood even though they were humanoids, they fell firmly within the category of wraiths. They were ghosts that fed on the emotions of others, and these emotions seemed to fuel their black lightning. Ryu had never seen such demons personally before, but he had read of their descriptions. The Black Thunder Wraiths. In Sacrum, they were a race of demon princes. Their standing was quite exceptional. But what was interesting was that they had always had quite high standing in general. It could be said that amongst those beneath the demon kings, they were ranked first. And on top of that, they had many talents that could likely stand toe-to-toe with the demon kings. Right then, from an amorphous, vaguely humanoid blob of sparking black lightning, a young man took shape. His face was incredibly pale, but his eyes shone a bright golden hue. For a moment, his head seemed to be floating in a cloud of black lightning until a pair of legs manifested beneath it. His black lightning became like a cloak of energy, fluttering like a robe around him, while every other part of him seemed to become distinctly human. If not for the fact his face was far too pale to be natural, they could truthfully pass off a young man of exceptionally handsome stature. It was rare that Ryu met a man who could match him in the looks department. His ice jade crystal bone structure might not have been strong, but it had done wonders for his proportions and looks. Funny enough, it might not be an exaggeration at this point to say that this was the strongest ability of that bone structure. Even after his bone structure had changed, his body composition remained the same. But this young man was truly a looker, and his pale skin, rather than making him look unhealthy and sickly, gave him a demonic touch almost like a black and white painting with just the slightest hints of color. The young man's golden eyes shifted slowly, scanning through the second-tier mountains one by one and quickly realizing that there were none left. Everyone thought that the next result was obvious. Didn't it only make sense for Ryu and the others to be targeted? They were clearly the group that was not like the rest. But the young man's thoughts weren't like this at all. It could be the reason Ryu said this was interesting was not because of their race, but because he had sensed something from this young man in particular. Scram. The young man spoke softly. His voice wasn't too deep and even could be considered a bit higher than average. But the strength behind it was undeniable. A race of skeletons with blackened bones and fluttering blue flames in their eye sockets were shocked. The older generation frowned and looked toward the young Black Thunder Wraith's elders. Were they really going to allow this? They were the descendants of the Skeleton Kings. In many ways, they were the second most powerful here after the appearance of the Black Thunder Wraiths. The young man hadn't picked the weakest, he had immediately picked on the strongest. His goal was obvious. Did these people think that his Black Thunder Wraith race could only pick on the weak? The moment these people saw them coming, they should have cleared a lane themselves. Not going, the young man spoke unhurriedly. When there was no response and a young man of the skeleton race was about to step forward, the Black Thunder Wraith youth suddenly vanished in a spark of black lightning. Bang! When he appeared again, a fair palm was being held out and the young skeleton that had stepped out was directly sent soaring off the mountain. The young Black Thunder Wraith stood amidst the skeletons without a care. He wasn't a match for the older generation, but did he need to be? The skies rumbled as sparks flew, the conflict coming to a head. Chapter 1726. Devour. Ryu smiled from start to finish. It was a bit of a surprising change, and he found this young man to be interesting. It was unfortunate that turning him into a summoning would cause more trouble than he was ready to deal with right now. Although the Black Thunder Wraiths weren't demon kings, they were still too powerful to ignore. And obviously, this young man was probably the best of their younger generation. The descendants of skeleton kings couldn't be underestimated. The skeleton races in general were quite difficult to do with because they didn't have any obvious weak points and they could cultivate their bodies a lot like how blacksmiths tempered treasures. Without having to worry about the frailty of flesh, one could imagine their strength. Yet, this young man had sent one of their best flying with a single palm and stood amongst their elders without a single care in the world. His temperament was honestly a lot like how Ryu had once been. Observing his temperament might help Ryu find out just how to take the next step in his cultivation. The Black Thunder Wraiths and Skeleton King descendants clashed heads, the atmosphere growing thicker and thicker with tension. It was simply impossible for the descendants to just casually leave because a junior said so. Where would they put their faces at that point? On top of that, they couldn't face off against Ryu or else the dichotomy between their reaction and that of the Black Thunder Wraiths would be put on full display. Everyone knew that the Black Thunder Wraith genius hadn't taken action against Ryu because he disdained to bully the weak. If the Skeleton King descendants suddenly did exactly that, then they would lose their face once again. It was like they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. The only method forward seemed to be to fight it out with the Black Thunder Wraiths. Even if they lost, it would still be the far better outcome. For a moment, it looked like this was truly what was about to happen until there was a sudden charming voice that floated through the hair. A woman with delicate pinkish-violet skin stepped forward. She had a pair of white horns that curled above her head. Rather than piercing toward the skies arrogantly, these horns curled back, looking almost like a pair of gorgeous braids at first. If usual horns were demonic, these were instead like precious ivory, smoothed and blemishless. "There is no need for such a battle," she said in a gentle voice. "The solution is simple." Her gaze turned toward Ryu and the others with a gentle smile. "Please take a step down. I didn't want to say anything earlier, but you've made a bit of a mistake. This mountain was actually reserved for another." Her smile was sweet and there was nothing wrong with her words. It seemed that she was trying to advise Ryu and the others out of kindness. Although they had Lucard with them, there were too many experts here. There were Dao sovereigns amongst their elders and there were almost certainly Dao gods paying attention to the situation. Dragon or not, it was impossible in her opinion for Lucard to match up against even a Dao lord, let alone a sovereign or god. Plus, dragons were mythical creatures, true enough, but they were no more mystical than the demon kings. This wasn't the place for a dragon to flaunt their majesty. It could be said that the young violet-skinned woman was already being quite polite with her words. But she was actually completely ignored. Ryu swept a gaze over her, Lucard didn't even meet her gaze in the first place, and Selhira was too busy enjoying her husband's presence. The only two that seemed like ants on a frying pan were Elise and her butler, but Elise was smart enough to not speak. The calculation she made was quite simple. Ryu still had an inclination to protect her, but no one else here gave a damn about her. If she suddenly flipped sides, not only would she gain everyone's disdain, the other demon races wouldn't feel thankful, they would just think it was only natural that she lower herself to serve them. Even so, this didn't stop her from gritting her teeth so hard that she thought she might accidentally crack them. This was the most pressure she had been under in her entire life. The young woman was stunned. It could be said that this was the first time in her entire life that she had actually been directly ignored. She was a member of the Dream Devils. The name was familiar because it was only a minor difference in comparison to the Dream Asuras, and that was because the both of them were descendants of the Dream Wraiths. In fact, they were quite similar in a lot of ways. The difference was that the Dream Devils placed even more emphasis on the soul than the Dream Asuras did. Their bodies were relatively weak compared to other demons, or more specifically, demon princes and demon kings, but with such a trade-off, their mental realm abilities were almost impossible to match. It could be said that even though her standing amongst the demon kings was extremely low as a demon prince, she was still highly pursued. Those real geniuses couldn't take her as a main wife because those races were obsessed with keeping their bloodlines pure, but there was like not one hot-blooded young demon king who didn't want her as a concubine at the very least. Many were even willing to offer a second wife position. For her to be raised in such an environment, it could be said that she had never experienced rejection in her entire life. But Ryu's gaze was so wholly indifferent that it even left her with a cold shiver. In truth, she was far more interested in the dragon. She thought it might be quite unique to have even a dragon pursue her, so she was looking forward to Lucard's reaction, and she had somewhat ignored Ryu. What she didn't expect was that Lucard wouldn't even look at her, and even the human was indifferent. Ryu looked back toward his wife, speaking with her as thought the young woman hadn't said anything at all. Most had looked over after the young dream devil spoke. Her words held a lot of weight, especially to the younger generation. But even to the older, it could be said that her standing was close to being on par with the Black Thunder Wraith youth. The Black Thunder Wraiths were second only to the Demon Kings, but no one dared to underestimate the Dream Devils. They didn't fight often, but who didn't fear Mental Realm Masters? There was a reason Sacrum had banned them. No one could have expected that while they were all willing to listen, Ryu didn't give them even a second look. "Young Miss Wanakai is speaking to you." The sudden roar was so close to a real clap of thunder that many looked up before their eyes actually landed on the young man who had spoken. He was enormous, his skin rippling with a black steel color. He stood at 30 meters tall, and the pair of horns on his forehead made him reach as much as 35 meters into the air. This was no doubt a descendant of the fire giants, but they had lost the ability to control the fire element. Instead, they had progressed down a completely new path, reaching the pinnacle of body realm cultivation and having skin and bone tougher than even precious metals. He was, of course, one of Wanakai's pursuers, and unlike those Demon King young masters, he was willing to give her the position of first wife even to the dissatisfaction of his elders. He simply didn't care. This time, though, he didn't give Ryu a chance to ignore him. It was clear at a glance that while Ryu had looked at Wanakai, he wasn't going to give this youth even the chance. But just as he was about to charge, the main teleportation platforms suddenly began to light up one after another. The Wraith Knights, the Skeleton Kings, the Fire Giants, the Ice Queens, the Horned Devils, the Bone Serpents, the Shadows, the Ash Tree Ants, the Dream Wraiths, one after another, they appeared. Unlike the other races, though, only their younger generation appeared. The weakest were at the perfect Sky God realm while the strongest were at the transcendent Sky God realm. The auras they exuded clamped down on everything around them. The young Black Thunder Wraith looked over with black lightning flickering in his golden eyes. His battle intent soared into the skies, and the black lightning high above seemed to be triggered by something, falling down onto the mountain peaks with even greater fervor. Killing intent flooded the region. At that moment, the Bone Serpents looked toward Lucard, a black of golden flames lighting up in their usually blank sockets. It looked as though they had just found a meal they wanted to devour at all costs. Chapter 1727. I trust Ryu noticed the change immediately and stifled a laugh. He had a guess as to why this was. The Bone Serpents had a history that was hard to parse based on historical record alone. But for them to form a skeleton empire that was outside the jurisdiction of the skeleton kings, one could imagine that their origins certainly were not simple. There were many potential legends that Sacrum had written down, and it was hard to tell which ones were true. But judging by their reaction to Lucard, Ryu had a pretty good idea now of which one held more weight. It had to be understood that beasts weren't just handed their talent. At least in the beginning, they had to fight for their place much the same. This was how the war between the ancient beasts and the Fae started and ended in Sacrum as well. Back then, at least in Sacrum, and seemingly here as well, there were two main races vying for the position that dragons currently held. On the one side, there were the dragons, and on the other, there were the world serpents. World serpents were said to be impossibly massive creatures, monstrous existences with bodies where, upon maturity, they could wrap around entire worlds and constrict them to dust. These bone serpents weren't nearly so large, but even so, they dwarfed every other existence here, even the so-called fire giants. Obviously, in the war back then, the bone serpents lost, and that caused a deeply ingrained grudge to be passed down through the generations. However, it could be said that the bone serpents were existences that were also incredibly impressive. Even after their race was wiped out and sent to the nether planes to reincarnate into maybe another race entirely, their ancestors were so great and mighty that they were able to avoid the memory wipe of the dream wraiths, taking it upon themselves to form an entirely new race with hopes of one day wiping out the dragon race in the future. Of course, by the time Ryu reached this point in the story, the details were almost certainly fuzzy. For example, if all they did was avoid the memory wipe, how'd they become skeletons? It wasn't as though there weren't other demon kings with flesh and blood bodies. And also, how was it even possible to escape the memory wipe of the dream wraiths in the first place? And wasn't the implication that more than one of them had survived, or else how did they copulate? There were a lot of questions the Ruin Master's side of him was itching to answer. He wondered if he'd be able to learn more about it here. At that moment, Lucard sneered, a grin spreading across his face as he looked down at the bone serpents. He had been mostly silent until now, but as though he had been provoked, his eyes began to swirl with black holes and his chest puffed out. Roar! His maw opened and a whirlwind of furious space and void echoed from his throat. The sound waves seemed to layer into the world itself, resonating with reality and dwarfing the rumbling thunder above. In that moment, the hearts of many froze over. Until now, they had mostly been passively observing the dragon. Who among them wasn't a genius? Who among them didn't have pride of their own? They were shocked at the appearance of a dragon, but only because they had never personally seen one themselves. And now, they suddenly understood the majesty of one. Lucard's roar made their blood run cold. Even amongst the Tao Lords, that roar alone made them feel hints of danger. A mere omniscient sky god was actually enough to make them feel a small bit of pressure. Was this the mighty existence that was the dragon race? The bone serpents looked as though they had truly been provoked. The sound wave hit them in waves, but unfortunately for them, they hadn't expected a dragon to be here. The best members of their younger generation didn't have to participate in this matter, unlike they did for the demon princes and below. Due to this, Ryu had already realized that Mei wasn't here and he could only sigh in disappointment. But that didn't mean that this was a completely wasted trip. For one, this matter still seemed worth taking part in, if for no other reason than he could probably hitch a ride with the other dream wraiths. He ignored the confrontation between Lucard and Bone Serpents, his eyes landing on the dream wraith. They were a group of absolutely gorgeous men and women. It was hard to describe them as anything different. The most beautiful woman Ryu had ever seen was Mei's master, and it seemed that the others, although nowhere near as perfect, lived up to at least small portions of that majesty. None of them looked at Ryu. Their attentions were entirely focused on Lucard, and that only made sense. At the moment, he seemed like the main character of the event. But they were also confused. This event didn't have any barriers and anyone who could make it here could participate. But Lucard was too old to do so. They could sense that at a single glance. Their senses were, obviously, quite exceptional. So why had Lucard done so? Did he not understand the rules? Or was there another reason? Ryu clasped his hands behind his back and his smile suddenly became bright. He felt like he was close to seeing his wife once again. Since the dream wraiths had teleported here using the formation, didn't it also mean that it was this formation they would use to return as well? All right, you're being too loud, Ryu said softly, giving Lucard a glance. He spoke lightly, but the space in the region constricted and Lucard's echoing roar was stifled. Lucard sent a glare over toward Ryu, but he ignored him. "My name is Ryu Tatsuya," Ryu greeted. "I trust that my wife is doing well." Chapter 1728. Ji. It was hard to tell how the world responded. The echoing of claps of the thunder was practically continuous. However, it was very easy to tell how everyone else reacted. First, they couldn't believe the audacity of a human to speak in this situation. But when they heard the name and saw that he was looking toward the dream wraiths, their eyes opened wide. In fact, even the dream wraiths, well known for their calm demeanors and unhurried spirits, were in a state of shell shock. It could be said that there wasn't a single soul that wasn't observing Ryu at this point. Even Wanakai was taking several glances, but she was focused on both Ryu and Selhira. This man dared to have more than one woman, and his cultivation, just a true sky god. It felt like their worlds were flipping upside down. After their shock, the dream wraiths all frowned. Which of them didn't know how obsessed Mei was with this man? Most demons didn't even have last names, but Mei insisted on being called young Mistress Tatsuya. It was inescapable. Every time they called her name they were reminded of the fact she had a husband. They had thought that this man might have 6 arms and 3 heads, but other than being handsome, he seemed completely ordinary in practically all other aspects. Because they were the dream wraiths, this was an especially poignant slap to the face. The dream wraith clan could be considered one of the only places in existence where Ryu's looks would actually be considered to be ordinary. Who cared if he was handsome? How many handsome men did they have? They could drown even the legendary world spirit in their spit with just one upchuck if they so wanted. Since when was handsomeness something they lacked in? Ryu observed their reactions with the same smile on his face. In fact, the angrier they felt, the happier he felt. Even so, he hadn't exposed himself like this for a petty reason. First, he needed to understand their thoughts. One way or another he needed to use their teleportation platform back, and he wouldn't allow anything to stop him. So he needed to be prepared for whether they'd be hostile or not. Second, he didn't mind the pressure. Right now one of his top priorities was gathering as much faith as possible for his inner world. Having his name resound throughout the 3 planes wasn't a bad idea. The angrier they were, the more chances he would have at crushing them in the future. And third, he wanted to know exactly which of them overestimated themselves. Pining after this wife was a capital offense that marked you for death, and he had already taken note of several people. If their reactions were so fierce here, then while he was away, how much did they pester his wife? How many times had they tried to wiggle their ways into her heart? Ryu might have matured, but he hadn't matured to that extent yet. His fists were already itching for blood. Gggggg. A grating laughter roared out along with the sound of chattering bones. Nekroth, the strongest bone serpent junior that the Demon King race had brought forward, couldn't help himself. A mighty dragon traveling with ants and the mighty dream wraiths marrying their treasured pearl to a pile of dung. I've truly seen it all today. What a clown show. Ryu didn't even look over, as though he was still waiting for an answer. But beneath Nekroth's jeering, the disappointment and distaste of the dream wraiths only seemed to grow. Xylorith, a dream wraith genius, couldn't hold back anymore and snapped. It's not your place to ask such a question. He bore holes into Ryu as though he wanted to eat him alive. Ryu pursed his lips and nodded as though he had just concluded something interesting. His gaze shifted from Xylorith to the Downlord wraiths that had followed them in. Don't expect him to come out alive. Ryu raised a finger and pointed at Xylorith, then his finger pointed elsewhere. He pointed at Nekroth. Him, her, him. Don't expect any of them to return. I will personally kill them all. Ryu's smile faded and he looked down on the world indifferently. His sky-blue robes danced in the wind along with his sparkling white hair. There was a suffocating pressure in the air at the moment, one that made them feel as though the real dragon wasn't Lucard at all, but rather the human standing before them right this moment. The mountains began to rumble before anyone could respond. It seemed that the event was perfectly primed. Ryu took a step forward, but Selhira moved with him. Ryu frowned. Selhira was a bit weak for this matter, but quite frankly, the same could be said for him. He didn't really want to reject her, so in the end he thought it might be fine. With a swirl of his eyes, Elise and the others vanished. Countless hostile gazes landed on Ryu's body, but he was completely unbothered. The calm in his eyes was almost frightening. In that moment, the world that had seemed to revolve around the dragon had come to revolve around him instead. And it felt natural. The geniuses in the surroundings seemed to realize that it wasn't so easy to dismiss Ryu after all. If for no other reason, the arrogance of pointing out those on his kill list ahead of time was something even they had a hard time fathoming. It was clear in that instant that, at the very least, Ryu had the heart of a hero. And when he stepped into the air, walking on it as though it was flat land, their pupils constricted one after another. Standing there, high above even the Tao sovereigns present, he had done something that only the Tao gods of their clans were capable of. He didn't give them a single other glance as he vanished, entering the portal before anyone else. Chapter 1729. First, Lucard was left behind, standing proudly on the mountain peak without a single utterance. He stared down the bone serpents as though he was giddy for them to attack. Unlike Ryu, he knew the full story. Well, at least the full story with respect to Sacrum. But he had a feeling that overall, the situation wasn't much different elsewhere. What was more interesting to him was how the same thing could happen again and again, across different worlds. It spoke to something more, sinister almost, even if that underlying current was actually helping out his dragon race instead of the scale-less lizards. Lucard grinned, a toothy spread of sharp canines glistened in the darkness. Then, with a step, he launched himself into the air, vanishing into the clouds above. The Tao Lord and sovereigns that remained suddenly felt itchy, wanting to go after Lucard, but not being able to justify it just yet. They were supposed to stay behind and wait for this to play out, but the youths of the various demon races rushed into the portal after Ryu, many of them trembling with murderous intent. It felt like Ryu had humiliated most of them, and even those he hadn't pointed out wanted his head on a platter. The elders could only wait patiently. What no one noticed was that deep within the crowd, a familiar pair was standing. One was Xianxia and the other was Empana. It seemed as though the latter was going to participate. He really does nothing by half measures, huh? It's a good thing he didn't notice us, or else I'm not sure how he'd react. Would he pull you into this mess? Xianxia sneered. He definitely noticed us, that bastard is just acting like a saint for once. I think between now and when I saw him last, he got dropped on his head. He might have a few things loose up there. What should I do? Empana asked. You're already over-leveled for this. You'll definitely be suppressed when it's your turn to go. Just do the bare minimum and cross that threshold. There's no need to waste time thinking about anything else. And you, me, I'm going to sit back and enjoy the show. I already set my betting odds, I'm coming out on top. Xianxia laughed uproariously. Watching that idiot flail is going to be hilarious. I just know he was too arrogant to ask anyone for the rules, and that chick he brought along has no idea what's going on. Empana's lip twitched. He really didn't understand this relationship. On the one hand, he had personally seen Xianxia argue to the point of blows with the odd setter to add Ryu's name. He had also seen him personally place down a ridiculous amount of nether crystals. But on the other hand, he seemed to be waiting for Ryu to suffer. So which one was it? Ryu appeared in a world no less dreary than the one he had just been in, but rather than being on solid ground, there was a dense black liquid beneath his feet that almost reminded him of his spiritual sea ever since he awakened to his perfect black-body soul. However, unlike his spiritual sea, this one was emitting a perpetual foul odor, one that almost made him gag. It looked as though this sea wasn't naturally black, but rather had been tainted by rotting flesh and blood. In fact, maybe there had never been a normal sea at all and what remained was a liquefied vat of gag-worthy organic matter. Ryu shook his head. His instinct was to shut off his nose, stop circulating blood and chi to the region and mute the effects, but he couldn't do that for now. Not until he was certain that it wouldn't be useful. Xianxia was right, he really hadn't asked about any of the details, but that was mostly out of circumstance rather than negligence or arrogance, and Xianxia certainly knew that. The main issue was that Elise knew too little, and even she didn't dare to use her information network to find out information about such an important thing. Even the geniuses that were participating only found out the official rules just a day ago. Ryu didn't really mind it, though, as far as he was concerned, so long as it was something reliant on fighting, killing and comprehending, even if he didn't know what was going on he'd come out on top eventually. If he didn't give those fools at least this much handicap, where would the fun come from? That said, while Elise didn't know much, that didn't mean that she knew nothing. There were, at the very least, historical records about this place. This world was aptly known as the Rotten Sea. It was just as Ryu had speculated, and it was formed from the liquefied remains of all those that had entered. It could be said that this Black Sea was an amalgamation of all the bloodlines to ever exist on the ninth plane, and some felt even beyond as well. It was just that they were in a completely unrecognizable and indigestible form. Not only were they mixed with dozens of other bloodlines, within those dozens there were millions of variations within, some amplifying one another and some entirely canceling one another out. On top of that, there was an odd Tao in this region that seemed to force this bloodlines to enter a rotten state. Just breathing in the fumes for too long could make you sick and disrupt your chi, let alone trying to ingest it. If anyone had such a stupid idea, they would be poisoning their bodies in the worst of ways. According to Elise, although the details seemed to change over the years, the main point of all of this was the same: supremacy. The rotten sea could be suppressed and the goal was to reach the end of it. Simple enough. Ryu looked over toward a certain direction. First, his wife. Chapter 1730. Willful Ryu bolted across the city, feeling the changes as he moved. They had all been randomly teleported, and xianxia had resisted entering his inner world at the last moment, so this was the current situation. Inwardly, Ryu had known that xianxia had been struggling with something for a while. He had a small bit of an idea of what it was after observing for so long, and retrospectively, he should have been able to guess that this would be the outcome. It could be said that she was playing a very dangerous game, and maybe purposely so. This wasn't a shit test for Ryu like it had been in the past, trying to see if he would definitely come to save her. Though, unlike in the past, Ryu had already claimed her as his woman. In his current opinion, even if it was, he wouldn't blame her in the slightest. That was the difference between being his family and not. But no, Ryu believed that xianxia had forcefully placed herself in this position because she wanted to. She was a crystal dragon, but she erred on the side of arrogance nonetheless. She had always been dissatisfied with how her father and her ancestors had done things, even to the point of setting out on her own. However, when Ryu suddenly swooped in and fixed all her problems, it felt like her purpose in the world had vanished. And she found that she didn't like that at all. She had never resisted falling in love with Ryu. That was because she had never thought that he would have such capability. It wasn't that she didn't think him to be talented, it was more so that no one should have been able to do what he did for her. What she couldn't have expected was that that love would have come into conflict with her own Tao heart. She felt like if she didn't do anything, and she continued to allow things to progress like this, her Tao heart would shatter, and let alone keeping up with Ryu's steps, she would become his burden. In another few dozen years, she would grow old and decrepit and eventually die. There was no amount of embryonic chi that could do anything to change that if she didn't have the heart to continue. Ryu could only sigh. He had never dealt with such a situation before. It was amusing, though, in a bit of a sad way. The kind of woman he liked most were those prideful peacocks with all the confidence and arrogance in the world carefully placed inside a muted package of elegance and grace. Considering that, it was surprising that this didn't happen more often to him. Sometimes, helping too much actually had the opposite effect, and he truly didn't expect that to be the case until this very moment. In fact, it could be said that rushing after xianxia right now was probably the last thing he should do. The problem was that this situation was truly too dangerous. Had he known she would do this, he wouldn't have gone and provoked all those people. He wouldn't have mentioned May at all because he knew what kind of storm it would bring. He knew that xianxia wasn't jealous because he had another wife, but it was possible that she was pushed over the edge by the reaction others had for May. Maybe she wanted to bring that kind of honor and adulation to him as well. Maybe she wanted to see her husband fight against the world for her sake too. Ryu cursed under his breath, shooting forward at an even faster speed. It was difficult to sense anything in this place. He could barely gain a faint grasp of where she was, and the more he ran in this direction, the more he felt that those senses might just be a mirage. What the hell was happening in this place? What could obstruct even his senses? Just as he was about to pause and re-evaluate, a pill of black light suddenly came out from the ocean. One of the most disgusting creatures Ryu had ever seen in his lifetime appeared. It was an anglerfish, but the problem was that it was so mutated and warped beyond compare that it somehow managed to look even worse. Ryu was truly speechless at the moment. An omniscient god beast. He was absolutely certain that the strongest genius to enter this place was only in the perfect sky god realm. There was no way that the first beast he came across should have this level of strength. Was he missing something? The mutated anglerfish's antenna suddenly whipped out at Ryu, and at that moment it became clear that it not only had a tongue, but also teeth. Shit. Ryu cursed again. He wasn't a fool, he knew he was missing out on something. And even though he had defeated an omniscient sky god before, that also required bringing out practically all of his talent at once. It wasn't something he could do with a snap of his fingers. If he had to do that so early, how many more times would he have to do it? And would he even have any steam left to deal with everything else? Outside, watching the scenes flash by, Xianxia fell to the ground laughing. He really thought he might pop a lung from wheezing too much. Chapter 1731. Missing, piss off. Ryu cursed, slapping out a palm. It was almost immediately absorbed by the anglerfish as though he wasn't even there. Getting a gauge on the beast's actual strength was difficult as it didn't seem to conform with any sort of norms. The antenna enlarged before his eyes, its teeth baring as it bit down toward his body. This sort of attack, even if you managed to survive it, could only lead to bad things. Who knew what kind of terrible toxins and troublesome infections you'd have to deal with because of a small nick, let alone an all-out bite. Ryu clenched his teeth. The attack was fast, too fast. He was letting his frustration influence his judgment when that was the last thing he should be doing. He was better than that, far better. Space warped around him and his expression changed again. His spacetime soul nature was suppressed to this extent in this world. Why? Bang! Ryu was sent flying, the faintest flickering images of an immortal Sakura forming in the air for just a moment before the blow connected. Rather than biting down Ryu, the anglerfish found its antenna spiraling back and out of control. Ryu coughed, feeling a spike of pain in his spiritual sea. The immortal Sakura was ultimately still a visualization and the harm done to it could reflect back on his soul if he wasn't careful. But at the same time, he realized something else. This mutated anglerfish was also far weaker than it should have been. Even an omniscient sky god from the sixth heaven should be stronger than this. Was it because of the state of its body? The confusion just continued to pile up. He had suddenly run into an omniscient god beast when this trial should have been designed for juniors far weaker than this. His spacetime soul nature was at a point where even the ninth heaven had no ability to suppress him, so how the hell could this world do so? And now the anglerfish's strength was fluctuating wildly in his senses. And that was just the most obvious stuff. Beyond that, what was going on with his eyes? Since when could the wool be pulled over his pupils so easily? Why hadn't he seen through this already? Ryu realized that his frustration was getting to him again. Something is attacking my mind. No, it isn't that simple. His frustration was real. His wife was likely in danger already, and his comprehension, his greatest reliance, seemed to be lagging behind when it was something it almost never did. Not only was it lagging, but it being slow for maybe the first time in his life was also exacerbating the first problem. It was a vicious cycle, and even if something external was taking advantage of it, Ryu couldn't say that he wouldn't have been frustrated one way or another. Ryu took a breath, but he couldn't even enjoy that. The air was so foul that it made him want to gag. Everything about this world seemed set up to agitate him, to frustrate him. To make me act rashly. Ryu landed on the surface of the black rotten sea. The anglerfish had sent him flying away much further than it wanted, but it had also not come after Ryu either. Well, at first Ryu thought it would because it dived back into the sea. But even after several moments, it didn't return. Ryu scanned the region, trying to pick up on any clues, but there was quite literally nothing. Now that he thought about it, there was nothing but a flat stretch of sea in all directions. With how powerful his eyes were, even if everyone was randomly teleported in, he should be able to spot him. If the world here was so large that he couldn't spot anyone even with his eyes, then didn't that mean they were never meant to run into one another? But that didn't make sense at all. Ryu didn't move, he stood in place, his eyes continuing to shift as though he was trying to calculate something. Then, he looked beneath his feet. Did they want him to dive into this disgusting water? Ryu frowned and a flickering chi skin appeared around him. He would have preferred to use space for something like this as his chi still felt like an extension of himself, but his spacetime soul nature didn't want to cooperate with him. He stopped bobbing on the surface and allowed his body to sink into the water. The first thing he noticed was how restricted his spiritual sense was. He had long since stopped counting just how far it could go because there was never a point in actually looking so far. At this stage, most almost never used their spiritual sense to their maximum degree. Not only would it be highly likely to offend the wrong person, but no one needed to actually see so far. However, when it was restricted to this extent, you couldn't help but notice. Ryu's own was a mere single kilometer now, and he had a feeling that for most of the others it was probably even worse. Luckily, he had third perspective, but when he shifted to using it, it was once again a perfect single kilometer. Ryu came to a full stop. Instead of descending further, he went back up to the surface. His expression was serious. If before he only had the vague feeling that someone was messing with him, right now he was absolutely certain that this was the case. Restricting even his heavenly pupils. It was absolute nonsense. There was something else going on here. Ryu looked around again and then unleashed his Tao. The full brunt of a founding Tao rushed out in all directions and his 8 trigram diagrams appeared in his irises. The water churned and rippled, the dark clouds above rolling in waves. Then it all came to a stop. Something is missing in my Tao. Chapter 1732, Show Them. Ryu stood there not moving at all for a long while. He checked his talents one by one and they all seemed to have a limitation of some sort. Even when he tried to pull out his inner world to suppress whatever suppression he was currently under, he couldn't even seem to communicate with it. Whether it was Elise, her butler, Eska and Eismine, or even his new summoning trainee, he couldn't sense them at all. Ryu closed his eyes. There was one thing that didn't seem to be affected at all, his bloodlines. Everything else, even his chi to a greater extent than he had noticed until now, was suppressed in some form or fashion. Obviously, this was a clue. What was the description of the rotten sea again? Wasn't it a place that houses the mutated and decomposed bloodlines of all those that had fallen here in the past? In that case, did this have to do with bloodlines? But was understanding that even a good thing? If he took a step back and accepted that this was all about bloodlines, didn't that mean he was screwed? All of the bloodlines here were obviously related to the 9th plane and the true nether plane. What place did he have here as a human with the bloodlines of several ancient beasts? Ryu's eyes slowly opened, his hair fluttering. He felt focused and at ease. Slowly, he began to descend through the rotten sea once again. After he rushed in Selhira's direction, he had suddenly been intercepted by that anglerfish, but this had also made him forget one key and obvious detail. He had been able to sense her. If they were really in different worlds, how was that possible? But then he recalled something else. When he first stepped into the nether plane, he had been able to sense Mei immediately as well. But back on the true martial world, he had only been able to sense Elena after he entered the martial god's territory. He remembered feeling that it was weird, that she was both an unfathomably large distance away, and yet he could sense her just the same. There was really only one explanation for all of this, something that he could feel even more intimately now that he was in this odd world. The true nether plane didn't resolve distance, time or space like the true martial world did. The nether plane was ultimately a land of reincarnation. The fundamental laws of reality were different here even if it seemed to be built like every other society. There was an intersectionality between all times and moments in history in this place. There was little to distinguish the past, the present and even the future. This matter recontextualized what he had learned about nether chi. He had described nether chi as breaking things down for the sake of allowing them to grow, almost like how a forest fire could allow better growth in the future. But he was naive in describing it like that. Or, more accurately, he was trying to fit a round peg into a square hole, forcing nether chi to conform to an understanding he had already made for the world. It wasn't that nether chi broke things down for the sake of building them up, it was more accurate to say that nether chi was fine with breaking this down and allowing them to exist in a disordered order. It suddenly clicked for Ryu with a final thought. If Aika were to have built her Tao on a foundation of nether chi rather than real chi, it would be maybe as much as 10 times more powerful just due to the added compatibility alone. There were many things that were theoretically possible that never happened in practice, especially on large scales. There was nothing in the physical laws that said the world had to tend toward chaos, that energy couldn't spontaneously return to a usable form, that a cup of water that had spilled could return to its original state. But the problem was that on a large enough scale, these things never happened, they had never been observed and they would likely never be observed. Such things could only be seen on the most quantum of levels, and that was what Aika's Tao was based upon. But what was the nether plane all about if not reversing the irreversible? Returning a life to its most infantile state and allowing the universe to bless them once more. Wasn't this precisely the spontaneous impossibility that the laws of the world never claimed to be so, but never allowed to be possible regardless? A disordered order, the perfect sort of chaos that could allow all things to be true at once. It was a different kind of order, but it was an order nonetheless, entirely distinguishable from chaos. Everything fell into place for Ryu and he seemed to vaguely understand what was going on in this trial. His thoughts and feelings about how close or not xianxia was couldn't be trusted because it was likely that they weren't in the same world at all. At least not in the normal sense. If Ryu was correct, this world had, indeed, projected them all to the same place, but the way they interacted with this place was different on an individual basis. And what decided that uniqueness should be their bloodline itself? This was a chance for the others to improve their bloodlines and become stronger. But obviously, Ryu had no ability to take advantage of this. He wasn't a demon king, nor did he have any demon king bloodlines. The closest thing he had to being a demon was Mei's primordial yin, and that wasn't going to cut it unless he wanted to redesign his entire body around it. It could be said that Ryu was quite screwed. This was a trial designed for literally anyone but him. It was no wonder they didn't care to limit who participated or not. What good would it do? Ryu grinned. He'd just have to show them. Chapter 1733. Not enough. Bang. Ryu's feet hit a barrier, and he understood he had found what he was looking for. Although he didn't know exactly what form it would take before he found it, after running into the barrier, it all made sense. The rotten sea had to be stratified. Since running from side to side was impossible, then it had to be the case that it was downward. Now, it was a matter of how to make it past, and he had some thoughts about this as well. This matter was concentrated on the bloodline, which meant that the key to moving past these barriers was also inward. There were probably a few methods. The first was to take this rotten water into your body and use the power of your bloodline to purify it. The second was to do the reverse of that, in a way. Imposing the will of your bloodline onto the surroundings and purifying it that way. Since the barrier was almost certainly formed from the power of the rotten waters, then it was likely that doing so would shatter it as well. And the third method was to meditate and comprehend something before being able to move past. Others might not feel it, but that was because they weren't used to having multiple bloodlines within them like Ryu was. This rotten sea, an amalgamation of countless bloodlines, distilled down and eventually left to rot, wasn't it just what would have happened to his own body had he not taken drastic measures? In his first life, his body had atrophied and weakened because of his clashing bloodlines. Before his awaken ceremony, he had a perfect bill of health and had a body that could crush children that had already awakened. But after his awakening ceremony, there was a slow downward slope toward the point where his emotions couldn't become too agitated. The fear of what his fire dragon bloodline might do, and how the others would respond to it, was too much to bear. It could be said that this sort of rotten sea was the form of bloodlines that Ryu was the absolute most familiar with. However, Ryu didn't make a move immediately. He first observed his surroundings. This problem wasn't as simple to solve as it seemed. He still felt that there were multiple facets to this test, otherwise suppressing his eyes would be impossible. It was likely that the genuine test was actually a combination of the three possibilities he had mentioned. For this world to restrict his eyes and somehow even his inner world, the only explanation was that something had already seeped into his body. In all likelihood, there wasn't just a seal on the outside here, but one inside of his body as well. As expected, after a moment of pause, Ryu found it. It wasn't obvious earlier, but after he came into contact with this physical barrier, the one inside his body reared its ugly head. I was so worried about xianxia that I didn't even notice they messed with my body. How bold of them, Ryu sneered. In truth, he knew there was no foul play at hand. The changes to his body were the same that everyone else had experienced. It was an immediate reaction catalyzed by stepping into this world alone. It wasn't meant to become obvious in the first place until you reached this point. It's probably the case that almost everyone breached this barrier pretty much instantly. They've already gone to the second layer, and I wouldn't be surprised if the fastest are far beyond it. As expected, though, none of these seals respond to my bloodlines. If I had access to my inner world, then I could make a few adjustments to trick it, but unless I get rid of the seals, it's unlikely that I would be able to. Ryu dumped his mind of distracting thoughts, his focus reaching an unprecedented state. At that moment, watching from the outside, many of the experts were watching with sneers on their faces. Despite being indifferent, the Tao Lords of the Dream Wraith couldn't help but have a flicker of disdain in the depths of their eyes. The timing of Ryu's threats had perfectly coincided with the opening of the Rotten Sea realm, and soon afterward he had been the first to enter. Because of that, no one had gotten the chance to tell him just how stupid he was for making such assumptions. At the very least, that dragon girl had a bloodline quite close in proximity to a demon. Both because of the bone serpents, and because she was an anomaly herself, a beast who had embarked upon the path of a human. But Ryu was different. He had no ability to crack. The barrier shattered beneath Ryu's feet, but he still didn't move, standing there in silence as though he were trying to sense something deeper. His breakthrough in understanding nether chi set him on a different sort of path. It made him realize just how many holes there were in his Tao and how many he had yet to fill. His Tao had once had two halves, each one separated into four aspects. He had eventually fused them, forming them into a single entity, with two halves, each also with two halves. He realized just how right he was about only breaking through in his Tao when he had found a meaningful path forward. But this breakthrough didn't seem like one that would increase the level of his Tao, but its grade. And without his inner world, it was impossible for him to break through the limit of peak founding Tao. Ryu opened his eyes. Not enough. The first barrier wasn't enough to break the seal on his inner world, but that didn't mean the next wouldn't be. And if the second wasn't enough, he would go to the third. He didn't like people controlling him. A sudden whipping tentacle lashed out at Ryu. Chapter 1734. Scram. Ryu had already expected this. This first barrier was nothing more than a checkpoint, one probably 100% of the geniuses who dared to enter would pass. The only reason he had triggered the appearance of the anglerfish was because he had almost stepped out of bounds. And the reason he had felt that the anglerfish's attack was weaker than it should have been was precisely because it was. It wasn't trying to kill him, it was trying to knock him back in bounds. However, that didn't mean that things would continue to stay the same. There would almost certainly be problems soon. It was just that for Ryu the trouble came instantly. False sky god, much more manageable. Ryu was already quickly deducing how this place would work, and he also realized that the density of the rotten sea was probably another test. False sky god was weak to most of the geniuses here, but what if you were in water that not only restricted your movements but also your senses, and seemingly your talent as well? Now that was a different beast entirely. Ryu calmly blocked the rotten, mutated tentacle with his forearm, but without the footing of the ground to stabilize him, he found himself shooting through the water, having been blown back. He had never battled in water before, so he noticed quickly that many of his close combat methods didn't quite work the same. He couldn't passively take attacks just to counter in this situation. He would end up soaring away just like this, even though his body was still entirely unharmed. He had to meet forward momentum with forward momentum. Attack was the only defense in this place. Everything else was too useless. The attack of the tentacle sent him flying out of the range of the tentacle beast and even further out of range of his senses. However, Ryu's limits didn't seem to apply to the creature that lived in this rotten sea year-round. It quickly caught up, swiping down at Ryu from all sides. It realized that Ryu's body was much too strong for a single strike to work, so it could only use quantity to make up for quality. Ryu shook his head. This is an annoyance. Not because able to use my spacetime soul nature feels like a hand is being tied behind my back. He would almost think that someone was targeting him purposely, but everything he sensed clarified that the Demon Kings were actually being quite fair. Overwhelming power it is. Ryu's gaze flashed, and his arm bulged. Bang! A swirling vortex appeared in the depths of the water, forming a vacuum that ripped a hole right through the creature's colossal head. Ryu was about to turn and leave when he faintly caught something out of the corner of his eye. He rushed up to the rotting corpse and pulled something out of its body. His spiritual sense picked up as a red crystal shard, almost like someone had shattered a ruby-like glass. Well, if that ruby was also enormous. The shard was over 2 feet long and Ryu couldn't quite wrap his hands around it. Put it down. The voice came from the side, projected through the dense waters and drilling into Ryu's eardrums. Ryu ignored it, continuing to analyze the ruby shard. After breaking through the first barrier, the range of his senses hadn't increased, but he had changed his method of sensing. Rather than using spiritual sense or third perspective, he was sensing the shifts and changes in the water. Sound also traveled much better in water as well. It could be said that he was relying on very mortal senses. However, his senses were anything but mortal. With the strength of his body, those senses were on an entirely different level. He just never used them because he never had a need to. This shard, it's likely related to bloodline as well, but what exactly about it? Ryu turned it over in his hand before he understood. Breaking through the internal shake was much more difficult than breaking the outer one. Not only did you need to make it to the next barrier, passing through hordes of beasts and likely idiots like the guy bearing down toward him now, just to even sense it, but you also needed sharp intuition and feel for your bloodline as well. This shard could help to amplify that feeling, and judging by the reaction of the demon coming his way, it was more likely than not that not every beast you killed would have won. It seemed he had gotten lucky. Ryu put the shard away and suddenly punched out. Bang! Two fists met in the blackened sea. Ryu didn't move back even a single inch, but the demon took 3 steps before forcefully stabilizing himself. Ryu looked at him with his third perspective and shook his head. You're not on my kill list, you can scram. You, scram. Boom. A sound wave echoed through the water, and the demon felt his eardrums shatter. He became disoriented and dizzy in an instant, but Ryu had already shot by him. It wasn't that Ryu had suddenly become such a merciful person. Quite frankly, he would have much rather killed this person. But right now, he was not only trying to prove a point, he would also like to do without becoming the enemy of the entire 9th plane if he could help it. Ryu killed 3 more beasts on the way, but as expected, not a single one of them had a bloodline shard. His feet rebounded against the second barrier not even an hour later, entering a calm state of meditation once more. The elders on the outside watched this scene with a frown, still not having recovered from what happened the first time around. None of this really made any sense to them. How was Ryu doing it? Was he actually a demon? Crack. Ryu made it through the second barrier and he suddenly sensed xianxia more clearly. Chapter 1735. Weak Ryu's head snapped in a particular direction, and he shot toward it without hesitation. He was, in one part, relieved that xianxia had made it to the 3rd layer. This meant that she wasn't completely helpless, and she had managed to figure out what was happening as well. Though, she had a bit of an advantage because it was easy for this world to mistake her as a demon. But he was worried. Not only did this layer have even more danger, but if Ryu was correct, it probably had the current largest concentration of other participants. The odds that she would run into a hostile party were too high. The concentration of enemies in the 3rd layer was far too high. This was also a good thing, though. If he had broken through this barrier and still couldn't sense her clearly, it would mean that his chances of doing so at all in this world would plummet to 0. Bang, 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 bang. Ryu kicked at the water again and again, surging forward with his greatest speed. From time to time, he would tweak his form as though he were back in that vast room of white once again. He was trying to attune himself to the best movement patterns for this world. He truly had no experience fighting in the water. It differed completely from doing so in the air and required just as much adjustment as battling and flying at once. In this place, it wasn't just an environment, but the water itself could become a weapon. Damn it, Ryu cursed. He had alerted an enemy. Soon, yet another tentacle was sweeping toward him. Ryu frowned. There was something off about this demon. He came to a sudden and forceful stop, a shockwave of water booming out in all directions. A vacuum formed in an instant, one the tentacle was rapidly repelled from. Ryu didn't even look in its direction as he turned back around, thrusting out a fist. It had all been nothing more than a distraction. The tentacle was so long that his senses couldn't grasp its full length, but that didn't stop his other senses from picking up that there was no body attached to the end of it. Someone had thrown it at him to distract from the fact they were creeping up behind him. They're taking advantage of the lack of visibility, Ryu calmly noted. His senses locked onto the enemy, and his eyes lit up with a murderous intent. Bang! Ryu took a heavy step backward as the water crashed down around them, but the enormous fist before him, one that practically dwarfed his body, was unmoved. Fractures accumulated along Ryu's forearm, but he shook it off, a single drop of embryonic chi healing it instantaneously. Even embryonic chi is weaker here. Just what the hell is this place? Although he had healed up, Ryu realized it was slow, almost as though it had lost its edge. Luckily, the wound was minor or else it might have taken even more time. The opponent standing across from Ryu, obscured by the black waters, was the very same fire giant branch descendant that had stepped out to defend Wuxia. He was on Ryu's kill list. This time, Ryu didn't hesitate. The fire giant was about to say some savage words to get over his embarrassment of not being able to kill Ryu in a single blow, but he didn't expect that Ryu would suddenly attack without a word. The giant was enormous, with skin of black steel and menacing horns that curled from his forehead. He was the stuff of nightmares, the sort of demon parents would tell their children about. But to Ryu, he was an ant. Ryu's indifference toward his threat immediately enraged the giant, and he punched out again, this time even fiercer. "You will respect the Blacksteel giant race," he roared. Ryu didn't say a word, sidestepping his attack and punching out at his cheek. The sound of clanging metal echoed. The giant shrugged off the blow, opening its mouth and roaring at Ryu. Unfortunately for it, Ryu had already vanished, leaving nothing but a booming echo of water behind. Bang! Ryu's fist slammed into the giant's back, the same echo of metal resounding. The giant was getting annoyed. He was very used to fighting those of a smaller stature than himself, and Ryu wouldn't be able to do this normally if it was flat ground. But he had yet to fully adapt to battle in these thick, heavy waters, while Ryu seemed to have done so with great ease. That filled him with a hint of fear. How was that even possible? The truth was that the giant hadn't known that it was Ryu at first. He just sensed someone ahead. He had an advantage compared to everyone else because the surface area of his body was so much larger, so he could sense more fluctuations in the water at a given time. So he had sensed Ryu before the latter sensed him and before he knew who Ryu was. If he had known it was Ryu, he wouldn't have used a sneak attack at all. But now he was wondering if he should have used an even more sinister method. Ryu's attacks couldn't even penetrate its tough skin, but as time went on, the giant sensed something frightening. Every time Ryu attacked him, the next reverberating echo through its body seemed heavier and heavier. At some point, even the waters resonated with that very same particular frequency, and suddenly, the giant coughed up a mouthful of blood. Bang! 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 Ryu unleashed a fury of 3 fists in quick succession, his expression the picture of absolute indifference. Boom! The giant froze as Ryu's last fist descended. In that moment, its inner organs were completely crushed, its tough skin having become the impetus for its death. "Weak," Ryu said coolly before turning and continuing on his way. Chapter 1736. Are you okay? Ryu hadn't even used any strength against that giant. He had found the battle to be nothing more than a joke. But it also awakened another thought in him. Sometimes, the environment was just as important to a battle as the power and skills of the individuals. In the battle just now, it was more important than any other single factor. This was something that he had always vaguely known, but it hadn't truly set in until just now. He had used no abilities but his close combat against the giant. He had somewhat refined it to be in tune with this environment, but he wasn't satisfied yet. The fact that the giant was overwhelmed could only mean that he was too pathetic. However, it was because the giant couldn't move with as much fluidity as it was used to that Ryu had been able to flicker around it like that even without his spacetime soul nature. Then Ryu used the fact waves traveled further in the water to amplify the resonance of his attacks. The first few punches he had thrown were just probes, trying to understand the density of the giant's skin and how far the protections went inside of his body. After grasping that, he locked onto the frequency, controlling the strength and cadence of his fists to resonate with it. Soon, not only did the giant's body become a cage, but so too did the surrounding water, echoing and amplifying the resonance. In the outside world, it wouldn't have worked nearly so well because the waves would dissipate too well through the air. He would have to make an extra effort to attack even faster or else it would have fallen flat. Environment. It felt like another piece of his Tao was missing, but he was well aware of that as well. His Tao was very good at targeting people and individuals, but for external matters, it was more difficult and more hit or miss. He slotted this thought into the back of his mind and moved forward with an even greater speed as he began to understand more and more of the surrounding environment. If he could perfectly align himself with the rotten sea, especially as they moved downward, and the pressure increased, he might not miss his suppressed talents at all. In fact, he might be the one with an immense advantage. Ryu came across 2 more beasts that blocked his path, but he could kill them with even greater ease than the second layer beast. They might as well have not been there at all. Finally, he felt Selhira was within range and he felt he was no more than a few seconds from her location. Though, a few seconds to him was still hundreds of kilometers. He shot forward, and the sounds of battle billowed toward him in waves. It was the kind of commotion that made one feel as though there were certainly tsunami-like waves traveling to the surface. Ryu's eyes went red as he urged himself forward. Soon, he could vaguely sense what was happening, but he wasn't sure if this was a good thing or a bad thing. It was a battle royale and there seemed to be at least 5 people and a beast involved. The people seemed to both be fighting amongst themselves and also working together to fight against the beast. It was hard to tell if this was because the beast was truly so powerful, or if it was because there was something valuable on the beast. Until now, Ryu had only run into one of these bloodline crystals, but since then, he realized how rare they were. Not a single other beast he had come across had them. Ryu oriented himself toward Xianxia and rushed up. When her circumstances became clear to him, he wasn't sure if he should sigh a breath of relief or be enraged. She was already injured, but it wasn't to the point of it being fatal or near fatal. Though, for a dragon like her, it would take quite a bit to put her in that state. Even so, who dared to harm his wife? He was infuriated. With a step, he appeared by Xianxia's side and suddenly punched out, a cyclone of force drilling a vacuum of air through the dense waters. Ryu didn't like the result. It still wasn't as perfect as what he wanted, but that didn't mean that it wasn't effective. The tentacle flying toward Xianxia shattered into pieces as Ryu suddenly grabbed downward. A large amount of primordial water chaotic chi took shape and formed a palm that squeezed. Not that either, Ryu frowned. This rotten sea didn't seem to have any water chi in it and his primordial water chaos chi was useless against it. Even so, once again, that didn't mean it wasn't effective. Bang! The head of the beast shattered and the shimmering image of a blood-red crystal shard radiated out in the waters, illuminating the surroundings and allowing them a rare chance to see the environment clearly. Xianxia had already known that it was Ryu. She could sense him just the same as he could. Though, her senses weren't nearly as sharp whether by virtue of Ryu's talents or the fact it was her primordial yin that had been taken away and not the other way around. There seemed to be a hint of guilt on her when she saw Ryu. He must have been rushing after her this entire time. However, when the light illuminated the surroundings, all she saw was a caring expression without a hint of dissatisfaction. "Are you okay?" Ryu asked, checking her body. Xianxia looked as though she was going to cry. Why was her mind like this? Why did she have to go even when she knew it was stupid? It was like she would rather die than lie down and take this loss. Even though this loss was just a victory her husband had handed her. Chapter 1737. Blood Resonance. Ryu looked over Xianxia's body twice and then thrice over as though he didn't trust his senses. In this sort of environment, he didn't want to miss anything, and he didn't trust Xianxia to be honest with him about her situation right now. There was no other choice but to check himself. "What are you crying for?" Ryu smiled. "A mighty dragon can't shed tears so easily." These words had the opposite effect to what they intended. Xianxia's tears came forth in a stream, and she buried her head into Ryu's chest. Feeling that her arms alone weren't enough, she wrapped her wings around him as well, practically swallowing him up whole. Ryu's expression softened, his hand rubbing her back. He could feel that there was a great amount of weight on her chest, but... "Isn't this what you wanted?" Ryu said softly. "If your bloodlines are still dictating your actions to this extent, doesn't that mean there's still a long path ahead for you to follow on your own?" Xianxia froze when she heard these words. She had never looked at things like this, but Ryu's words had repositioned everything in her mind. This sort of impulsiveness wasn't normal. The moment they entered the rotten sea, it was like a strong compulsion had overwhelmed her, forcing her hand. What was odd was that she wasn't a fire dragon, she was a crystal dragon. She had never drawn the connection because she had been forcing herself to act and be unruly all her life, trying to separate herself from the moniker that had tagged her crystal dragon race all its life. She believed that the crystal dragons had been pushovers, so she became the opposite, even putting the man she loved through a countless series of tests to the point of almost pushing him away. All this time, she had thought that those actions were her own will, but was it? "You're human now," Ryu started, "at least in part. Human bloodlines do not work like dragon bloodlines do. Even if there is one superior bloodline, the second will be dormant somewhere else within. Humans always carry the bloodlines of both parents. You do not have to force yourself to be something that you are not, and part of controlling your impulsiveness is likewise part of controlling your bloodline, or bloodlines." Xianxia lay on Ryu's chest as though there was no battle going on around them. She felt safe, and she wondered why she had ever wanted to be separated from him in the first place. Even now, it seemed that her bloodlines were, indeed, still influencing her to a great extent. How silly of her to think her journey was finished. In the path of cultivation, was there any end destination? Didn't even Tao gods spend endless days and nights in seclusion? "Thank you, husband," she whispered. "What are you thanking me for?" Ryu smiled, picking up her chin and looking down into her eyes. "Didn't I tell you before? My wives are allowed to be as willful as they desire. If you want to poke a hole in the skies, just tell me. Selhira's heart fluttered. She was fairly certain that this was the first time Ryu had called her his wife, or at the very least, this was the first time he had done so right to her. She had never assumed herself to be a main wife. But now, Selhira wanted to kiss Ryu, but the chi barriers that separated them made it particularly annoying. It was hard to be romantic when you were surrounded by rotting currents of blood. That was when she felt Ryu's lips on hers. She didn't know how it happened, but the rotting smell vanished and so too did the rest of the world. By the time she came up for breath, her eyes were a hazy mist and her breathing was slightly hurried. Her hips wiggled a little bit, coming with a blood-boiling jiggle, but she caught herself in those last moments, remembering where they were. Selhira pouted. You did this on purpose, she spoke in a soft, coquettish voice. Ryu grinned. Right here, in this moment, he could see through the layers of Selhira's facade, down to her true self. She was a gentle, caring woman. He had known that for a long while. Their first few interactions were her just sitting by and watching him eat, as though his own satiation was more important than hers. It wasn't until after she felt she was falling for him that her actions changed subtly, going from a gentle and caring woman to someone who was still gentle, but far more aloof at the same time. Now, he felt he could see down to her true self. The waters exploded around them, shattering the illusion of romance they had been lost in. When Ryu killed the creature, he had taken the blood crystal for himself, of course. Considering how this treasure illuminated the surroundings, they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Ryu gazed at the coming enemies. They seemed to have only now noticed Selhira, and judging by how they looked at her, Ryu could tell they saw her as his weakness. This was enough for his expression to run as cold as the blood through his body. If they had noticed that it was Selhira earlier, what would they have done instead? No one on his kill list was present, but since they wanted to touch his bottom line, they could die. Ryu took a step forward and threw out 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. 3 vortexes spun through the water, appearing before 3 demons in quick succession. They were so fast that they all seemed to land at the same time without a hint of variation between them. Ryu took a breath. Still not enough. What am I missing? Water chi didn't work even though this was the sea. When he tried to strip himself of all chi entirely, the result was even weaker. At least when he used chi, there was something fueling it outside of his body alone. His body was powerful, but not to the point of looking down on everyone. Ryu's eyes widened. That's it. Suddenly, Ryu's skin glowed with a slight sheen of red. Yes, this is it, he spoke to himself, taking another step forward. He punched out again. This time, he was slow and deliberate, almost as though he were struggling with the weight of the water. But the moment the demon kings on the outside saw this, they stood from their seats. Their eyes opened wide and their hearts beat from their chests, releasing resonant howls. Bloodline resonance. Bang! Ryu's punch accelerated, a clap of thunder resounding through the water. Rather than a vortex vacuum forming, the waters seemed to become an extension of Ryu's body, forming a spiraling whirlwind of water as it appeared before his enemies in an instant. Good. Bang! A head exploded into a rain of blood and gore. Ryu was already preparing another strike, calmly taking another step forward. This time his fist was just a hint faster. Bang! The result replayed itself, their blood and bone being incorporated into the rotten sea as though they had never existed in the first place. With every step, Ryu killed another, but by the time he was done, he felt a drain on his body like nothing else he had ever felt before. He circulated a drop of embryonic chi, but it was slow. It took 5 before he finally calmed himself, but he found that the stacking effect was poor. The only way to make it a bit better was to allow them to work on separate sections of his body. Ryu took inspiration from his battle with the giant. There was a good reason his water chi didn't work. This wasn't water, it was blood. If it was blood, didn't that mean that it didn't work with chi, but vital chi instead? When he punched out before, he wasn't satisfied with the result. Too much of his strength was wasted pushing the water away, so by the time it got to any enemy, it didn't even have a fraction of its true strength. He had been trying to tune his fist so that it could be in line with the waters, but the problem with that was the fact the waters didn't seem to want to bow to his will. The rotten sea was a mixture of countless bloodlines with countless more variations within. Although it looked uniform, the changes were drastic from one place to another. Resonating perfectly with them all at the same time, and even at a considerable distance, was too difficult. It required a fist with just as many variations, and complexity was practically the bane of close combat. But what if he took a different approach? What if he used vital chi as the conduit instead? Ryu had unwittingly, and to the shock of the spectators, stepped into a realm of control so rare that it was the minimum requirement for reaching the bottom of the rotten sea. A place no one had been in countless generations. Chapter 1738, I see. Tisk. Xianxia clicked his tongue. This is no fun. He might have bet on Ryu, but his actual intention was to watch him struggle for a bit longer. But what happened? He got slapped away by one beast, and then it was practically smooth sailing the rest of the way. After some thought, though, Xianxia comforted himself. It was definitely going to be a shit show when Ryu finally took a step out. That would be nice to see. You know him. The words came from nowhere and descended onto Xianxia from all sides. It looked as though they were trying to suffocate him. Xianxia looked up and snorted. The surrounding pressure was incinerated to ash and the person who spoke yelped, reeling back. High in the skies, the body of a demon manifested. It was a member of the Black Steel Giant race, and the confusion and fear on their face was clear for all to see. Logically, you shouldn't be able to set someone's aura on fire, but why did it seem like Xianxia could break the physical laws of reality to force it to be so? What profound control over the fire element did this take? The Black Steel Giant had already noticed that Xianxia was a Tao Lord, but he could also sense that he was a human. Demons never took humans in the nether plane seriously. The strong among them were all on the ninth heaven and had no reason to come here, because it would only hinder their progress. The only humans here were fugitives or meager in talent. How could this Black Steel Giant expect to run into not just one human monster, but two? This action by Xianxia, though, made most conclude that he had to be with Ryu. By this point, Empana had long gone inside the rotten sea to participate. So he had no plausible deniability whatsoever. No one was paying attention to this corner of the mountain ranges to begin with, so they had no idea who Xianxia had come with or who he was representing. Xianxia was left speechless when several unfriendly gazes landed on him. Son of a bitch, he cursed under his breath. His gaze shifted, looking toward where Lucard had vanished, probably still being pursued by the bone serpents. Ryu had really screwed them both over. A dangerous light danced in Xianxia's crimson gaze. I'd advise you all to piss off. I'm in a good mood, and I'd prefer not to ruin it by dealing with ants. Xianxia's words might as well have been throwing oil onto a fire. Damn it, I still can't control my mouth. Xianxia cursed again, making sure to levy another large segment at Ryu. Back then, the reason he got into conflict with Ryu all the time was because he couldn't control his mouth when his temper flared up. All things considered, he had no right to be so rude to the ruling clan of his father's sect, but that hadn't helped. It seemed that he was still the same person. Xianxia cursed again. Fine, fine. Xianxia's eyeballs erupted, becoming dancing lights of multicolored flames. His aura multiplied several times over and the fire giants looked over as though they had felt something stirring within them. You all want to fight, right? Then let's fight. You must think I'm a pushover or something. Ryu took Selhira's hand and guided her deeper down the rotten sea. She fluttered along with a smile on her face, wondering why she had ever felt so uncomfortable before. Having her husband's protection made her feel like she was floating on a cloud. It was the best feeling in the world. Here it is, Ryu said, take your time and see if you can resonate with it. This was the barrier to the fourth layer. If Ryu's calculations were correct, the real geniuses, at least relatively speaking, were probably already in the fifth. This fourth layer, though, was a clear watershed. It was no wonder the concentration of participants was so high in this region. Most probably couldn't make it through this barrier. Well, it wasn't that they couldn't, but rather that they needed the blood crystals to help, which also explained why they had made such a big deal of it. Okay, Selhira nodded, going into a state of concentration. What does it feel like? Ryu asked. He was curious. He could make guesses as to why his wife registered as a demon, but he wasn't 100% sure. The reasoning was clear. Humans have the most variable talents and beasts had the most locked-in talents, and demons were right in the middle. Ryu had realized this when he was thinking about talents and their restrictions. Namely, this being caught in between of the two races beast and human was the reason demons were susceptible to summoning necromancers. Selhira was a beast that had come to follow the path of a human, so she was the perfect reflection of a demon, just that the steps she took to get there were a bit different than most. Whenever I sense the barrier, it feels like two sides of me are tugging at once. The barrier itself seems a bit confused about exactly what I am, but it's close enough that it activates, regardless. Thinking to this point, Selhira opened her eyes and looked at Ryu. But how are you getting it to recognize you? Ryu grinned. Bloodmancy. Selhira blinked in surprise. She had never heard of this discipline before. She considered herself to be quite knowledgeable as well, so it was a surprising oversight on her part. It's a discipline from another world. I didn't know about its existence until recently either. But this sort of blood-resonating barrier and internal seals is exactly what it's most useful against. In fact, it's also the reason I can resonate with the blood in this rotten sea. His dominance path forced the surrounding blood into submission, making it resonate with the cadence of his own bloodline. The trouble was that this way was far too draining. It would be far more efficient if he did the reverse, but to succeed in doing that, he would need more time to decipher exactly what was happening. The fourth layer took Selhira a few hours to break through. Ryu wasn't impatient. As far as he was concerned, so long as all his targets were in this sea, they would die one way or another. Once she had broken through, he took action as well. Having had the benefit of observing the barrier for so long, it didn't take him more than a few seconds to burst through. How's it feel? Ryu asked. Selhira didn't answer immediately. There were definitely changes occurring inside of her. She just didn't know if it was a good thing or not. Her fire dragon bloodline, after having been suppressed all her life, was showing signs of returning. But the odd part was that it wasn't in the same way. For example, she felt no affinity toward flames at all. Instead, she was beginning to feel the temperament of a fire dragon more and more clearly, and it was somewhat overriding her usual temperament as a crystal dragon. More complex than that, she even somewhat felt that she could still guide it, molding it into something new. But she wasn't sure what path to take. She hesitated before shaking her head. If she couldn't lean on her husband, then who could she lean on? What do you think I should do? Selhira asked, after explaining her situation. What do you think the main path of the crystal dragon is? Ryu asked. Selhira blinked. Control. Ryu thought for a moment, but didn't agree. Words were especially important, especially when deciding a path like this one. Control, somewhat. From what I can feel from your primordial yin, it's more accurate to say guidance. You are never really controlling anything. Instead, you're giving it the room to bring out the best of itself. Although this could be seen as a form of control, in practice there's a subtle difference to it, an important one that can make or break a lot of things. Selhira's eyes lit up. Then, you can give your awakening fire dragon bloodline some intentionality that other fire dragons do not have. Rather than viewing your crystal dragon bloodline as a weakness, view it as a strength. Ryu didn't say anything more. In truth, if it wasn't for his Tao, he likely would have said too much already. Comprehension was the one thing he couldn't put his fingerprints over. He had to give much more subtle guidance. If not, it would lead to trouble down the line. I see. Selhira's eyes glowed, and her thoughts churned. Seeing her lost in her own world, Ryu chuckled and just lifted her up, placing her onto his back before walking forward. The pressure in the fourth layer increased substantially. Even with Selhira's weight, it felt like he was walking on solid earth. It could hardly be called water any longer. It was more like a cured, toxic sludge. Chapter 1739. Attacked. Ryu glided forward. This thickened water was actually a good opportunity. While his movements had slowed significantly, it gave him a chance to focus on his blood resonance on a much smaller scale. The last time he used blood resonance, it had left him drained. If not for his embryonic chi replenishing his vital chi, he would have been down and out for a long while. At least an hour or two. He couldn't accept that sort of result. If he was in battle and he could only attack 3 or 4 times, what would be the use? Plus, these shackles on his body were getting annoying. Not being able to use his spacetime soul nature, his eyes being suppressed, his spiritual sense, all of it. It felt like he was hopping around on one leg with both hands tied behind his body. This was unacceptable to him, though to the outside world, he already had a ridiculous advantage, and that was only getting larger. The Rotten Sea was a unique realm and entering it was very expensive, even for the 9 Demon King clans. The only reason they didn't care about who entered this time around was because the price wasn't dependent on how many entered, but rather set at a flat rate depending on a few factors. As such, there were only 2 reasons they would choose to bear this cost. The first was an event like this one where everyone bore the cost evenly, and the second was to allow a top-of-the-line genius in. The problem with the second approach was that you could either only let one or an infinite number in. If you were only sending in one supreme genius, then the cost was lower as well. As a result, none of these secondary or tertiary geniuses had ever stepped foot into the rotten sea before. That was all to say that if they wanted to learn blood resonance, it would usually have to take place near the bottom layers. Any time before that, it would not only be far too difficult, but they would be suppressed, much like Ryu was. Of course, Ryu had his reasons to be concerned. Many of the things that were suppressed in him now were the reasons for his outrageous combat strength. Without his spacetime soul nature, he couldn't use absolute domain to its full potential, so his maneuverability would be lacking compared to these geniuses who were several cultivation realms above him. His Tao was suppressed as well, along with his inner world being inaccessible, so this meant that his internal matrix had gone back to giving him just a +1 Tao level boost from a +3, and the worst part was that it was boosting a limited Tao on top of that. Then there were his eyes. Third perspective practically had an infinite range right now. The only reason that Ryu didn't use it like that was because there was only so much information his focus chi and soul could withstand taking in. But there was a large gap between nigh, infinite, and the few dozen meters he was locked to now. It was like they had systematically targeted his greatest strengths and kneecapped them all. It was far more devastating to him than it was these perfect and transcendent sky gods. So, every time Ryu moved, he found himself recalling memories of when he had been in that large room of white, where vertigo would threaten to make him vomit every time he took a step that wasn't in line with the heavens. But it was far more difficult. The blood had too many changes, too many variables. Even if his palm was resonating right in one area, his elbow might not be. If he took a step forward, at the initial location, his foot might be fine, but the instant it rose or pushed forward, it might be touching onto something completely antithetical and send him right back to step one. The issue seemed unsolvable. Well, that wasn't particularly true. Ryu had many solutions, the best of which was using his inner world to steal this rotten blood of its faith and make it more malleable to his whims, but with it sealed, how would he do that? I wonder how many other things in the world are capable of sealing me like this. Isn't this a unique application of bloodmancy? The seals should have been instantly placed within my bloodlines the moment I entered this place, I wonder. The rotten sea didn't seem to be owned by any one clan, so the question was, who created it? When you were on the lower planes, it was easy to hand-wave away amazing phenomenon because there were always more powerful existences to pass the buck to. But when you were on the 9th plane or the 9th heaven, these were the gods, they were the deities that everyone worshipped. The dream wraiths were quite literally in charge of cleansing souls and sending them into reincarnation. In this sort of situation, who did you pass the buck to? Ryu looked up, realizing he had come across his first enemy in the 4th layer. They were 300 or so meters away. If not for his newly minted sense, courtesy of bloodline resonance, he wouldn't be able to sense them from so far away. Now, though, he was in a situation where both his spiritual sense and third perspective abilities were next to useless. Not on the kill list. Ryu turned away and ignored the person, continuing downward. Wait, why have no beasts attacked me? Ryu's eyes lit up as he came to understand something. It seemed that using this resonance method made him almost impossible to detect. The demon he spotted didn't even react to his presence because he didn't sense Ryu at all. Ryu grinned. Now, this could be interesting. He wasn't interested in sneaking up on people. That wasn't his style, but if he could avoid beasts. Chapter 1740. Commotion. Ryu looked down at the blood crystal in his palms. He had taken it out rather than hiding it, illuminating the surroundings once more. Selhira was still on his back in a deep meditative state, but she might as well have been in a deep sleep. His focus was primed, and he tried to sense the unique characteristics of the crystal. His thoughts were more malleable than others, so how he looked at things was also different. The moment he realized that he could keep beasts away, he wondered if he could attract them. And then, he took it even a step further than that. Was it possible to attract a certain kind of beast? It couldn't have been a coincidence. He was attacked the moment he tried to leave the boundary of the trial by that omniscient god beast. Then, when he entered the 1st layer, all the way to the 3rd, he was continuously attacked by beasts. Did the 4th layer suddenly become so mellow, or was there another explanation for it? The beast should have a unique method of sensing the surrounding creatures, and if Ryu was correct, it should be related to their mutations. The humans and demons that entered this place obviously didn't have the same ghastly mutations as the beasts that lived in this place. This should be a strong distinguishing factor. In fact, those mutations that the beasts experienced should be their own weaker form of bloodline resonance. It was just that they had to suffer a lot more for it. Didn't that mean that if he reversed it? The waters churned, and Ryu quickly put the blood crystal away. He spread out his senses and felt for what was happening. I might have gone a bit overboard. Large beasts, each one at the pinnacle of the true sky god realm, and some at the half-step perfect sky god realm, all surged toward Ryu. Luckily, they lost their connection with him soon afterward, but that was when Ryu realized something interesting. They teleported here. There's no other way for them to get here so fast. Are they being spawned? Or, Ryu's pupils constricted as he dodged. One of the beasts had come close enough that it stumbled onto him and he was forced into a retreat. Unfortunately, that retreat led him into the range of yet another beast. If this continues, I'll be swamped by them all. If I have to worry about stepping into another's territory, I won't be able to fight to the best of my abilities, either. I have to go through them. Ryu picked a direction, and his body churned. He punched out, eliciting bloodline resonance to drill a lance of rotting waters forward. The result was out of Ryu's expectations. The rotting beast seemed to gain a crimson glow from their eyes, and the strength of Ryu's bloodline resonance weakened considerably. In the end, instead of losing its head, the beast was just knocked away. Ryu was taken aback, but it didn't slow his reaction. He rushed forward and out of the encirclement, his path ahead clear for the time being. But because he didn't manage to kill the beast, he had to use up more vital chi than he was expected, so a wave of fatigue hit him soon after. He circulated his mybronic chi, using up 5 droplets, but the process of recovery was too slow. He could only use up another 5 when he sensed that the beast had already recovered and was coming after him. At the same time, the second tentacle beast that had assaulted him had never been knocked off its path to being with, so it was already pursuing him. As though this wasn't bad enough, the other beast started to catch wind of the commotion through the churning of the waters. Ryu shook his head. He had already held back, worrying that something like this would happen, but to think that he would still somehow summon a half-dozen of these monstrosities. The one I attacked should have a blood crystal in it. It was able to use that blood crystal to cancel out my resonance, which I didn't expect. It seemed that even bloodline resonance wasn't a guaranteed victory. Well, the Demon Kings had described it as the bare minimum to enter the final layer. It was just that Ryu didn't know that. No choice but to kill them all, Ryu decided. With Selhira on his back, he had to be a bit more cautious. He suddenly spun around as a tentacle was about to slap out against him, throwing a punch. This punch contained nothing more than the bare minimum resonance he needed to glide it through the thick waters smoothly. But it was also a test. The beast that had caught up was the second one, and Ryu wanted to see if it could weaken his resonance as well. He quickly got his answer. It couldn't. Ryu reeled back, the strength of the beast too much for him to take with a simple punch, but he still managed to punch out again, ready for the result. This time, he put the full brunt of his bloodline resonance behind it. Bang! The thick, rotting waters were forced into a tight spiral that tore a line toward the beast. As expected, this time, it could do nothing, and its head was ripped apart in a splatter of blood. Good to know. Only those with blood crystals can cancel out my bloodline resonance. Doesn't that also mean that I could use the crystals as a method to cut the time I need to comprehend down? Ryu was already retreating again. The remaining 5 beasts were still after him, the one with the blood crystal being the closest. But now he was wondering if any of the others had a blood crystal as well. With such a good opportunity before him, he couldn't possibly let it fall into the hands of someone else, right? As he was thinking about his next step, the commotion he caused started drawing other participants of the 4th layer over. Chapter 1741. Just attack. Ryu's eyes lit up with his realization, but he also understood that the longer he spent embroiled in this battle, the more trouble he would bring to himself. The trouble was that with all the suppression, he really didn't have an easy way of ending this battle quickly. He slid through the waters, sending out a pulse of bloodline resonance that acted like a benign force field, sensing things in a large region. It swept over the beasts and into the distance. Once it was dozens of kilometers away, Ryu got the feedback he was looking for, realizing that there were indeed demons headed this way. Oh, Ryu's gaze flickered as he realized something else. When he sent out that pulse just now, the beasts reacted as though they had lost track of him. In fact, the ones without the blood crystal looked lost, and even the beast that did hold the blood crystal took a while to orient himself back toward Ryu and Selhira's direction. That confirms that just one of the original 6 has a blood crystal. It also seems that I can use bloodline resonance to hide my presence, but I already knew that. I just didn't expect that it could be used even when they were right before me. The only reason Ryu had acted like this in the first place was because he realized an oddity, that oddity being that no beasts had attacked him. But it seemed he could use this ability far more actively than he assumed. Good. Ryu sent out another gentle pulse. It didn't take up much of his stamina at all, and the blood crystal beast was confused once more. By then, Ryu's embryonic chi had already circulated as he sent out a series of punches. The beasts exploded one after another. Each drain on Ryu's vital chi pulled him down toward an abyss, but his strong Tao heart kept him upright. Not many would withstand the feeling of their body inflating and deflating so frequently, but Ryu had no other choice. This world could even limit his embryonic chi. If he didn't take drastic measures, he would die here. The blood crystal beast finally caught wind of Ryu again, only for the latter to send out yet another pulse that sent it into a reeling confusion. Ryu's figure flickered, and he appeared beneath the beast. He pulled his fist back and his gaze sharpened. Standing just a meter away from the beast's head, he roared and punched out. Bloodline resonance activated once more, but this time he was far too close for the beast to shrug it off. Ryu had realized during their earlier exchanges that the beast's ability to weaken his bloodline resonance wasn't a passive ability, it was active. That was why he sent out a gentle pulse. The beast couldn't immediately deal with it because it wasn't targeted toward it, but rather the surroundings. This was also why, before he called these beasts over, even blood crystal beasts hadn't been able to find his location. If the beast lost his position, and he suddenly erupted with all his strength from point-blank range, it didn't stand a chance. Bang! The body of the tentacle beast reacted as though a bomb had just erupted within its body. It was shredded to pieces, its form becoming an unrecognizable mass of blood, gore, and rotten flesh in a single blink. At that moment, a radiant light thrummed out from within it. Ryu didn't have the luxury of attacking with the intention of protecting the blood crystal within, knowing that danger was coming. But to his surprise, his strongest attack, at least while stuck in this realm, was actually withstood so easily by the gem. Just what is this thing? Ryu wondered in silence, and he reached out, grabbing it. A shudder in the waters caught Ryu's attention. With the appearance of the gem, the entire surroundings were illuminated, making Ryu the center of attention in this region. Annoying. Ryu made a move to leave when he suddenly paused. In the 4th layer, there was actually a surprising character, and she was actually being followed around by an entourage. It was Wunakai, the Dream Devil. To think he would run into the black steel giant who protected her not long ago and then meet her so soon afterward. The real reason Ryu was surprised wasn't because of who she was, but rather by the fact that she was still here at all. The true geniuses should be in the 5th layer at worst by now. Although he wasn't a fan of the woman, he knew that she was among the strong. She wasn't at the same level as the Demon King disciples or the Thunder Wraith young man, but she was firmly atop the 2nd tier of geniuses that had appeared here. That, Ryu could tell with a glance. What was just as interesting was the fact she had such a large horde of sycophants following after her. They were all men, and each one, though not absolutely strong, was at least decent if they could make it this far. If it had just been a loose collection of people, Ryu wouldn't have thought much about it. But these people were clearly together, and clearly more than willing to target him. That wasn't to say that they had come here with the intention of looking for Ryu in specific, but rather that they were attracted by what was happening here. And now that they had arrived, they wouldn't mind acting together to do just that. Ryu's gaze narrowed, and Wunakai showed a hint of surprise when she saw him. So you aren't entirely human, after all. You have demon blood. Ryu couldn't be bothered to explain himself to most people. He didn't have a mind to care what this woman was talking about or the will to correct her. I must say that I'm surprised. I didn't expect for, just attack. I don't have the patience for this. Chapter 1742. Simple. After Ryu's voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward and punched out. The light in the waters vanished as he stored the blood crystal away. At the same time, he sent out a pulse of bloodline resonance. It all happened in an instant. The waters were agitated beyond recognition. Their senses seemed to tell them that Ryu was everywhere and yet nowhere at the same time, all while they had lost the light source that they had been relying upon before. The blood crystals seemed to be the only things that could light up these rotten waters. Even those with light or fire abilities found themselves out of luck in this regard. So the moment Ryu put the blood crystal away, it was like they had once more been thrust into the jaws of hell. Ryu's pulse of bloodline resonance covered two bases for him at once. First, it obscured him from their senses, and second, it allowed him a perfect lay of how they were reacting. Wunakai had retreated into the encirclement of sycophants, while the others looked around warily, trying to find exactly where Ryu was. Wunakai herself seemed to be particularly calm. She stood there without a word, her gaze shifting from side to side at times. Until it suddenly landed in Ryu's exact position. Ryu was likewise calm when this happened. She's pretending. She never lost track of me in the first place. He was too good at reading people for these little tricks to work. Wunakai had methods of seeing through these waters that others did not, and more shocking than that was retrospectively, it seemed that even her shock at seeing him should have been an act as well. She had likely spotted him from an exceptionally long distance away. All things considered, Wunakai wasn't actually on his kill list. The her he had referred to back then was an ice queen who seemed a little too fond of his wife. Wunakai and he didn't even really have a grudge between them, and after this slight against her, she hadn't said another word. Her worst sin was just trying to mediate a situation she shouldn't have stepped into. In the past, Ryu might have marked her for death just because of this. But he had mellowed out a lot over the years. He couldn't be bothered to expend the energy just for this. But the question was if Wunakai was willing to let it go. A fiendish grin spread across Ryu's face. It seemed that that answer was no. And most surprisingly, it didn't seem that this was because she wanted revenge against him, per se. His Tao might be heavily suppressed in this region for reasons he had yet to fully unlock, but he could still use it. With dividing chaos could see that the root of Wunakai's unhappiness wasn't quite Ryu, but it was more like he was associated with something she didn't like. It was either he reminded her of someone she wasn't fond of, or... Ryu chuckled. Wife, oh wife, it seems you're getting your husband into trouble. Obviously, this Wunakai felt a certain distaste for Mei. Her hatred for Ryu had increased tenfold after learning of his identity. It seemed that escaping would be a problem if she could so casually lock onto his location. If she was committed to hiding her true abilities, it might be possible. But Ryu had a feeling that her hatred would override whatever trepidations she had, especially since she would be able to guess that most of the real geniuses had already gone off ahead. Alright, let's do this, then. Ryu's gaze turned cold, and the amused light in his eyes vanished. Wunakai seemed to realize that he was indifferent, looking right at her, and for some unknown reason, her heart actually skipped a beat. At that moment, embryonic chi began to thrum through Ryu's body like an ocean. He rarely used his second set of meridians so actively. Usually, it just sat within his body, passively circulating. Only when he needed to direct a droplet somewhere would he pull at it with his will. But right now, he was practically saturating his body with embryonic chi, so much so that his skin glowed with a gorgeous, milky luster one couldn't help but want to reach out and touch. I'm using up at least 1% of my embryonic chi a minute at this rate. Let's end this fast. Bang! Ryu shot forward. Wunakai might have eyes on him, but the rest of the group didn't. Depending on how she was communicating with them, there would almost certainly be a lag. It was difficult to use the chi line technique in these waters due to its very nature. It was only worse that they had to protect themselves with chi skins, so penetrating that needed another layer of control as well. That meant the best communication method was actually just talking normally, but how much time would that waste? Wunakai sent out orders immediately about where Ryu was coming from, but by the time they realized, he had already shifted. Ryu pierced down with a finger, the aura of a spear radiating out from him as he thrust right through the forehead of another black steel giant. Before his bloodline resonance and close combat abilities, they might as well have not been there at all. By the time they reacted, Ryu had already killed 3 of their group of nearly 40. He sent out another bloodline resonance pulse and then vanished again. It had been a while since he slaughtered to his heart's content. He remembered his battle in Sacrum, facing off against a sky full of gods with the arrogance of an immortal ring realm expert. His blood boiled, and he grinned wildly. He had almost forgotten just how much he loved to fight. In his first life, he was suppressed so greatly, only being able to use his tongue to lash out in the most vicious ways he could muster. But now he preferred not to talk at all. They stood in his way so they would die. Simple as that. Chapter 1743. Most Ryu was like a specter of death, and Wanakai quickly realized that her method of command wasn't working. If she didn't take action, Ryu would truly retreat. To Ryu's surprise, Wanakai actually made such a choice. It seemed that even if she did have a great hatred, it wasn't yet to the point of forgetting about everything else. But what did that have to do with him? Ryu sneered, coming as she pleased and also going as she pleased. How could he ever allow such a thing? At that moment, Ryu reversed his pulse of bloodline resonance. This time, instead of hiding from beasts, he called them forth once again. Wanakai's expression changed, but it was already too late. I'll remember this, she said coldly. In the carnage, Ryu was easily able to slip away. He had no intention of getting tangled up in so many beasts. Before, he had held back a bit, so only 6 appeared. But this time, he had summoned over 20 of them. With a quick pulse, he checked out which of the beasts had blood crystals in them. Since there were so many demons around covering for him, it was easy to sneak up on these beasts and kill them in a single strike. Ryu slipped away with another 2 blood crystals, narrowly avoiding the rampage that happened when the black waters illuminated. He was practically like a fish in water. Then, he vanished toward the 5th layer's barrier, chuckling all the while. Since this woman held such a grudge, he would be sure to teach her this lesson slowly. Honestly, even with his character mellowing out a bit, it still wasn't his preference to let people who wanted to kill him go. But there was something particularly dangerous about that woman, and until he had more strength, it was best to teach her a small lesson and then slip away. Well, to him it was a small lesson. To Wanakai, he had probably just destroyed years of preparation. Who knew how much she had to do to pull so many of those men to her side? And now more than 80% of them were likely to be dead. Ryu didn't know what she was planning, but whatever it was had to be ruined by now. Interesting enough, is it as simple as wanting to find more blood crystals? Or does she have other intentions? Ryu wanted to believe that things were that simple, but he had a feeling that they weren't. Soon, he made it to the 5th layer's barrier. The true geniuses were on the other side, likely divided between the 5th and 6th. If he was correct and this trial world was in line with how the cultivation realms usually did things, then there were 9 layers and there was a watershed every 3. It was highly unlikely that there was anyone who had managed to enter the 7th layer just yet, and in Ryu's estimation, every time the Rotten Sea opened to such a large population of people, there would likely only be a handful. If you factored in the fact that the demon kings hadn't brought their best geniuses, it was unlikely. Though the demon princes had done so, Ryu felt around the 5th layer for a bit and nodded to himself. It'll bring me closer, but it's still not quite enough. He waited for a while. If he broke the barrier now, he and Selhira would be separated again, and he certainly wouldn't leave her in the 4th layer alone with that succubus running things. As he waited, he observed the barrier, feeling it though not quite resonating with it just yet. By now, he was starting to understand more about this world. This Rotten Sea was an amalgamation of bloodlines and it seemed to have the unique ability to allow demons a deeper connection with their own. What was interesting was that it was using principles of both human and beast cultivation to allow this to happen. Beasts couldn't easily change their bloodlines, whereas humans could easily, relatively speaking, swap out their own. Then there were demons who sat right in the middle of this, not being fully constrained by their bloodlines, but also not quite having full freedom with them, either. Normally, this was a huge detriment. This was why demons could become the summons of necromancers to begin with. Their bodies were easily exploitable in this fashion, both having a strong connection to the heavens and the earth. What the Rotten Sea did was exploit this connection as well. When you entered, there was a seal placed within your body that wasn't much unlike a summoning seal. However, rather than being used to control you, it was an opportunity. This was why Ryu was so well suppressed. It was because it wasn't an external item suppressing him, but rather a cognitive control that was influencing his body. His mind had been suggested that he was suppressed, and his body was restrained in this exact fashion. The result was him actually being suppressed. It was the exact same as how a summon could have all aspects of its life controlled by suggestion as well. The reason why Ryu shouldn't be able to break the barrier was that as a human, he lacked the natural affinity for the heavens that a demon should otherwise have. To make a complicated matter simple, in this world, the Rotten Sea became the new heavens, and by descending into its depths and breaking through its barriers, one could resonate with it deeper and fundamentally change or amplify their talent. Every time one broke through a barrier, they would undergo a baptism. Unfortunately, This wasn't a baptism that Ryu could undergo. He lacked the final connection point that demons and beasts would have. However, he was progressing on a different path entirely. Not only was he refining his bloodmancy to a new level with every step he took, he was learning new applications of vital qi and most importantly. Chapter 1744. Force. He was finding methods of breaking his Tao past the artificial cap it was placed under. If he could reach the end and regain the abilities of his inner world, and, of course, accumulate enough faith to withstand it, he was confident that his Tao would break past the pinnacle of the found Tao realm. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen then. Would there be a qualitative change? Ryu actually wasn't certain of this. That was because he wasn't sure if peak founding Tao was an official metric, standard across all worlds, or if it was something else. Take the Tao God realm, for example. He had only just learned that not all of them were created equal and that there were large gaps that broke laws of reason. Could it be, then, that breaking through his artificial cap would just be like inching forward? Maybe the change wouldn't be huge, but rather incremental, just like those Tao gods took millions to billions of years to slowly push past the limits their world had placed on them. That wasn't all Ryu thought about, either. If there were other worlds out there on the same level as the true martial world, maybe worlds like the one Ailsa was stuck on, or the world the Ruin Master Guild called home, who was to say that the true martial world was the pinnacle? What if two equally graded Taos from different worlds actually had vastly different strengths because one world was more powerful than the other? Ryu hoped that he was thinking too much, but it felt suspicious that the true martial world could only withstand the birth of three peak founding Taos. xianxia suddenly shifted on Ryu's back and slowly awoke from her state of enlightenment. "How is it?" Ryu asked. "Comfortable," she said, a bit muddle-headed. Ryu laughed. "I meant the enlightenment." xianxia blushed a bit. Her might was still a bit foggy, so she hadn't understood Ryu immediately. It wasn't really her fault, though. This entire time, regardless of how violently Ryu moved, she hadn't felt a thing. She hadn't even heard the commotion outside. "I think I'm getting there," she started, "but every step I take forward seems to elucidate an even longer path ahead. It feels like I'm not making any progress at all." "That's good." Ryu nodded seriously. "What you should fear is not a long road, but rather not knowing where to go. That's where the real trouble can start for you. You're only a false sky god right now. It's nowhere near time for you to feel like you've run out of rope." xianxia nodded, a beautiful smile blooming on her face. Rai really helped put things into perspective for her, even though she knew he would never take his own advice. Her husband was obsessed with becoming stronger. Even now that he could flaunt many of the lower sky god realms when others couldn't cross even minor realms to do battle, she could tell he wasn't satisfied. The couple began to break through the fifth layer together, and this time xianxia was much faster. She got the hang of it quite quickly. Ryu timed his breakthrough with hers and they soon entered the next realm together. xianxia made no movements to get off his back, so Ryu just smiled and let it happen. "I should be able to tweak it like this," he thought, refining his bloodline resonance to a new level by incorporating the insights of the barrier. Ryu's head turned, and he headed in a specific direction. He sensed a familiar aura a long distance away. The range of his senses had already increased to 20 kilometers. If he sent out a pulse, even touching 10 times, that wasn't impossible now. In this vast sea, this was actually still a pitifully small distance, but it was good enough for Ryu. He moved swiftly and soon the vaguely familiar aura in his mind sharpened into the image of Empana. The lizard race young man was still dressed like a prim and proper pimp, the color of his red shirt popped for extra effect. There was even a tuft of scales on his chest that seemed to take the place of what should have been hair. However, he was locked in battle with two demon princes. Ryu didn't understand much about the situation, but from context clues it seemed they had a grudge with Empana. Ryu didn't have any hatred for Empana. Instead, it should probably be the other way around, if anything at all. He had ruined Empana's chance of becoming the fifth plane's chosen, instead helping his wife to claim that title instead. In fact, Ryu had flipped the whole board, causing the benefits May received to be likely more than even what the ninth plane's chosen had received simply by virtue of performing so much better than everyone else. However, what was interesting was that Empana never really showed any hatred for this. The young lizard demon was solid in his conviction and took losses in stride. He never strayed from his baseline of confidence, and even though he seemed to be hiding it for some reason, he certainly had the heart of a hero. It was just unfortunate that as someone born and raised on the fifth plane, Empana's talent was lacking compared to the others. He had the heart of a hero, but rather than being at the second tier of genius, it just barely allowed him to be at the first tier. His temperament was equal to someone just below the monster tier, but his actual genius level was at the same level as the fire giant Ryu had crushed in the arena. It was something that couldn't be easily changed. Maybe I should, but would he be willing? Empana didn't show his hatred, but that didn't mean he didn't have any resentment. In fact, he had probably buried it deep within, using it as fuel for his cultivation. Even if he accepted such a suggestion, wouldn't that just put out his flame? At that point, he'd become useless. Seems I'll have to force him to submit by force then. That way, he can keep that fire and make it burn brighter. Chapter 1745. Light Ryu observed the situation for a while longer, his expression calm. Empana was fighting valiantly. His opponents were two creatures that had crowns of flame above their head. It reminded Ryu a lot of Lord Crown Fire from the Seventh Heaven, but the difference was that these demons relied not on a Tao, but rather their natural strengths. Interesting. Is it just a coincidence? The abilities seem too similar, though it's not impossible that the Lord of Jojo's sect would have found inspiration from another race. Xianxia, how much do you know about Jojo and her sect? Ryu spoke to his wife, who was still lazing around on his back, clearly enjoying the treatment. Xianxia blinked. Are you interested in Jojo, husband? Ryu laughed. Am I so lecherous? Xianxia didn't reply immediately, clearly weighing her options. This only made Ryu laugh harder. No, that's not why I asked. It's just that those demons have a presence that's very familiar to their patriarch. It makes me wonder. I feel like there's too much overlap for it to be a coincidence. Lord Crown Fire? Xianxia asked. Yes, maybe, but would the heavens allow him to take such a title if it was really based on a demon prince clan? Ryu nodded. This was a good point as well. By all rights, whether in talent or standing, Lord Crown Fire was far too weak to take precedent over a demon prince clan. Although they weren't demon kings, a demon prince clan could easily carve out a place for themselves on the 9th plane, or in this case, they could easily become overlords of the 8th plane. Compared to the leader of the Raging Inferno sect, that could only be the lackey of the Fading Star sect, well, the gap was far too large. Does husband know him? Xianxia asked, referring to Empana. In passing, he can have some use. I just want to see where his limits lie first. Scales erupted across Empana's body, his eyes becoming slit. He roared, and a halberd appeared in his hands. He swung it in a wide arc, forcing the two Crown Fire demons into a retreat. The flames flickering on their heads seemed to give out for a moment, as though bowing in obedience to Empana's strength. But not long afterward, their bloodlines had been stimulated by this and they lashed out in full force. Their crowns erupted, expanding to double their usual size and almost burning like golden halos. Both wielded a scepter, raising it up and tapping at the surrounding waters in quick succession. What looked like Magus arts took shape, burning through the waters and boxing Empana in. The two demons used guerrilla tactics, suffocating Empana. They seemed to know that Empana had a great deal of strength, but they were too good at restraining his strengths. Their crowns flared up, suppressing the lizard demon again and again. It felt like a tug of war was going on as they wrestled for supremacy. It also seemed like the rotten sea was having a huge impact on the battle as well. Empana was lacking in terms of talent, having only been born on the 5th plane. The fact that he had made it so far was already shocking. He's about to lose, Ryu thought to himself. Empana didn't seem like he had expected for this to happen. There was a great amount of unwillingness in his expression. But Ryu was more interested by the methods of those crown demons. He had the Magus Sky God's inheritance. The problem was that the man had only been an omniscient sky god, and by now the only useful ability to Ryu was the Magus lock that kept his mind gated, a lock that was entirely useless in this place, it seemed. Ultimately, the grades of the methods were too low for Ryu's usage. That said, only Ryu would dare to say such a thing. Most at his level were only using the true grade methods they picked up from their sects and clans. Ryu was among a rare few that could have such weak cultivation, and yet rely entirely on battle methods he had created himself. Only at the Tao Lord realm would Tao vessels become common. Most omniscient sky gods wouldn't even have their own Tao charm techniques. Time to step in, Ryu suddenly thought. His figure flickered and vanished. Empana grit his teeth, his fury mounting. We are disciples of the same sect. Do you know how many people can see this? Do you think that you'll be able to escape? The gaze of the two demons flickered. How could they not know this? Their determination increased several-fold as they launched a fiendish assault, but it was right then that a figure suddenly appeared between them. They didn't even notice his presence until they launched their attacks. The two demons and even Empana frowned. He couldn't see Ryu's silhouette because Xianxia was on his back, but then he put two and two together. He wasn't familiar with Xianxia, but how could he not recognize those wings? That tail, it was hard to miss. Ryu looked down as the flames rebounded across his body. It had been a long time since he could rely on the immunity of his rebirth flame. It was nice to see it in action once again. Unfortunately for these two, their flames were far too weak. In fact, whether it was him or Xianxia, such flames were entirely useless now. He took a step forward and punched out. Bang, bang, the waters churned and the two demons were forced back again, and then again. The world churned. The bloodline resonance coming from Ryu was clearly on another level after crossing the fifth layer, and he was making great use of that. His body sang, and he systematically walked the two demons down. Every step came with another fist and another lance of spiraling waters. The world hummed and Ryu's silvery eyes sharpened in the darkness with their own light. Chapter 1746. Observe. Ryu smiled, feeling as though the surrounding waters were quickly becoming an extension of himself. Bang, 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 the scepters in their palms shattered before his barrage, their chests exploding next, and then came their heads. Ryu didn't seem to notice his fists continuing in a flurry. It wasn't until the barrage of craters in the water subsided that he could see what was on the other side. Seems I went a bit too far, Ryu said. He had originally entered this ocean with the intention of only killing those on his kill list, but circumstances didn't seem to want him to stick to this plan. These two hadn't offended him at all, but in the cultivation world, this didn't seem to matter even in the slightest. Ryu's moral compass had always been the same. He cared little for those unrelated to him and very much for those that were. He drew the world into two teams and had a completely different set of rules depending on which side you stood on, and he felt not the slightest hint of guilt for that. Ryu looked back toward Empana, who was looking at him with a complicated expression. The first time he met Ryu, he wasn't even a World Sea Realm expert yet, let alone a sky god. That Empana could have killed Ryu with a flick of a finger. Yet, it was also that Ryu that had led them all by the nose, even destroying his stepmother as though he hadn't been an aunt to them all. In the end, he helped his wife to benefit the most, and the crown that should have been his own was taken by another. Empana took a breath and cupped his fist. There didn't seem to be any hatred in his eyes at all. He calmly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your help, Ryu. I cannot thank you enough. If there is any way. There is. Ryu smiled. Become my summon. Empana froze. With his head lowered, he didn't say anything for a long while. Well, in reality, it was just a few seconds. But with the thinking speed of sky gods like them, if such a time were translated to what a mortal might experience, it would be as much as hours. Even so, Ryu knew that Empana spent most of that time simply in a state of shock. But the response was Ryu's own turn to be shocked. Okay. Ryu blinked. Even Xianxia, who wasn't paying much attention, looked up at Empana curiously. The crystal dragon descendant knew well what kind of ask this was. The word, summon, sounded nice, but it wasn't much different from being a slave. Your life and death were no longer under your control. Instead, they were all at the whims of your master. Ryu didn't expect this at all. But when Empana looked up and met his gaze, he couldn't help but grin wildly. In the past, Ryu was a very stubborn person. If he was in Empana's position, even if someone had saved him, he would have rather died than become a summon. Even now, that was the case as well. Hypocrisy wasn't something that bothered him much, and that was part of the reason his Tao heart was so firm. But, even though he would never do it himself, that didn't mean he couldn't see Empana's merit. The man had the strongest Tao heart Ryu had ever laid eyes. Even his own could only be said to be equal in this regard. What sort of firm resolve did it take to accept such a thing? Much like comprehension, one's temperament wasn't decided by what you did, but rather how you did it and the reasonings as to why. Another person could have, much like Empana, agreed to be a summon. But this person might have reacted out of fear of death or fear of Ryu. Empana wasn't afraid of Ryu, nor was he afraid of death. Ryu could see as much in his eyes. The reason he accepted was because, on his moral compass, this was what he should do. Ryu had saved his life, So his life was now Ryu's, until the day came that he could either repay Ryu or surpass him. Seeing that fire in Empana's eyes that had yet to fade, he could see that there was no dejectedness in this young man's eyes. His heart was a blazing lamp in the darkness. At that moment, Ryu couldn't help but think of Starlight as well. He was another that could look dead into Ryu's brightness and still come out the other side with a resplendently shining Tao heart. Ryu was far from the only person in the world of cultivation who had firm resolve. And the further along in cultivation you went, the more what was in your heart mattered. Whether it was Starlight, or Haraka who followed through on her bed without hesitation, or Empana, who was willing to hand over his life. Their talent might be lacking, but their talent wouldn't be their limiter in this life. Good. Ryu's voice boomed. Follow me, I will bring you to the 9th layer. Ryu took a step and began to move toward the 6th layer. Empana's gaze flickered, but he followed after. He didn't ask any questions about when Ryu would complete the ceremony or anything of the like. Quite frankly, he wasn't even sure how it would work. They swiftly made it to the next barrier. This time, Ryu just directly avoided all conflict along the way. That was because he knew that it would take time to get Empana to this level. It was unfortunate that his inner world was suppressed, or else he would have brought out Haraka as well. First, try to comprehend it yourself. I will observe first. Empana nodded, still somewhat in shock that they had made it here so easily. If avoiding all the beasts and other participants was so easy, everyone would do it. He took a breath and focused on the opportunity before him. Chapter 1747. Amusing Ryu watched Empana slowly sink into a state of meditation. Quite quickly, the latter began to struggle, unable to make much progress forward. But Ryu could also tell that he was calm and unbothered. Rather than bucking up against the wall he faced, he pressed his palms against it and began to slowly push. His effort was consistent, and though his progress was slow, he was making some. Though he obviously hadn't seen Empana go at it with any of the other barriers, Ryu was pretty confident that whether it was the earlier ones, or the coming later ones, they would all go pretty much the same way. Empana wouldn't give up, rather, he would run out of time. Eventually he would have run into a bottleneck he simply couldn't press past at all, but Ryu didn't believe he would have the time to even reach that stage in the first place. Lizard Demon Race. Ryu's thoughts spun as he began to piece together some of the information he had. Back when he was captured by the Lizard Demon Race to be their ruin master, he had gained access to their libraries, and it could be said that aside from their most important core techniques, he had read pretty much everything else, including their history and other matters. Thanks to this, Ryu was well aware of some secrets that he otherwise shouldn't have known. The Lizard Demon Race descended from a pairing of what were known as demon serpents. There was speculation that they had some dragon blood within them too, but Ryu felt that this was nonsense. From his reading of their history, he was fairly certain that they had descended from a demon serpent and a weak offshoot of the dragon race at best, like a wyvern. Their writings also seemed to allude to the fact that this so-called demon serpent they descended to was precisely the bone serpents, or rather world serpents, that were the arch-nemesis of the dragon race. It could only be said that this fifth plane clan certainly had an overinflated sense of self-worth. Even if it was the case that they had descended from these creatures, so what? With how many wives, lovers and children powerhouses tended to have, even if it was rare for them to conceive, over enough cycles of 100,000 years, how could many children not be born? When the age of these clans was taken into account, how could they possibly house all of these descendants? Ryu wouldn't be surprised if there were a few First Heaven clans that were distantly related to former or even current Ninth Heaven clans. The Dream Asuras were descendants of the Dream Wraiths, but that didn't even mean anything until May managed to become the chosen of the fifth plane. This situation was much the same. If the lizard demons spent less time pining after their ancestors and more time improving, if they really had such talent hidden deep in their veins, maybe they could have brought out some of that potential by now. This aside, there was a fairly simple way of telling how talented a lizard demon was. The closer they resembled a snake, the purer their bloodline. That was what made Empana so odd. Unlike his stepmother, he walked on two legs, and his serpent features were minimal at best. It was clear that not only was Empana a poor talent compared to those of the ninth plane, and even eighth, he was a poor talent even when the comparison was the fifth plane alone. This should be why his stepmother had been able to gather up so much power in the first place. Those old fogies of their clan must have been obsessed with how pure her bloodline was, while Empana, though the pride of their clan, had a bloodline that was far too weak. It was the pinnacle of ignorance in Ryu's opinion, but that clan and their mistakes had nothing to do with him. He was sure that, by now, Empana had already set those people straight. Alright, I understand now. Ryu called out for Empana to pause. Your bloodline is quite weak even by the standards of your lizard demon race, right? Empana looked over at Ryu and nodded. My mother and father both were quite talented. I'm not sure what happened to me. Empana shrugged, clearly not caring much about the issue. How much do you know about the origin of your clan? I only know what they've told me, and I've never bothered to check again. It's very difficult for a demon to improve their bloodline under normal circumstances, so I've invested far less time into this. Ryu nodded. Humans could just swap out their bloodline at any time, they were the freest. Though, of course, actually finding a powerful bloodline was another matter entirely. Beasts were perfectly in tune with the heavens. It wasn't necessarily easy either, but just training was enough for them to refine themselves. After all, their entire cultivation system was built off the backs of their bloodline. Then there were demons that were caught in the middle. They were restrained by their bloodlines and unable to swap them as easily as humans could. And at the same time, their connection with the heavens wasn't as great as beasts, nor were their cultivation methods so streamlined, so actually progressing this pillar was a nightmare for them. There was another matter as well, something that Ryu was only just starting to understand and something only a few could grasp. And Ryu believed that this was actually the key to helping demons improve. Nether Chi was a special sort of order, one designed to find order in disruption, so much so that an untrained eye might assume it to be chaos. But Ryu was too intimate with chaos to fall for such a thing. His lip curled. Empana was going to be the blank canvas he needed to take the next step in his Tao. This time, Ryu wouldn't rely on embryonic chi. He felt that doing so would only be a detriment to himself and understanding the real processes going on here. The rotten sea itself was enough of a catalyst for growth, he just had to find the best way to take advantage of it. Ryu took his time tweaking his bloodline resonance and guiding Empana. He passed on some methods of bloodmancy and watched the scene before him unfold. It took time, over a day, in fact. However, in the end, it was yet another success. Empana's eyes brightened. It should have taken him 3 days to break through. The fact it had only taken one was huge. Plus, he felt that near the end, he had begun grasping something special that filled him with excitement for the next hurdle. But soon, that excitement plummeted as the suppression of the 6th layer hit him in waves. It wasn't just the suppression, but echoes and waves of battle seemed to be radiating from everywhere at once. It was clear that Ryu was correct. Not only were there a large number stuck in the 5th layer, but there seemed to be a substantial population stuck in the 6th as well. Ryu and Selhira crossed over with Empana and felt the fluctuations as well. Ryu's lip couldn't help but curl. This was about what he expected. The geniuses in this layer were in fiendish pursuit of crossing the next one. There was a qualitative change every 3 barriers, and it could be said that for most that made it this far, the 7th layer was the absolute best most could hope for. The pressure down here was enormous. The 5th layer had already felt like wading through a sludge, but this felt more like mud that was only a few hours away from drying out completely. Ryu stretched his body a bit, getting a feel for this new layer and feeling that there truly was an exponential increase in difficulty. If the 7th layer progressed even worse than this, it could be imagined how difficult taking that step would be. After some thought, Ryu chose to head right for the 7th layer once again. If they were going to do this, they had to do it right. After breaking through the 6th layer, he felt that his bloodline resonance had increased, but not as much as it had while he was guiding Empana. It seemed that he had found a bit of a shortcut. He weaved his way down, avoiding all the battles happening around them. They are probably searching. Ryu was about to say blood crystals when a bright light illuminated the barrier ahead. Someone was using a blood crystal in an attempt to break into the 7th layer. So bright, Ryu's eyes sharpened. The moment the blood crystal appeared, it was like the entirety of the 6th layer fell into silence. And then the chaos came. The demon at the barrier was doing their best to remain calm as the blood crystal's aura seeped into them. Ryu grinned. A bone serpent, huh? These guys are all so arrogant. This should be amusing. Chapter 1748. Opportunity. The bone serpent had clearly been preparing for this for a while. With how many battles there were going on at once, it wasn't too surprising that one might manage to sneak through with a blood crystal before anyone else could react. However, there was no hiding the situation now. The bone serpent was trying its best to remain calm, but Ryu could sense that the pressure it was under was enormous. Its Tao heart was strong, but not nearly strong enough. That said, maybe only Ryu would dare to say this. This fact that it had dared to do this when it knew what would happen as a result meant that it at least wasn't a coward. But in Ryu's views, if you dared to do something, what was the point of feeling fear at that point? You would just be hindering yourself. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Was it still bravery if there was no cowardice? Were you brave if you jumped into every situation without blinking? Or were you a baby tiger that didn't understand the cruelty of the world? Temperament. Ryu mulled this over again. He had begun to think about and integrate new methods into his Tao. Ever since he stepped into this world, he had been touching upon new thoughts and perspectives. What was unfortunate was the fact he couldn't add to his Tao just yet. Whether that was due to suppression or due to the smaller insights being unworthy, both were problems. His thought on temperament just now was interesting, though. Could he say that he was brave if nothing ever really fazed him? Could he use confidence in his abilities as an excuse? Or was he that baby tiger he had just thought of? As Ryu thought about it, he realized the answer wasn't so simple. In his first life, his confidence came from his family and some of his own abilities. As the scion of the Tatsuya clan, no one could touch him. He relied on that to do a great deal. In his second life, at least in the start, he relied entirely on his own abilities and talents. But it was hard to say if his confidence was warranted. However, when Ryu got to the core of the issue, he didn't believe that this was a problem. That was, just as always, how you came to be something, or why you believed something, was more important than what you believed or what you became. Was Ryu's confidence rooted in his belief that he was not capable of losing? Of course not. His conversation with Patriarch Ember spoke volumes. Just like he had said back then, if he was really so weak of talent, his corpse would have long been humiliated at the hands of the summer birds, picked dry of everything that had once been Ryu. The point of those words back was to tell Patriarch Ember, the man that had once held the rights to Ryu's life and death in his palms, that Ryu would never become him. Not because he wasn't capable of losing, but because he would rather die than not do things on his own terms. Was that bravery? Maybe, maybe not. It could be seen as foolish in the eyes of others, and Surreal would certainly be among the few that fell into that crowd. When Ryu remembered back to his falling out with Surreal, he no longer had the same visceral reaction. And honestly, she had not only his maturing to thank, but Empana as well. Empana's Tao heart was the strongest Ryu had ever seen, but he had done something that Ryu himself would have never done. Who was he to say that Surreal's Tao heart was weak? If it was just the fact that she was cowardly and willing to lower her head just to skate by, he could look down on it firmly. But was that the case? The Surreal he knew was no less prideful than himself, but she was willing to lower her head, nonetheless. Considering her starting position, couldn't it be argued that her Tao heart was even stronger than his own? For the sake of the rebirth of her clan, the revival of her race, she was willing to do things she otherwise never would. Ryu stood in his silence, his eyes glistening as he looked downward. Suddenly, he seemed to have become a separate existence from the world around him. As though a god observing from high above, he was silent and seemed to grasp everything at once. The bone serpent's body shone as the barrier suddenly cracked. Its large body surged through, and all those converging from the surroundings hid nothing but empty space. Unhappy expressions were abound, but what was interesting was that the blood crystal remained hovering around the crack. The region stayed illuminated and large numbers of demon geniuses found themselves staring at one another. A horned devil suddenly broke the calm atmosphere and tried to rush at the shrinking blood crystal. The gazes of many flickered as they rushed ahead as well, not wanting to miss out. What they didn't notice was that many hung back, not wanting to get involved at all. How could a used blood crystal be so casually taken? Ryu's gaze slowly returned from his state of enlightenment, and he looked toward the scene ahead. An opportunity. A blood crystal suddenly appeared in Ryu's palms. But because everyone was so focused on the chaotic scene ahead, not to mention the fact the region was already illuminated by the first crystal. The crystal trembled in Ryu's hands and he suddenly launched it. Empana's eyes widened. What was Ryu doing? Didn't he know how valuable that crystal was? He, of course, didn't know that Ryu could call over more blood crystals whenever he wanted. In fact, that was exactly what he did. A large number of beasts began to appear in the region. The instant they did, Ryu sent out a pulse of bloodline resonance, obscuring him and the others from their immediate lock-on. Those watching on the outside of the rotten sea could just barely register what was happening here, having a bird's-eye view on the situation. But even they didn't realize what Ryu was doing until it was far too late. "Let's go," Ryu said, taking a step and rounding around the chaos that was ensuing. One creature ended up blocking his path, but he didn't react to it at all, sending out a fist that shattered its head. His bloodline resonance was even stronger now than it had been in the 6th layer. Even though these creatures were in the perfect sky god realm, Ryu had probably reached the point by now where his combat strength in the rotten sea was more explosive than his combat strength on the outside. Of course, this was only in terms of raw power. He was still missing many of his usual methods, so it was hard to say if his combat prowess had caught up yet or not. Regardless, he wasn't thinking of these matters as he approached the barrier from a vacant location. The chaos seemed to have nothing at all to do with him. "Breakthrough. We don't have enough time," Empana replied with a frown. If it wasn't for the chaos, they could have had a chance. But he didn't understand why Ryu felt that it was necessary to go so far. What he expected even less was for Ryu to suddenly toss a blood crystal at him before handing one to xianxia. Speed was the name of the game this time. The 6th layer was far too congested. Even if they had snuck over and tried to break through with normal means, it would definitely attract attention. The 6th layer seemed narrower than the others, as though they were all being funneled into a cone as they went down. Up above, especially on the 1st layer, it should have been at least several tens of thousands of kilometers across, but even then, it only took a few moments for Ryu to run into a barrier. Or, in other words, the omniscient god beast that knocked him back and nearly killed him. In this 6th layer, the distance from edge to edge was only a few thousand kilometers. For sky gods like this, they could cross this distance in a few jumps. Luckily, the layer was also thousands of kilometers thick, so there was still some breathing room. But it truly wasn't much. If they were going to break through, it had to be like this. Xianxia and Empana didn't hesitate, realizing that the timer had started the moment the blood crystals appeared. Ryu stood calmly. While bearing much the same situation as the bone serpent, their temperaments were like night and day. He closed his eyes slowly, his breathing even and unhurried. In just a few seconds, xianxia was already halfway there, but Empana lagged behind. He stood at around 20% of the way through. Ryu's eyes opened, a sharpness dancing within them. Here they came. Chapter 1749. Thence it was impossible that no one would notice. Although the region was already lit up by blood crystals and chaos, hiding the existence of another two was too difficult. But that was precisely why Ryu had summoned so many beasts. Even if they noticed, would the beasts allow them to get through so easily? Ryu watched as the first pair of eyes landed on him, then another, then another. He didn't flinch, watching them realize what was happening one after another. In his opinion, it didn't matter how many noticed. What was important was how many that could actually do anything about it had noticed. The 6th layer had the highest concentration of people, but just to make it to this level, they had to have a certain degree of talent. Even so, that didn't mean that there weren't large divisions between them, regardless. It suddenly made sense why Wunakai was gathering up so many geniuses to support her. She definitely knew far more about this rotten sea than Ryu did, so she already expected such a thing to happen. Unless you had a great deal of supporters, making it through the 6th layer was nigh impossible. Ryu, obviously, hadn't known this. But he managed to find a path, nonetheless. And since he was here, he might as well take some time to deal with those on his kill list. His gaze shifted and his eyes landed on a dream wraith. He was among the first to notice, and it wasn't surprising. Among the demon kings, the sensory sensitivity of dream wraiths was certainly near the pinnacle. Ryu's lip curled, his indifference shining through as he met the gaze of the dream wraith. This dream wraith was the one that had spoken to him earlier, but he had placed him on the kill list, nonetheless. Of those who jeered, the dream wraiths were the ones he needed to put in their place the most. Ryu raised a hand and beckoned him forth. Vence was surprised to see Ryu in the 6th layer at all. They hadn't had the time to jeer at Ryu for overestimating himself because he entered the rotten sea immediately, but most had been looking forward to dealing with him once they stepped out. Seeing Ryu here, and seemingly supporting two others to break into the 7th layer, how could he not be shocked? He looked at the chaos in his surroundings. Was this a coincidence? No, it had to be. How could a human cause all of this? Even so, seeing Ryu taking advantage of the situation, he was livid. The smile on Ryu's face just took him over to another level. "Support me," he roared. I'm breaking through. The three dream wraiths around Vence were confused until they saw the same scene he had. Their expressions changed, and they immediately understood. In fact, they felt the same rage. A formation took shape around them, protecting Vence in the center, and they rushed toward the avalanche of beasts. From the distance, Ryu observed the battle style of the dream wraiths. This was a good opportunity for more reasons than just the fact he wanted to kill Vence. He didn't know much about the dream wraiths at all, and even his understanding of the dream asuras was rudimentary at best. Well, he understood Mei's battle style, but that was a version of Mei that had yet to undergo all of her current changes. It was hard to say that she'd be the same. As expected, the dream wraiths were completely different. Mei's body was still powerful, but the dream wraiths avoided hand-to-hand combat like it was the plague. They were clearly mental realm experts, and they relied entirely on soul techniques. The first time Ryu had seen soul techniques was in the first heaven. He was surprised that the true martial world didn't have a concept of visualizations, but soul techniques could be just as lethal, and far more flexible. A mental realm expert of sacrum could usually only slowly master one visualization. The good news was that they never had to switch and the visualization would grow in power as they grew. But there was no such thing as a visualization that could do all things. The closest to this was his master's elemental war god, but that required a whole other level of investment entirely. It wasn't so easy to study the blood vessels of legendary beasts. The casting is near instant. They're flexible, easily slipping between different elements as though they have strong affinities for them all. Their coordination is even better, likely because of their communication rather than any special effects of their soul techniques. Chains, shields, weapons of all kinds, plumes of fire, and waves of water. They were the most flexible combatants Ryu had ever seen. That said, none of their attacks were particularly potent, and if he was correct, that was because their main strengths weren't effective against these beasts. Dream wraiths, from what Ryu understood, should be more like the conventional mental realm masters once banned in Sacrum. However, these mutated beasts likely didn't even have souls to attack. But he did. Vence suddenly burst through a rain of illusory flames. He charged through the water, his gaze blazing with a fierce intent. Ryu looked back toward Xianxia and Empana. Xianxia was almost through. At most half a minute would be enough. But Empana needed longer, at least 3 minutes. These times were short to mortals, but to sky gods, it might as well have been counted in hours instead. Ryu rolled his shoulders and looked forward once again. Seemed it was time for him to test out how much he had progressed. He took a step forward, his blood churning. At that moment, Vence took control of a spiraling array of rotten waters. Miniature cyclones took shape and formed into drills, attacking Ryu from all sides. Ryu took another step forward. This isn't quite bloodline resonance, it's only similar in appearance, but in substance. Ryu sent out a ripple of bloodline resonance and the cyclones dissipated. This caught Vence off guard. This was one of his strongest methods and it took up a lot of soul quintessence. But he wanted a swift and decisive victory because he could feel that Xianxia was close. Taking control of the rotten sea was exceptionally difficult, but it was also the best weapon in this place. As he was shocked, Ryu's third step landed and his momentum seemed to have grown to a peak. Bang! Ryu sent out a fist. He had realized that controlling a resonance didn't have to be all in one go. He could take his time, allowing one set of rotten blood to harmonize with what was around them, using them as a catalyst instead. Against an enemy who used close combat methods, he wouldn't have the time to do this. But since Vence insisted on keeping his distance, he would have to pay for it. A lance of spiraling rotten water shot through the water. Vence panicked, feeling that the strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Quickly, he began to put up barriers in the water. Vence panicked, feeling that the strength was beyond anything he could have imagined. Quickly, he began to put up barriers in the water. Worried that he would have a repeat of what happened last time, this time he didn't take control of the waters, using a brute force method instead. The waters were forced apart beneath his shields. In contrast, more and more water spiraled into Ryu's attack, forcing the battlefield into two halves. Bang, bang, bang. The shields exploded one after another and Vence quickly formed hand seals. He moved like lightning, his gaze suddenly glowing a violet light as his soul quintessence surged. Boom! Another sound echoed in Vence's ears, this one even fiercer than the first. Before his attack could even land, his heart lurched into his throat. The cyclone of rotten waters, spiraling toward him and radiating a red, suddenly doubled in size. It was instantaneous and immediate, the shockwave of its growth nearly shattering the remainder of Vence's barriers all on its own. Violet flames erupted across Vence's body, an armor of radiant amethyst coating him from head to toe. He hadn't expected to have to use his accumulated soul quintessence for this, but he had no choice. The cyclone of water was already over 20 meters wide. It was an insignificant distance, but Vence truly felt like he could escape no matter where he went. Then it came. Boom! The spiraling lance doubled in size once again and suddenly accelerated. Its sharp point slammed against Vence's chest before he could react. Crack! A crack instantly appeared and an instant later, the entire armor shattered. A reverberating impact echoed out in all directions, causing Ryu's eyes to narrow. That wasn't the sound of death. The armor had exploded outward in that last moment, pushing away what remained of the attack. Vence appeared out from the turbid waters after several long seconds. When he was clear in Ryu's vision once again, he was nothing more than a husk. He looked like he might collapse any moment now, his body beaten and bloodied, while his bones stuck out in several locations. At that moment, behind Ryu, xianxia flashed and vanished. The barrier cracked and the blood crystal was left behind. Chapter 1750. Tremble. Ryu stood silently, watching Vence. He didn't need to turn back to know that xianxia had made it through. Though he was a bit worried about her, he was also confident that she wasn't a glass vase. She would be able to survive the length of time he needed to get to the other side. Empana was quickly approaching his breakthrough as well, and he had the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, he still didn't attack to deal a death blow to Vence just yet because another powerhouse had made it through and was rushing ahead at their greatest speed. Ryu didn't know much about horned devils. The first time he had fought one, they had been summoned by the martial gods back on Sacrum. Back then, everything was a blur, and he just crushed everything in his path. Aside from their enormous size and sturdy bodies, the rest of his knowledge was limited. It could be said, though, that horned devils were the more stereotypical of the demons mentioned in mortal realms. If they had red skin and a spade tail, it would be perfect. This horned devil in particular even wielded a weapon that seemed a cross between a pitchfork and a trident. The weapon was an ink black, and if not for the illumination of the blood crystals, even spotting it in these churning waters would have been difficult. The waters around the horned devil trembled with every step it took. It seemed to be moving slowly, but its enormous body allowed it to cross a ridiculous distance with every step. "I'll give you just one chance," Ryu said lightly. "You aren't on my kill list. Try not to be." The horned devil was stunned when he heard Ryu. He had been striding over so confidently, but Ryu wasn't even looking at him. His gaze was still focused on Vence, as though his most important task was to tick another name off his kill list. "Ja. The horned devil laughed and suddenly struck out with its trident. Ryu's gaze narrowed. It seemed that these demon kings were obsessed with death. Vence was a lower perfect sky god, as was this horned devil. However, they were suppressed much like Ryu was, whether in moving through these waters or in their talent. The difference was that Ryu had found a method of increasing his strength while they had not. He was so far ahead of the others in terms of bloodline resonance that they could only lag behind. In this sort of situation, so long as he wasn't surrounded by hundreds of problems already dealt with thanks to his schemes, what chance did they stand? Even so, the strike of the horned devil caught Ryu's attention. Even in the now bright red waters, it looked as though the trident had vanished. This shouldn't be a normal strike. It's much closer to bloodline resonance than this dream wraith is. Part of the trident's disappearance was because of the technique the horned devil was using, but another part was it perfectly fusing into the waters. It was no longer pushing back against the heavy waves or thick pressure. Instead, it was moving as freely as it would in a vacuum. This was still short of gathering strength from the waters to power up. But it was definitely much better than what Vence had accomplished. Danger! Ryu reacted quickly, slapping out at the water with a palm and sending out a controlled bloodline resonance. At the same time, he sent out another fist toward Vence, not wanting to give the latter the breathing room to start attacking his mind. Magus Lock had done him a great deal of service until now, but he had a hard time believing that it could withstand the methods of a dream wraith, especially if said dream wraith was given vanguard support. The horned devil found their trident rippling. It lost grasp of the resonate wave it was riding, and its trident appeared at the last moment, right before it reached its peak power output. Boom! The waters exploded, and the horned devil took a disbelieving step back. It had just faced a backlash from its own attack. That said, it was limited. Ryu had reacted fast, but there was still a distance between himself and the Horned Devil. In addition, he didn't have the time to accumulate and layer the resonances like he wanted to. It also didn't help that he had needed time to replenish his vital chi with his embryonic chi after the first round with vents. The result was a partially interrupted attack that still had quite some striking power. It appeared before Ryu in a flash. Ryu's gaze sharpened, his fighting stance shifted and his right leg swung back in a graceful arc along the ground. His palms faced out in a relaxed, loose posture, before one slowly tapped at the air. The aura of a staff god resonated. It was just a light touch, but it looked as though Ryu was guiding the piercing power of the strike away from him, amplifying his bloodline resonance to a new degree. The staff was a weapon that was well associated with pacifism. Among the 9 weapons, it was the one with the greatest number of defensive stances, and though it could unleash a great deal of power in a sudden burst, what it was best at was forcing an opponent to make mistakes first. Ryu's palms glowed, and he took a step forward. His eyes pulsed as though they wanted to erupt with the light of 8 trigram diagrams, but it was once again repressed by this world. Even so, it didn't slow his movements in the slightest. Like a master of Tai Chi, his arms glided through the air, the piercing attack of the Horned Devil rounding his back and following the strike of his second palm. With every successive flow, it grew larger, expanding to the point the outline of 3 blades looked as though they could encompass the world. The Horned Devil's eyes widened, but it was far too late. His attack was reversed back toward him at an even faster speed than it came. With his enormous body, his trident was obviously appropriately sized as well. But now, it felt like he was meeting a giant even by his criteria. The waters shook and rumbled. The trident's pierce suddenly accelerated, seemingly flashing across a large distance and appearing before the Horned Devil in a blink. He roared, trying to fight back, but it was meaningless. His body was shredded to pieces. Ryu didn't even spare him a second glance, his body touching upon a state of enlightenment he had grasped earlier once again. He had already realized that his Tao was missing many things. Temperament had been one, but the environment had been another. He was very good at reading people, but not as good at reacting to the environment and what changes it might cause. In fact, Ryu believed that the inaccuracies of his lines of fate and his Tao could be greatly attributed to not taking into account the environment enough. This was highly ironic in his opinion, especially since he was a ruin master. What he should be best at was observing the environment, taking in context clues, and acting upon them. That said, being a ruin master wasn't so simple. It was a lot of reading about and understanding history. A lot of the work of a ruin master was done before stepping foot into any ruin. However, what if he changed his perspective? Did he need such in-depth knowledge about everything in order to grasp something in the middle of battle? No, the foundational knowledge he had as a ruin master was enough. In this case, he wasn't using his ruin master knowledge at all, though. He was relying on bloodline resonance and the faint understanding he had of the Horned Devil's technique from canceling it out. The results spoke for themselves. Ryu turned toward Vence, who was struggling with the fist he had sent out earlier. He was clearly on his last legs. In the distance, another figure had broken through, but seeing the death of the Horned Devil, they froze in place, not knowing what to do. Ryu sneered, ignoring them entirely. Die. Bang. Vence's head exploded. Ryu looked up, seemingly at nothing. But at that moment, to those of the outside world, it felt like he was staring into each and every one of their souls. It had been a while since people tried to convince him that he wasn't worthy of his wife. Selhira's parents were dragons and even they hadn't gone so far. Who did these people think they were? He would kill and kill to his heart's content. Let them be enraged, let them be infuriated. The name Ryu Tatsuya would echo far and wide. When the title steel battle began, they would know exactly what kind of monster they were facing. And he would make them all tremble in fear. Chapter 1751. Cancerous Growth 1751 Cancerous Growth. Ryu gave them all a glance, and then directly turned his back to them. He approached the barrier and closed his eyes. His tranquil appearance painted an image most who saw it would never forget. Then, mere seconds later, he phased through the barrier. There was no commotion, no fanfare. He didn't even use a blood crystal. He seemed completely at peace. Looking at this scene now, one would have thought that he was among the demon kings with the purest and most tyrannical bloodlines, when in reality he was just a human. Ryu appeared on the other side and the first thing he did was sense for Selhira. But the surrounding changes caught his attention first and caused him to frown. The pressure here was multiplied several times over. It was to the point that he felt like his body might collapse. He had yet to raise his body to a true sky god standard, and that was suddenly showing. In a gang of contestants that were at the lower perfect sky god realm at worst, he stuck out like a sore thumb. That wasn't the only problem, but as a human that didn't have a bone structure like his father's, for example, his body was naturally weaker. Comparatively speaking, xianxia or the demons would all have powerful flesh and bone from birth. It could be said that he was at a disadvantage twofold. Ryu felt that his bones were about to fracture. If it wasn't for the fact the methods of the Nine-Pillar Flame sect were taboo and allowed his false god body to be equivalent to a true god body, he would have already been crushed. This wasn't the only problem Ryu was facing. The reason his Nine-Pillar Flame sect method had begun to exhibit its real power was because he managed to disassociate it from the fate of the true martial world and anchor it to his inner world instead. In the past, this taboo method had only allowed his false god body to match up to the true god body of a seventh heaven sky god. After the change, his false god body could match up to the true god body of a normal ninth heaven sky god. The difference was enormous, and it was a large part of Ryu's current battle prowess. But without his inner world, how could this still be true? Without its support, the taboo method was once again restricted by these heavens and his bodily strength had plummeted from a ninth heaven sky god to a seventh heaven sky god. Ryu reacted quickly enough and used some bloodline resonance to alleviate the pressure. But this was quickly draining his vital chi. If he didn't do anything to change the current status quo, he would eventually run out of both vital chi and embryonic chi. The worst part about all of this to him, though, was the fact that xianxia felt impossibly far away. It was a feeling almost identical to what he had faced on the surface. She felt here and yet not here at the same time. Could she had progressed to the 8th layer already? Ryu had belief in xianxia, but not that much belief. Although he didn't know this, the 7th layer was very often the cap in most years. Over 90% of the time, no one would manage to enter the 8th layer, let alone do so with such speed. This meant that it was a quirk of the 7th layer. It seemed to be making it more difficult for everyone to team up. If I can dial in my bloodline resonance, I don't believe it can stop me from finding her. Since senses were so dull in this place, Ryu wasn't worried about people finding xianxia. The main issue was rather the beasts that spawned from thin air. Thinking to this point, Ryu quickly entered a state of meditation. His eyes were still heavily suppressed, to the point of almost being useless. But at least this method still seemed open to him. He allowed his embryonic chi to rush through his body, trying to combat the rapid loss of his vital chi. Cracks that appeared along his skin were rapidly healing, but the frown on his face was only quickly deepening. He wondered, was he wasting his time? Had he pushed himself too far? This test was all related to vital chi. It could be said that the only part of Ryu's body that wasn't suppressed was his body. It was unfortunate, though, that without his inner world, his bloodlines might as well have become useless again in the fact of these geniuses. He had neglected this before because he had had a powerful bloodline for too short a time. It was easy for him to sink back into the state of just shrugging when his bloodlines didn't cooperate with him. But when he realized this, it put something into perspective. What if the bare minimum requirement was having a strong body? What if even with bloodline resonance, it was impossible to progress without one? Even if you could rely on bloodline resonance, wasn't the fact his vital chi kept running out while using it another problem? And didn't his vital chi keep running out so quickly because his bloodlines were too weak in this state to hold any more of it? Ryu's frown deepened, and he opened his eyes. Where were these thoughts coming from? Since when did he doubt himself so much? He looked around, but found nothing but an endless blackness. Wisps of aura came off of him, alleviating the pressure, but his face was already pale from the constant drain on his vital chi. Should I do it? Ryu suddenly thought. In reality, he had another method of using bloodline resonance that he had thought of long ago. It would be far more efficient than what he was doing now, and its synergy with his bloodmancy would be on another level entirely. But he had been hesitant. This world could even suppress his heavenly pupils in his inner world. Even his soul nature wasn't safe, and that led to a whole host of downstream effects like his embryonic chi reverting back to its previous state. That made Ryu feel like the person or persons who created this world were practically all-powerful. If he used a taboo method in a place like this, what would happen? Did the demon kings even have the same visceral reaction to the taboo powers? It wasn't like it was their battle, right? But what if information spread from here? At that point, would it even matter? Ryu stood up. His thoughts were in disarray and he was almost certain that it wasn't because of himself. He hurriedly checked his body, trying to spot something, but even after a long while, there was absolutely nothing. What? It wasn't that Ryu hadn't thought that it could be the world around him, but it was completely antithetical to everything it had been testing until this point. Why attack the mind when it was trying to get him to refine his bloodlines? How was vital chi related to the soul at all? Ryu was strong in his conviction and he kept checking his body again and again, but it was difficult to do so when his senses were all so widely suppressed. However, he didn't move. When he sensed the odd doubt in his heart, questioning his every move, it was only further assurance to press forward. He was Ryu Tatsuya. He didn't doubt himself, he never doubted himself. Although Ryu was worried about Selhira, he forced everything down. He had to find the problem as quickly as possible. If he left in this state and began to battle, who knew when his judgment would be affected next? If he slipped up in battle, wouldn't he die? What if he put her in even more danger? It took Ryu 3 hours, 3 entire hours, before he found the cancerous growth in his magus lock. He had skipped over it so many times before that it didn't even quite register. However, his persistence proved fruitful. Dream Wraith. Ryu's gaze flashed with a deadly killing intent. It seemed that he hadn't managed to stop Vence from sending out a mental attack after all. It was so clever and expertly controlled that he hadn't even noticed. In fact, if not for the change in his temperament, he would have never noticed. If it wasn't for the fact his Tao heart and self-assurance were so strong, on top of the fact he had been meditating on temperament and the differences between people recently, he would have never stumbled onto it so fast. And yet, even knowing something was wrong, it had still taken him so long. His heart trembled. Vence wasn't even the strongest of the Dream Wraiths. What were the others capable of? He hadn't even detected this attack land. And worse than that, how was he going to get rid of it? Chapter 1752. Sudden break. 1752. Sudden break. Knowing that he wasn't crazy, Ryu calmed down immediately. The effect of the hidden cancer in his mind wasn't nearly strong enough yet to suppress his true temperament just yet. Now that he had confirmed that it was there, it was even easier to suppress the restless feelings in his heart. This is a bit tricky. The cancer was subtle, so it didn't affect him too obviously. But the trade-off for that was that it was buried deep. It was hard to tell where it started and where it ended, and because of that, it was difficult to grasp just where his own soul started and finished. However, Ryu's lip curled a moment later. In that case, he just wouldn't guess at all. A sharp aura flashed in Ryu's soul and a tearing pain erupted. The sound of something ripping apart echoed in his ears and even the surroundings. Ryu paled instantly. No matter how flexible his soul was, ripping away a part of it was still a blow he couldn't easily shrug off. Because he was worried about how deep the cancer might go, he took the extra cautious route of ripping away more than he thought he needed. In that single motion, he had stripped away over 20% of his soul. Ryu pressed a palm against his forehead and pulled. Under the shocked gazes of everyone, a large piece of soul was stripped away. What was more shocking than anything was that it was a dense black. Right then, there wasn't a single soul who didn't recognize the perfect black-body soul. Each one of them shuddered, realizing what must have happened. All the while, the Dream Wraiths had been sneering. At first, they were surprised that Ryu was standing there at all. His movements were odd, and the fact he wasn't rushing away at the first opportunity wasn't in line with what they had seen from his character. But then he noticed that his body seemed to be giving up on him and the subterfuge in their gazes condensed. They had almost forgotten how weak Ryu's cultivation was. Of course, this would be the outcome of stepping into the 7th layer. But as he sat there, long swaths of time passing by, the situation became odder and odder. Ryu didn't seem to make any progress at all. They laughed, feeling that he had finally reached his limits. There had to be a limit to someone's comprehension. If continuous breakthroughs could be made so easily, then everyone would be able to become a Tao god, regardless of anything else. However, when Ryu suddenly ripped his own soul out, their hearts leapt into their throats. Who didn't know the pain of a soul injury, let alone what Ryu had just done? Ryu had just done the equivalent of ripping his own heart out of his chest. It was the kind of thing that could make even Tao Lords fear a person. The Dream Wraiths, of course, had the fiercest reaction. While others might not have sensed what Vence had done, how could they not? They hadn't considered the fact that Ryu was actually looking for the imprint in his soul until this very moment. Standing amidst the Dream Wraiths, an older, middle-aged woman who still had beauty that could topple nations stood. Her pupils had constricted to the max, her gaze so fixed on Ryu that she couldn't quite sense the trembling in her heart. None of what Ryu had done to this point made much sense, but even then, she had hardly reacted at all. There was only the slightest flicker of emotion after Vence died. However, send a report back. Fairy Galita is that, send a report back, she repeated. The dream wraiths no longer dared to hesitate. She was the only Dao sovereign among them. It simply wasn't their place to say anything more. After the Dao Lord left, Galita turned her attention back to Ryu, her gaze unreadable. Ryu didn't care what the outside world was thinking at this point. His entire focus was on the blob in his hands. He had compressed it to an extreme, but he didn't destroy it just yet. He circulated his self-created soul cultivation method, using his internal matrix as a conduit to quickly replenish his spiritual chi. Rather than taking it from the surroundings, an endeavor that would have been useless, he pulled it directly from his meridians. The chaos plane seemed to be the only thing this world couldn't suppress inside of him. Well, as long as it remained inside of him, that is. The moment his chi left his body, it lost its usual bravado. I don't have time, I've wasted too much of it. The worry on his mind hadn't vanished yet, but now he was facing another dilemma. He still didn't quite understand the technique that had been used against him. If he ended up in another battle with a dream wraith, wouldn't it just be a repeat of what happened the first time? At that point, if he was forced to rip away a piece of his soul mid-battle, it would be devastating. But no matter how he observed and twisted the remnant soul in his hand, he couldn't find any clues. It definitely didn't help that his eyes weren't working as they usually would. This shouldn't have been a surprise. He couldn't understand it even when it had been a part of himself. How could he understand it now that it was a separate piece? The only explanation was that it was a method of spiritual quintessence application that was beyond him. Maybe even a form that was influenced by nether chi in some way, shape or form. Soul quintessence or spiritual chi was ultimately refined down from normal chi. What would happen if instead of using real chi, you used nether chi to complete this process instead? What if you used ethereal chi? Ryu had never thought about these things before because he had only ever spent a significant amount of time in worlds ruled by real chi. The thought suddenly struck Ryu like a bolt of lightning. Was that really the case? Was he looking at it wrong to begin with? Ryu hesitated. Should he try it? Had he been too cautious until now? His gaze sharpened. He was no longer being influenced by this cancer, so why should he hesitate now that he had the thought? Ryu changed his tactics, and rather than absorbing chi from the chaos plane and then using it to condense spiritual quintessence, he tried to pull it in from the surroundings instead. The rotten sea was a bit murky, not only in its looks but also its energy composition. It was mostly made of vital chi, which was why bloodline resonance worked so well. That said, the demons were a special race. As he had thought many times before, they were somewhere in the middle of beasts and humans. Beasts could only use their blood and their entire cultivation system was built on their spiritual roots. Humans could use all three systems freely. Being somewhere in the middle, demons could do a combination. And that meant that usually, no single realm, whether body, mental or chi, was completely separate from the other. So there was chi here. It was just that it was scarce, muddled, and hard to control. But when it came to chi control, Ryu had always felt that he was second to none. Even while being unfamiliar with nether chi, he still managed to pull it out and slowly began to observe it. First, he paid attention to the changes this might cause to his body, but as expected, there was little to nothing. His main pair of meridians were constructed from the third most durable material in all of existence. Even if there was trouble to be found, the nether chi certainly wouldn't cause it there. However, when he pulled the nether chi into his mind, his thoughts seemed to go blank for a moment. Boom! Ryu's soul broke into the true quintessence realm, completely out of his control. He was shocked by what happened, but he understood a moment later. Logically, this seemed to make sense. After all, didn't those Dao lords and sovereigns who had been stuck at the pinnacle of their worlds manage to see a path to breakthrough after coming into contact with ethereal chi? But this didn't feel like the same situation. For one, Ryu's soul was special. His cultivation realm didn't denote his strength because he could expand it beyond those limits. His soul might have been in the false quintessence realm, but it was easily stronger than most true sky gods, whether of the ninth heaven and plane or not. He was constantly pressing to push it past its limits so that he could have more room for growth, and it should still have some space. It didn't make sense to break through like that. Second, nether chi wasn't ethereal chi. It wasn't the mirror of real chi, it was more like a very specific antithesis that strode toward the same goal with entirely different means. So why had his soul just broken through when he didn't want it to? Chapter 1753. Not just yet. 1753. Not just yet. Ryu was baffled. Even after several moments, he hadn't managed to come up with a solid answer, and it was beginning to annoy him. He absolutely hated being suppressed like this. Part of the reason his personality had become so cold in his first life was because his constant inability to cultivate despite having the will and desire to was an attack on his mind every day. This situation didn't feel much different. The fact the other participants should be experiencing the same things should have comforted him, but it didn't. He was definitely, by far, the one being suppressed the most because he had lost all of his most powerful abilities. If he still had access to his full range, he would have comprehended this already. Nether chi. Ryu's eyes narrowed. First, he chose to take a step back. He was used to leaping over several bridges of logic and coming to an immediate conclusion. So this time, he would just have to cross each one of those bridges slowly. So, instead of trying to absorb more nether chi, he focused on the changes to his actual soul. What happened to his strength? Was a substantial leap? Did it regress? What about the limits of his spiritual chi? Did they increase, regress, stay the same? Ryu began to build a list of checkpoints, going through them one by one until he built a solid picture of what happened. That was when he realized something incredibly important. This wasn't normal cultivation. He had been trying to repair his soul. That meant that he hadn't been adding nether chi spiritual quintessence on top of his foundation. But rather, he was adding it to his foundation instead. This had clearly caused a great array of changes that he wasn't quite ready for. The nether chi, its boundaries, the amount of space it took up, etc., were all different from what he was used to. But it wasn't just the nether chi spiritual quintessence alone, but also its interaction with real chi spiritual quintessence. It somehow made his soul feel fuller. So that's what it is. Ryu finally settled on a conclusion, and he realized that this was only possible because he had a perfect black body. No one else could reform the foundation of their soul like this, not without suffering severe after effects. It seemed that the interaction and balance between real chi and nether chi had resulted in this effect. But there was still something Ryu didn't understand. Usually, he used chaos chi and turned it directly into spiritual quintessence. Chaos chi was categorized as a form of real chi, but it wasn't quite the same as what one might expect from it. Even further, Ryu didn't always use his chaos chi. Back when he had to hide his chaotic silk meridians at all costs, he would just absorb normal ambient real chi. He had never considered what changes this might cause to his spiritual quintessence. But now, he couldn't help but wonder. Had he been too random with what kind of chi he used to form his spiritual quintessence? Was there a real, tangible difference? What Ryu didn't know was that the only reason he could be so casual with what kind of chi he used was precisely because he had a perfect blackbody soul. His soul allowed him nigh endless flexibility in how it was used and how he applied its strength. This was the only reason this was possible. A dream wraith could never use real chi to form their spiritual quintessence, and a fairy or fae couldn't do that either. Ryu was slowly piecing this together, and he seemed to realize now that there were likely some aspects of the perfect blackbody that had still yet to be fully explored. It was either that or he had yet to come into contact with these truths, much like how the secrets of the chaotic silk meridians had been hidden from him as well. After some thought, Ryu continued to absorb nether chi and turn it into spiritual quintessence. His recovery was fast, and his cultivation continued to skyrocket. He just felt so full. His spiritual chi was almost bloated in a way he had never experienced before. He was used to it expanding nigh infinitely, but now it seemed to be showing some slight discomfort. Ryu realized that his spiritual chi had, indeed, shrunk. But by contrast, it was still far more powerful than it had been in the past. One strand of his spiritual quintessence was now worth triple of what it had been in the past, and that shocked Ryu, because he had only changed 20% of his spiritual chi. After some hesitation, Ryu pressed a hand to forehead and tore away another 30% of his soul. The excruciating pain hardly made his pupils constrict, as though he were forged by fire. Soon, his spiritual chi was half formed of nether chi spiritual quintessence and another half formed by real chi spiritual quintessence. The bloated feeling actually disappeared, as though this was the balance his spiritual sea had been chasing after all the while. Now, if before a strand of his spiritual quintessence had been worth 3, it was now worth 10. The shocking part about this was that this had nothing to do with his breakthrough into the true realm. These calculations were based on his deductions for how strong he would have been had his soul broken through the normal way. This change was shocking. To be worth 10 times as powerful, his soul, which could easily crush those a realm above now, could seem to easily do the same for 2 realms above now. Under these circumstances, even if he ran into another dream wraith now, even if he lacked in skill compared to them, he could easily brute force his way to stopping them. His mind felt clearer than it ever had before, and he realized that he wasn't finished just yet. Chapter 1754, Second Rate 1754. Second Rate. Ryu's attention turned to his internal matrix. His self-created method was built off the back of real chi alone. Even after all the changes to his soul, he hadn't touched it. But now, he felt a state of enlightenment coming that he couldn't suppress. The moment his gaze turned to the internal matrix, it was as though something had exploded in his mind. Waves of essence descended, forming a golden pillar as he lost himself in thought. He didn't even have time to register what level of enlightenment he had just triggered. He had already begun to tear apart his internal matrix and reform it. If he had gotten these many benefits from just the fusion of real chi and nether chi, didn't that mean if he split his spiritual sea into perfect thirds, incorporated ethereal chi as well, it would rise to another level? But this was just speculation. He didn't know for certain. What he did know, though, was that his internal matrix now had a lane for improvement he had simply never considered before. Vence would never expect that his last sinister action would actually be the impetus for Ryu to improve by leaps and bounds. Not only was his soul far stronger than it had been in the past, but he had touched upon something incredibly profound. The fact that Ryu didn't understand what Vence did or how he did it was a blow to his ego, but it was also a reminder of something clear. He wasn't perfect, yes. But this wasn't his main takeaway. What caught his attention even more was the fact that there were certain systems of cultivation and methods that he had never even seen. It could even be said that if any one of the methods of the Demon Kings appeared in the true martial world, they would be no different from taboo methods in that case. They were built upon fundamentally different realities, but there was a stark difference between taboo methods and demon methods. The former was suppressed by the heavens, not having enough faith to display their real power. The latter, however, was perfectly in tune with the heavens. And the weight that difference held was enormous. Ryu's mind shuddered, and a big bang seemed to echo through his mind. It felt like all the stars in the universe were reflecting in his eyes. The world felt so large and yet so small at the same time, as though it was resting in the palm of his hands. Nonetheless, he reconstructed his internal matrix entirely. This time, not only did he use nether chi, but he also used ethereal chi. It wasn't difficult for Ryu to get the ethereal chi he needed. He relied on his wife's primordial yin. He didn't need much at all, just enough to trigger the changes he needed and comprehend the slivers of things that were beyond him just moments before. His internal matrix began to strengthen considerably, shimmering as the only light of gold in the endless sea of black that was Ryu's spiritual sea. Before this change, Ryu's internal matrix was able to help him to exhibit the hollow form of a Tao 3 levels above his own. Now that he was in the true realm, this allowed him to exhibit at least the skeleton of an omniscient Tao. The problem with this was that it wasn't complete, and often it didn't allow him to maintain the full strength of a founding Tao either. As such, though it definitely made his Tao far sharper, it was still limited in what it could do and the result wasn't nearly as exaggerated as one might have hoped. But this stage was entirely different. Somehow, it felt more whole. Ryu couldn't just exhibit a skeleton now. His Tao was well and truly 3 stages above his own. His Tao, which was at the true grade, could now fully exhibit the strength of a founding Tao at the omniscient grade without losing any of its efficacy. The unfortunate part was that due to the suppression of the rotten sea, he couldn't access his inner world. As such, his internal matrix had returned to its original state. Even so, this still allowed him to exhibit the full scope of a founding Tao in the perfect grade. Even better than that, this perfect grade Tao that he could exhibit showed clear signs of surpassing the ceiling placed upon it by the heavens, peaking beyond the founding grade to a world beyond. When Ryu opened his eyes, his gaze flashed like lightning. The golden pillar of light around him was slowly dissipating, but that didn't stop him from spotting all the figures that had approached him during his meditation. He couldn't control what had happened. He had truly not wanted to miss that state of enlightenment. Truthfully, he knew this would happen. He just didn't give a damn. Ahead, a looming fire giant stood. Off to the side, there was an ash treant, its black bark and branches spreading out to encompass over a kilometer. To another side, there was an ice queen, one with a radiant blue crown above her head. All three were on Ryu's kill list. How convenient of you all to come to me. Ryu stood to his feet, stretching his neck. At that moment, the surrounding waters became incredibly still. His bloodline resonance stabilized, breaking through several tiers of control and forcing the heavy waters into submission. His huge breakthrough had brought his comprehension back to a level where it had been in the outside world. As far as he was concerned, this battle was already over. The second-rate geniuses weren't worthy of standing before him. They were lucky he had even graced them with his presence. That said, for their thoughts about his wife, they would have to die. The Ice Queen seemed to be instantly irritated by Ryu's words. A twin pair of small daggers appeared in her hands. I'm going to castrate you and flush that disgusting thing down your throat. Ryu sent her an indifferent glance. I hate to break it to you, but my wife quite likes that disgusting thing. I'll kill you, she roared. Important announcement below. Also, we're back, baby. Chapter 1755. Wealth 1755 Wealth. Ryu was speechless for a moment. This woman was actually so infuriated. What did she think husband and wife did, exactly? After a moment, despite the attack coming toward him, he began to laugh. Each wave of laughter caused another boom to echo across the black waters. Even without moving an inch, the Ice Queen was rebuffed and sent flying backward. The dichotomy between her fierceness and the result was so striking that the others didn't know how to react. Let's end this as quickly as possible, shall we? My patience for those with thoughts about my wife is lower than the ninth plane itself, and the price to pay is death. Ryu took a step forward and punched out 3 consecutive times. He aimed for each one of them just once, as though he couldn't be bothered to use more than a single attempt for them. The Ice Queen was in the worst position, her body having been sent flailing backward. Facing Ryu's sudden fist, she found it difficult to even stabilize herself first. Her thoughts were consumed by how fast she was moving backward despite the density of the waters. Were they truly still in the 7th layer? Bang, bang, bang. The Ice Queen crossed her arms, cracks of ice akin to fissures in space appearing before her in a vain attempt to block. The shield shattered instantly. Her daggers trembled for just a moment, managing to hold their form. But the rest of the energy traveled up her arms, shattering the lovely pair like broken glass and cracking ice. The fire giant had brought out a hammer of ages, one with a head as large as his own. When it swung down, the waters in its way didn't have the time to move. In the end, it looked as though the rotten sea had become a part of its strength. But in Ryu's eyes, this was just the very same trick Vence had used. It looked good, but it lacked substance, lacked strength. The moment the hammer and Ryu's fist aura collided, the former was blown out of the way, the rotten seas that had become part of its strength incorporating into Ryu's strength instead and gathering into an all-out assault on the fire giant's chest. Blood and bone exploded. The rotten sea absorbed them instantly, sapping it up and even latching onto the fire giant. The viciousness was akin to a parasite sinking into its prey. The ash treant seemed to be in the best condition, but this was only because it didn't seem to be a being of flesh and blood. Its branches and bark littered the waters. Despite how much of its body it used to block, it was like the energy of Ryu's fist was endless, breaking through them one after another. Ryu took a step forward, appearing amidst the constantly snaking branches of the treant. He moved with a fluidity that touched upon a realm these few demon kings had simply never seen. He appeared in front of its main trunk, stretching out a hand slowly and almost gently placing his palm on it. The ash treant froze. Afraid? Ryu asked softly. I really want to know, though, did an inconsequential plant like you really think it had a chance in this game? I've outcompeted even life partners before. Who do you think you are? A dull bang echoed. Ryu didn't even seem to put much strength into it. He had been suppressing how pissed off he was for a long while. Now that there was finally a string of individuals on his kill list right in front of him, how could he not lash out? Yana had a life partner herself. It was a black rose. But hadn't she chosen him in the end? This ash treant really thought too much of itself. No one could have any thoughts about his wives. Not even if they were life partners. Ryu vanished and appeared by the fire giant's hammer. It had lost control of it after the initial strike, and the blow to its chest only made it worse. He casually picked up the heavy weapon as though it weighed nothing at all. The flames that licked at his hands tried to rip him apart, but he was entirely unmoved. He took a glance at the fire giant struggling to stand to its feet. Trash! Bang! His wrist gently waved and the fire giant exploded. It wasn't even clear where the attack came from. It was as though Ryu had gained control of his spacetime soul nature once again and did the impossible, controlling even the inside of the fire giant's body. Ryu looked at the weapon and shrugged. The materials were decent enough. He was still a bit broke. Maybe he could make something out of it. Now that he thought about it, maybe he should be stealing the spatial rings of these geniuses. He had never got into such a habit because he was used to being rich. The last time he had stolen a spatial ring was probably way back when he participated in the Ember Clan's tournament. That was the day he had found the tome wrapped in human skin. He chuckled to himself, wondering how many had taken advantage of his kills over the year. But that was part of his pride. He didn't kill to rob people. He just killed people who pissed him off or were in his way. Sure, why not? Ryu spoke to himself as though the Ice Queen wasn't still alive. He waved a hand and the spatial rings of the Ash Tree Ant and the Fire Giant both came toward him. Surprisingly, the Fire Giant's was the only gigantic one. The Ash Tree Ant's spatial ring was of a normal size. It had clearly hidden it on one of its many branches. I do wonder, though, how does the Ash Tree Ant coordinate its attacks? It must be difficult to control that many limbs at once. The mental capacity of gods was exceptional, but that didn't mean it was infinite. Also, everything was relative. Sure, a true sky god would have a far greater mental capacity, but they also needed it. It served a purpose. The complexity of god-grade techniques were on another level entirely, not to mention what was needed to sustain god-level comprehensions and wield god-level weapons. It wasn't as though sky gods had a ton of excess mental space they just didn't use. Then, there was also the fact that the Ash Tree Ants had quite a number of branches from their youth as well. How did they control them back then? Worth exploring. Might be yet another path to improve my inner matrix. The Ice Queen was shivering with fury, trying to reform her arms and having decent success. The Ice Queen Demon King race looked quite a lot like humans did aside from the ice crown perpetually hovering above their heads and their unnaturally pale skin. However, their bodies were almost entirely constructed of the ice element. Due to this, so long as they had chi, healing from even the most grievous of injuries wasn't difficult at all. It was just unfortunate that it didn't matter. Ryu appeared before her. Finally, her eyes showed signs of panic. You can't kill me. I'm a woman. What kind of man are you? Yes, I can, Ryu replied simply. He flicked a finger, and her head and crown shattered. While it was true that she could replenish her body, that didn't mean it didn't come at a cost. She had put everything into trying to heal her arms because that was the only way she could have any hope of fighting back. But that also meant that her chi was completely diverted to the task as well. She was the easiest to kill of them all. Ryu took her spatial ring as well. He didn't waste any time. He picked the direction he sensed xianxia in and shot toward it, his speed blazing. It wouldn't take him more than a few dozen seconds to reach her. His speed was too fast. As he moved, he took a look at the rings and didn't find much interesting other than precisely what he was looking for: wealth. The three of them were quite rich. Their wealth piled into the tens of millions of mid-level true nether crystals. It was orders of magnitude beyond what Ryu had on him now since all his wealth was in the lower level of the kind. Other than that, there were just some secondary treasures and some life-saving measures. Even of the latter, there weren't many. Presumably because these three usually walked around with Dao guards. There were also some techniques, but Ryu had gotten used to using his own self-created methods. That said, they would be interesting reference. He spotted something interesting in the Ash Tree Ant's ring that made his lip curl. It was a technique, and it happened to be related to something he was just wondering about. Chapter 1756, Invincible 1756 Invincible. Ryu didn't have a chance to take a deep look at the technique. He had already arrived. This time, he found xianxia in a state of deep meditation, a frown pinching her delicate brows. She wasn't in any imminent danger, or so it seemed on the surface. But Ryu quickly found what the issue was. Her body was, indeed, stronger than his in this state. The problem was that she hadn't grasped bloodline resonance and her cultivation was much lower than those that would be able to reach this stage. Although she was advancing by leaps and bounds, she wasn't going to be able to make up for years of delayed cultivation in just a few days or even months. She had already missed the ideal window for fast progression, and now she was heavily relying on her talent and resources instead. Ryu wasn't worried about this because he was certain that he could help her to overcome that hurdle. But that wouldn't change the fact that this 7th layer was too much for her. He quickly rushed up and put a hand on her shoulder. It was only then that the pressure around xianxia finally alleviated and she let out a haggard breath. She collapsed into Ryu's arms, fainting. Her breathing became shallow and quick, her skin paling. Ryu felt a pang of guilt. He had brought her here before she was ready, and she had likely been here waiting for him. She had likely expected that he would quickly catch up. Instead, he had forced her to endure alone for over a half day. He picked her up into a cradle and dispelled all the black water around her. Her body finally fully relaxed, and her frown smoothed out, but judging by the erratic beating of her heart, she wasn't out of the woods just yet. Ryu only sighed a breath of relief after he realized that there was no immediate danger to her life. In fact, he realized that although this situation was dangerous, she had benefited quite a bit. Her skin was covered in droplets of impurities, likely forced out thanks to the tremendous pressure she had been under. Ryu carefully cleansed her body, controlling a pulse of ice chi to freeze them over and shatter them. From what Ryu could see, after xianxia left this place and gained access to real chi once more, she would be able to take a straight shot right into the perfect sky god realm at the very worst. It wasn't just this, but the pressure also forced her fire dragon side into a more active role, and more shocking than that, Ryu actually began to sense other dragon bloodlines in her body. That was when it hit Ryu. If xianxia had a fire dragon bloodline hidden inside of her, why wouldn't the other bloodlines, suppressed through her lineage, not be there as well? He sensed aspects of wind, water, earth. There were even traces of rarer dragons, like spatial dragons, in her blood. They were, obviously, much weaker than her crystal dragon bloodline, but this was an analysis Ryu made based on their quantity, not their quality. Ryu grinned. This had nothing to do with him. xianxia had realized that if she used her crystal dragon bloodline as the main pillar, forcing these other bloodlines into subservience was possible. Wasn't this exactly what Ryu had done after he gained xianxia's primordial yin? Back then, when his master taught him bloodmancy, it still wasn't enough to corral his bloodlines entirely. So, he took advantage of the crystal dragon's ability to control, increasing his hold on them. Ultimately, he was able to exhibit some more control over his blood. Of course, now, his methods of controlling his bloodline were far more profound. It could be said his method of relying on his inner world was the best method ever created. He had directly stripped the bloodlines of all their fate, allowing them to exhibit their power directly. While losing their fate weakened them somewhat individually, because they were fused as one, the ultimate result was far better. In addition, as Ryu continued to accumulate faith, he could use it to bolster his inner world. In the end, he would even be able to make them even stronger individually than they were in the past. And once they fused, well, he would become a true monster. xianxia was taking a similar path but through a completely different method. And, because of the nature of her path, she might be able to succeed in using conventional methods alone. At some point in the past, the crystal dragons were the only race of dragons that all others listened to. Even the fire dragons listened to their advice. That meant that faith-wise, these bloodlines were already inclined to give deference to xianxia's blood. This meant that if xianxia could refine this method, her bloodlines wouldn't clash and force the others into suppression. It would be their natural state to harmonize. This, obviously, meant that xianxia wouldn't need an inner world like Ryu did to keep things orderly. Of course, this was all just the ideal result. It would still be up to xianxia to strengthen her comprehension of her crystal dragon bloodline sufficiently so that it could keep all these other bloodlines in line. But once she succeeded, Ryu almost burst into a booming laughter. If it wasn't for the fact his wife was in a deep sleep, he truly would have. He already had one Tao god for a wife. In his opinion, he wouldn't be satisfied until they all were. He wouldn't leave a single one of them behind. Ryu continued to carry xianxia in his arms and rushed ahead. This time, he didn't use embryonic chi to speed up her recovery. This was an important crossroads for xianxia. Sure, using embryonic chi now would heal her quickly. But Ryu felt that she would have far more room for enlightenment while her body was still a battlefield. As she slowly resolved it herself, she would improve by leaps and bounds. This environment also happened to be the most perfect for bloodline improvements. Once she succeeded in reaching a new baseline, only then would Ryu give her embryonic chi. At that point, not only would it solidify her improvements, it would help them tend toward greater perfection. Now, let's find Empana. Ryu began to send out pulses of bloodline resonance. The geniuses in this place were too spaced apart, so it was hard to find them. Though the region was narrower, there were also far fewer participants. Ryu finally sensed a person. He wasn't sure if it was Empana because the distance was too far, but he could only go one by one in this situation. So, he set off. As he did so, he turned his attention back to the xianxia method. It was such a fundamental technique of the race that it didn't even have a name. It was a lot like the martial arts that Ryu practiced as a youth. But as Ryu read, he was completely blown away. Ryu was almost never impressed. It took his master finding his wife across countless world barriers before he even acknowledged her. It wasn't that there weren't people that could do what he couldn't. It was more, so that it was rare for him to come across someone he didn't think could only do so because they had more years of cultivation than himself. Ryu always felt that he could accomplish more than others should the circumstances be the exact sum. Though, he acknowledged that the world was fair. But this was truly impressive. In the outside world, the xianxia were bristling with rage at the fall of their genius. There were only 3 xianxia that had made it so far, and Ryu actually killed one of them so easily. It was nothing short of a humiliation. But when they saw him reading their technique, their reaction wasn't furious at all. That was because this technique fell into a rare category. It was a technique that was both a core method of the xianxia, and yet one that they never bothered to try to put restrictions over. Not only could any xianxia practice it and even carry a copy regardless of status, the technique had been passed on so far and wide that every demon clan had a copy in the 9th plane. Even the weaker ones. It was simply a technique which, even if one came to comprehend it, it wouldn't make a difference because it was entirely reliant on the unique body of the xianxia. On top of that, even other lesser xianxia couldn't make use of this technique because the requirements were too high. As such, this was a unique technique. They could only sneer at Ryu's actions. He'd have better odds looking at what the other 2 might have been carrying. Ryu had no idea what the xianxia were thinking, nor did he give a damn. Because the moment he saw this technique, his heart was practically beating out of his chest. This was the method. I will use this to bring my close combat to an all-new level. If I accomplish this and succeed in improving my Dao the way I want, it should be almost impossible for anyone beneath Dao Lord to even scratch me. The fierce glow in Ryu's eyes could burn a world down. He could finally take strides toward that ideal he had dreamed of since he was a child. One day, he would be invincible. Chapter 1757, How? 1757 How? The technique was shocking, and though Ryu didn't know what the xianxia were thinking, if he did know, he would feel that their assessment wasn't entirely wrong. Just on its surface, this technique was nigh impossible to use for anyone without both exception soul talent and the body of an xianxia. Due to the former reason, xianxia of weaker stock were unable to use this technique. While due to the latter, even geniuses of other races were out of luck. The reason this technique was so difficult was because of one reason: it was created based on chaos. Of course, this was chaos as related to the chaos plane, but rather chaos in reference to the scientific principle. Ryu was shocked by the scientific advancements of the humans he had seen in those other worlds. Whether sacrum or the true martial world, neither progressed down this path. However, that didn't mean that Ryu wasn't aware of some scientific principles even if he didn't necessarily look at them like science. For example, Ika's Dao. It was based on quantum mechanics, and Ryu understood what he was seeing the moment she used it the first time. In this case, it was yet another principle that he understood perfectly, that being the so-called 3-body problem. Though Ryu also didn't refer to it this way. He simply knew it was lowercase chaos. The 3-body problem, described simply, was essentially the scientific principle that when there were 2 large bodies in space, both with gravity acting upon each other, it was simple to create a predictive model of where they would end up a long way into the future. However, once a 3rd body was added, everything changed. In a 3-body system, you could reach an initial state of what was known as chaos. Even small changes to the starting position could lead to drastic changes. The best way to think of a 3-body problem was a double-jointed pendulum. It had 3 points, each of which would move independently and force change onto the system. The technique of the tree ant worked precisely on this chaotic nature of three bodies. When the technique was active, their branches began to move in unpredictable patterns that were nigh impossible to block or dodge because they wouldn't follow the usual battle cadences. As a result, reaching their most vulnerable trunk was practically impossible. Of course, this was all built on the principles of nether chi, which used destruction to reach its goals, something that was perfect for lowercase chaos. There was an obvious question here. If it was the three-body problem, then why could only the tree ants use it? After all, even though most humanoid species only had 2 arms, they had 2 legs as well. If they were close combat specialists, wouldn't this be enough? There were several issues with this. First, most humanoids weren't close combat experts to begin with. In this cruel world, going into battle without a weapon was like putting your hand on a silver platter. Most couldn't afford to casually lose limbs like the tree ant race without a care in the world. Second, the three-body problem was only named as such because it was the simplest form of chaos. There existed a 4-body problem, a 5-body, and so on, each one exponentially more complex than the last. To a mortal, deciphering a 3-body problem mid-battle was impossible. To sky gods, though, it might as well have been as easy as reading the pages of a book. There was a reason that Ryu had been able to so casually reach the heart of the ash tree ant and kill it in a single blow. The number of body problems the ash tree ant could form wasn't enough to surpass Ryu's calculative abilities, even while he was suppressed. As such, progressing through this technique of the ash tree ants required continuously raising the body problem standards of the user. 4 limbs simply weren't even remotely enough. Then there was a third and final problem, and this one was likely the most obvious: humanoids like Ryu had joints to worry about. How could they use such a chaotic technique? What made the 3-body problem so potent was that the bodies involved could end up anywhere at any time. But Ryu and other humanoids were limited by their own bodies. Due to joints, there was a limited range of movement that Ryu could exhibit, and if he went too far beyond them, he would end up snapping his own arms and legs in half. He could even kill himself if he wasn't careful. The tree ants, by extension, had no such worries. The flexibility of their branches was endless, and even if they snapped, they didn't care. They could just grow more. This was why the ash tree ants were the only race in existence that could use this technique. It wasn't like others hadn't tried to think of workarounds. For example, using flying weapons or formations instead. But the issue with that approach was that using this chaos method put such a great weight on the mind to being with. If you were also diverting your attention to control things that weren't direct attachments to your body, how much greater would the pressure on your mind be? Ultimately, it wasn't even worth the exchange. You would end up with a far weaker product than what you started with. However, Ryu had something that the true marital world didn't have: visualizations. Not only did he have visualizations, but he also happened to have the perfect tree for exactly this process. Of all the trees in existence, the immortal Sakura probably had the largest branch-to-trunk ratio, with its trunk being short and stumpy compared to the rest. The obvious issue, though, was just as was stated above. Even if Ryu had a powerful soul, which of the Demon King geniuses didn't? If he had to use this technique and a visualization at the same time, even he would run into a wall. So how? Chapter 1758. Bastardized 1758. Bastardized Ryu wasn't a fool, nor did he overestimate himself due to his own bravado. The ash tree ants weren't just some throwaway race of beings. They were demon kings, existences on the same level as the martial gods in terms of power and influence. If their techniques could be circumvented just through some lower world methods and a powerful soul talent, they would have never been so lax in letting it spread to begin with. The perfect blackbody soul wasn't the only top-tier soul talent with large reserves of stamina. In fact, it wasn't even that was the easiest to cultivate in this regard. Sure, Ryu had great soul stamina, but it was at the cost of heavy efforts and long cultivation. Given the amount of energy he had absorbed through self-created pills and his new soul cultivation method, he should have long since had a perfect soul at the very worst. This was because the perfect blackbody soul's main ability wasn't the stamina it granted, but rather its flexibility and durability. Thus its namesake. By contrast, there were other souls out there that specialized in stamina and large spiritual Cs specifically. And though visualizations weren't common throughout the true martial world, how often did the best geniuses travel to lower worlds to temper themselves? Could it be that Sacrum was the only one that had grasped this form of soul control? Did no one at least have anything analogous or close? With these measures alone, Ryu could certainly become one of the very best non-Ash treants in the usage of this technique. But the effort to output ratio would always be terrible for him, no matter what. Even if he grew to surpass the best Ash treant there was, because he finally climbed beyond the limits of this world, it still wouldn't matter. He would still be losing out and there would always be better techniques to use. Not to mention the fact he was a long way from accomplishing that to begin with. But Ryu truly did have something that no other existence had. An internal matrix that would do all the calculations for him. Ryu didn't need to burden his soul with the calculations. He could entirely focus on sustaining the immortal Sakura visualization. After some modification, its enhancement to his close combat abilities would be monumental. Not only would he be able to have one of the best defensive abilities in existence, but he would likewise fuse it with one of the strongest. This wasn't all either. Ryu was already thinking of methods of making the three-body problem more complex. The immortal Sakura would be an extension of his soul. If he incorporated aspects of spacetime into it as well, what would happen to this technique? He definitely wasn't the first to think of this. With so many geniuses among the Ash treants, there were certainly some of them that had space affinities as well, maybe even time affinities, though Ryu doubted that there'd be both. However, Ryu didn't care about others at the moment because the synergies he was thinking only continued to become more wild. He had been able to incorporate his Phoenix heavenly patterns into his visualizations for a long while already. That would definitely be an extra added boost as well. He had been making large strides to combine his talents into one single path for a long while, and it was clear that his progress in this facet was simply immaculate. He had yet to do much other than memorize the Ash treant technique, and had yet to begin figuring out how to have his inner matrix take the load for him, but the thoughts of what he could accomplish alone were truly shocking even to him. Ryu continued to search, but he couldn't seem to find Empana. He had already run into several individuals by now, but not a single one of them was him. He didn't even bother to interact with most of them, and as for those on his kill list, they died likely without even knowing who attacked them. Ryu simply pocketed their treasures and then moved along, not feeling much of a burden as the experts on the outside continued to grind their teeth. This human had truly stomped on their pride again and again, and there was nothing they could do about it. There was no doubt that news of this would spread far and wide across the ninth plane, and some of them were even thinking of killing everyone here to stop such a thing. However, they couldn't go so far, not yet. At the very least, they got some sick comfort thinking of what had happened to Empana. Looking at Ryu searching around like this, they all couldn't help but release dark sneers. Ryu continued to search, and another hour ticked by without any progress. That was when he spotted it. He almost ignored it because it didn't register as a living being, but the shape of it caught him off guard. Ryu appeared the object and with he illuminated the surroundings, he found Empana's corpse. It was missing a leg and both arms. His eyes were still open wide, and the rotten seas were compressing down around his remains. Ryu's gaze narrowed. He didn't know Empana very well, and he didn't very much care about his death itself. But this was a man he had designs on, even having plans for the future. Who dared to kill his property? Ryu's gaze flashed with a dangerous light, and he was about to leave when he noticed something else. He's not dead. Is this a special ability of the lizard demons? It seemed similar to shedding skin, except Empana was doing it with his whole body and his soul. If he had to describe it in a single line, it was like a bastardized version of the Phoenix's rebirth, but not nearly as glorious nor as effective. And Empana had used it at the worst time because it was for the sake of survival and nothing else. Chapter 1759. Brighter 1759. Brighter Empana clearly hadn't been as lucky as Selhira was, but that ironically might have been because, unlike Selhira, he could actually walk around. The result of that was him running into enemies he could defeat and suffering for it. Though, honestly speaking, that could be just about anyone in this place. Making it to the 7th layer definitely meant that you were exceptionally powerful amongst that group of geniuses, so there were simply no safe zones around here. The moment you ran into someone, if you didn't have the strength to protect yourself, you would be finished. This was probably also the reason why Ryu had only been surrounded by 3 geniuses instead of a dozen or more. After sensing the golden pillar, many probably realized that they were too far away to be among the first to get there, and there was too much to risk by trying, anyway. It was better if they searched for opportunities elsewhere. That was especially the case since, unlike Ryu, moving around would definitely get them targeted by beasts as well. It could be said that xianxia was also very lucky in this regard. Or at the very least, she had grasped just enough bloodline resonance to keep her body protected and mask her aura. Ryu reached down and placed a hand on Empana's forehead, confirming what he had already known. His soul was definitely still buried deep in there, and his body was in a quasi-state of rebirth. All of his organs had shut down or ruptured. Even his heart had been completely shattered. There was only a small kernel of life deep within. It would have been easily missed if it wasn't for the fact that this was exactly what Ryu was looking for. Once again, some droplets of embryonic chi would have probably done the trick, but much like xianxia, Ryu sensed something curious. The methods of the lizard demons were clearly much weaker than the phoenix's. This bloodline talent should be based on skin shedding, or something similar. It was designed to be likely used just once in their lifetime, and rather than a holistic change, it was targeted as more of a bloodline change. Comparatively speaking, the phoenix's rebirth was exactly that, a true rebirth. Ryu even speculated that a great deal of embryonic chi might be involved in the talent as well. Though he was unconscious at the time, so he had no way of confirming. He had seen his father's rebirth before, but he hadn't even been able to approach at the time. Even if he had used his spiritual sense, his soul would have been burnt to ash. What was interesting about this was the fact this skin-shedding rebirth of sorts had almost perfect synergy with the rotten seas. The trouble was that because Empana hadn't triggered it in optimal condition, he was moments from dying. In fact, though he was fighting now, had Ryu found him a few hours later, his death would have truly been inevitable. This was truly unfortunate for Empana. Even in comparison to the lizard demons, his talent was poor. That was why he looked so much like a human and had so few lizard demon features. That likely meant that he hadn't even awakened this talent until this very moment. But luckily for him, he had Ryu. Rather than pulling out a pill or something of the sort, Ryu decided to take a different approach. He would see how much fight Empana truly had in him. Triggering his bloodline resonance, Ryu began to slowly weaken the pressure around Empana, allowing his body to breathe a bit. Part of the reason Empana couldn't find a path out of this mess was precisely because the pressure in the 7th layer was far too much. So instead of helping him out directly, Ryu took this path instead. Much like xianxia, if Empana could accomplish this on his own, the result would be far more favorable. Ryu wasn't in a rush to go anywhere. If he descended to the 8th layer right now, he would be letting those on his kill list off. He highly doubted that much more than a handful, if any at all, would be able to enter the 8th layer. That meant that the 7th layer was his last opportunity to catch them all in one place. In that case, why not take his time to help out his wife and his new summon? This wasn't entirely a waste of his time, either. Setting aside the fact that Empana would become a part of his fighting strength in the future, this was the first time Ryu would get to witness a rebirth up close. Of course, once again, it was nowhere near as close to a real rebirth as the Phoenix's talent was, but that didn't mean that it didn't have its own merits. Not only would this help him to understand much more about Empana's body, which would help him increase this lizard demon's strength into the future. It would also be an opportunity for him to deepen his Tao and comprehension of the world. Ryu continued to lower the pressure. He could feel that the will in Empana's heart was still incredibly strong. Even until the last moment, he refused to give in. The lizard demon had no idea what was happening around him at all, but that didn't mean he wouldn't take advantage. Even so, it wasn't until Ryu had lessened the pressure to what was on the 2nd layer that an equilibrium was finally reached. Finally, Empana began to make some progress forward in his rebirth, latching onto the chance like a thirsting man in the desert to water. The process was slow, and though Ryu could have weakened the pressure even further to help speed it up, he didn't do so. In fact, at a certain point, he began to weaken his bloodline resonance, increasing the pressure around Empana once more. As Ryu observed, his eyes glowed brighter and brighter. Chapter 1760. Boon 1760 Boon. Truly fascinating, it wasn't just flesh and bone being regenerated. It felt like Ryu was watching the recreation of a race. But what was even more shocking than this was the fact that this race was also mutating at the same time. It was practically like watching the constellations change in the skies. It was truly that fantastical. Aside from this, he had already been impressed by Empana's Tao heart before, but now it was as bright as day. Enduring this kind of near-death experience and crawling back, albeit slowly, wasn't something most could do. In fact, Almost no one could do it. It was like the first time Ryu came in contact with the divine chains of the martial gods. Except even then, his subconscious knew that it was an effect of the chains and not reality. Yet it had still taken a moment for him to pull himself out of that state. What Empana was going through was very much real, and yet he was still clawing and biting. Ryu could almost sense a savage, demonic nature coming from him. One that was one part unbridled rage, and another part almost psychotic and primal, in a way. Ironically, Ryu was learning a lot more about temperament while observing this than anything else. He could almost watch as Empana's tendencies and personality were being baked into himself, how his bloodlines were trying to force him to act in a certain way. More interesting than that, he could see exactly what aspects of his bloodline were forcing it, and exactly how the mutations were either enhancing or weakening them. As the hours ticked by, Ryu had slowly raised the pressure back up the 6th layer. Empana's progress was still moving forward at the pace of a snail, but the fact he could withstand the 6th layer on his own now spoke volumes about the kind of progress he was making. His body still looked like it was in pieces. His limbs were still missing, his skin was still cracked and riddled with wounds, even his soul was still trapped in a layer of hidden runes that he had yet to manage to shed. However, Ryu could feel his vitality coming in greater and greater surge, and by this point, the observers on the outside and also come to notice exactly this as well. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Most didn't have an understanding of talents so far up the plains. But those that did soon explained what was likely happening, causing the entire atmosphere to sink. It wasn't that Empana was alive that really pissed them off. They didn't care whether this lizard demon lived or died. It wasn't even that they had hoped to see Ryu in despair, either. After his initial reaction to Empana's state, it was clear that he didn't have deep feeling for this lizard demon. The main issue they were all thinking of was, how was Ryu using bloodline resonance so easily and so continuously? It was clear that Ryu had managed to have an unfathomable breakthrough. They had been worried about it before, but seeing the actual result left their expressions twisted and ugly. Ryu slowly increased the pressure until it returned to the 7th layer. Then he let go. He sat there in silence, knowing that this was where things would truly begin to ramp up. While he was using bloodline resonance, he had no choice but to suppress the actual effects of the rotten sea. Due to that, Empana was only getting small segments of the surrounding waters. Now, however, he was truly basking in the pressure of the rotten seas and getting a full baptism. Almost instantly, the cracks across his body began to glow a bright red. His progress suddenly accelerated and his bloodline was tempered again and again. Ryu's eyes narrowed because he could sense something ancient awakening in Empana's bloodline. Ryu had already said that he didn't believe the lizard demons descended from dragons, but he was inclined to believe that they had descended from some powerful snake beasts of the past, and maybe even the world serpent. The rivalry between the dragons and world serpents was well known. It was so deeply ingrained that, even after the world serpents became the bone serpents, it was still a grudge that remained. It was said that the world serpents were the largest beasts in all of existence, known for having bodies that would wrap all the way around entire worlds at their peak. It was also said that even as children, they had worlds inside their bellies, allowing them to devour any and all things. They were insatiable creatures, and rather than wrapping around a world, it was more accurate to say that they swallowed them whenever they got the chance. Just now, Ryu had sensed a hint of that devouring character coming from Empana. How could he not react to it? However, it was clear that this devouring character was mutated and seemed to also be tailored toward flames. Ryu didn't care. This was a huge change, and an unexpected boon at that. He had never told anyone, but he had a theory for why it was that dragons won their battle, and it wasn't that the world serpents were weaker. The world serpents were a creature very much hated. They threw off the balance of worlds and their karma was absolutely terrible. Even before they became demons, they were well known as such. In their prime, the world serpents might have been even stronger than the dragons. Their abilities were more shared across their species, so they had larger numbers of experts working on refining the same path. By contrast, the dragons had countless variations within themselves. If Ryu could awaken a world serpent, at least in part, this would be a huge boon. Boom! There was a sudden bang. That came from Empana's stomach and Ryu's eyes began to shine as bright as stars. He had actually done it. He had formed the world-devouring stomach. Chapter 1761, Me. 1761 Me. The world-devouring stomach was obviously one of the greatest talents of the world serpents. In fact, It was to the world serpents what the lightning seed was to the Qilins, or rebirth was to the phoenixes. This world-devouring talent was clearly incomplete, and was only capable of dealing with flames, but that didn't change just how shocking it was. Just by virtue of its existence, Empana had actually gained far more immunity against flames than even Ryu's rebirth flame allowed. It was truly shocking. Just with this alone, it was clear that Empana's gains were excellent. In this regard, Ryu could only sigh. If they didn't suppress his inner world, he could have allowed his other summon to appear as well. Her gains would likely be just as great, if not more so, because her foundation was deeper than Empana's. While her Dao heart was definitely weaker than the lizard demon's, it wasn't by a large amount. He could tell that she was certainly strong of will as well. But there was no use crying over spilt milk. There was still some time. Maybe if he made it to the 9th layer, he could make a breakthrough that would shake him free of this suppression entirely. Once that happened, he would truly be able to take his summons to another level. Or, maybe, if I understand this rotten sea deeply enough, it's possible that I could replicate it in my inner world. But such a thing is certainly easier said than done. This is a world capable of suppressing even my eyes. Even if I can replicate it, at least in the interim, it won't be as powerful as I would like it to be. As Ryu thought about this, Empana was undergoing another world of changes. In order to withstand the existence of the world-devouring stomach, it was impossible for his body to remain the same. Just by virtue of gaining a world within himself, he was being forced to grow stronger just to fight back against the drain it had on him. It also had to be remembered that the world serpents were beasts. This meant that their cultivation system was entirely built from the body. So, when Ryu said, stomach, he meant so literally. It wasn't just hovering around in a similar location, but it was truly in his stomach, right above the location of his dantian. It seemed that Empana was undergoing a similar evolution to Selhira, though not completely analogous. The difference was that while Selhira was a beast becoming more human, Empana was a demon becoming more beast. A true one-to-one comparison would be if Empana had been a human instead. But that made observing the result all the more interesting. The inner organs were the location of the 7 corporeal souls. Watching the evolution and change was a true boon to Ryu, and he felt that his understanding of the world was deepening in ways he could have never imagined before. Empana's eyes suddenly flashed open, a radiant light coming from them. The first thing Ryu noticed was that his eyes were now slit. Of the lizard demons, Empana was the most human-like due to his weak bloodline. But now, it was impossible to look at his eyes and not feel as though a true demon was staring into your soul. That might have been the first thing Ryu noticed, but that was only because before this, he had witnessed the growth of something far more shocking. Empana's lower legs had been mostly blown off by his previous battle, but now it was replaced with a long snake tail. Each one of its crimson scaled reflected as though they held a world of burning fire within, though this was mostly an illusion. Another obvious change was Empana's sheer size. In the past, he had been even shorter than Ryu. But now, Ryu looked up as Empana stood in the waters. He stumbled a bit, not understand exactly what was happening. When he tried to use his legs, he realized that there was only a single one. He felt a bit downcast, but recovered quickly. It wasn't impossible to regrow a limb, it was just that the cost skyrocketed depending on your cultivation level. It would cost a breath of air, given his current wealth, to repair the limb of a mortal. But a perfect sky god like him, even given his poor talent, it simply wasn't something he could afford. Since those below Dao God couldn't fly on the 9th plane, that would make his life even more troublesome. But he had fought through far worse with far less power at his disposal. He felt like he could accomplish anything. That was when it hit Empana. Why didn't he feel any pain? His mind had been consumed by this pain for the last several days. It felt like he was constantly clawing back from the jaws of hell, but the devils wouldn't let him free. But now he felt good. Ryu's lip curled as Empana finally realized his situation. At this moment, Empana stood even taller than a fire giant of his cultivation level. He loomed at 20 meters tall and his body's strength was so powerful that his heartbeat resonated like a clap of thunder in Ryu's ears. His face and upper body were still humanoid and attractive by the same standards, but his tail had become a looming monstrosity that would shake even the oldest ancestors of the lizard demons to their very core. If he stood on the tip of his tail instead of the flat of it, he would have been at least 30 meters tall. Empana looked down at himself and then noticed Ryu. Realizing the size disparity between the two, he felt his heart lurch into his throat. When he finally felt his own current power, his eyes glazed over in shock, his body and heart trembling despite his Tao heart. This is me. His words lingered in the dark sea. Chapter 1762. Tired of calm. 1762. Tired of calm. Ryu smiled, looking at this scene with satisfaction. This was about barely enough to be worthy of being his summon. Empana with this strength in his Tao heart was bound to be a true monster. It was likely that even now, there were very few left in the rotten sea that could match up to him. If Ryu was correct, it was likely only that Black Thunder Wraith, Wanakai and one other he had a memory of that could do so. This still wasn't enough, in Ryu's opinion. These three were excellent talents, but they still weren't considered to be the true monsters of the Demon Kings. Those would be existences like his wife and others who didn't even show up today. But it was a decent start. As for what would make Ryu satisfied, well, he had not a single care in the world for the standards of the true martial world. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of the world, to soar across existence and find his wife, to protect his loved ones from any and all things, his goals had to be beyond this. And by extension, those that he wanted to make a part of his power likewise had to be beyond. Until Empana could crush Tao gods and look down on them with impunity, he wouldn't be satisfied. And it was likely that even then, he would be looking toward an even taller peak. Let's go, Ryu said. I'm sure that now you can move around on your own. Empana blinked, still in a stunned state of shock. But eventually, he nodded as well, following Ryu, who had already shot off into the distance. Empana was slowly beginning to recall his memories of what had happened. As he did so, he realized that if not for Ryu's timely appearance, this would have been the place he died. He hadn't expected that his family core talent would awaken in his to begin with. His talent was far too low, but for it to have such a shocking resonance with the rotten sea was even more shocking to him. The sad part was that even if he returned home and told his people of this, what difference would it make? Most couldn't even survive on the 7th plane without being crushed by the pressure, let alone the 9th plane, or even further the 7th layer of this rotten sea. And even if they could, how many of them had awakened this talent? Most would never, and even further than that, his family had disappointed him a great many times, the last of which was when they took the side of his stepmother instead of himself. Those blind fools chose her simply because she had a pure bloodline. How much more did he need to prove to them? Was making it into an 8th plane sect not enough? Grievances began to bubble up in Empana's heart, but he forced them down. Ryu came to a stop, and the trio stood before the 8th layer's barrier. Xianxia had lazily shifted to Ryu's back, having awakened a few times in the last few days, but also having gone to sleep soon afterward pretty much like clockwork. Ryu had always read stories of how much dragons like to sleep, and after seeing his mother-in-law sleep to the point of becoming a mountain, and now his wife, he realized that these stories were true. Xianxia would often vanish for months at a time when he was in the Radiant Star sect. He hadn't actually thought much about it because he, too, disappeared a lot. But he wondered if that was because she was busy sleeping all the time. He chuckled to himself at the thought when Xianxia suddenly bit his earlobe. Her little temper tantrum made him laugh harder. I'll give you the opportunity to vent, Empana, Ryu suddenly said. Ryu didn't explain. Instead, he took out yet another blood crystal. This time, the entire 7th layer was illuminated. It shimmered so brightly that it was impossible that those around didn't spot it. And just like clockwork, several powerful existences zoomed over, striding over large distances. This time, no one cared about the danger. They had been stuck in the 7th layer for too long, their bodies were tired and many were giving up hope on ever entering the 8th. Back when Ryu's golden pillar descended, there were far fewer existences in this layer, and the risk also wasn't worth it, especially not for something they weren't sure of the origin of. For all they knew, a powerful creature had just spawned. But this time, there was no mistaking what it was. It was clearly a blood crystal. Not only did they know exactly what it was, they were also aware that this was their only chance to make it to the 8th layer. Succeeding in such a thing could change their entire lives. Maybe they, too, would be named among the truly monstrous geniuses. There you have it, Empana. How about you show the world the new you? Empana trembled and clenched his fists. In the crowd of surging geniuses, he spotted a shadow moving through the waters. He practically didn't hear Ryu's words at all. All he remembered was this supposed genius sneaking up on him and then slowly torturing him to death for hours on end. He remembered every cut, every fracture, every sadistic chuckle and laugh. As his fury rose, so too did the water's temperature. Empana suddenly unleashed a furious roar that echoed across the blackened water. His rage froze several individuals, but that didn't mean that he came to a stop at all. His tail suddenly lashed out more by instinct than anything else, and 3 of the Demon King geniuses shattered into a rain of blood and gore that was quickly soaked up by the rotten seas. Empana grabbed at the air and flamed, seemed to head his call. He didn't need Ryu's urging. He was tired of being calm. He truly wanted to kill. Chapter 1763. Young Miss 1763. Young Miss. The location was the Dream Wraith domain. As fantastical as their name was, their territory was much less of the sort. In fact, it looked quite plain and ordinary, at least on the surface. There were no obvious displays of wealth, no regions of awe-inspiring and shocking feats of architecture, no powerful auras blanketing any and everything. But this was the view of a layman. When one opened their mind's eye, it was like a completely different world would open up to them, the kind of world that both literally and figuratively could only appear in one's dreams. While the dream wraiths sat in meditation, taking up simple cabins that made the world think them to be frugal monks seeking enlightenment, in their minds they had left to enter an entirely different world. It could be said that it was because of the existence of this world that the dream wraiths were so secure. Unless one could enter this world, shaking the foundation of the dream wraiths was essentially impossible. It was inside this world that all the fantastical sights could be found. The clouds were an array of various shades of violet, from the darkest hues of near black to the brightest of near pink. These clouds wrapped tightly around mountains that hovered seemingly in the air. But if one looked down, it could be seen that there was truly nothing at all left in the bottom of these mountains. It was like they were the entire world to begin with. Rivers flowed through the air. Snow fell on one mountain range while cherry blossoms rained down on another. Delicate showers of rain fell on another while a fragrant, pink wind surrounded another. The sights to see were endless and didn't seem to follow any real laws. Sometimes dream wraiths that walked around would suddenly vanish and appear elsewhere as though they were masters of space. There didn't seem to be a rhyme or reason to anything, but it was precisely this that made this hidden world of the dream wraiths so mystical and legendary. It was through this very world that a messenger rushed through, blinking and vanishing several times. But when he found that he couldn't find who he was looking for in one location, he would flicker and vanish to another. This entire world was formed by a hive mind. The more powerful you were, the more locations you could appear in at any given time. There were some existences that even chose to experience several parts of this world at the same time, basking in a delicate spring rain and beautiful pink blossoms at the same time. Sometimes these existences wouldn't even leave their consciousnesses behind, meaning that even finding them was like talking to a brick wall. Almost like their clone was programmed to do just one thing and that thing alone. Trying to get it to do anything else was an impossible task. Most of the time, these powerful existences did this as a method of quickly replenishing focus chi. It was a cheat code of sorts, and it was a rare ability that only dream wraiths had. As far as they knew, there was no other race in existence with such abilities, which was also why they could spend the longest time in seclusion as well, because many of them were never truly only in seclusion. As one part of them was progressing their cultivation path, another part was enjoying life. This was the beauty of the dream wraith hidden world, but it was also exceptionally frustrating when you definitely needed to find someone. Because it was a hive mind, so long as someone was connected to it, anyone so long as they were powerful enough could find out exactly where they were and what they were doing. But unfortunately, if this person had also separated their minds into several pieces, it didn't matter if you knew where they were if, where there were, was answered in a million different locations. It was unfortunate that this wasn't even an exaggeration. Some powerhouses of the dream wraiths truly did split themselves up into so many pieces. Not only that, but they disguised themselves as various identities, and sometimes even objects themselves. For all you knew, in this world, a bench you sat on might end up being a Tao god. It only made it more frustrating because this Tao lord wasn't even looking for anyone in particular. He just needed someone of adequate standing to report to. Fuck, am I really going to have to? He really didn't want to because of the variables it might lead to. Although the Tao Sovereign Elder hadn't said as much in so many words, did he need it to be spoken aloud? The reality couldn't have been more obvious. But if he spent months trying to find the people he was looking for, what good would reporting do him? In the end, he sighed and flashed and vanished. When he appeared again, he was standing outside a gated courtyard beautiful beyond compare. The gates were golden and perfectly polished to the point they were almost blinding to look at. However, he forced himself to ignore the beauty as he reached for a golden bell and rang it. At that moment, a beauty dressed in white appeared. Her eyes were a deep red and her hair flowed like a black river, its luster shocking to an extreme. "Young Miss May," the Tao Lord spoke. May stared back, looking into his eyes, but seemingly not hearing his words at all. No matter who it was, so long as you were beneath the monarch ranks of the sky god realms, Tao Lords deserved respect. But there was only so much that one could do when the sky god in question was the treasured disciple of a Tao god. Just by virtue of this alone, May was bound to stand well above him. He took a breath. "Young Miss Tatsuya." May nodded. "What have you come for today?" Chapter 1764. Stupid 1764 Stupid. The Tao Lord pressed down his distaste. May had obviously ignored his earlier form of address because she saw it as a sign of disrespect, not because they had to refer to her by her last name, but because she had already told them all how to refer to her. The fact these Tao Lords insisted on not doing wasn't a slight against her, but against her husband. And that was intolerable. She didn't yet have the strength to do so. But if it wasn't for this, she would have killed this Tao Lord in a single slap. This time, she could only let it slide because there was only so far her master's prestige could take her. She didn't believe that it was a casual mistake. Tao Lords had practically infallible memory when it came to these things. There was no such thing as slips of the tongue at this layer. Unless his soul had suffered an injury or an attack, anything he said he had said on purpose. So although May finally replied to him, she still didn't open the gates. "I have something to report to your esteemed master," the Tao Lord spoke as calmly as he could muster. "Okay, please give me the report." The Tao Lord froze. There was absolutely nothing wrong with May's words. In this situation, it was more appropriate for her to pass on the information. Not just anyone could meet a Tao god because they felt like it. There was a reason May was the one to answer the call of the bell, despite the fact this was technically her master's domain. This, the Tao Lord couldn't say. He truly couldn't. What was he supposed to say? That her husband was here. What would the result of that be? He began to curse in his heart. Maybe had he lowered his pride a bit, May wouldn't have been so difficult. How could she assume that her husband, a human, would come all the way here? Judging by who had been in his entourage, he was clearly struggling to even get here. At the same time, he began to curse the Tao sovereign that sent him here. Why was this necessary? This is a very important matter that must be reported to the Tao God directly. "I am my master's representation," May replied calmly, without nearly the same amount of struggle as the Tao Lord. "This is truly important. I cannot explain any more." The Tao Lord insisted. "You're certain?" May suddenly asked. Yes, I am absolutely certain." "Okay, then I will report this matter as an existential threat to the clan immediately. My master will take it from there." May turned to leave, and the Tao Lord froze. "No, May's steps paused as she looked back. The Tao Lord was so enraged he felt like fainting. If May wanted to go to her master, in this world, she didn't have to walk at all. What did it mean that she was walking? Didn't it mean that she had seen through his bullshit? If she really reported this matter that way, wouldn't he be executed for wasting a Tao god's time? How could a human true sky god be an existential threat to the clan? Is there something the matter? Never mind. I will find someone else since the Tao god is busy. Please do not disturb her." The Tao Lord was about to flicker and vanish to get himself out of this mess immediately, but May actually spoke first. "So, it is about my husband." The Tao Lord froze. He looked into May's eyes to see a pair of reflective rubies staring back at him. "I am not too clear about how such powerful clans and sects works, but why are you all so stupid?" The Tao Lord's eyes widened. Suddenly, his shock became rage. "Little girl, lower your voice. My master likes her quiet, and if you disturb it, I cannot guarantee what might happen." "You." Despite his rage, it was obvious that the Tao Lord's tone was several shades lower. "When I called you stupid, I mean it sincerely." May continued, unbothered. "If you successfully targeted my husband, even killed him, do you really think a woman would forget the man she gave her primordial yin to? Do you think that you can throw enough young masters and nobles at me? That time would atrophy my love. Do you have any idea what it takes to become the disciple of a Tao god? Do you understand what level my Tao heart must be at? Do you think the likes of you can cause it to waver? So you succeed. You kill my husband. You forcefully separate me from him. Either one, it doesn't particularly matter. What do you think happens to you when I become a Tao Lord? Will your head stay attached to your neck? The Tao Lord froze once more, a cold shiver radiating up his spine. Staring into Mei's eyes, he couldn't seem to look away at all. What about the one who sent you? Will she keep her head? What about your family, your friends, your wives, your children, your mothers and fathers? We're all demons, after all. Do you think I would have a bottom line in my revenge? Do you think I would spare anyone related to my heartache? Even if my master suppresses me for the sake of the clan's harmony, how will you survive beneath my suppression? If you see me as so valuable that you need to micromanage every aspect of my love life, wouldn't that also stand to reason that you expect me to also become a Tao God? So where will you hide when there's no one left to suppress me? Mei's pink lips slowly closed, looking at him with an indifferent gaze that carried the piercing cold of an abyssal hell. It seemed to have unfathomable depths, regal and boundless in its might. So you tell me, are you not stupid, rushing to your death like this? Chapter 1765. Fragmented 1765 Fragmented. It could be said that the Tao Lord was truly too foolish. The moment Mei saw through his lie and he attempted to run away, who he was speaking of couldn't have been more obvious. As long as Mei had been here, how could she not sense the hostility of these people toward her husband? It was precisely because of this that she had drawn a firm line right from the very beginning. All those that didn't call her a Tatsuya when she met them were taught a lesson by her. Those that were stronger would either be directly ignored or she would use her status to suppress them, if it was possible. She refused to allow anyone to disrespect her husband, or even further than that, her relationship with her husband. If anyone trampled on that, she would lash out. After saying her piece, Mei directly ignored the Tao Lord and left to go see her master. But this time, she wasn't going to report anything. Instead, she was going to ask for leave. The Tao Lord clenched his fists, furious as he watched Mei walk away, and yet completely unable to do anything. As much as he wanted to say that Mei's words were nonsense, he wasn't so shameless. If the disciple of a Tao God didn't become at least a Tao Lord, it would be the first time in history. It had to be remembered that most disciples of Tao gods had been chosen before they became Tao gods. But even then, the vast majority had become Tao sovereigns at worst. Extremely powerful Tao sovereign at that. However, the difference between a disciple chosen before one was a Tao god and after was akin to night and day. If the former were monsters, then the latter were practically deities. In Mei's case, not only had her master chosen her after she had already become a Tao god, Mei was also her very first disciple, and on top of this, she had gone to seek Mei out. This trifecta ensured that Mei was on an entirely different level. For her to say that she would become a Tao god in the future almost wasn't nearly confident enough, given the situation. The more the Tao Lord thought about it, the paler he became. Today, he had truly offended someone he shouldn't have. He grit his teeth. It was all because of that old bitch. Had she not insisted, this would have never happened. He hadn't wanted to combine the first place. He turned and rushed away. There was only one way to erase this from Mei's memory. He had to find someone who would offend her far more than he had today, and he also had to make sure that it didn't come back to him. First, he would have to thrust that old bitch forward, and if he wanted to do that, he would have to find a Tao god from her faction. So long as they were the ones that were mobilized, it would be easy for Mei to forget this moment. Well, forgetting was impossible. But she certainly wouldn't make him the main perpetrator. Even in the case that she still held a grudge, she at the very least wouldn't go as far as to wipe out his entire lineage. At this point, that was the best worst-case scenario she could hope for. This time, the Tao Lord focused his search on a single Tao god and didn't give up, flashing from place to place until he heard a voice that froze him. "You've been bothering so many of my incarnations, boy. Why have you disturbed my rest?" A cold sweat pooled on the Tao Lord's body almost instantly. The suppression was so all-encompassing that he almost kneeled and prostrated. He barely managed to hold on to his dignity and bowed deeply instead. Then, he gave a complete recollection of what had happened in the Rotten Sea this time. On top of that, he made sure to emphasize who it was that had sent him. The last thing he wanted was to offend yet another Tao god. And unlike Mei, this one already was one instead of just about to become one. "You've disturbed me for a human true sky god." The sweat beaded across the Tao Lord's forehead, but he forced himself to speak. "I apologize, esteemed one. But I had no choice. Your descendant is far more powerful than I, so I could only comply. Also, there are many odd points about this human being. He should have been stuck in the first layer, but he's already made it to the 7th when last I received a report, and he has killed many geniuses, including our own. The Tao God fell into silence for a long while, but the Tao Lord didn't dare to look up. I care very little about this, the voice finally echoed once more. What was the purpose of targeting this human? Because of Mei, she wasn't even a pure-blooded dream wraith to begin with. The Tao God didn't even know why their descendants were so bored. Since when were the dream wraiths so pathetic? It seems that we've been in seclusion for so long that you've all lost any sense of backbone you've ever had. The dream wraiths had ruled unbothered and unfettered for countless generations. We are the one clan that cannot be touched by any others, and this had caused you all to become soft. The Tao Lord trembled fiercely. The tone of the Tao God didn't change, but he still felt as though a great danger was beginning to lurk all around him. If this continues, maybe the only Tao God to appear in the next generation truly would be that little girl with impure blood. You have all greatly disappointed me. At that moment, the entire dream world of the dream wraiths began to tremble. Many looked up, not understanding what was happening. But then their eyes opened wide as the entire world shattered like fragmented glass. Chapter 1766. Demon Kings. 1766. Demon Kings. The Tao Lord was flung back, and though he wasn't harmed, his vision was filled with a violent swirl of reality, space, and time. He wasn't the only one. In fact, when the world shattered, it was truly broken apart completely. Every dream wraith present was expelled and thrust back into the outside world. The only ones to survive this expulsion were the Tao gods themselves, and Mei. Mei had been patiently waiting outside her master's living quarters when the expulsion happened. She was just as shocked as everyone else, but just when she had been about to be expelled as well, a gentle energy wrapped around her. Her vision blurred, and she appeared before her beautiful master a moment later. She quickly wiped the shock from her face and bowed. "Rise, child." "Master." Mei's master nodded and then shook her head. "It's perhaps not a bad thing. I understand why Ervil has made such a decision. The dream wraiths have grown dull. He has the rest of our support. But this next period will probably be hard on you." Mei blinked in confusion. Ervil. It took a moment for it to sink in, but the only people who her master cared to call by their first name would have to be another Tao god. To this day, Mei still didn't know how many Tao gods the dream wraiths had. But in the time she had spent under her master, she had already mentioned 2 others aside from Ervil. That should mean at least 4, right? Could one race really have so many Tao gods? If I might ask, Master, Mei bowed again, what is happening? Ervil had destroyed the haven, expelling everyone. The only ones who had survived this expulsion are as Tao gods and our disciples, which would include you. Unfortunately, I feel that I should send you out soon as well. Unlike the others, you are still young and immature. This will be a good experience for you if you can survive. Mei blinked in confusion. The destruction of the dream world was shocking, sure. But was it really so dangerous? Even if they appeared on the 9th plane, where would the danger come from? Who would even dare to touch them? If many millions of years passed and their strength was forgotten, Mei could believe that this would be a trial of sorts. But otherwise, wouldn't it be the exact same? They would be able to ride on the prestige of the dream wraiths for years to come without the slightest worry. Who would believe that all the Tao gods of the dream wraiths had suddenly vanished? No one would be willing to take such a risk for a long while. There are some things that I have been unable to tell you because it wasn't yet time. But since this has happened, as my disciple, I cannot leave you as ignorant as the others. This is your benefit. In dream wraiths are a very special existence of the 9 planes. We are the ones who guide reincarnation, the true gatekeepers between death and rebirth. However, what many do not know is that all nether planes are connected. If Ryu had been there, he would have felt a flash of realization. How exactly had his father appeared in the true martial world? Wasn't it because he entered Sacrum's nether world and somehow ended up in the true nether world? He had always known that there had to be a connection of sorts, but he didn't expect it to be so blatant. As the guardians of these gateways, the dream wraiths are able to see across to the other side and freely control it. It is just that there is no need to do so. We all have our own jurisdictions and territories. However, because we control so much strength, our people have the tendency to grow complacent, worrying about mundane matters and wasting their time on useless drivel. This case is no different. As such, every few generations, Something like this will occur. The Haven seemed to just be a world of dreams that allow you all to grow under ideal circumstances, but the reality is that the Haven is a hive mind that keeps dream wraiths grounded in this world and stops them from sensing the connection to other worlds. Otherwise, it would be easy for the inexperienced to become lost. With its destruction and Ervil's push, this generation has been rushed into the gateway. As for where they will appear, it is hard to tell. If they will be able to return is even harder to tell. This is where you will be sent. May slowly calmed the more her master described. She came to understand what she was facing, and she didn't fear the danger at all. In fact, of all of Ryu's wives, Izmine and May were by far the most battle-hungry. What sorts of worlds are on the other side, Master? It will depend, but I would urge caution. As dream wraiths, you will have some advantage. But your bloodline is impure, and a good deal of might not recognize what you are. You will likely have to prove your strength on many occasions. In addition, there is a small chance that you might run into a true behemoth. What many do not know is that above demon kings, there are demon emperors, and above demon emperors there are demon gods. The talent of these creatures is beyond your imagining. May's pupils constricted. If there are existences that talented, why are dream wraiths? We dream wraiths are not demon kings. We are demon gods. It is just that this is suppressed based on the nether plane we are granted jurisdiction in. Unfortunately, even if you appear in a plane with demon gods, you will not receive a retroactive boost. This is why I say you could very well end up in grave danger. May took a deep breath. A final question, Master, my husband, her master smiled. Fine, I can do you think favor. If you husband manages to make it here, I do not mind sending him to the plane you go to. At that point, May's master waved a hand, not allowing her to say more. She was then swallowed up into the same whirlwind as all the others. Chapter 1767. Perfect Place 1767 Perfect Place. Ryu stood in silence, watching as Empana unleashed a raging chaos. It was clear to him that Empana wasn't used to his new body just yet, and yet he also had such overwhelming strength that it didn't seem to matter. He had never seen Empana use a weapon before, but this only seemed to be an advantage right now. What was interesting about his current body was that its mass was so dense that it felt like he was swinging around a world every time he took action. Ryu realized why this was quickly. It seemed that the benefit of the world devouring wasn't just swallowing all things, but carrying it around in one's stomach made it so that this world's weight likewise became your own. Looking at these principles, Ryu couldn't help but think of incorporating some of these concepts into himself. But he wasn't exactly eager to do so. The reason the world serpents were so large should precisely be because they were carrying around so much weight. If they weren't so large, they'd probably collapse beneath their own mass. Their size also helped to disperse the density they were forced to deal with somewhat. Plus, Ryu had a much easier method of increasing his own weight in a much more manageable way. That way was, of course, his bone structure. He was making quite large strides with all his other talents. He had had enormous breakthroughs with his spiritual foundation, his bloodline and even his soul, but his bone structure was still lagging behind. Just anatomy-wise, bloodlines and bones should be very well connected. But in the cultivation world, things weren't always so simple. What made things worse was that what he often relied on his bone structure for separating from the heavens and creating his own space was now done even more perfectly by his inner world. As things stood now, Ryu's bone structure even felt somewhat useless. Was this actually true? Of course not. At least Ryu didn't believe so. Even though this ability had become useless, there were still many other ways for him to use his bone structure. It was just that none of them were as impressive as this ability. However, this wasn't the fault of his bone structure, but rather Ryu himself. Ryu actually considered for a moment he should trigger the close combat breakthrough he had had back in the Radiant Star sect and replace his bone structure once more. That bone structure was no less potent than his current bone structure, and it would definitely synergize with his current style of combat. Though Ryu was thinking about it, he didn't act on it. If he was being objective, his boundless cosmos bone structure might be just as potent as the mysterious close combat bone structure, but it also had far more flexibility and paths for growth. Once again, if its potential couldn't be pulled out, it was no one's fault but his own. Who's to say that my bone structure cannot synergize with my inner world? I should have gone down this path long ago. As for exactly how, many thoughts flickered through Ryu's mind as he watched Empana's battle. By the time Empana was soaked in blood and further bloodlust, Ryu still hadn't quite awoken from his thoughts. But he shook himself out of it, nonetheless. Ryu looked around at the carnage and nodded. Let's go. At this point, the trio began to break through the 8th layer. Ryu still watched, but this time he didn't give xianxia and Empana a blood crystal. He wanted them to break through on their own. So long as they could do this, the benefits would be far greater. As one might expect, it took much more time, but Ryu was patient. He continued to think as they made their way through. The issue was that he had so many thoughts that it was difficult to pick just one. It was the same problem he faced with his Tao. The issue wasn't having thoughts, it was that he had too many. His comprehension was so high that it was almost too easy to break through. As such, he had to strip away what was useless and only break through with the best thoughts he had. In just a few hours, Ryu had lost count of the number of methods. The first was separating his inner world from the bounds of the heavens entirely. Like this, he could stop wasting time trying to accumulate fate and simply strip away what he needed from the heavens and forge his own heaven. This path was obviously even more exaggerated and difficult than just creating a new world, and Ryu wasn't sure if he wanted to take this path. He had gone through a great deal of path to change his mentality. He didn't believe that leaving the heavens behind was the right path to take anymore. Instead, he believed that cultivation required a balance between the two. Trying to leave the heavens behind now, at least at his current level of understanding and experience, was far too arrogant. The second thought he had was using his cosmos fog to stratify his inner world, separating it into several sections, each one perfect for a path of cultivation he was taking. Like this, he only had to sustain one inner world, yet gain many benefits from it as well. With the natural treasures of his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he might truly be able to take this path far. The third idea Ryu had was similar to the second, but far more complex. And that was stratifying his inner world into planes. That being a real plane, an ethereal plane and a nether plane. After seeing the oddities brought to his soul after incorporating nether chi, Ryu began to feel extremely curious about how these three forms of chi might fuse together. If he formed his own planes, and then had access to the chaos plane to balance them, what would the result be? He could name hundreds of ideas just like this. There were so many he didn't even know what direction to go, and it also wasn't obvious that any of these were good. The first's problem was obvious, and he had already mentioned it. But the second's problem was that it would be a similar issue to what he faced with his boundless cosmos bone structure. What was the point of stratifying his inner world to have so many different aspects when his spiritual foundation could already perform that function? With his realm heart added on top of that, it would be like he was nurturing two completely identical worlds. As for the nether and ethereal plane additions, it was the most viable idea, but it was still one that Ryu wasn't sure if he should take. He had yet to thoroughly test the aspects of this path. If Ryu was honest, he felt that he should lean far more into the time aspects of his bone structure. Even in comparison to his bone structure, the time aspects of his spacetime soul nature had received the least pampering. It was because time was too difficult to use. Yet, he had a bone structure closely tied with time, but could only seem to use it to slow down his own internal clock and speed up his cultivation pace. Sure, this was potent, but it was still lacking as well. Ryu looked up as xianxia and Empana suddenly broke through the layer. He acted quickly, moving through and into the 8th layer along with them. It seemed that he would have to shelve this matter for now. At least in the Rotten Sea, the greatest benefit that he would receive would come to his bloodlines. Everything had to be perfected step by step. It took him a great deal of effort just to reach this step. Being impatient would only harm him. After he gained the understanding that not all Tao breakthroughs were created equal, he also understood that rushing as he usually did would only harm his foundation. When Ryu entered the 8th layer, he was prepared. The astonishing pressure didn't faze him and he instead began to comprehend it immediately. xianxia struggled more, having a weak cultivation and far less understanding of bloodline resonance than Ryu did. Even so, as she sat down in meditation, the progress she made earlier, that had likewise begun to slow down, picked back up once more. Empana also seemed to be sensing something, but he had far less room to improve as xianxia. His body was easily able to withstand the pressure. Ryu nodded toward Empana. This would probably be his limit of improvement. Even if he made it to the 9th layer, there wouldn't be much else to gain. Well, if his master wasn't Ryu, that is. But Ryu didn't do much for now, waiting for Selhira to adjust herself. He could sense her other bloodlines even more clearly now, and the faint crystal scales on her cheeks began to radiate various colored lights. As they waited, Ryu's lip curled. This 8th layer was indeed quite small. It was the perfect place to kill. In just a few moments, he had already sensed Wunakai. He wouldn't let her escape this time. Chapter 1768. Take that 1768. Take that the 8th layer was very peaceful compared to the others. The space might have been much smaller, but those that made it here were all exceptional talents. Each one was wary of battling the others, and there was no need to provoke one another if they had a choice not to. The ultimate result was that the layer with the most danger had somehow also become the most peaceful. Unfortunately for them, Ryu simply didn't care. Ryu didn't move very fast. With his wife on his back and standing on his summon's shoulder, he had already killed 3 people. He was sure that the demon kings outside were furious. These were their best geniuses, but he didn't spare them either. Unfortunately for them, the best among their geniuses also happened to be the absolute most likely to have designs on his wife. As such, it could be said that almost everyone in the 8th layer now was on his kill list. Killing everywhere he went, Ryu slowly approached Wunakai's location. And soon enough, he had made it to her. The beauty sat meditation before the 9th layer, trying to use every moment to break through. They wouldn't be able to stay here forever. If time ran out, there would be no chance of reaching the legendary 9th layer. Despite knowing that her odds were small, much like everyone else, she was pushing as hard as she could. Ryu had already realized that the reason she gathered such a large entourage was to deal with the chaos of the 6th layer. After using them, she dropped them without hesitation, continuing on her own. Ryu didn't interrupt her. He simply stood there, his aura slowly growing. Wunakai was startled awake, and she looked back with sharp eyes. When she saw Ryu, her heart skipped a beat, then there was fury, and then there was wariness. Seeing Ryu standing there, so silent and unmoved, when he could have easily sneak attacked her, there was a heavy lump in her throat. Was he stupid, or was he truly that confident? You know, I originally just wanted to kill you. Ryu smiled lightly, looking at Wunakai. Wunakai almost immediately took these words the wrong way. A fury bubbled up in her chest, but they were immediately doused by Ryu's next words. Don't flatter yourself. Do you think I would lie with any woman? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Wunakai froze. She couldn't even be angry. The words were so foreign that they didn't even compute. A man didn't want to share a night with her. What sense did that make? It didn't even sound like a coherent sentence. But, after seeing you here, Ryu continued, I've realized that killing you might actually be too easy. Plus, how enraged would your people be if you became my summon? Wunakai's eyes opened wide. You. Ryu waved a hand, and a wave of bloodline resonance echoed. His bloodmancy churned to a new level, and the dominance path co-opted the rotting blood in the surroundings. Soon, an entire domain had formed, and Wunakai felt that she couldn't even move. Her pupils constricted into pinholes. She had just barely managed to grasp some bloodline resonance after making it this far. How could Ryu be so powerful? How could these people know that Ryu was relying on a secondary profession that didn't even exist in this world? I will never. You talk too much, do you know that? Your Dao heart is strong, but a senior once told me that one like yours is also very brittle. She happened to be wrong about me, but her analysis from back then is spot on for you. You're jealous. You allow the achievements of others to burn your flames, and that means that if you ever come across a challenge you can't surmount, you'll shatter to pieces. Think very clearly. Will you ever truly be a match for my wife? Are you the disciple of a Dao god? Did you receive the blessing of an entire plane? Are you as beautiful? Do you have a husband as powerful as myself? What aspects do you think you're worthy to compete in, exactly? Wunakai trembled. Her eyes turned red and the beauty almost became rabid. It looked as though she would bite a chunk out of Ryu's neck with her own teeth if she could just reach. Look at you now. Ryu looked down with disdain. This isn't the sort of bearing a genius should have at all. You're pathetic. The words seemed to pierce through her heart, and Wunakai felt her world collapse. Before the entire world, an echo of a shattering Dao heart echoed. Seeing this, Ryu's lip curled. Ever since their first interaction, Ryu had noticed that Wunakai's hatred of him stemmed from Mei's existence. Originally, he did just want to directly kill her. But after some thought, he realized there was something far more interesting to study. The Dao heart. Ryu had shattered his Dao heart once before, so he had personal experience with reconstructing it. But the problem was that the way he had broken it wasn't exactly conventional. The problem he faced was more physical than mental. What Ryu wanted to study was exactly the relationship between temperament and strength was. When Ryu thought about it, he had been relying on his temperament to bolster his combat prowess for a very long while. Ever since he stepped onto the first heaven, his talent had been far weaker than those around him. He was always lagging behind in this aspect. Originally, he thought that he had always been bridging the gap with his comprehension alone. But was that true? It could be said that for a long while, his only exceptional talents were his spacetime soul nature and his chaotic silk meridians. But he couldn't even use the latter in combat for a long while without fear of being captured and dissected, while the former was its own problem for several reasons. First, affinity did not equal application. Ryu had to spend a lot of time learning exactly how to use this soul nature, and even to this day he hadn't perfectly grasped how to use its time aspect well. Plus, there was still a long way to go before his application of space could even begin to reach the limits of the affinity I had. The second issue was that the spacetime soul nature was always limited by his perfect blackbody soul, which, while having a great deal of potential, needed time to grow as well. When this was set aside, the picture became clearer. His ice jade crystal body wasn't even a god-grade talent. His bloodlines were always in fierce, clashing competition. His spiritual foundation didn't even listen to him properly. When all of these things were stacked one after another, it didn't even make sense for Ryu to be able to battle the geniuses of the first to sixth heavens in the first place. So how had he done so? Ryu was still hesitant to say that it was entirely his temperament. After all, though his talents weren't perfect, they still weren't bad. He also made great strides to improving them as time went on as well. But how much of it was his talent and how much was his temperament? This was what Ryu wanted to study, and wuxia would be the best experiment. He knocked her down, and now he wanted to see what changes she would undergo as he built her up again. With this thought, Ryu reached out a hand, and wuxia was sucked into his palm. He grasped her throat and then tossed her down on Empana's enormous shoulder. Let's go. It's time to enter the 9th layer. The last genius in the 8th layer was the Black Thunder Wraith, but Ryu had no issues with him. He didn't feel a need to kill for no reason. Is it possible? Empana asked. He could feel that it took a level he didn't have to enter the 9th layer. Although his talent had increased substantially, it still wasn't complete. He had some aspects of the world serpent's strength, but not all of it. The best example was his stomach. He felt that he could devour all flames, but he had no luck with anything else. A true world serpent could devour an entire world if it wanted to. How could such a creature be limited by the elements? Of course, with his Tao heart, Empana still felt that there was no longer a genius in this world that he had to fear. But that in his raw talent, which this rotten sea relied upon, was a different matter entirely. Ryu nodded. It's fine. Meditate on it first. There should still be about 2 weeks left in this rotten sea trial. See how far you can get on your own. I will guide from the side. He gestured toward Empana, and Selhira slipped down from his back. Ryu took a deep breath and actually began to meditate as well. Until now, he had somewhat been cheating, relying on bloodmancy to break through. This was a similar, but more potent, version of what the blood crystals could do. Of course, the reason Ryu did this was because he never took these layer barriers seriously. There was nothing in this world that he couldn't comprehend. Before, he had just wanted to save some time, but he felt that this 9th layer would be the key to raising his Tao to an entirely different level. So he would take that opportunity. Chapter 1769. 2 things 1769 2 things Ryu took slow, even breaths. As he sunk his mind into the layer, his breathing remained so. A light smile spread across his face. When Ryu stepped into this world, he actually hadn't expected much. He had only come here for his wife, and after a few dared to have designs on her, he conveniently decided to also kill them. However, after entering this sea, he realized just how special it was, and he also saw an opportunity to allow his Tao to break free of the constraints of these heavens. As Ryu had deduced in the past, the rotten sea was akin to a proxy for the heavens. It was using the main weakness of demons, that being that they could be used as summons, and turning it into a strength. Everyone that entered was forced into suppression with this seal, and by breaking through the layers of the rotten sea one after another, one could use that seal as a proxy to strengthen themselves, or more accurately, their bloodlines. Ryu, obviously, couldn't take advantage of this. He was a human, so he didn't have the necessary connection or reliance on the heavens to improve his bloodline in this way. But what he had noticed were two interesting things that he could take advantage of. The first was the seal itself. As a proxy for the heavens, it was even able to suppress his heavenly pupils. What Ryu had realized was that this seal was more mental than anything else. It was like a form of suggestion. If he wanted to simplify it, it would be more accurate to say that he was suppressing himself than that this world was suppressing him. Ryu realized that if he could break this suggestion on his own, he would actually be able to break free of other things, like the artificial cap on his Tao. From the beginning, this was the main goal of his progress, and also the thing that he was striving for. He felt that the 9th layer had the secret to breaking past the peak founding Tao level. Or, at the very least, it was the secret to breaking free of the level the true martial world named as such. But as Ryu spent more time in the Rotten Sea, he also realized something else that was curious. Why was xianxia able to take advantage of it but he couldn't? The reason xianxia was able to use the Rotten Sea like a demon was because she was a beast who was now following the path of a human. Due to the fact demons were considered to be an amalgamation of beast and human, this technically meant that she was more demon now than either of the two races. This made perfect sense, but why was it that Ryu couldn't accomplish the reverse? He was a human, yes. But didn't he have beast blood flowing through him? Why was it that he could be registered as a demon in this place as well? When Ryu thought about it, the answer was obvious. So obvious, in fact, that its existence was the reason he hadn't thought about it much. He just directly dismissed it and shrugged his shoulders. However, it was that very same simple answer that shook him awake and gave him another idea. The reason was simple. xianxia was following the path of a human despite being born a beast, but Ryu wasn't following the path of a beast. At most, his bloodlines were just proxies for his strength, not paths that he followed. There was a fundamental difference between the two. xianxia was changing fundamental aspects of herself, reforming her pillars, even reshaping her Tao. Most importantly, she was changing the way to communicate with and interacted with the heavens. Ryu had never done any of that. He was human, would always be human, and had no interest in trying out the path of a beast. In fact, every time his parents-in-law called him a fire dragon, he all but told them to piss off. However, if he was going to try to break free of the heavens restraints in one part by surpassing its cap on the Tao, then why not do the same in this regard? Who said he had to truly follow the path of a beast? Why couldn't he just simulate doing so? Why couldn't his bloodmancy play such a role? Even further than that, why not use his inner world to help? All of this relied on the premise that he could completely undo the seal, and that, of course, required breaking through the 9th layer on his own without relying on bloodmancy. But the question went right back to the first problem he had faced in this world. He was a human. If he didn't cheat, how could he resonate with this barrier and shatter his way through? But Ryu was ultimately still Ryu. He had broken through 8 layers by now. How could it not be the case that he had already made great progress in this feat? By now, he could already feel the seal inside of him so clearly that he could practically touch it. A formation was looping through his 7 corporeal spirits, latching onto his inner organs, and forcing a suggestion on them that forced them to act in certain ways. Not only was Ryu studying this formation to learn how to break it, but the demons were practically giving him an open lesson on how to create the strongest seals ever formed. He might have brought 3 summons under his wing, but Ryu had yet to actually seal any one of them. That was because he lacked a summoner necromancer inheritance that could work against this level of existences. Everything he knew came from Sacrum and he had yet to have time to research. But now the situation was entirely different. Ryu's gaze suddenly flashed open and his aura skyrocketed, his white hair fluttering wildly in the waters. Chapter 1770. 9 layers 1779 layers. A constellation of lights began to glow across Ryu's body. It looked like he had truly become a star chart. These points of light suddenly solidified, and a seal took shape in the form of a magic circle. Ryu suddenly urged his blood and right then, bang! The seal shattered into countless pieces. Ryu's aura suddenly began to soar. Not only was it oppressive, but it was only growing more so as time passed. Crack! Chi! The 9th layer shattered, and Ryu was pulled through before he could react. Ryu found himself standing in a sea of black. But this time, it was more metaphorical than it was literal. There were no thick waters around him at all. Instead, the blackness simply came from a lack of light. His aura had yet to settle down, and it was a bit peeved, honestly. He had been about to make great strides in his Tao and bloodline. The time he took would have probably been as much as it took for Selhira and Empana to go as far as they could, then he would help them out. But instead, this world had thrown him a curve-ball again. Ryu sighed and shook his head. It would be fine. He had already killed all the threats that had a grudge against him. Even if the Black Thunder Wraith took action, Empana was already strong enough to deal with him. His talent might be weaker, but his current strength couldn't be looked down upon. Plus, at the very least, the suppression on him had completely vanished. And though he couldn't resonate with the rotten sea in this place to take the final steps he had been planning on, since this was a part of the trial, he assumed that whatever was at the end would be even better. Well, he hoped, anyway. For all he knew, this place was truly something only demons could take advantage of, and no amount of trickery would help him out. I'll find a way. Ryu's aura slowly calmed, and he took a step forward. The moment he did, a line of torches began to light up. Ryu gave them a glance before continuing forward. The walk felt endless. A test of the mind. Ryu was indifferent to it. He practically shut off his senses to the outside world and just thought more about the breakthrough he hadn't been able to follow through on and the changes he might be able to make to his bone structure. He didn't know how long passed, nor did he care very much. But suddenly the situation before him changed, and he came to a pause. The torches formed a large circle, and before him, he saw 9 statues that rose into the skies. Demon Kings. Ryu immediately noticed something odd, though. There were, indeed, 9 Demon King statues before him, but what was curious was the fact that they were all the same size, except for one. Regardless of the largest bone serpents or the smallest ice queens, they all stood shoulder to shoulder. And yet in the center of them the dream wraiths stood 2 heads taller than any one of them. His gaze flickered. This obviously meant something, and it was quite substantial. But what was this place? A human. It sounded like it could have been either a statement or a question. The voice was layered in 9 and was ambiguous in gender. Ryu's gaze flickered, but he didn't look very surprised by this at all. He scanned the surroundings but couldn't tell exactly where the voice was coming from. It could only be that it was coming from all the statues at once. This has to be a joke. The first to make it here in generations isn't a demon at all. He might not be a demon, but he has the primordial yin of a chosen. And a human, and a fairy, and a dragon. This is clearly a shameless man. Ryu was speechless. He hadn't expected to come here and be attacked. Can a man not have more than one wife? Why are you defending a human so much? This isn't the place for them. You've clearly forgotten what the purpose of this place is. Every soul, regardless of race, passed through the nether plane for reincarnation. Yes, and it is the demons that must guide it. A human would be of no help. You're overestimating your use. It is no one else but the dream wraiths who carry the brunt of the burden. When is the last time you've done anything at all? Listening to the same voice argue back and forth made Ryu feel weird, but after a moment, he began to understand something. There were 9 voices layered atop of one another, speaking at once. But while at first all the voices were even, when they began to argue, certain voices were more prominent than others. That made him wonder, why did they have to all speak at once? Why were their voices layered like this? Ryu ignored them and began to walk around, looking for something, anything. But he didn't find the answer he was looking for. At least not immediately. Fascinating. It must be a case of their souls or whatever remains of them being forced to rely on one another. But what kind of ability is that? Unless, reincarnation, you're all the same person. The addition of Ryu's voice stunned the 9 into silence. Ryu took a step back and began to observe the statues again, but he truly couldn't see anything linking them. But didn't that make sense? Ryu had never thought about his previous life before. Well, more accurately, he never thought about the one that came before his last. He also didn't know if he even had one. But technically speaking, even if it existed, would he remember it? Of course not. If not for the Phoenix Sky God, he wouldn't even remember his last. In fact, if he didn't pass the Sky God's trial, he still wouldn't remember it. He wondered, what did this place have to do with reincarnation? Chapter 1771, Mutation 1771 Mutation. The voices came to an abrupt stop. They remained silent for a long while, their shock almost palpable. They couldn't understand how Ryu's mind worked. It was simply impossible for anyone normal to leap to such a conclusion, and Even more shocking that it was the correct one. I see. What a fascinating mutation. You see it too. Yes. To think such a trash bone structure could have such powerful, synergistic effects. It's not just the bone structure. This brat is a freak. Anyone else would have died. He benefited from being targeted. Those martial gods sure are shameless. Who attacks a child like this? Not just a child, but a baby who hadn't even been born at that. You say that like you're some upright white knight. How many clans and sects have you wiped out, exactly? How many of those women you killed happened to be pregnant? That's different. They offended me. A snort rang out. Ryu frowned. The moment they said such a thing, his mind began churning. When they mentioned his trash bone structure, he immediately understood and his eyes opened wide. The trash bone structure they were referring to was obviously his ice jade crystal body. No one would say such a thing about his current bone structure. And if that was the case, maybe I was missing a part of the picture. Could it be that there was more my body did to compensate for my harmed soul than just changing the weight? The strongest ability of the ice jade crystal body, if he were to choose, wasn't how it sped up cultivation speed, but rather its ability to balance. This was a huge benefit because its range of applications was shocking. It could do everything from making sure his meridians were evenly spread out across his body, to helping him control both halves of his body with perfect efficiency. If he thought about it, why was it that most could use one hand far better than the other? Wasn't it a matter related to the brain? By that logic, didn't that also mean that the ice jade bone structure was capable of making changes to the mind as well? Not the soul, but the physical brain itself. Ryu had never truly investigating the correlation between the brain and the soul. Often, he thought of them interchangeably, even often calling it the mind. Even further than that, the fact this path of cultivation was called the mental realm muddied the waters even further. What if while his body was missing not just one, but two of his incorporeal souls, his ice jade crystal body took over to force a balance by affecting the one thing it could, his brain? Ryu's comprehension had always been exceptional. Even when he lost his eyes for all those years, he hadn't lagged behind. And after they returned to him, his comprehension seemed to have reached another level entirely, skyrocketing. Could it be that he had the one talent he had neglected so much he got rid of it to thank? If he took it even further, the eyes were the window to the soul, but weren't there optic fibers that likewise ran right into his brain? Could it be that this was part of the reason for the saying? Taking yet another step back, how many languages was he familiar with where the word for mind, brain and soul were entirely interchangeable? Ryu put a hand on his forehead, in complete shock that he had missed something so obvious. He was a ruin master. How had he not thought of this before? Of course, these thoughts were ridiculous. It was entirely natural to miss such a thing. It was just that Ryu truly was used to grasping everything. He was so focused on his soul alone, but could he be missing a part of it? How did one even cultivate something as fragile as the brain? Should he even do so? Was the brain the connection between the incorporeal souls and the corporeal spirits? A flood of questions came to Ryu in waves. He didn't even realize the voices had fallen into silence once again. Truly a freak. This is interesting, though. We can likely create a cultivation method around this. Potentially. But it would be hard to replicate the full effects unless we crack this boy open. He's just a human, anyway. Why bother protecting his life? Imagine how valuable such a method would be. Wouldn't we be able to pump out Tao gods with great ease? I've already said it. We control the path to new life for all races. Ryu slowly came back to himself to find the layered voices arguing once more. He couldn't help but be shocked by their vastly different personalities. It made him wonder what the point of reincarnation was at all. If you were so different every time, could you even be considered the same person? Was there any comfort in reincarnation, then? Who cared if you'd get another shot at life if you couldn't be yourself? Could it be that he was a coward in a past life? This was the idea Ryu hadn't the most, and the thought made him even more confident in his decision. Back in the martial god clan, he had cut off his path to reincarnation by taking the steps he had. The path he had taken didn't come without a great sacrifice. He already didn't care back then, but now rather than being indifferent, he even felt that it without a doubt the correct choice. Enough. A voice suddenly suppressed the others. It was the one of the 9 that Ryu hadn't heard before, and it made him subconsciously look at the Dream Wraith statue. Boy, you have already cut off your path to reincarnation. Gasps rang out from the other voices as they too probed. When they realized that the voice was correct, they felt their world views flip upside down. Such a young man had made this choice. Chapter 1772, Free Will 1772. Free Will. Ryu's eyes narrowed. Yes. The voices fell into silence once again. It seems we don't have a choice now. This time, the voice was the very same one that had been scrambling for Ryu's death. But what was interesting was that he almost seemed resigned. Well, it shouldn't be a surprise. It was unlikely that someone normal would come here. The statues began to glow and 9 beams of light came from the foreheads of the statues. Before Ryu could dodge, they slammed into him, burrowing into his mind. Ryu's mind was instantly overwhelmed and the entire world seemed to go white. Memories flashed by in Ryu's mind one after another, but they were all memories that he couldn't recognize at all. It felt like he was watching the life of someone else, or several someones. Often he was a mighty figure, just as frequently he was a beggar, and more often than both he was a normal man, unimportant and unadorned in every aspect. His personality changed like the pages of a book, and watching the different iterations, Ryu couldn't help but be angry. How could he be so pathetic? Wait, when did he accept that these men were himself? Soon, that feeling of anger became helplessness. It was a feeling that was completely foreign to Ryu. The last time he had felt such a thing was the day he killed himself, but this time, it felt even more profound than that day. Watching these men that were supposedly himself, he realized that there was simply no point in being angry. Who was to say that if any one of them saw his current life that they too wouldn't be angry? What about the version of him who had become a monk, a man without the slightest killing intent that died as a result of his pacifism? Wouldn't he be greatly disappointed by the current Ryu's complete disregard for life? Or what about the version of him that had given everything to a single woman? Wouldn't he be disappointed that Ryu had more than one wife? Or what of the version of him that hated book and education? Wouldn't he feel that Ryu was wasting his life away by spending so much time in cultivation and libraries? There were so many aspects of the current Ryu that his past iterations would absolutely abhor, and it left him somewhat broken. It felt like there was nothing unique about his current self. If his true soul could display so many different tendencies, so many different loves and hates, so many different personalities, who was Ryu Tatsuya? Wasn't his personality too easily swayed by his talent? Were the words he spoke to Patriarch Ember nothing more than the bluster of a man who could speak so freely because he already had such talent? He could see the pattern quite clearly. In lives where his talent was weak, he tended to have a more docile and even often lazy personality. In lives where his talent was strong, he was more overbearing and arrogant. There were exceptions, but they were a rare few in the sea of many. Seeing this sort of thing truly made Ryu feel like he had no sense of self. He was no different from anyone else. Arrogant when he had backing and spineless when he didn't. It was the kind of thing that could shatter a Dao heart tens of times over, and honestly, it seemed that Ryu was teetering on the edge. His Dao heart was incredibly strong, but it felt not strong enough for this. And maybe that was precisely why the 9 were so picky. How many could withstand such a thing? Seeing how insignificant their lives were. How much control the heavens and chance had over who they would be and what they could become. It was demoralizing in a way that even attempting suicide without knowing what was on the other side. It was without a doubt the worst thing that Ryu had ever experienced, and even that alone was a humbling thought and put a spotlight on just how selfish he was. He hated this feeling even more than the death of his grandparents, and just the thought alone filled him with disgust. Was this the kind of person he was? He would rather lose those he loved than lose himself. Maybe that was a natural human reaction, maybe it wasn't. But regardless, it was his reality right now, and those thoughts were consuming him. Seeing Ryu's dazed appearance and paled face, the 9 statues watched on silently. It seems that his road of cultivation might die right here. This method had always been paradoxical. It's ironically those that have the highest opinion of themselves that will fall the hardest. But without the strongest of Dao heart, you wouldn't even be worthy of stepping into this place. It's a cursed method, one that maybe shouldn't even exist. A collective sigh rang out. Why did they even do this? They had already lost count of the number of geniuses that had come here just to die. Of course, it wasn't they who killed them, but rather the geniuses themselves who often committed suicide after their Dao hearts were shattered. After feeling that they had no purpose left in life, they would prefer to restart and wipe their memories. At least then, hopefully, the next time they had such talent, they wouldn't have to run into such a situation again. It was the coward's way out, but the irony was that they fully accepted themselves as such when they breathed their last. After learning of these truths, most would feel that their lives were meaningless, and even for these 9, it was hard to refute. It made the heavens and everything under it feel like one large game. If there was no connecting line between one's lives, what was even the point? It felt like the heavens had a certain number of blank slate souls to play with and just tossed them around as it pleased. What was the point of life if there was never truly any free will? Chapter 1773. Burn 11773 Burn 1 Ryu stood in a daze. Every memory and illusion was like another stab and twist to his chest. He couldn't even feel rage anymore, just helplessness. It was like standing in a vast nothing, finally realizing just how insignificant you were. Maybe in another life, he would have been no different from Patriarch Ember, a cowardly man who could only slink around in the darkness and target those far weaker than himself while bowing and scraping for those far more powerful. There was nothing worse for a man than losing their sense of self, their sense of purpose. It was the worst sort of life. It made everything feel meaningless. If he wasn't born into the Tatsuya clan, if his parents hadn't diligently shaped his character, if his father hadn't trained him and his mother hadn't guided him, if his grandparents hadn't kept him on the right path, would he even have the right to be Ryu Tatsuya? If they had done all of that, but he didn't have the talent to live up to their expectations, would he have cared to listen to their teachings at all? If he didn't have the Tatsuya clan library, what would he have done when he realized he couldn't become a cultivator? Would he have still learned so much through other means? Or would he have wasted his life away, becoming a homeless, aimless youth until he died of old age? How much of himself was even truly himself? How much was decided by his circumstances? How much of his arrogance was warranted, versus how much of it was simply due to luck? Was any of his arrogance deserved at all in such a case? Ryu had realized that he was lucky long ago. It was something that his wife's cold glare and reprimanding had beat into him. When he first met Ailsa, they got off to a very rocky start because of his arrogance in one part and another part due to the fact that Ryu didn't want to betray Elena. The truth was that there was a third reason as well, and it was because Ryu didn't believe that anyone should have the right to tell him who his perfect partner was. He didn't like the level of control the heavens had over his life. He didn't believe that the heavens had the right to decide such things. For much of his life, he had resented the heavens, but as he matured, he realized that there was simply no point. The heavens never chose anything. Everyone was under the same umbrella of chaos, hoping to come out just a little bit better on the other side. But the reality was far harsher than Ryu even knew. This was the difference between understanding something and how you understood something. This was the gap between comprehending something and how you comprehended something. But this change in understanding felt like repeated stabs to the chest. It was too difficult to accept, too much to grasp. The bright light of Ryu's Tao heart had long begun to dim. Everything he had built his life on was crumbling down, so how couldn't it? The 9 figures had seen this already many times. It was truly a paradox for this place to exist at all. On the one hand, those with the weakest Tao hearts were the most likely to pass this test. They didn't have a strong sense of self and they were used to bending the way the wind blew. But on the other, they were entirely uninterested in those with weak temperaments. How far could such a person make it through the realm of cultivation? There was no point in them wasting their time at all. Why even hold on at this point? To continue protecting his family, his wives, wouldn't they just die eventually and become completely different people as well? Completely forgetting their last lives. How could these new people still be his family? They wouldn't look the same, think the same, they wouldn't have the same bodies, the same talents, the same likes and dislikes. What was the point of it all? What had he even tried so hard for? To reach the top of the world. What was the point of that? If he did it, didn't that just mean he was luckier than others? Didn't it just mean he had some lucky circumstances that they didn't? What was the use? What would reach the top of the world prove? What good was it if he couldn't take pride in it? All of it was worthless. Every last little thing was completely worthless. Ryu stared forward, his gaze dull. What is the point? What is the point? He had given up his next life because of his confidence in himself, in his character. He believed that he didn't need a next life because he would accomplish everything he needed in this one. But what he never thought about was the fact that if he always had this very same character, then why had he never stumbled onto this path in a previous life? He had waved it away, thinking that maybe he didn't have the right combination of talents to accomplish this in a former life. But now he knew the truth. This was just probably the only life he had the courage to do such a thing. Ryu clenched his fists, and his pupils trembled. It was a joke, honestly. He had said so much about his bloodlines, roaring at them and trying to get them to fall in line, believing that only he deserved to be in control of his own faith, when in reality, he wasn't in control of anything at all. Ryu clenched his fists even harder, his veins popping and crackling along with his bone. He wanted control. He hated this feeling so much that he wanted to die. His Tao heart began to burn, truly burn. It continued to grow weaker and weaker, his sorrow echoing through time and space. Chapter 1774. Burn 2 1774 Burn 2 Control. 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 It was a word he repeated again and again in his mind. He was so unwilling about everything. Unwilling that so much was up to luck. Unwilling that his temperament was meaning. Unwilling that, even his unwillingness was probably a sham. If he had another personality, would he care so much? Didn't that mean that even his unwillingness was worthless? There had to be something to grasp onto. The only path left seemed to be death. Why bother to hold on to such a worthless life? But Ryu had experienced death once before. He hated it. It was the one thing that connected all of his lives, the one thread that formed a line between them all. Whether he was a homeless man in the streets, a worthless talent of a rich family, a monk who desired and wanted for nothing, it didn't matter. The one thing he hated no matter what was death. Despite his personality in this life, and despite his strong Tao heart, he had shed real tears that last night with Elena. Sitting beneath the moon, knowing that he was about to end his own life, he had felt those palpable feelings. How pathetic was that? The one connecting line between his lives was a fear of death. Even when he faced death so boldly in this life, was it because he felt that he truly wouldn't die? Or was it because he was arrogant enough to believe that nothing could possibly kill him? Did he ever truly believe that he would lose his life? No, that wasn't it. The flicker in Ryu's eyes grew a little stronger. He was in a state where he couldn't lie to himself even if he wanted. Seeing the connecting line between his lives, he began to understand himself even deeper. The reason he hated death wasn't because of death itself, but because of that very same lack of control. When he was a weak talent, he hated the fact he couldn't break through his limits. When he had no background, he hated the fact he didn't have enough opportunities to shatter the barriers that held him back. When he was a monk, he could never truly let everything go, accepting his fate and achieving nirvana. Ryu suddenly looked at these past lives from a different perspective. They were mistakes. No, calling them mistakes was too dismissive. Each one of these men truly was him, and dismissing them as mistakes would be nothing more than a coping mechanism. Doing so would bring him back to square one and he would learn nothing at all. They were reminders that anyone could exhibit a variety of faces, depending on what they had experienced. In his lives, he had been the best of men and the absolute worst. He had done great services for the world, and he had also made it worse with his existence alone. In his lives he had been the worst of cowards and the bravest of men. He had run from battles that would have protected his family and died in meaningless squabbles that protected far less than that. Each memory was a reminder that he was no better than anyone else. It wasn't always about choices. Often, the most important of them would be made without his knowledge. He began to see life as the wide, complex web it was. He had already begun to understand Cyril's perspective in the past, but now he felt it even more clearly than before. And for the first time, he couldn't help but wonder what had led Primus to make the choices he had. Sometimes in life, making the right decision was easier the more momentum you had. It was easier to eat healthy if you were already fit, it was easier to study if you were already as straight a student, it was easier to be kind if the world had never been cruel to you. These things sounded contradictory, and yet they were also true. Humans, no, living existences were all imperfect. A world without immediate results felt like one that went against you at every turn. Ryu could diligently cultivate before he failed his awakening because he improved much faster than everyone around him. He could diligently study because his mind had so much plasticity that he could absorb information much easier than others. He could face off in battle against clans and sects far stronger than himself because he was used to having the undying self-belief. If any one of these things were taken from him, would they be nearly so easy? This was the most important kernel of truth. It was an understanding that just because he had the chance to take advantage of this momentum didn't make him better than everyone else. Doing what came easily to him shouldn't fill him with pride. It was only natural. What was there to be proud of? Only if he was able to go against a tide, to build momentum where there was none, could he be worthy of such a thing. He had already chosen to give away his chance, his next life. This was the last he had. Grasping onto this kernel felt like a man gasping for air after minutes of none. If everyone started with the same blank slate, and it was life and luck that painted your canvas, then the value of life was in deciding what you wanted for yourself, what was worth it and what wasn't. The trouble was that how you viewed the world would always be tinted by those experiences. In some lives Ryu refused to kill at all, but was he the same now? How could you decide what was good, and what wasn't? How would you decide how to refine your own temperament free of bias? If you could experience millions, billions of lives, Ryu comprehended the purpose of this inheritance, and the flickering light in his eyes solidified. Right then, his burning Tao heart began to burn even fiercer. But this time, the flames were white. Chapter 1775, Faith 1775. Faith. Ryu didn't quite feel it clearly. When his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation was suddenly enveloped by white flames, he only felt endlessly comfortable. The confusion in his heart was dispelled, and he finally felt like he could see a path forward, but somewhere deep inside, it just felt too simple. The reason those with the strongest Tao hearts were the most susceptible to failure was because those with weaker Tao hearts could benefit from the plasticity of man. Living beings had a great amount of flexibility in their thoughts and emotion. If today a perfectly healthy man thought of what their life would be like when they lost a leg, they might even boldly say that they would rather commit suicide than continue to live such a life. But upon the day this very same man suffered such a fate, would they follow through? It could only be said that those that would were incredibly rare. This wasn't to say that those who had lost limbs should or shouldn't, but rather that the mind of living beings were incredibly flexible. Things that seemed like the worst possible fate could be adjusted to and accepted with time. The difference between those with strong and weak Tao hearts was a rigidity in their values. If they made a decision in one state, no matter what changes came in the future, they would still choose to make the same decision in a later state. This was why it was so difficult for those with strong Tao hearts to pass this test. But that wasn't to say that there was no flexibility in strong Tao hearts at all. When anyone was pushed past a breaking point, it was still possible for them to collapse beneath their own weight. When Ryu finally became aware of what was happening around him, he couldn't help but think of this. Had he really shaken himself free? Or had he just bent to the wind like everyone else? He could sense the shock and awe of the nine figures. It was clear that to them, he seemed to have passed their test. But as Ryu's mind stopped being assaulted and his calm returned to him, he couldn't help but wonder. Had he really found the right answer? Should he really make his new moral an amalgamation of all the lives he had lived? Ryu knew the real reason he was having such thoughts. These white flames weren't the very same mysterious white flame he still couldn't pronounce the name of to this day. A flame that was the core of the Phoenix Sky God's strength. He felt that his previous thought process was correct, but it made him feel uncomfortable that, once again, at a critical breakthrough point, the Phoenix Sky God seemed to have their fingerprints all over him. With his pride, how could he not feel uncomfortable? If the Phoenix Sky God invaded his second spiritual foundation as well, what capital would he have in the future to break free of their control? The flickering flames came to a stop, and Ryu stood in silence. He was still at peace, but the world froze around him. His breathing was even, and time slowed. He paid close attention to the changes and, with a sudden forcefulness, he squeezed down on the flames, snuffing them out. The nine figures were stunned, but Ryu was still perfectly calm. For a long while, he had been wondering how to make maximal use of his bone structure. Everything else was being left behind by it, and he couldn't figure out exactly what to do to strengthen it. But now he knew. In fact, this path was so perfect that he had to thank the Phoenix Sky God for being so hateful. You have your path, and I have my own. Ryu's voice wasn't layered like the nine figures but was rather calm and even. There was just a single voice. His own. One by one, he began to sense the tendrils of karmic chi that connected this life with his last. Then, he pulled on them, hard. Runes began to glow on his transparent bones, boundless cosmos fog churning with a fiendish might. He wouldn't take the same path as the Phoenix Sky God. He refused to do so. Instead, he would build his own world, and this opportunity gave him the perfect opportunity to do so. Everyone knew how important faith was, but what no one ever asked was why it was the heavens handed out faith to begin with. What was the point? If everything was truly up to luck, then why parse faith based on achievements? Shouldn't one's faith be decided from birth? Ryu, too, had never really thought about this, but this experience had revealed it to him. The answer was simple. Everyone had a set amount of luck given at birth. But that didn't mean that it couldn't be changed with hard work. This was the hope the heavens gave. However, this was still only half of the reason. Why had the heavens had the Fae and ancient beasts of Sacrum fight it out for supremacy? It was obviously because the heavens, too, benefited from powerful experts being born as well. Even this, still, was just part of the answer. The more lives Ryu analyzed, the clearer and clearer his understanding became. And eventually, he was able to summarize it in just one line. This was the heavens' method of cultivation. The feedback between faith and faith gatherers was what allowed the heavens to slowly strengthen themselves. And it should be exactly because of this that the heavens were so protective of their worlds. Wasn't this why Sacrum had sent heaven's knights to battle against the martial god Yu's attempting to break through? And that truth hid a third layer, and the last layer Ryu needed for his understanding. Heavens tweaked their laws to benefit the strongest beneath them. They didn't want their faith to go to others because they would benefit less overall. Those three pillars were what Ryu needed. You could work to change your fate. The heavens used faith to cultivate. And finally, particular individuals granted faith benefited the heavens more or less depending on how they resonated with the heavens' laws. When these three came together, Ryu's aura finally changed so wholly and completely that even the 9 statues began to tremble. First, Ryu's 9-pillar flame sect inheritance shattered and reformed. Second, Ryu's beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation shuddered, and he felt that he could exert more control over its natural treasures. Third, his Tao heart became so resplendent and gorgeous that even as his mind sped through his most pathetic lives, he was able to gaze upon them calmly, accepting each one as they came. He no longer saw these as points of weakness. Instead, he saw them as pillars that would strengthen him in this life. His final life. And fourth, his Tao shattered the glass ceiling that had suppressed it, surpassing the level of peak foundation Tao. At that moment, on the outside, the skies of the nether plane changed. It was usually an endless dark violet and red, but now, it shimmered with gold. The clouds split, and white mist took its place. Even the skies turned blue. It was like Ryu was forcefully cleansing the nether plane and returning it to a state of a real plane. In Dream Wraith territory, May's master looked up with a flickering gaze. Her beautiful eyes reflected her shock, and she seemed to deduce what was happening immediately. It seems your husband is not normal, my disciple. Remembering Ryu's gaze when they first met, she couldn't help but shake her head. A young man who could look at a Tao god like that was either incredibly foolish or incredibly self-confident. And it seemed like the latter was the case. Now, he had monopolized 2 of the true nether plane's most important inheritances for himself. One he gave to his wife and the second he kept for himself. Not only did he keep the latter for himself, but he seemed to have changed and warped it in an unexpected way. Truly unexpected, Ryu continued to pull on his former lives, using them to cultivate his inner world and strengthen his independence from the heavens. At the same time, his boundless cosmos bone structure was quickly gaining a robustness that came from this independence. From what Ryu could tell from his lives, there were only 2 existences that could cultivate using faith. The first was the heavens, as he had already said, and the second was a type of cultivators known as Buddhists. Monks could be considered to be the weakest version of these existences and couldn't quite be considered Buddhists. In all his lives, he had never been a Buddhist, and it was because, as he had realized, he couldn't truly let go. But he had become a monk several times. In this life, he still had no intention of becoming one. Normal people could only take the route of selflessness to become a Buddhist and harness the power of faith. As for him, he would become his own heavens. And he would rely on this pile of trash past lives to do exactly that. Just 1 chapter today, should be the last day I spend in the hospital and it should be clear sailing for at least the next while. Fingers crossed. Chapter 1776, why? 1776 why? Ryu's aura suddenly settled down. It seemed as though it was finished, but it was only because of this that the reaction of the 9 figures was the most shocked. If the breakthrough came with a great commotion, it would be one thing, it would be acceptable. But a breakthrough that was so silent, especially when they knew the kind of storm that must be raging through Ryu's body, it was like Ryu was relying on himself rather than the heavens to evolve, and this was a level of breakthrough that could hardly be compared with others. The more it was like this, the more they felt that things here were far outside of their expectations. Ryu's hair settled down and his breathing became calm and even. There didn't seem to be anything that could faze him any longer. It was several days before he slowly opened his eyes, but it could have easily felt like billions of years or even just a few seconds. Time didn't seem to mean much to Ryu anymore, and maybe that was precisely the most awe-inspiring of the breakthroughs he had had. If he didn't have a Dao already, he could have likely created a time Dao that reached the founding Dao grade right at this moment with just as much ease. It felt like now he had views of the world he simply hadn't before, and it made him feel invigorated. Ryu slowly opened his eyes and found himself standing in the very same place. A slight wind lifted his hair up once more, but it settled on his shoulders once again. Feeling calm and unhurried, he seemed to stand even taller than before. It wasn't a literal height, but a figurative one, as though he was truly larger than life, as though he was taking up far more space than he seemed to be. Truly abnormal, the nine said. None of them could have expected that before Ryu could even receive their inheritance, he would create a branch of it on his own, and it even seemed to be the case that it was far more suited to him than their own. The only drawback seemed to be that there wasn't any room for forward progress, but it was hard to say if that was truly a drawback or not. According to the original technique, Ryu would meditate on his former lives and incorporate their strength into himself, thereby strengthening himself. While it was true that only the heavens and Buddhists could cultivate faith, demons happened to fall into a unique category where it was likewise possible. It was just that this was a fairly unknown method, and the requirements were especially stringent. Demons had the perfect combination of self and heaven's reliance. Thanks to this, there was a line they could thread that could allow them to take advantage of faith. It just wasn't nearly as straightforward. However, Ryu seemed to have skipped all of that and directly incorporated the faith. Rather than meditating on each individual life, he accepted them all as himself and took in their faith as his own directly. This was a fundamentally different path, and yet it also seemed to be the far more profound breakthrough. It could be said that Ryu had already matched the pinnacle of their technique in a single bound. This was simply too shocking for multiple reasons. Setting aside the fact it required reconstructing a technique that dwarfed most of the God grade, what level of strong Dao heart did it take to do this? This really could only be accomplished by someone that had given up on all future lives. Even so, being willing to stare your old lives in the eye and accept them as yourself, the more arrogant you were, the more difficult it was. And there was no doubt that this human was among the most arrogant children they had ever seen. How had he done it? This wasn't even the most shocking part. Even with all of this said, it was still the synergy this technique had with his bone structure. And even if that was ignored, how had he assimilated so many lives, so many memories, so much experiences, in just a few days? Every aspect of this matter from start to finish just felt absolutely ridiculous. It was said that the strongest talents were those that were born with synergizing talents. But these experts knew that this wasn't the case at all. The heavens didn't just create talents like this, and they certainly wouldn't be passed on so easily. There was a reason that these talents were hereditary. At some point in the past, an expert had to come forward that took seemingly unrelated talents and fused them down a single path. This was the path of the truest experts. One that not only forged their own path, but had a Dao heart as resplendent as stars. Right now, seeing Ryu's unrelated talents begin to slowly fuse together as they were, his inner world, his Dao heart, his spiritual foundation, realm heart, his soul, they had all seemed so unrelated at first, but the more things Ryu learned, the more progress he made, the more he seemed capable of having them help one another. When the day came that they truly became one, he might very well be the hero of this generation. Ryu ignored the 9 statues, looking around to see if he could find anything special, but he still saw nothing at all. Once again, it was still just these 9. When he realized he wouldn't be able to get anything more just by standing around here, he looked toward the middle Dream Wraith statue. Since things have reached this point, do you all mind telling me exactly why it is you've set this place up? There was definitely something he was missing. If it was just about passing on an inheritance, then they certainly wouldn't have considered him. But what made it so that they had to consider even a human seriously? Chapter 1777. No scruples left. 1777. No scruples left. Ryu was quite warranted in his thoughts. Just how picky were sky gods with passing on their inheritances? It wasn't easy to get one, let alone one this profound. Restricting it to their own clan members was the most frequent kind. Only the one truly had no worthy descendants or recourse would they take a path like the heavenly path and hope to bolster their odds of a successful breakthrough in this life, or a smoother path in a next one. Even then, these inheritances were most often restricted by race. Who would want to help out another race potentially suppress your own in the future? This was unacceptable. There was clearly something else going on here, because even these 9 had been arguing about whether they should give it to him or not. In the end, they didn't get the choice at all because Ryu took it for himself. The reality was that what happened to him just now had only been a test and nothing else. They still hadn't quite decided to do so, but the fact they had given him a test at all meant that they were already leaning toward yes. In such a case, they had to be fighting for something. That was when Ryu heard a name. He had heard too often already. Phoenix Sky God. Ryu shook his head when he heard these words. It seemed that this Phoenix Sky God wasn't just a problem to his master, but even these existences. It was hard for Ryu to guess exactly how strong his master was, but he knew she couldn't be bad even amongst Tao gods. Now, it seemed that even these mysterious entities had the same issue with them. It was clear that the Phoenix Sky God was a scourge of existence, carrying enough strength to affect the overall situation. And once again, it seemed that he had no choice but to hide his association with this existence, or else who knew what these people might try to do with him. It was ironic. He was more wary of the Phoenix Sky God than anyone, yet if they knew of how connected he was with them, he would be the only hunted down. They wouldn't even double-check what purpose the Phoenix Sky God might have for him. They would just do whatever they could to stifle those plans. Due to this, the Phoenix Sky God had woven him into their web and there was little he could do but to help them keep this secret. But if Ryu was already calm before, he was even more so now. No one could control his fate but himself. The Phoenix Sky God has been ruining the path of reincarnation for too many. We've been putting in efforts to try to stop them, but they're too powerful and too little is known about them. They have succeeded in completely separating themselves from the normal bounds of karma. They can't be detected via normal means. Anything that we can find it abstruse and it's hard to tell if it is the truth or not. The dream wraiths have been dissatisfied with the Phoenix Sky God for a very long time. It is just that we have still yet to manage to put a stop to their actions. Too many worlds have fallen by now, and many have lost the chance to reincarnate entirely. But this is really only the beginning. You might be wondering why it is both dream wraiths and the phoenixes exist. The reality is that in the distant past, there were just 2 paths for the phoenixes, that being life and death. It was only after the appearance of the Phoenix Sky God that the phoenixes gained reincarnation. Not only did they gain reincarnation, but it supplanted life and death and became the ruling class of the ancient beast. Due to this change, the balance of the world shifted away from the death wraiths. Or more accurately, the amount of natural control we have over reincarnation has been artificially limited, allowing the Phoenix Sky God to act much more freely. We do not know if the Phoenix Sky God was ever truly a phoenix. There are 2 possibilities, one of which is far more troubling than the other. The first and more acceptable path is that the Phoenix Sky God was born a phoenix and carved out a new path by fusing life and death to form the cycle of reincarnation. Ryu's eyes narrowed. This was already shocking enough. If the second option was far more fearsome and scary to imagine, then he already knew as it was. The second is that the Phoenix Sky God was never phoenix. They reached the pinnacle in one path and realized they couldn't accomplish what they wanted and decided to switch to another. Or worse, they were capable of doing all of this while maintaining their path. This was indeed the more shocking option. If the Phoenix Sky God was wreaking so much havoc after choosing this path on a whim, just how much strength were they hiding? As for why they would be messing around with reincarnation so much, it was the one thing the 9 figures didn't bother to speak of because it felt obvious and would likely only be one of 2 explanations. Either the Phoenix Sky God had lost someone important to them, or they were coming up to the end of their life. Of the 2, it was far more likely to be the latter. With how much control the Phoenix Sky God had over reincarnation already, the odds that they wouldn't be able to bring back someone they loved were too low. That left the second option, and that was scarier for reasons they didn't even was to speak about. If the mighty Phoenix Sky God was truly running to the end of their life, that meant that their scruples would be far fewer, and if such a powerful figure obsessed with life truly ran to the end of that rope, would they take the world with them? Chapter 1778, Fiends 1778 Fiends, I understand. Ryu said after listening to the story of the 9 figures. You were already aware of this, little boy. My master has told me about the Phoenix Sky God before. Your master, fading star. There was a tremble in the air, and the 9 figures seemed to understand. I see, your master is quite pitiful. Ryu nodded. He understood what they meant. From what he knew, his master's world had been destroyed, cutting off the cycle of reincarnation for anyone who survived the catastrophe. It could be said that Fading Star, her husband, and even Hope weren't welcome on this plane at all, as they weren't born beneath its cycle of reincarnation. Since Fading Star is your master, that explains quite a lot. There's even less to worry about you, then. Ryu wasn't worried about any of this at all. As expected, if everyone feared the Phoenix Sky God so much, and he really was some sort of plot concocted by this existence, then it was impossible that these people who could easily see through his other talents could see through his White Phoenix spiritual foundation. Not one of them had even mentioned it. It could be said that his greatest protection on this front was the Phoenix Sky God themselves. And that was surely amusing to think of. Thank you for the opportunity, Ryu said evenly. If that is all, I will take my leave now. Look at him, so eager to leave. Maybe that's because you spent all your time plotting for a path to kill him. Wait for a moment. Once again, it was the only voice that could suppress all the others. Yes, Ryu asked. He seemed much calmer than he usually was, and his tone wasn't nearly as chilly as it often was while speaking to strangers. He seemed to have undergone a myriad of changes, and his mind still hadn't quite settled down yet. He still needed time to digest what he had gone through, and as he did so, his temperament would slowly become more refined. Was it true that he had already reached the peak possibility of this technique? It was only partially true. Ryu had many thoughts on how to improve even further, but they weren't things that could be executed right now. Do you have the desire to go to another world? The voice asked. I have the desire to go wherever the highest peak is. If it is not here, then elsewhere is fine. Would you like me to help you go to these highest peaks? Ryu shook his head. I must see my wife first. That is why I have come here. I feel that you will be disappointed. The Dream Wraiths have disbanded. Ryu's heart skipped a beat, and he showed some emotions for the first time since he had seen his other lives, well, aside from despair, that is. Disbanded. Ryu wasn't surprised that they had guessed he meant Mei, despite him not specifying. Mei was the only one of his wives who was a demon. Since they could sense his primordial yins so clearly, they could obviously also tell she was related to the Dream Wraiths. It is something that must happen from time to time. It could be said that the Dream Wraiths are threatened by very few across existence, and even those with the strength will be unlikely to offend us due to the importance of our jurisdiction. This often leads to complacency over long enough periods of time. To combat this, Dream Wraiths must be tempered. How? They are sent to other worlds where there will be a culling of sorts. The bodies of Dream Wraiths are very valuable, especially to mental realm cultivators. But even to those that are not mental realm masters, absorbing the soul of a Dream Wraith will allow them a more narrow vision of what you have just seen, allowing their comprehension and temperament to advance by leaps and bounds. As such, whenever this happens, the expelled Dream Wraiths will be hunted down and a vast majority of them will die. A dangerous light flickered in Ryu's gaze. Didn't that mean that his wife was in danger? He didn't hate her master. In fact, this was just what a master should do. If Mei's master didn't train her and push her to achieve more, who would? But he still didn't like the idea of her being thrust out into the world without his protection. This was also the first time he had heard that Dream Wraiths were so valuable. And that made this trouble even more troublesome. Ryu was no longer the same ignorant youth of the past. There were many things he knew about that others did not. And, unlike with some other things, Sacrum did have Dream Wraiths. It was just that they weren't nearly so easy to find, as though they had gone into hiding as well. This meant that this information was only known to the most powerful and obscure geniuses. On the one hand, that might be good because it meant that fewer enemies. But who cared about the number of enemies? Wasn't the quality the most important? None of this even mentioned the fact that entering a new world, with different DAOs and laws, Mei would almost certainly be suppressed. Ryu didn't have to worry about such suppression because he had his inner world. And even then, he would need a small adjustment period. But what about his wife? You're able to send me to her. I can, but you will have to do something for me. At this point, Ryu had no idea that Mei's master would be willing to help him. And even if she was willing, would she help Selhira, Empana and the others to do the same? As such, he didn't hesitate much. His wife was very important to him, and his Dao heart was unshakable. What would you like me to do? The world your wife has gone to is known as the Eternal Balance World. Your wife's master has certainly made this decision on purpose, as it is one of the most troublesome worlds in existence, not because of the strength of those on the plane, but rather because of its odd state. The worlds across existence are all different in their own quirky ways, but what remains is that the chaos plane is almost always devoid of life, except in rare exceptions like this one. In the Eternal Balance World, there is a race known as fiends. It can be said that before the Phoenix Sky God's rise, the fiends were the enemy of the world, but they have been greatly suppressed in recent times. The Eternal Balance World is one of the few where they still have great influence. Do you know what the fiend race has in common? Ryu's eyes narrowed. No, they all have an inferior version of your chaotic silk meridians. In fact, it can be said that your chaotic silk meridians descended from their ancestors and were integrated into our cultivation systems over time. And you feel no hostility because of that? Why would I? Your chaotic silk meridians played a key role in the current suppression of the fiends. It can be said that our real plane ancestors reversed the situation precisely because your talent existed. Ryu understood, and thanks to that, he also knew that he was about to get screwed over. As you might imagine, if those of that plane find out that one not of their kind has these meridians, you will be hunted down even more fiercely than the dream wraiths. But because of this, you're also the only one that can do this. Ryu chuckled. He had heard the saying that elders were spicier, but this was the first time he had been on the receiving end. But could he complain? He could only blame himself for caring for his wife so much. Clearly, these 9 figures needed a favor from him, but he had ended up being the one doing it to repay a favor instead. How could he not find it amusing? Even so, he didn't say a word, taking it all in stride. The Eternal Balance World can be said to be teetering, on the verge of becoming the first world in generations to become fully controlled by the fiend race. I will need your help to reverse this situation. I will do as I've said, but such a thing will take time. A plane like this will certainly have Tao gods. Ryu spoke matter-of-factly, as though it wouldn't be trouble to one day slaughter Tao gods. You do not need to worry about this. I will give you some information, and you will need to succeed within 100 years or else it will be too late. Ryu had many questions. There were too many things that didn't line up, but a stream of information hit him the next moment and he felt spatial fluctuations around him. He grit his teeth and forced his mind to focus beneath the stream. I agree, but you must send me near where my wife is and allow me to bring along my companions. Okay. These were the last words Ryu heard before he vanished. Chapter 1779. Fiends 1779 Fiends. Ryu stumbled backward, almost collapsing. A part of him even thought the dream wraith did it on purpose, but when he thought about the difficulty of using spatial chi on such a large scale, he chose to forgive it. Plus, he didn't particularly have much of a choice. That was because the moment he appeared, he was assaulted by a suppression from above. It felt like even the air was rejecting him, and it was the first time that he had experienced such a thing. But this was also the first time Ryu was stepping into a world in this fashion. Back when he first came from Sacrum to the true martial world, his foundation had been too weak and inferior of the latter to take seriously, so he didn't face any suppression. And, as he rebuilt his foundation, he was doing so with the laws of the true martial world, so, of course, he wouldn't be rejected. When he returned to Sacrum, he had been returning to his own home, so how could he be rejected then, either? But this time, it was different. He was standing in a world with laws no weaker than the true martial world, but his foundation wasn't built on its laws. Such a world would always fiercely reject him. His vision could even clear for long enough to see what was going on around him. He could only feel his chi rumbling and his bones crackling. Ryu knew that panicking wouldn't do anything for him right now. He took a breath, and his cosmos fog rippled. Instantly, the suppression vanished into thin air. But he could also feel that this wouldn't be able to last for long. This was because his cosmos fog was being eaten up quickly. About 2 minutes. That's enough time, Ryu thought calmly. The first thing he did was scan his surroundings. What he saw left him with a frown. He sensed that several figures were already rushing toward him, but that wasn't the main problem. The issue was that he didn't seem to be in the real plane. It can't be that Mei was sent here, right? And what about Selhira and the others? Ryu reached out with his senses and felt that there was a barrier between him and his wives. This left him cursing beneath his breath. That dream wraith had either messed up, or the two of them had very different definitions of what the word, close, meant. What Ryu didn't know was that, He had truly wronged the Dream Wraith ancestor this time. They were, indeed, close. The issue was that Ryu was currently on the border of Fiend territory. In this location, the Chaos Plane was encroaching on the real plane. The reason he felt that there was a barrier was because his wives and companions had been sent to the real plane while he had ended up on the Chaos Plane. Usually, the real plane and Chaos Plane were off-kilter, located in different dimensions. But in this world, they were battling for the same spot. Ryu suddenly cursed. This time, it wasn't just auras he sensed rushing toward him, but Heaven's Knights as well. It was then that Ryu remembered that in Sacrum, the people on the front lines stopping invaders from entering were the Heaven's Knights. And all of them were stationed in the Chaos Plane, which acted as the barrier between their world and the outside world. It seemed that Ryu had already been pegged as an outsider, and while he had shifted the suppression from his body to his cosmos fog, it still hadn't entirely vanished. The Heaven's Knights could still sense the bombardment of the heavens against his cosmos fog just as easily as anything else. Though he realized the issue, Ryu still maintained his calm. Just like he had said, 2 minutes was enough. He plopped down directly and entered a state of meditation. When he sensed the power of his mysteries of heaven and earth pupils in this world, though, he was truly left speechless. He had already been somewhat aggrieved that his pupils were only tied for 6th place in the true martial world, but it seemed that here the problem was even worse. He couldn't sense the exact rank, at least not without running into other heavenly pupil wielders first, but it was likely not even in the top 20 here. In fact, it didn't seem like this world had ever birthed the mysteries of heaven and earth pupils before. This wouldn't matter much under normal circumstances. That was because with the improvement to his inner world, he didn't need to rely on external faith any longer. The trouble was that what he needed to do now was understand at least a foundational level of this world's laws and incorporate it into his inner world. Only then would these laws stop attacking him. While he did so, his eyes would need to rely on the laws of this world, and as such, its ranking was having a huge slowdown effect on his progression. Ryu could only toss these thoughts away. He was running out of time. At this moment, he was on a stretch of red land. The skies flashed with violet lightning and rolling black thunder. Somehow, this land looked more like hell than the nether plane did. And maybe that was because the nether plane of this world, too, had its own problems. Hurry up, you sensed it too. Of course I sensed it. Who could miss it? The others happened across the border, but this one is ours. 3 youths sprinted, if it could even be called that. Their bodies were so monstrous that they seemed to bound through the air for dozens of kilometers at a time, soaring over mountains and running across the bedrock of violent rivers. With a burst, they shot out from the bottom of a raging sea, hurtling through the air as though surfing the wind. The youths looked like true monsters, not in a grotesque, Lovecraftian sense, and not quite in the sense of the power of their bodies either, but rather in the sense that they didn't seem like mortals at all. One of them was a young woman who seemed to be half human, half fire. One of her legs and one of her arms looked coated in magma. Her hair was such a concentrating river of flames that it almost shone gold. At the same time, every time her heart beat, the echo of a magma barrier would thrum around her, incinerating everything to ash. From time to time, the illusion of a fiery red-gold pair of gauntlets and boots, along with a thick draconic tail, would appear on her like the wisps of a ghost's whisper, but then vanish the next instant, leaving her instead wearing a simple set of roughed-up linen clothing that outlined her figure, and the fact she was clearly wearing nothing underneath. The second was the exact same as the girl, having odd body parts replaced entirely by elements or quasi-elements. Except instead of the ghosts of gauntlets, boots and a tail, he had a single horn on his forehead that flashed in and out of existence. The last of them was the exact opposite. He was another man, but his hair instead was a river of water. Much like the other two, his eyes were also encompassed by his element, and the rest of him was even more exaggeratedly warped. He only wore a beast skin to cover his lower body, so one could clearly see a fissure running up and through his chest, pulsing with water. This fissure continued up, through his neck, and even spiraled around his head, seemingly splitting him all the way in two. Only one of his legs was entirely turned into the water element, and it was just one of his hands as well. But this one hand pulsed with light, a trident appearing from time to time before vanishing. Whenever this trio dove into the water, he would shoot out the furthest, leaving the duo further and further behind as he continued to accelerate forward. The closer he got, the fiercer the blue lights around him grew. Despite their odd appearance, each one of these three was strikingly handsome or beautiful. It looked like the heavens had carefully carved their appearances, allowing the elements to bless them. And they were headed right for Ryu. Ryu's eyes flashed open. The cosmos fog around him finally settled down. He sensed that the heavens' knights in the distance had lost track of him. Compared to the other youths, they were much further away, and that was a relief. But, bang, Ryu's gaze locked onto a young man with a river of water for hair. It didn't feel like he was standing before a young man, but rather that he was looking at a god. Shockingly enough, he even felt that the ice element wasn't listening to him as well as it usually should. The young man frowned and looked around as though he was trying to spot something. But when he didn't find it, his gaze eventually landed on Ryu. A human is so bold to come to our territory. Ryu didn't understand a word he said, but the language of battle was universal. I haven't had a good battle in a long while. I've been surrounded by too much trash. I hope you make this worth my while. Ryu took a step out, and he was the first to throw out a punch. Chapter 1780. Open 1780. Open Niren wasn't a man of many words. Fiends tended to have their personalities shaped and warped by their favored element. So even after Ryu said these words, and even when he attacked, he didn't react much at all. With a casual strike, the spear flickering in and out of existence in his palm came to meet Ryu's blow. A curious light lit in the depths of Ryu's pupils. He didn't think much of the odd appearance of the fiend to begin with, but even he was having trouble understanding exactly what it was he was seeing. Bang! Air rippled around them and a layer of force stopped blade and fist from meeting. However, with an indifferent gaze that looked like a literal pool of water, Niren's spear lost its form, flickering out of existence and suddenly wrapping around Ryu's arm. It surged forward, appearing before Ryu's throat in the blink of an eye. Ryu felt a sense of danger pervade his mind. He couldn't seem to see exactly where the blow would land, as though it still had the possibility of undergoing a myriad of changes. If he acted too confidently, he could end up harming himself. Fascinating. Ryu's aura flared, and he summoned the immortal Sakura. In an instant, gorgeous spinning and fluttering blossoms descended from the skies, blocking every calculated point. Niren's expression finally showed some change, albeit slightly. Still, what happened next put Ryu on the edge of his seat once more. The ice phoenix heavenly patterns used to protect his blossom cracked and shattered like wet tissue paper. The spear ripped a path through and pierced into Ryu's skin. A blast of chill entered Ryu's body, and the spear was about to burst all the way in when he suddenly flickered backward, warping space around him. Ryu blinked. He had already felt that his ice element wasn't properly listening to him when he first came across this young man, but he didn't expect that the same would be true even when it was reinforced with heavenly patterns. Less shocking than that, though, was the fact that he still needed some more time to adjust with his spacetime soul nature, as the folds of reality in this place weren't exactly the same. At the same time, the movement technique he always relied upon in battle, absolute domain, couldn't be used either because it relied on comprehending the constellations and star charts of this world. Regardless, Ryu's gaze lit up. This Niren was strong, and what impressed Ryu the most was that they were both at the true sky god realm. Niren was taken aback for only a brief moment before he continued his attack. The spear came in waves and Ryu read and reacted. He dismissed immortal Sakura since it would only be a hindrance in this battle and he had yet to incorporate the methods of the Ash Treants into it. Ryu's body flickered with lightning and discarded his other battle methods. Gorgeous blue scales erupted across his body and he grew in height until he met the tall stature of the fiend. Bang, bang, bang. The skies above stormed, and Ryu unleashed a flurry. Spear and fists danced, but soon Ryu's entire body seemed to become a weapon. His elbows moved as fluidly as his fingers, his knees soaring as sharply as his kicks. In terms of power, the two seemed perfectly even, especially since Ryu was warned not to use his chaotic silk meridians in this world lest he risk being hunted down by any and everything. But in terms of skill, Ryu's fist shadows filled the skies. He seemed to have begun to copy the chaotic assault methods of the fiend. His attacks seemed both real and illusory at the same time, and it made it difficult for Niren to grasp. For a moment, Niren even began to second-guess his own judgment. Had he misunderstood? Was Ryu actually just an unawakened fiend? He suddenly looked up into the skies as a bolt of lightning descended. Niren accelerated backward. One of his legs, the one that seemed formed of the water element, glowed and veins of darker blue appeared in their depths. Lightning was obviously his perfect counter, but that didn't mean that he feared it. His mouth opened, and he unleashed a roar. Under the sudden rampage, the bolt of lightning that had been about to fall onto a cracked, red soil instead fell into a steadily growing pool of water. The land shattered, and the raging rivers in the distance trembled. Ryu realized what was happening before it did. A deep trench was suddenly cut between this location and the nearest river. In the distance, Veneru and Formalda were swiftly catching up. When they saw the changes, their eyes widened, and they looked at one another. They knew that Niren would only do this if he was in trouble. They both landed on the ground at once, each on the opposing side of the trench. With a stomp of their feet, magma erupted out of the earth and the trench was split further and further apart. In that instant, the trench connected with the raging sea, and with a boom, a connection was formed. The waters surged forward. The pair of brother and sister didn't stop as they ran along the trench, making it wider and wider as they accelerated to their fastest speed. They couldn't let anything happen to Niren. Ryu's pupils constricted. They had such strong control over the elements, stronger than anything Ryu had ever seen. Now that he thought about it, even for ancient beasts, elemental control was secondary to the paths they followed. Phoenixes were about life, death and reincarnation first, long before they were about flames or ice. But these fiends, they seemed to breathe and eat these elements. They were the elements, and the elements were them. A fiendish grin spread along Ryu's face as his aura skyrocketed, billowing in waves. Earth's Gate, open. Boom. Chapter 1781. Presumptuousness. 1781. Presumptuousness. This was the first time Ryu had to use such a skill on someone in the same cultivation realm as him, but he didn't hesitate. The instant the first wave of water wrapped around Niren's ankles, he knew that he had made the right decision as his Chi realm cultivation soared to the perfect sky god realm. The waters wrapped around Niren like mother swaddling their baby. A vortex appeared beneath his feet that quickly became a cyclone that lifted him into the air. He absorbed the waters and his already tall 8-foot stature became over a dozen meters. The flickering spear in his palms expanded, and he suddenly pierced out. In reaction, Ryu pulled at the lightning flickering on the surface of the quickly pooling water. But realizing that it wasn't listening to him, he abandoned the approach and accelerated backward. Boom! The ground split like tofu and the earth surged into the skies as though a mountainous tsunami. A wave of power still hit Ryu and sent him flying, and soon after came a wave of water. The water took the shape of countless blades, each one formed by a clone that seemed identical in all stature but size to Niren. Ryu stomped his foot onto the ground, realizing that retreat wasn't an option. He sent out a series of punches that catapulted the world into chaos, and at the same time, his inner world flourished. He pulled his bloodlines together and his radiant blue scales became an array of pearly white. It exuded a milky purity that seemed prepared to cleanse the world of all its impurities. He was about to pull on his rage flames, but when he noticed Veneru and Formalda in the distance, he cast the idea away immediately. Bang, 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 bang. His fists collided with the water, and he used overwhelming strength to shatter them apart. In the distance, the brother-sister pair rode a wave of magma, and seeing how serious Niren had become, they too began to absorb the fire element, growing into giants that stood no shorter than Niren. Ryu never expected that his first encounter with fiends would come like this. 3 true sky gods, yet the pressure they placed on him was truly enormous. Did that dream wraith really send him here to be killed? Now that Ryu thought about it, this was just the border. If things worked here like they did in other worlds, how could the best of the fiends be placed in the most dangerous locations? The territory of the best would surely be deep toward the center of the chaos plane, and not here. In that case, how strong were the geniuses over there? And how was he supposed to accomplish what the dream wraith wanted him to? Ryu erupted with a booming laughter and his Tao heart shone so brightly that the world seemed to solidify. He dodged out of the way of another spear from Niren and, just as the resulting wave was about to swallow him up, he pulled on his infinity mist. It was just a slight tug, and yet, when timed with his punch, a hole was blasted right through. For a moment, it looked as though the entire world had blanched, like a god of the seas had torn a portal through the waters and right toward Niren's chest. Niren's expression changed for the 3rd time, but it was already too late. Boom! A crater was punched into his chest, and he was sent flying backward. Niren, Veneru and Formalda called out. But that was when Ryu pulled on the multicolored flame and origin flame in his body. Rebirth flames surged across his body and he leapt forward, slicing through the blade of fire that the two sent at him. Formalda's tail whipped at him in pursuit, and Veneru's horn lit up, a beam of golden red shooting from it. They both seemed to land, but Ryu stretched out a hand and grabbed out, clutching Formalda's tail as he walked through the beam of golden red as though it wasn't there. His palm squeezed down and Formalda let out a blood-curdling screech as she felt her body being shattered. With a twist of his arm, he sent her flying. At the same time, with his free hand, he clenched a fist and punched out. Rage flames surged, and he seemed to be able to concoct his own fury. He pulled on his Tao heart more and more and he seemed to shine with a resplendent light. In this life, no matter the world, no matter the suppression, he would remain invincible. Bang! Veneru took a solid blow to the chest and was sent flying as well. The three friends landed in the same location, whether by design or coincidence. They coughed up mouthfuls of blood, one after another. When they saw Ryu approaching, fear colored their gazes, and they quickly scrambled to their feet. To Ryu's surprise, just when he thought that they would begin another attack, they fell to their knees and bowed deeply. Ryu couldn't help but frown inwardly. These three definitely weren't cowards. He was confident in his ability to read the character of people by now, especially as his Tao heart grew stronger and stronger. While their Tao hearts weren't comparable to his own, there were likely very few across time and space that could bolster such a thing. Regardless, their Tao hearts were only shy of reaching the 3 tiers of genius, and they were very clearly still young. At least 2 or 3 years younger than Ryu. That meant they still had time to sharpen themselves. That meant only one thing. They were kneeling for a completely different reason. Esteemed one, we are sorry that we didn't recognize your identity. Please excuse our presumptuousness. Ryu's eyes narrowed, something the trio couldn't see because they still feared lifting their heads. Soon, he understood. They must have mistaken my use of the Beyond Perfect Extreme Spiritual Foundation. Chapter 1782. Mission 1782 Mission. The Dream Wraith had given Ryu a great deal of information about what he was dealing with, so he had a fairly good idea about quite a number of things. Fiends were precisely like these three used before him. Their cultivation methods were heavily focused on the elements and it could be said that their strength could directly scale depending on the environment. And, even when the environment wasn't in their favor, the best of them were capable of terraforming the world to mold to their desired reality. However, there were still levels to which this could be. For example, Niren's method of terraforming was the absolute crudest. He had drawn a trench from this location to the nearest river, and that was not only something that couldn't always be done, it used up a lot of energy. It could be said that if Niren hadn't spent so much energy to draw the river over here, then he would have likely been at least 50% stronger, which would have obviously made a huge difference in the battle. In truth, Niren only dared to do this in the first place because he knew that Veneru and Formalda were trailing after him. If not for this, he would have rather retreated at the risk of being killed or stabbed in the back to rush back to the rivers and sea. As for why they were suddenly being so respectful to Ryu, it was because they had likely mistaken him for what the fiend race called fiend gods. This didn't refer to a cultivation realm, and the translation wasn't exactly god. In fact, Ryu chose to adjust it from fiend god to fiend childs. Fiend childs were extremely rare existences that had dominion over several elements, not just a single one. As one might expect, this was something that almost never happened because the method of cultivation the fiends used would result in the elements clashing far fiercer than Ryu's bloodlines ever had. Most fiend childs would die the moment they were born. It was far crueler than what would happen to most humans with clashing bloodlines. Usually, if the heavens decided that a human bloodline would clash, the embryo wouldn't even be fertilized. This was why it took Ryu's parents so many attempts to have Ryu, why they cherished him so much, and also why, even after all these years, they were probably the only lineage in Sacrum that only had a single successor like himself. But, maybe due to their different path, the fate of the fiends was far crueler. The heavens gave no such quarter, and often, when fiend childs were born, they would spend the fledgling years of their life in great pain. The irony was that the more talented you were, the more you would suffer. The worst were those that managed to live even into their teenage years and yet died, anyway. However, as one might imagine, those fiend childs that shed that weakness would soar to the skies as though reborn. Such existences were mighty beyond compare. Even the memories the Dream Wrath had transferred to Ryu had been incomparably somber about them. It seemed that these existences, when they grade to the level of Tao gods, were individuals that even those 9 figures feared. Ryu couldn't help but shake his head. It was truly ridiculous that they sent him here for such a mission, but what could he do? As for what this mission was, it was related to the border. They were close to the border now, and that made things both easier and more difficult on Ryu, ironically. The border of the chaos in real plane in this world was chaotic, as one might imagine. In order to stabilize it, altars the people of this world, also called shrines, acted as hubs. There were 36 of these shrines, and they were all under the control of the fiends. Not only did they exist to stabilize the barrier, but over time, the fiends would slowly push the front lines and move the shrines along with them, swallowing up more and more of the real plane. These shrines were multi-purpose and practically perfect war machines. Not only could they stabilize the border, they could bolster fiends with like elements under their domain, and they could even long-distance teleport Dao gods from the center of the chaos plane at any time should it be at risk of being lost. And Ryu was somehow supposed to destroy at least 2 of them within 100 years. It was all too ridiculous. He still hadn't even gotten to the worst part of it all. These heavenly laws favored the fiends. These shrines, while not being the same as Sacrum's shrines, were still created by the power of heavenly might. It was just that the fiends had clearly learned to repurpose and use them effectively in combat. So he wasn't just supposed to destroy some man-made object. He was supposed to destroy a creation of these heavens. The worst part was that even if it wasn't created by the fiends, wouldn't it surely be something forged by one or multiple of their Dao gods? Would he have the right to destroy such a thing? Everything about this mission felt stupidly impossible. If there was no time limit, Ryu wouldn't care very much. But since there was one, the pressure was immense. So when he saw the trio kneeling before him, he thought about taking advantage. Obviously, he wouldn't be able to do this through conventional means. In that case, he'd have to just use different methods. Before the trio could react, Ryu sucked them into his inner world and entered with his consciousness as well. When he entered, he found them looking around in shock. But he didn't find it very surprising. Instead, he directly ignored them and sat in meditation. At that moment, the 3 felt an overwhelming power descend onto them and begin to scour their bodies. They froze, not daring to look around anymore. Chapter 1783, Fiend Path 1783 Fiend Path. Ryu's purpose was simple. He needed to truly understand the fiend race. Not just memories, and not just a casual facade either. His beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation might be able to fool them, but who was to say that it would fool someone much higher up on the food chain? He didn't care if he was exposed by weak sky gods. But if it was a Dao Lord that caught onto his scent, he would be screwed and die before he was even aware of what happened to him. Fascinating, he felt that he had a strong understanding of the paths of beasts, humans and demons, but he didn't expect that there would be yet another specialty in the world. This time, it seemed that if human and beasts were direct opposites, then in this case fiends and the fairies of the ethereal plan were opposites. The fairies were also heavily reliant on the elements, but they relied on their souls and were practically identical to wraiths in this respect. Their bodies, if they even had them, were secondary. When they left the ethereal plane, many of them had difficulty affecting change. The fiends, however, were entirely reliant on their bodies. They didn't even seem to have souls in the normal sense, as the elements themselves became their incorporeal souls, as though they were replacing a vital function of their bodies with communication with the outside world. If Ryu was correct, then a powerful fiend of the same element could kill another just by cutting off their communication with the element of their choosing. They wouldn't even have to lift a finger. Realizing this, Ryu didn't even need to go into fiend society to know that they had a very strict hierarchical structure. There was no way that someone of lower standing would ever risk offending someone of a higher standing. Even in the case someone stronger than you didn't decide to strangle you to death like that, just being in their presence would weaken your element. This was actually quite good news for Ryu. It meant that even without taking his chaotic silk meridians into account, just with his beyond perfect extreme spiritual foundation, he could challenge those of a much higher level than himself. Well, so long as the environment was also in his favor. He ultimately didn't have the same skills and techniques of the fiend race. So trying to truly cut them off from their elements when the environment didn't allow it would be very difficult. Still, this was just the tip of the iceberg. There was something else that Ryu was curious about. The Dream Wraith had said that all the fiends had inferior versions of his chaotic silk meridians. He wondered what that meant. Soon, he got his answer. One of the fundamental abilities of Ryu's chaotic silk meridians was its ability to access chaos chi, through which it could access all sorts of primordial chaos chis. It seemed that by inferior, The dream wraith had meant that their meridians could seemingly only access one of these primordial chaos chi derivatives. This wasn't to say that they could wield primordial chaos chi. At the pinnacle of all energies sat chaos chi, essence, and embryonic chi. Beneath that were primordial chaos chis and primordial essence chis. Beneath that was ancient chis, a type that Ryu hadn't even been aware of until the dream wraith granted him such memories. Beneath that were god chis, sovereign chis and lord chis. It would continue like this down the list, quickly heading toward more and more inferior chis. This trio had access to Lord Chaos Chi, which decided the firm standard of their meridians. Unlike humans, they could never switch and learn to use a different chi with the help of cultivation methods. However, in exchange for this, they all had a direct pipeline to the chaos plane. This should be how they terraform in the real sense. These three just haven't been able to access such techniques. Only by having an endless supply of chi would anyone dare to do such a thing. But because of the way they have to terraform, they relied more on their bodies than their chi, and because of that, he was tired out before the battle could even begin. I wonder, is it possible to upgrade their meridians? Or are they stuck like this? Ryu was a bit tempted to test the embryonic chi on them. However, he realized quickly that he didn't have time to waste on this. Now that he understood the fiend race perfectly, his aura began to change. He slipped on a black bodysuit that covered his entire body and he clenched his fists. Quickly, his hair was replaced by a dancing stream of radiant blue lightning. He pulled some sovereign chaos lightning chi from his meridians and pulled it into the lightning as well, tinging it with hints of black gold. This wasn't the first time he had pulled such a weak chi from his meridians, so he was used to it. As a final step, his eyes turned into a sea of lightning as well. The eyes of the three fiends widened when they saw this. It wasn't because lightning fiends were rare, though this was the case, but rather because Ryu's change only meant one thing. Either he was hiding the fact he was a fiend chilled for some reason, or he was never a fiend to begin with. Ryu vanished from the inner world after this. His body began to flicker with an armor formed by his lightning god talent. Much like the fiends, it flickered in and out of existence. At the same time, a pair of Qilin's horns flickered in and out of existence on his forehead as well. This flickering was probably the most fascinating part of the fiend race's existence, but Ryu didn't have the time to care about this right now. He needed to find a path to cross the barrier and return to the real plane. In a distant castle, a beauty with sparkling red eyes and a river of gold for hair looked up, her heart skipping a beat inexplicably. Chapter 1784, Infuriated 1784 Infuriated bang. Ryu kicked out once, sending a guard flying. He didn't know what it was about his bad luck, but he seemed to always get into trouble the moment he stepped into a city. The irony was that the city he had spent the longest time in, even if he considered the last 10+ years, was the martial god city. If that wasn't a joke of fate, he had no idea what was. Ryu understood this time, though. It wasn't just normal bad luck, it just seemed that he had picked the wrong city to go to. This was a city where fire elemental fiends were the vast majority of the population. They didn't seem to like it when other fiends came by, so they tried to give him a hard time. It also didn't help that Ryu didn't have the money to pay for entry. But it was easy enough to deal with. Just a single kick was enough, despite the fact the guards were both in the perfect sky god realm. Ryu had already gained the ability to subtly control the elements in the air, hiding it from detection and suppressing those around him. Of course, even if these few were perfect sky gods, they were absolutely pathetic. They only had transcendent grade chaos chi, and they weren't far from the bottom of the barrel. The fact they even made it to the perfect sky god realm at all was a surprise, as those with this level of chi could only make it to the transcended sky god realm at best. Annoying. Ryu directly walked into the city after tossing them to the side. With a step, lightning flickered and danced in Ryu's hair. The more time he spent in this state, the more interesting he felt it was. He felt the lightning element more clearly than he ever had before, but there was still something a bit off about it. I would like to join the army. Ryu stopped in front of a booth and looked down. There was a young lady of barely 12 or so years old. Honestly, it was quite shocking that such a young girl was located near the front lines. But it also seemed that there were a bunch of little kids around in this city. From what Ryu could tell, most of the menial tasks of the city were handled by children. They would have likely been the guards as well if they weren't too weak. To him, that likely meant that everyone else was a combatant. Clearly, the fiends lived and breathed battle. Once you were of age, you joined the army. There was no other path. Okay, the little girl said in a bright voice. She didn't seem to have the same ingrained bias against Ryu. There will be an assessment starting in about 3 hours. It will decide which battalion you're sent to, so do you best. Ryu couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to be a big brother, but unfortunately his parents' bloodlines were too overbearing. It was difficult for them to conceive again. He took the token and left for a waiting area. He wasn't surprised that another assessment was being held so soon. There was one held every 3 days. If you performed poorly, you would be sent to the vanguard as cannon fodder. The better position you got, the better shot you would have at growing in the army. If your performance was too bad, you'd never get a chance to change your station in life, as you'd be sent off to a battalion with an incredibly high turnover. Ryu had thought about just trying to sneak over the border, but he decided that this wouldn't do him any good. In fact, this was why he had chosen to become a lightning elemental fiend, despite the fact he could have easily chosen fire instead and avoid all of this. The discrimination was annoying, but it was also precisely what he needed right now. His plan had already formulated in his mind. Ryu entered a large, circular underground room. There were several fire elemental fiends standing around, and as expected, they looked quite similar to the pair of siblings. They all had entire limbs replaced by flames, and their hair and eyes were all flicking balls of fire. There were 2 that caught Ryu's attention immediately, precisely because they seemed more fire than human. One had a bald head, but a fiery beard that danced with gold and red. There were a twin pair of axes on his back that flickered in and out of existence. The second was bald as well, but he was also clean-shaven. Instead, his eyes were such a concentrated pair of fireballs that they looked far more solid than anyone else. What was interesting was that he was the only one that didn't seem to have limbs replaced by the elements. Still, there was an extremely long rod on his back. What the hell is this? The first bald man opened his eyes, meeting Ryu's gaze. Do you think you can just come wherever you want? Sparky. He reached for one of his axes with an arm of solid red gold. He looked like he was already prepared to hack Ryu down right here and now. Ryu gave him a glance, and before he even pulled out his axe, he punched. The bald man's pupils constricted. It made sense for him to be arrogant here, but he didn't expect that Ryu would be. However, lightning elemental fiends were too fast for him to react, especially since he didn't actually expect to have to fight so quickly. Bang! A fist of rippling bolts of blue collided with the man's chest and he was driven into the pillar he had just been leaning upon. All at once, the fire elemental fiends perked up, glaring toward Ryu. A lightning elemental fiend had just come into their territory to stir trouble. How could they not be infuriated?